Ex-girlfriend is a gold digger who cheated on him with a rich second-generation heir, and Chen Dong unexpectedly awakens to view money as dirt, treating money like trash, spending 10 trillion a day. How is that even possible? Chapter 1. Viewing money as dirt. Xiaoman, I was just about to look for you. This is a Casio I bought for you. Try it on and see how it looks. At the entrance of the Jiangzhou Hotel, Chen Dong held the gift in both hands, eagerly looking at his girlfriend in a pleated skirt, with a graceful figure and fair complexion. Last week, Feng Xiaoman suddenly proposed breaking up, and Chen Dong thought she was just throwing a tantrum. After 2 years of relationship, he naturally couldn't bear to let her go. This watch cost him over 2,000 after working hard for more than a month, and he bought it just to make his girlfriend happy. You dare to let me wear this kind of street vendor junk? Feng Xiaoman glanced at the cheap watch and proudly flaunted her wrist. Look at this, a Patek Philippe Platinum timepiece. Over $100,000, this is what suits my current status. The diamonds on the watch face dazzled Chen Dong, and he asked in confusion, where did you get so much money from? Both Feng Xiaoman and he were students at Jiangzhou University from ordinary families. How could she afford a watch worth over $100,000? Of course it was given by Wang Peng. Feng Xiaoman proudly caressed the watch on her wrist, then turned to Chen Dong, her expression suddenly cold as she warned, don't bother me anymore. We're no longer in the same class. Chapter 2. I want to buy a building. Chen Dong looked in shock at the light screen before him, touching it only to find that only he could see it, and he couldn't even touch it. View money as dirt? Chen Dong stroked his chin. Feeling doubtful, he walked into a supermarket next to the hotel and bought a bottle of Evian, something he had never dared to buy before. Choosing fingerprint payment, $8 instantly disappeared. He glanced at the system again. Host, Chen Dong strength, 70 intelligence, 101 stamina, 80 spirit, 88 true heart value, 0 today's balance, 999,999,999,999, 210 trillion. It's really true, ha ha ha. Chen Dong laughed uncontrollably, then took a deep breath. Calm down, I need to view money as dirt and quickly get rid of this money. This garbage. Chen Dong took a taxi to the Jiangzhou base sales office. Now that he was rich, he naturally couldn't live a constrained life anymore. He had to enjoy himself. Jiangzhou Bay was the latest waterfront luxury residence built in Jiangzhou. The city government planned to turn this area into Jiangzhou CBD, with prices skyrocketing to 60,000 per square meter, definitely a wealthy district. Pushing open the door, Chen Dong felt a gust of wind at his feet. The real estate consultant in the sales hall glanced at Lin Dong, but continued to keep their head down, busy with their own work. Chapter 3. Fooled? Su Qingru's almond-shaped eyes widened in disbelief, her lips twitching slightly. A building? Chen Dong leaned back on the sofa and nodded. Is there a problem? After hesitating for a long time, Su Qingru said, Mr. Chen, I've introduced for so long. This is my duty. It's fine if you don't buy. But you wouldn't joke about me, would you? She had never seen a big boss buy more than 2 houses in Jiangzhou Bay. This young man casually mentioned a building, which was just too ridiculous. Chen Dong smiled slightly, seeing that this girl didn't quite believe in her own abilities. It's just a building. I'm not interested in joking with you. Let's hurry up and sign the contract. All right then. Su Qingru saw his confidence and couldn't make up her mind. So she had no choice but to take Chen Dong back to the sales office, her eyes occasionally darting towards him, afraid he might run away. Upon arriving at the sales office, Su Qingru hurriedly went to get the contract. In the manager's office, Jiang Menghan was touching up her makeup. At only 28, she had already climbed to the position of general manager, relying on her looks and skills, so she had to keep herself looking beautiful at all times. Manager, I need the contract, Su Qingru called as she pushed in. Chapter 4. Do you know someone who sells airplanes? Jiang Menghan had been in the workplace for many years, and the hedonistic lifestyle of the upper class made her yearn for more. Although many wealthy young bosses had proposed to support her, Jiang Menghan knew that being supported by someone was just like being a caged bird, unable to see the light. To truly transcend social classes, one must marry into a genuine wealthy family and become the heir. Jiang Menghan had always aimed for this, and today she finally saw an opportunity. Buying a house for $3 billion? If he weren't the heir of a big family, how could he possibly mobilize that much money? Qingru, why aren't you rushing to get the keys for Mr. Chen? Jiang Menghan hurriedly instructed. Only then did Su Qingru snap out of her joy, responding quickly as she exited the reception room. Miss Jiang, do you still think I'm just boasting? What Mr. Chen said is true. I was just concerned about him earlier. Jiang Menghan's attitude suddenly became much more ambiguous. She took out a business card from her chest, smiling. Mr. Chen, this is my personal card. If you have any property issues in the future, feel free to consult me. I will definitely help. Her slender fingers gently glided across Chen Dong's palm, making Chen Dong's heart almost melt as he thought, what a captivating enchantress. Chapter 5. The flower of the department can't be quiet in the live stream, bro. Don't be sad. There are plenty of fish in the sea. I'll introduce you to someone even prettier another day. As soon as Chen Dong returned to his dorm, he received a call from his good buddy Yang Chong. There were 4 people in their dorm, and the other 3 had all moved out to live with their girlfriends, leaving Chen Dong alone in an empty room. At first, Chen Dong wanted to move out to live with Feng Qianqian, but she adamantly refused, always telling him that a woman's most precious moment should be given only after marriage. Now, Chen Dong understood that Feng Qianqian just wanted to use that precious moment to keep him hanging, making him spend money. Once she found someone better, she would kick him to the curb without hesitation. The thought of this made Chen Dong's heart ache. How could he have been so foolish? He had so many opportunities, but didn't seize them, believing in some nonsense about pure love. Now he was abandoned and humiliated. Hey bro, say something. Don't do anything stupid. Tomorrow, I'll help you contact some beauties. You can have any type you want. I guarantee they'll be better than Feng Qianqian. Are you listening to me? Say something. Yang Chong on the other end was extremely anxious. Chapter 6. Spend a million Su Shui is passively fighting back. In the live stream, a red line and a blue line clashed fiercely. The red line represented Su Shui's PK value, while the blue line represented the opponent's PK value. In an instant, the red line was suppressed to the point of being invisible. This was the combined effort of a dozen wealthy patrons in the opponent's live stream room. The opponent was the 3rd-ranked big streamer, and the wealthy patrons in their room were all super rich. Their combined firepower created an unimaginably spectacular scene. Airplanes, rockets, sports cars, and flowers were being thrown up as if they were free. The screen was completely drowned in gifts, making it impossible to see the comments. In less than a minute, the gifts in the opponent's live stream had already exceeded 1 million. Meanwhile, in Su Shui's live stream, there were only a few hundred scattered gifts. What's going on? Where's that rich guy? People began to wonder, frantically tagging Su Shui, asking why the rich guy was silent. Su Shui was stunned. She didn't know what was happening either. Could he be an idiot? Suddenly went crazy and wiped out his savings. So now he has no money? Some began to speculate. Su Shui's classmates at this moment wore smiles, starting to mock her in the live stream. Chapter 7. Buying clothes. Su Shui didn't think twice and directly blocked them. Collaborating with a guild was like seeking skin from a tiger. Countless streamers have been badly hurt by it. More importantly, Su Shui already considered Chen Dong her friend. And how could she possibly scam her own friend? The guild, undeterred, changed accounts and sent her another message. You decide the revenue share. You can draft the contract. Su Shui still didn't think twice and blocked them again. No matter what conditions the guild offered, she would not agree. Finally, the guild, left with no choice, resorted to threats. If you don't agree, don't even think about mixing in the streaming circle in the future. Su Shui finally reacted. A simple reply. I want to know how many accounts you have for me to block. The guild was so furious they almost spat blood. It was the first time they encountered such a defiant streamer. They coldly left a remark. You will regret this. Su Shui remained unfazed and continued blocking. You have gained 50 sincerity points. After dinner, Chen Dong returned to his dorm and lay on the bed when suddenly the system's voice appeared in his mind. He was stunned. Is Su Shui really that grateful to me? Chapter 8. I'll give you a luxury car, Mr. Chen. Thank you for your visit. Come again next time. The clothing store manager led all the staff to stand on either side, bending at a 90-degree angle to send Chen Dong off. Meanwhile, the first staff member who attended to Chen Dong was still feeling anxious inside because she had almost offended this big client. It was a relief that Chen Dong didn't hold it against her. Otherwise, her life would have been ruined. Dressed in an expensive suit, Chen Dong's demeanor changed dramatically. Every gesture exuded an air of nobility, attracting the attention of countless beauties, some of whom, bolder than the rest, even approached him to ask for his WeChat. Jiang Menghan saw this scene and, for some reason, felt quite displeased. She immediately pulled Chen Dong into the car, smiling. Mr. Chen, we still need to go buy a car. Chen Dong nodded. Jiang Menghan started the car, and soon they arrived at the 4S store. Chen Dong, dressed in an expensive suit, walked into the 4S store, and no one dared to look down on him anymore. On the contrary, he attracted the attention of all the staff. That outfit was designed by a top designer from Europe, wasn't it? Just the design fee alone would cost over 100,000, and the value of this suit started at least at 1 million. This was a big client. Chapter 9, Jiang Menghan's character, Chen Dong, didn't care at all about the mocking comments in his social circle. The perspective changes with the position. For example, a person wouldn't care what an ant did to him because he could easily crush the ant with just a finger. Welcome to visit again. At the entrance of the 4S store, the manager led all the employees to send off Chen Dong and Jiang Menghan as they left. The two drove directly to Jiang's luxury mansion because Chen Dong wanted to see how his house was coming along. He also wanted to hurry and bring his parents over to enjoy life. The car that Jiang Menghan drove was taken back home by the staff from the 4S store. In the office of the general manager of Jiangzhou Development Zone, General Manager Zhou Rui stood nervously in front of his desk, not daring to breathe. Sitting in his chair was a man in his 50s, dressed in a branded suit, exuding an extraordinary authority. This man was Zhou Huan, the chairman of Jiangzhou Bay Development Zone. Manager Zhou, how have the company's sales been recently? Zhou Huan asked. Very good. We sold a building yesterday. Zhou Rui smiled. Zhou Huan's face immediately showed an expression of disbelief. Manager Zhou, are you joking with me? If I remember correctly, the highest purchase record was just one person buying 2 apartments. Chapter 10, call me Xiao Zhou. Hello, Chairman. Hello, General Manager. Jiang Menghan greeted with a smile. How dare I? Zhou Huan said sarcastically. How could I let Miss Jiang call me Chairman? Jiang Menghan's expression changed. What did Zhou Huan mean by that? She remained calm and still smiled as she asked. Chairman, is there something you need from me? Zhou Huan sneered. I heard that Miss Jiang created a miracle yesterday by selling an entire building by herself. Is that true? Jiang Menghan immediately laughed. Chairman, you must be mistaken. The person who sold the building is a new employee named Su Qingru. Zhou Huan scoffed, whether it's a new employee or an old one. I just want to know whether this matter is true or false. Jiang Menghan smiled. Of course it's true, Chairman. I'll show you the detailed information right away. Zhou Huan smiled good. He thought to himself, let us see what you can come up with. Trying to fake it? That's impossible. Because as long as there's no transfer amount, any good scam can be instantly exposed. So Zhou Huan had already decided not to look at the other documents Jiang Menghan prepared and just check for the transfer amount. Chapter 11, 500 billion. Zhou Huan was so furious that he started cursing on the phone. Not long ago, he met a foreigner who claimed to be the heir of some family abroad and wanted to cooperate with him to expand his company's business overseas. He impulsively believed it and sent another director, Zhang Long, to negotiate the cooperation. Little did he know, that foreigner was a scammer who absconded with nearly 200 billion of his company's assets. Such a huge hole in the finances could not be filled, and the company would immediately go bankrupt after the capital chain broke. Zhou Huan was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. Zhou Rui, being smart, immediately drove all the employees out. Otherwise, if they learned about the company's internal issues, it would definitely lead to a faster collapse. What should I do? Zhou Huan cried out, running his hands through his hair, making it a mess. After a lifetime of hard work, could it all end in total defeat with one mistake? He no longer had the previous exuberance and looked at the ceiling beam with endless despair. Chairman, don't be so discouraged. We still have a way. Zhou Rui noticed something was wrong and immediately persuaded Zhou Huan. Chapter 12, Lu Huihui causes trouble again at the same time he appointed positions. Zhou Huan was desperately signaling Zhou Rui with his eyes. Little brother, please don't cause any trouble at this time. If Jiang Menghan became the general manager, Zhou Rui would have to step down from that position. If Zhou Rui was dissatisfied and caused a scene, making Chen Dong unhappy, the consequences would be severe. That's why Zhou Huan was desperately signaling Zhou Rui. However, he was overthinking. Zhou Rui was a smart person. Chen Dong had injected 500 billion into the company, doubling its scale. The company needed talent for expansion, and he was an elder, so he would definitely be reused. Today, he had also made a significant contribution by persuading Zhou Huan to ask Chen Dong for help. So Zhou Huan would definitely not treat him poorly. Stepping down from the position of general manager today could lead to being promoted to vice president tomorrow. Who would refuse such a good opportunity? Also, by being proactive, he could leave a good impression on Chen Dong. Chen Dong was now the largest shareholder of the company, and leaving a good impression on him would undoubtedly bring unimaginable benefits. Therefore, Zhou Rui not only had to agree, but also compliment Jiang Menghan a few times to make that good impression even better. Chairman, you are truly brilliant. Manager Zhang's capabilities are evident. You should have promoted her to general manager long ago. Chapter 13, Cousin Seeks Help Manager. Is what you said true? Is Mr. Chen really that wealthy? Can he really take out 500 billion? What exactly does Mr. Chen do? Everyone was discussing, unable to believe their ears. Do you think it would be difficult for Mr. Chen to take out 500 billion if he can easily buy a building? Jiang Minghan said lightly. Everyone immediately felt that what she said made sense, so they all believed her. Also, this month's sales performance is good. The chairman said that all salaries and bonuses will be doubled. Jiang Minghan announced another good piece of news. Wow, that's great. Thank you, manager, thank you. Everyone at the company cheered. Jiang Minghan's sharp gaze fell on Lu Huihui, who was already dumbfounded. Of course, you are excluded because you have already resigned. No. Lu Huihui screamed. Manager, I was just joking. I'm willing to stand by the company through thick and thin. Give me another chance. Jiang Minghan's expression turned cold. Are you leaving on your own, or should I call security to throw you out? Lu Huihui instantly panicked, realizing it was over. She had to leave. The other employees all breathed a sigh of relief, thankful they hadn't acted impulsively and caused trouble with Lu Huihui. Otherwise, they would definitely be facing the same fate. Chapter 14, Losing and Barking Like a Dog. These comments made sense. Without popularity, other streamers wouldn't even glance at them. So how could they possibly compete? Chen Dong thought to himself that he needed to help Zhang Li gain some popularity first. But how should he do that? Just when he was feeling a bit awkward, someone suddenly sent him a private message. He clicked to open it and was surprised to see it was customer service. Dear sir, thank you for your support of our platform. I am your dedicated customer service representative. You could directly reach out to me for any services you need. Chen Dong was a bit taken aback. There was actually a dedicated customer service representative to assist him? That seemed a bit exaggerated, right? However, upon reflection, it was not exaggerated at all. He had just registered an account and recharged 100 million. He was definitely a big client. If the platform company didn't find a way to please Chen Dong, that would be truly foolish. This is the benefit of having money. Chen Dong immediately replied with a message. Put Lovely Lily's live stream on the homepage right now. To be on the homepage, one must be a major streamer with at least 1 million followers. Lovely Lily's live stream didn't even have 100 followers, so customer service took a while to respond to Chen Dong. This directly angered Chen Dong. He recharged another 1 billion and then sent another message. Have your manager come to serve me. Regular customer service is not qualified to talk to me. Chapter 15. Another Grandma Chow. Dear Kind Dong Dong, I am really sorry. We will handle it immediately. The customer service manager responded right away. He was sweating cold in front of the screen. Who could be so extravagant as to recharge 11 billion right after registering an account? He even complained that sending gifts was too slow and insisted on having them develop a feature for sending 100,000 or even 10,000 big rockets continuously. Such a customer is like a god. Who dares to insult a god? That would be courting death. How do you plan to handle this? Chen Dong inquired. We will ban her live stream. The customer service manager replied. That's too cruel. Chen Dong sent an astonished expression. The customer service manager started to think, was Chen Dong still being considerate? So he replied, then let us ban her for 7 days. Not even for a day. Chen Dong responded. The customer service manager was completely puzzled. Was Chen Dong really that generous? Turn off all her filters, beauty effects, slimming effects, and special effects for me. Chen Dong sent this message, leaving the customer service manager dumbfounded. He quickly sent back an expression of being utterly impressed. This move was truly ruthless. It was devastating. It was even more terrifying than a direct ban, because if they banned her, she could still create a new account. Chapter 16. PK Campus Belle. Qin Xiaoxuan was the campus belle of Jiangzhou University, the president of the dance club. Not only was she beautiful and curvaceous, but her dancing was also exceptional, making her the goddess in the hearts of countless Jiangzhou students. Chen Dong had once watched her perform a dance at a school celebration, and it could only be described with 4 words, a natural beauty. It was precisely because of her outstanding qualities that she became the #1 in Jiangzhou district within just a month of her live streaming. Competing with a small streamer like Zhang Li was like an egg hitting a stone. However, with Chen Dong's support, the situation was completely different. The fans who had followed her through the competition were all leaving comments in the comment section, urging Zhang Li to continue the PK. They wanted to see if, with Chen Dong's support, Zhang Li could create a miracle. If she could, Chen Dong's identity could basically be confirmed. He was indeed that wealthy god on Douyin. Chen Dong was also willing to participate in the PK, but Zhang Li refused because she was a sensible person. Chen Dong had already spent over 2 million on her in the competition, and she couldn't bear to spend more of his money. Thank you for your support. Dong Dong. I'm tired today. Let us play again tomorrow, Zhongli said sweetly. Chapter 17. The rich second generation pretends to be dead. Boom. 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 10,000 big rockets exploded in the live stream, causing a sensation, nearly shattering the screen. Looking at the incredibly dazzling effects, everyone showed expressions of disbelief. Is this the power of the rich in the opposing live stream? This isn't just a rich person. This is simply a god. One big rocket costs $1,000. And 10,000 rockets total 10 million. He actually spent 10 million directly. This is simply too extravagant. It's inhuman. His name is exactly the same as that wealthy god on Douyin. Could they really be the same person? Wealthy god, let me share your wealth. Maybe one day I can become as wealthy as you. Wealthy god, do you need bodyguards? I am skilled in all 18 martial arts. Wealthy god, please give this little girl a follow. I beg you. The comments in Qin Xiaoshuan's live stream were already boiling over. All kinds of people jumped out to greet Chen Dong just to gain a bit of his attention. It seemed as if the main character of the live stream had turned into Chen Dong rather than the campus bell streamer, Qin Xiaoshuan. This made Qin Xiaoshuan feel a bit jealous. Why did Chen Dong suddenly come to her live stream without even greeting her first? He directly made her live stream explode, leaving her, the main character, ignored. That was truly too much. However, after a moment's thought, she secretly felt pleased. Did Chen Dong come to her live stream because he was already her fan? If that were true, then she could almost achieve financial freedom for the next 10 years. Therefore, she immediately sweetly called out in the live stream, "Welcome Dong Dong Go Moi." Chapter 19. The loyal cousin, which girl doesn't want to find a rich man? Qin Xiaoshuan is no exception. This rich man is not like other rich men. For example, Wang Peng. He has money, and when he spends money on Qin Xiaoshuan, his purpose is very clear. He wants Qin Xiaoshuan to sleep with him. However, Chen Dong is different. He only met Qin Xiaoshuan for the first time and already spent over 10 million without making any excessive demands or even hints. This indicates that Chen Dong is very likely to genuinely like Qin Xiaoshuan or is attracted by her talent. At this moment, Qin Xiaoshuan naturally wants to seize the opportunity. Who wouldn't be moved by someone who genuinely likes you, is willing to spend money on you, and is very wealthy? Therefore, when Qin Xiaoshuan learned that Chen Dong was also in Jiangzhou, she took the initiative to invite him to dinner to deepen their relationship. Her only worry was that Chen Dong must not be too ugly. Chen Dong naturally agreed readily. Who would be a fool to turn down an invitation from the campus bell? You gained 30 points of sincerity. You gained 20 points of sincerity. Early the next morning, Chen Dong was awakened by the system's voice. 30 points of sincerity value were contributed by his cousin Zhang Li. 20 points of sincerity value were contributed by Qin Xiaoshuan. Chapter 20. Chen Dong's identity. The Jiangzhou Bay Grand Hotel has 33 floors. The top VIP box overlooks the night view of Jiangzhou, and the price is extremely expensive, with a minimum consumption starting at 500,000 and reservations are required. Qin Xiaoshuan was brought here by the waiter and was completely shocked. Did you make a mistake? I only booked a regular box. No mistake, it's here, arranged personally by our Chen Dong. Your Chen Dong? Who is he? Do I know him? The expression on Qin Xiaoshuan's face grew even more astonished. She invited a rich young man to dinner, and suddenly a Chen Dong appeared, turning her regular box into a VIP box, which was simply incomprehensible. What on earth was going on? The waiter also looked surprised. She looked at Qin Xiaoshuan and curiously asked, "Aren't you inviting our Chen Dong to dinner? How do you not know who he is?" Upon hearing this, Qin Xiaoshuan was even more shocked. Your Chen Dong is the rich guy, Kind Dong Dong. The waiter shook her head. I don't know that. Qin Xiaoshuan immediately pressed for more information. How old is he? What does he look like? The waiter still shook her head. I haven't seen Chen Dong either. It was arranged above, saying you were inviting Chen Dong to dinner, and then Chen Dong issued the order to change a reserve box to a VIP box. Chapter 21. The campus bell pursues Chen Dong. What is wrong with me? Chen Dong was in disbelief. Isn't it just a woman breaking up with you? Do you need to be so stimulated? Taking pictures of luxury cars and pretending to be a rich young man has made our 4 notorious guys lose face. Yang Chang said, frustrated. He was the leader of the dormitory, and under his leadership, the 4 residents earned the notorious title of the 4 bad guys at Jiangzhou University. Brother, don't be sad. Didn't I already say it? We'll help you out with the woman thing. The second dorm member, Jiang Tian, continued. We've already contacted the girls from Jiangzhou Art College. We'll have a gathering in a couple of days for you to choose a girlfriend. The third dorm member, Xiaobo, added, girls studying art, you should know they all have great figures, good looks, and charm. Definitely 1,000 times better than Feng Xiaoman. So, brother, you really shouldn't be sad anymore. After the three finished speaking, Chen Dong still looked bewildered. Where did he get stimulated? Did these three guys really believe the rumors in the school forum? They even contacted girls for a gathering? He was truly speechless. However, he felt quite touched in his heart. Chapter 22. Peach Blossom Luck? Major news. Major news. Campus belle Qin Xiaoshuan has a boyfriend. Who is it? Wang Peng. I heard he has spent several million on Qin Xiaoshuan. What Wang Peng? Nonsense. He spent several million. But Qin Xiaoshuan didn't even let him hold her hand. Then who is Qin Xiaoshuan's boyfriend? Listen up. This person you absolutely won't guess. He is Chen Dong, who was robbed of his girlfriend by Wang Peng. What? Campus belle Qin Xiaoshuan is dating Chen Dong? Are you sure you got it wrong? Don't doubt the capabilities of our Jiangzhou gossip group. They are eating in the restaurant right now. Go check it out if you don't believe it. The school cafeteria, usually deserted due to terrible food, was packed today. All because campus belle Qin Xiaoshuan and poor Chen Dong were dating. People came here to verify whether this news was true or false. Many were filled with fantasies, thinking this must be fake. One is the campus belle of Jiangzhou University, with rich boys spending millions to pursue her without even getting to touch her hand. The other is a poor guy who just had his girlfriend stolen. How could these two possibly be together? Chapter 23. Standing up for justice. Do you think I'm a 3-year-old? You want to eat me clean, leaving no scraps. The beautiful woman sneered and mocked. The man referred to as Director Xie was rendered speechless by the beauty's rebuttal and could only threaten directly. Do you still want to be the female lead in this movie? If you do, come in and discuss the script with Boss Yen. Huh. The beauty's lips curled into a cold smile. Sorry, if being the female lead in this movie costs my body, I won't accept. After saying this, the beauty turned to leave. Stop her. The man called Director Xie shouted loudly. You can't let a cooked duck fly away. The middle-aged woman, opening the door, with a gloomy expression, immediately reached out to grab the beauty's wrist. Get lost. Chen Dong shouted loudly. Although he was not someone who liked to meddle in others' business, he found the people in this room extremely disgusting. So he couldn't help but intervene. Who the hell are you? Don't meddle in other people's affairs. The boss Yin sitting on the sofa threatened Chen Dong loudly. Haha. Chen Dong also laughed coldly. It seems you want to make a big deal out of this. All right, I'll call all the restaurant staff right now. Chapter 24. He is Chairman Chen, not a poor guy. 4 beauties from Jiangzhou Art College arrived. All from the same dormitory, named Zhang Lan, Zhou Xiaoman, Wang Hui, and Zhang Jingmei. Zhou Xiaoman was Yang Chang's girlfriend. Yang Chang's family had a bit of money, which allowed him to bring these beauties out. At the entrance of the Jiangzhou Bay Grand Hotel, the 4 beauties arrived early and were discussing. Xiaoman, did your boyfriend invite us to the gathering to introduce us to his dorm brothers? Zhang Lan asked, tall and dressed in a short sleeve, with a tempting half-exposed shoulder. I don't know. He just said he was inviting everyone for a gathering and dinner. Zhou Xiaoman shook her head, her delicate, oval face resembling white jade. Haha. Wang Hui sneered. Actually, it wouldn't be a bad thing to be introduced to his dorm brothers. Just make sure not to introduce us to that Chen Dong, poor guy. I heard his girlfriend was stolen by a rich second generation. He doesn't even dare to make a sound. Anyone who associates with him is unlucky. This really is a case of good news not leaving the house, but bad news traveling 1,000 miles. The news of Chen Dong's girlfriend being stolen had even reached Jiangzhou Art College. Chen Dong? Zhang Jingmei showed a hint of surprise upon hearing this name. What a coincidence. She met someone here yesterday named Chen Dong, and she thought he was working part-time to support himself. Who would have thought his identity was not ordinary? Chapter 25. Refusing to be the female lead of a 100 million investment poor guy? Haha. Zhang Jingmei sneered coldly in her heart. If you two had seen how the hotel staff respectfully called him Chairman Chen in front of him yesterday, you would know he is someone you cannot aspire to. I find Chen Dong very attractive. That's why I'm willing to date him. I just don't know if he thinks highly of me. Zhang Jingmei smiled again, casting a lingering glance at Chen Dong. She had her hand extended for a long time, but why wasn't Chen Dong shaking hands with her? At this moment, Chen Dong was in a daze. What was going on? Does this beautiful girl want to date him too? Is it because of yesterday's heroic rescue? He still doesn't know that his identity as Director Chen has been guessed by others. Slap. Jiang Tian slapped Chen Dong on the forehead from behind. Dongzi, what are you daydreaming about? A beauty is taking the initiative to ask you out. Hurry up and greet her. Only then did Chen Dong react, hurriedly extending his hand to shake Zhang Jingmei's delicate hand. Hello, my name is Chen Dong. Zhang Jingmei's delicate hand was soft and warm. She held Chen Dong's hand tightly and smiled. I saw you being called Director Chen by the hotel staff yesterday. They were very respectful to you. Chen Dong frowned, realizing he couldn't keep up the facade any longer. Does anyone else know besides you? Chen Dong asked. Zhang Jingmei shook her head. Then don't let others know. Chen Dong said. Zhang Jingmei nodded heavily. Then she curiously asked, why do you want to hide your wealthy identity? Chen Dong replied, to see through people's hearts. He repeated what he had told Qin Xiuxuan to Zhang Jingmei. Now he understood that Zhang Jingmei was willing to date him because she already knew his identity was not ordinary. He felt no dissatisfaction because the world is just that realistic. Zhang Jingmei's behavior was also a form of honesty towards him. Otherwise, if he encountered a scheming girl who clearly knew of his identity but pretended not to, the consequences would be terrifying. Just thinking about it sends chills down one's spine. Do you play games? Zhang Jingmei was a smart girl. She immediately changed the subject and pulled Chen Dong to sit on a nearby step, then took out her phone to start playing a game. Who is this? So arrogant. Aren't they afraid of hurting their backs? The three of them had already found 2 helpers, both 5-star kings. They thought Chen Dong and Zhang Jingmei had escaped since they hadn't responded for a long time, and they began to curse them. Little did they know that at that moment, Chen Dong and Zhang Jingmei brought 3 people over, and upon seeing them, they started cursing like they were on an adrenaline rush, saying they would kill them until they were depressed. They clearly didn't believe that 2 people with elementary school-level skills could find experts capable of making them depressed. Thus, they mocked them sarcastically. However, when they opened the profiles of the 3, the 5 on the opposite side were dumbfounded. I can't believe it, 18-star kings. What kind of joke is this? This one is even higher, actually 25 stars. This one is a bit more impressive, ranked 9th in the Wulong area, 37 stars. After reading the profiles of the 3, the 5 were almost scared to death. Did they provoke a boss? They actually called in 3 such experts all at once. Their strongest was only 5-star kings, while the 3 on the opposite side were at least 18 stars. How could they play like this? Hurry up and prepare. I'm going to solo kill you. The 3 experts yelled again, as if they were on adrenaline high. Zhang Jingmei found herself in a desperate situation. Even if her family sold their company, it wouldn't be enough to pay off their debts, which exceeded 100 million. What should she do? She reached out her hands and tugged at her hair hard, feeling no pain because she was about to go crazy. At that moment, she suddenly thought of someone who could help her family pay off the debts. That person was Chen Dong. Chen Dong, just to vent some frustration, casually spent millions. He had just registered on the fast leg platform and directly topped up 11 billion. Now asking him to take out $1 billion would definitely be a very simple matter. But why would Chen Dong take out $1 billion to help her? Just because she was pursuing Chen Dong? Chen Dong hadn't even agreed to be her boyfriend. Even if he had agreed, he would have a reason not to help her with $1 billion because it was just too much. After a long period of painful contemplation, Zhang Jingmei made a decision. If this method didn't work, then she would have to end her own life to avoid future humiliation. She took out her phone and dialed Chen Dong's number. Zhang Beauty, why are you calling me so late? Chen Dong asked curiously on the other end of the line. Chen Dong lent her $2 billion. She was willing to give herself up. Chen Dong could do anything to her. However, Chen Dong did not touch her. It wasn't that she lacked charm, as she could see the heat in Chen Dong's eyes. But why didn't Chen Dong touch her? Perhaps even Chen Dong didn't know the reason. Maybe it was that little bit of remaining righteousness in his heart acting up. He didn't want to take advantage of her. Daughter, hurry and run. They will come to Jiangzhou to catch you early tomorrow morning. Chen Dong sent Zhang Jingmei back to school for the 2nd time. And on the way, Zhang Jingmei received a call from her mother, Lu Xiuying. After glancing at Chen Dong, Zhang Jingmei hurriedly comforted her. Mom, don't run anymore. I borrowed $2 billion. And I can help you pay off the debts. $2 billion? What are you talking about? Are you crazy? Lu Xiuying was very anxious. She shouldn't have told her daughter about this. It directly stimulated her to madness. But she couldn't help it. Those people were going to Jiangzhou to catch her daughter, and she couldn't control it. Tears streamed down her face. Mom, this is true. I found a very rich boyfriend, and he lent it to me. Zhang Jingmei looked up at Chen Dong, her cheeks slightly flushed, very cute. Why is this girl still here? Is she waiting for me? Chen Dong wondered. If that's the case, then she is too persistent. Chen Dong walked over. Why are you still standing here? Lan Yuhan saw him and coldly said, waiting for you. Chen Dong frowned. You don't have to wait, I won't. Lan Yuhan took out her phone, and a beautiful piece of music floated out, naturally conjuring scenes in his mind of fairies dancing under the moonlight. This was a piece Chen Dong had once played on the violin, mixed with the laughter of beautiful girls. When did Lan Yuhan secretly record this? She actually had such a hobby? This really shocked Chen Dong. You will. Lan Yuhan looked at Chen Dong, her eyes firm. Come with me to the piano room. Chen Dong felt embarrassed. What exactly do you want me to do? Lan Yuhan replied, practice the piano tonight, and tomorrow we will perform Butterfly Lovers together. Do you have an important performance tomorrow? Chen Dong curiously asked. Tomorrow the examiners from the Vienna Music Academy will come to test me. My biggest dream is to get into that school. Lan Yuhan explained. No wonder this girl is so persistent. Music is almost her second life, and that exam tomorrow is crucial for her. But with so many people in the music department, why is she looking for Chen Dong to help? Chapter 31 threats Lan Yuhan. You're not waiting for me at the hotel, and you're actually having dinner with a guy here? Kong Tao felt a surge of unnamed anger as he stood up and walked towards the table of Chen Dong and Lan Yuhan. Lan Yuhan, you should know how important this exam is for you. If you miss it, you might never get another chance. Are you really going to ruin your entire life for some so-called dignity? Kong Tao placed a room card in front of Lan Yuhan. You better go to the hotel and wait for me. Otherwise, you can forget about passing this exam. Lan Yuhan's face was cold, but her eyes were filled with anger. Kong Tao was so shameless to threaten her in this way. What should she do? One was her life, the other was her dignity. She was in pain and found it hard to decide. Just then, a hand suddenly reached over from the side, picked up the room card, and threw it into the trash can. Then, it picked up a bowl of unfinished kanji and poured it into the trash can as well. The kanji mixed with the room card, and when Kong Tao saw this, he was first stunned, then his face filled with rage. How dare you throw away my room card? Are you looking for death? The person who threw away the room card was Chen Dong. He looked calm and threatened Kong Tao. There are quite a few admirers of ice-cold beauties around. If they find out that you gave the ice goddess a room card, what do you think they will do? Chapter 32, a soul-shocking music performance. Kong Tao's parents were so bad. They knew that Chen Dong was at an amateur level. That's why they deliberately praised Chen Dong in front of the chief examiner, Douglas, to make Chen Dong look even more foolish. Douglas, unaware of this, actually believed what these two said and thought Chen Dong was a genius, so he sat down again. Hee. Kong Tao watched from backstage, a cold smile on his lips, knowing that Chen Dong would soon embarrass himself. Lan Yuhan would surely regret not obediently submitting to him. Otherwise, how could she end up on stage with Chen Dong? Embarrassing herself? Can I sing a song alone first? Chen Dong suddenly asked on stage. What's going on? Does this guy not understand the exam rules? I feel like he's just here to make trouble. Get down, don't insult our music. The crowd shouted, and thankfully they didn't have eggs in hand. Otherwise, they would have thrown them on stage. Does this guy know he can't do it? So he's just making a fool of himself to avoid more ridicule? Kong Tao frowned in thought. Lan Yuhan's cold expression also slightly changed. She quietly reminded Chen Dong, stop messing around and perform quickly. Chapter 33, kneeling. The audience was dumbfounded at this scene. Douglas was the chief examiner sent by the Vienna Music Academy. He was conquered by Chen Dong's musical talent and actually knelt before him. This was unbelievable. Kong Tao, his parents, and those who had come to watch the show all had faces that turned uglier than pig liver. They originally wanted to see Chen Dong embarrass himself, but they never expected him to shine here. Even Douglas was impressed by Chen Dong and knelt before him. They really wanted to slap themselves. Lan Yuhan was also dumbfounded. Her cold eyes were fixed on Chen Dong. Is this the same Chen Dong who couldn't even keep the rhythm while practicing with her last night? How did he become so amazing overnight? Clearly, no one could become so skilled overnight. Chen Dong was originally this talented. He had been hiding his abilities from last night until today's exam. No wonder this guy was so confident in the cafeteria, saying he could definitely help me pass the exam. He was so capable, but didn't he tell me? He was simply a jerk. Lan Yuhan complained in her heart. Her frozen heart began to thaw little by little at this moment. Chapter 34, car accident. I came at the wrong time. Qin Shouxuan shot Chen Dong a big eye roll. I didn't interrupt you, did I? Chen Dong sensed the smell of gunpowder in the air and immediately found an excuse to escape. Oh no, I forgot to ask for leave. I have to hurry back to class. or I'll definitely fail. Chen Dong quickly left. Only Qin Xiaoshuan and Lan Yuhan, two beautiful women, were left. Isn't your world only about music? Why are you suddenly interested in men? Qin Xiaoshuan provocatively asked. He is the most beautiful music, Lan Yuhan said reluctantly, staring at Chen Dong's back. Mr. Chen, you are now the largest shareholder of the company and fully qualified to become a member of the Jiangnan Business Alliance. You should come to Nanxing soon. In the afternoon, Chen Dong received a call from Zhou Huan. The Jiangnan Business Alliance was originally a coalition of merchants in the Jiangnan region for business convenience. Later, it became a symbol of status. No matter how rich you are, if you are not a member of the Jiangnan Business Alliance in this area, you would be ridiculed as a nouveau riche or a country bumpkin. Therefore, this membership status is crucial. Chapter 35 targeting Chen Dong's sister Wang. Don't get excited. No one wants her head. We just want to know if Mr. Chen Dong can take out 10 billion to become a level 1 member here. Li Gang and his group sneered. Zhou Huan was furious. He never imagined that these people would doubt Chen Dong's identity and deliberately make things difficult for him. It was one thing for ordinary people to look down on others. But when did these business tycoons also become so narrow-minded? Zhou Huan, unable to hold back his anger, grabbed Chen Dong and wanted to leave. He firmly believed that Chen Dong's identity was extraordinary. Making Chen Dong a member of the Jiangnan Business Alliance was not about elevating Chen Dong's status. Rather, it was about elevating the status of the Jiangnan Business Alliance through Chen Dong. These arrogant business tycoons look down on others, since they are so ungrateful. Let them cry later. However, Chen Dong did not leave. Instead, he curiously asked, if becoming a member costs so much money, what benefits do I get? Li Gang replied, there are plenty of benefits. For example, if you and someone else both want a piece of land, if you are a member of the Jiangnan Business Alliance, that person won't dare to compete with you, because if they do, they will be suppressed by the entire Jiangnan Business Alliance. Chapter 37. Saving a person. Chen Dong climbed out of the swimming pool and casually wrapped a towel around himself before rushing to the neighboring private pool. What a shameless person. I spent so much money to have you swim with me, and you still act so aloof. In the neighboring private pool, a fat man in his 40s was forcefully pushing the head of the celebrity Nuo Lan underwater. Nuo Lan struggled violently, but was no match for his strength and had already swallowed several mouthfuls of water. If this continued, something bad would definitely happen. Boss Wu, it's Nuo Lan's first time swimming with someone. Please let her go. A woman in her 30s shouted desperately from the side of the pool. She was Nuo Lan's manager. Boss Wu had invested a large sum of money into the entertainment company that Nuo Lan belonged to in order to film a movie. In return, Nuo Lan had to swim with him. Nuo Lan initially thought it was just a simple swimming session, but realized after arriving that he wanted to do something else in the pool. Nuo Lan would never agree to such a thing. She had never done anything like that before. She immediately tried to leave, but this completely enraged Boss Wu. He grabbed her hair and forced her head into the water, trying to make her comply. Chapter 38. Level 10 member Wu Qian kept his word and quickly found other members to deal with Chen Dong. He walked ahead, smug, while Zhou Huan and Li Gang followed behind. At this moment, Zhou Huan, Li Gang, and the others were all looking at each other in disbelief. The person who clashed with Wu Qian was actually Chen Dong, who had just become a level 10 member. A level 10 member is on par with the leader of the Business Alliance. The leader of the Jiangnan Business Alliance is very mysterious and does not attend gatherings like this. Only a few veterans in the Business Alliance have seen him, and newcomers have hardly ever seen his true face. Kid, you're getting too cocky. Wu Qian had already pinned his level 3 member badge to his chest, which showcased his identity better and would force Chen Dong to submit faster. Kneel down and apologize to me right now. Wu Qian shouted at Chen Dong. Old Wu, let it go. It's just a small matter. Don't hold a grudge. Before Chen Dong could say anything, Li Gang suddenly advised from behind Wu Qian. Wu Qian's expression immediately changed. Li Gang, what do you mean by that? Did you introduce this guy? Do you see my head? It's already broken. And you're telling me to let it go? Are you kidding me? Wu Qian yelled at Li Gang. Chapter 39. Cousin in trouble. Brother Chen. You like the celebrity Nuo Lan, right? I'll let her go to you, and I won't have any improper thoughts about her anymore. Their conflict arose because of the celebrity Nuo Lan. Wu Qian quickly thought that to resolve the issue, he should actively let Nuo Lan go, and perhaps Chen Dong would not pursue the matter further. He immediately signaled to the middle-aged woman. The middle-aged woman was still in shock. She never imagined that this young man, who was even younger than Nuo Lan, had a background even more significant than Wu Qian. Wu Qian had offended him, and he ended up in a position where he had to lower his voice and beg for mercy. She naturally did not dare to offend him either, and after Wu Qian signaled, she immediately nudged Nualan, saying, "Go over and greet Director Chen." She felt anxious because Nualan had a very stubborn personality and would not be swayed just because someone was rich. She would not sell her body or dignity. She had been tricked into coming here. Therefore, if Nualan ignored Chen Dong and did not greet him, this matter would not end well. Wu Qian was also anxious and sweating profusely. He was silently pleading, "Please just go greet him. I'll give you a villa as a gift." Chapter 40. Difficult little ghost Director Chen, I'm really sorry. Could you please give the phone to the security? When Qian Duo learned that Chen Dong's cousin was about to get into trouble at his hotel, he was nearly scared to death. Just casually pulling out 10 billion to upgrade to a level 10 member. How terrifying must his family background be? It's simply unimaginable. Although he was also a member of the Jiangnan Business Alliance, he belonged to the lowest tier, and his total assets were only enough to match the fee Chen Dong used to upgrade. So when he found out that Chen Dong's cousin was in trouble at his hotel, how could he not be afraid? If Chen Dong got angry, he could lose his life. Wu Qian was the best example. Before knowing Chen Dong's level 10 membership status, he was so arrogant that he wanted to unite others to drive Chen Dong out of the Jiangnan Business Alliance. However, once he learned about Chen Dong's level 10 status, he became incredibly humble and submissive, even offering his favorite celebrity to Chen Dong. When he heard that Chen Dong didn't have a car, he even offered to lend him his own vehicle to curry favor. But in the end, Chen Dong didn't even bother to look at it, leaving him embarrassed and humiliated, ultimately not daring to say a word. He was still relieved that Chen Dong didn't hold it against him. Chapter 41. Hotel manager leads the rescue. Chen Dong was genuinely anxious. So much time had passed, and he couldn't bear to imagine what his cousin was going through. That's why he cursed without regard for his image. He had secretly vowed that if anything happened to his cousin, none of the people here would survive. "Mr. Chen Dong, please calm down. I'll investigate right away." The manager's shirt was already soaked with cold sweat. Chen Dong was furious. He was a level 10 member of the Jiangnan Business Alliance. The security and staff had no idea what this level 10 membership meant. He was fully aware. At the Jiangnan Business Alliance gathering, when Qian Duo wanted to drive Chen Dong away, he had never seen Chen Dong lose his temper. But now, Chen Dong was not only angry but also cursing. One could imagine how serious the situation had become. The manager dared not waste another second and immediately rushed to the staff, shouting loudly, "Find out which room those people are in right now." The staff pulled out the same routine they used to deal with the security. "Manager, this person looks so ordinary. He must be a scammer. Let's investigate further since this matter involves young masturbai. I think you're asking for a beating." The manager and the security were clearly not on the same level. Chapter 42. All limbs broken by Laohu, is it? The manager sneered and swung the baton in his hand, striking young masturbai hard in the mouth. Bang! Several teeth flew out of young masturbai's mouth, mixed with blood, and he let out a scream like a pig being slaughtered. "You dare hit me? I'll get my dad to kill you." He couldn't even speak clearly, yet he still dared to threaten someone? The manager did not hesitate and brought the baton down again with force. Young masturbai instinctively raised his arm to block. Crack! His hand bone broke. Ah! He let out a piercing scream. "Big brother, stop hitting me. Why are you hitting me?" Young masturbai finally softened and asked in pain. "Where's that girl?" The manager asked angrily. In the bathroom." Young masturbai replied painfully. The manager immediately took people into the bathroom, where there was another person, the thug who had hidden Zhang Li in the bathroom. Hearing the screams outside, he was too scared to move. Upon seeing him, the manager immediately shouted, "Drag him out and beat him to death." Two security guards rushed up, dragged him out, and started beating him savagely with sticks. In an instant, this person also let out a piercing scream. Fortunately, they arrived in time. Those bastards hadn't had the chance to lay a hand on her. Seeing Zhang Li fully dressed, the manager breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 43. How impressive is cousin really? Chen Dong walked over and opened the door, immediately seeing two men in their 40s standing cautiously at the door. Chen Dong curiously asked, "Who are you?" "Mr. Chen Dong, I am Qian Duo. I apologize for today's incident that startled your cousin. Please forgive me." Qian Duo spoke while kneeling down, raising his hand to slap himself twice hard across the face. The other man was by Laohu, who couldn't believe that a level 10 member of the Jiangnan Business Alliance was actually such a young person. At such a young age, being able to take out 10 billion indicates his family must be unimaginably powerful. He was immediately frightened and his legs went weak, kneeling down as well, shouting loudly, "Mr. Chen Dong, I had no idea what my son did. Rest assured, I will not protect him at all. I have already reported him to the police, and he will definitely be executed." Bai Laohu was not joking. Losing a son could happen again. But if he lost his own life, then he would have nothing left. So he had truly made up his mind to deal with his worthless son. Slap, slap, slap. After finishing his words like Qian Duo, he also raised his hand and slapped himself several times. His face became swollen, and he didn't dare to stop for a moment. Chapter 44. Zhang Li is targeted by old men. Zhang Li, a naturally beautiful and charming young lady, was greeted by Zhou Huan, who was very honored to meet her. Zhou Huan was the first to extend his hand for a handshake. Upon seeing him, Zhang Li was stunned. "Why, you're Mr. Zhou Huan, the chairman of Jiangzhou Ben Group? I'm also very pleased to meet you." Zhang Li extended her hand, and when they shook hands, it felt like an electric shock. The market value of Jiangzhou Ben Group was 4 to 500 billion, and now their chairman was shaking hands with her. Zhang Li truly couldn't believe this scene was real. "Miss Zhang Li, I am Wu Qian. Here is my business card. If you have any matters in Kancheng, feel free to call me." Wu Qian stepped forward respectfully and handed her a business card. Zhang Li took it in her hand, feeling it was a bit hot, and was astonished. "Why, you are Mr. Wu Qian, the richest man in Kancheng? I am very happy to meet you." Thank you, thank you." Wu Qian was so moved, he almost cried. Chen Dong's cousin was so polite to him. Chen Dong would definitely not cause him trouble because of today as conflict. "Miss Zhang Li, I am Li Gang. Welcome to Yunqing. I will cover all your expenses during your stay. Here's my business card." Li Gang also stepped forward and handed over a business card. Chapter 45. Forcefully dragged away. "Sorry, I'm not free." Zhang Li turned and walked away. 10,000 yuan for dinner, what do you want? It's obvious what they were after. Zhang Li wasn't short of money, so she definitely wouldn't do such a thing. Besides, even if she were short on money, she wouldn't sell her body in such a disgusting way. "Lily, don't go." Wang Yao rushed up and grabbed Zhang Li. "Bosnio has several billion in assets. If you have dinner with him, he will definitely treat you well." Zhang Li turned her head, incredulously looking at Wang Yao. "What did you say? You wanted to have dinner with him?" Zhang Li truly couldn't believe her ears. Wang Yao was calling that old man hubby, yet she was persuading Zhang Li to have dinner with him. Was there anything more disgusting than this? Wang Yao was a smart person. She knew she couldn't control the old man. Moreover, if she meddled too much, the old man would kick her away. So she had to comply with everything the old man wanted. Even if the old man wanted to pursue other women, she had to help. This way, the old man would see her obedience and keep her around, continuously giving her money to spend. That's why she shamelessly came up to persuade Zhang Li. Chapter 46. Becoming stronger, he turned to Zhang Li, panicking. "And no, it can't be her, right?" Wang Yao said her cousin dropped out to work here. "How would he be this young big shot? It must be a misunderstanding." The old man held on to a glimmer of hope. "Cousin, you finally came." However, the next second, his hope was completely shattered by a cry. The one crying was none other than Zhang Li. And the one she was crying for was also that young big shot. He was indeed Zhang Li's cousin. Amidst the incredulous gazes of the old man, Wang Yao, and a group of little rich men, the young big shot walked up to Zhang Li, helped her up, and gently said, "Sorry, cousin, I came late. You must have suffered. It's okay." Zhang Li shook her head. She was a very strong girl. Thud. The old man directly knelt on the ground. "This little man has eyes but cannot recognize Mount Tai. I truly did not know she was your cousin. Please spare me this time." The old man begged while knocking his head, and his forehead quickly bled. Chapter 47. Goodbye. Feng Xiaoman, cousin. I'm going to sleep a little longer. Early the next morning, the sleepy Zhang Li was forcibly woken up by Chen Dong. "Aren't you going to class? Hurry back to school," Chen Dong urged. Zhang Li squinted her eyes, very dissatisfied. The Jiangnan Business Alliance gathering spot was so beautiful that ordinary people couldn't come here, and she hadn't had enough fun yet. There were still many delicious foods she hadn't tasted, so she was unwilling to leave. However, Chen Dong decided to return to Jiangzhou and had to send Zhang Li back to school immediately. So he ignored Zhang Li's low mutterings, had breakfast, and stuffed her into a car, forcefully taking her to South City University. "Be careful in the future, don't get drugged again," Chen Dong reminded. "Got it." Zhang Li still had a displeased expression. "Cousin, be careful when you return to Jiangzhou too." Come visit me in South City when you have time. I know. Chen Dong waved goodbye to Zhongli. His car was still not repaired, so he had to let Zhou Huan send him to the high-speed rail station to return to Jiangzhou. The trip went very smoothly, and upon returning to Jiangzhou, Chen Dong contacted Jiang Menghan to pick him up. Jiang Menghan was very excited that Chen Dong took the initiative to contact her, especially to pick someone up. It seemed their relationship could advance further. Chapter 48. A penny can hardly make a hero. Chen Di finally found you. In the afternoon, when there were no classes, Chen Dong was resting against a tree in the small grove at school. Suddenly, 7 or 8 muscular students approached him with grimacing faces. What do you want? Chen Dong frowned. Recently, he had stirred up quite a bit of animosity at school. The 2 campus beauties were entangled with him, and their suitors naturally wanted to teach Chen Dong a lesson. However, very few dared to actually make a move. After all, fighting at school has serious consequences. But with 2 people fanning the flames from behind, the situation was different. Those 2 were none other than the wealthy second-generation Wang Peng and the so-called music prince, Kong Tao. Wang Peng had money. If something happened, he could throw money to settle it. Kong Tao's parents were both professors with strong connections at the school. If something happened, they wouldn't face any penalties. So, under the joint assurance of these 2, a few hot-headed individuals came to trouble Chen Dong. You have 2 choices. The first is to withdraw from Jiangzhou University immediately and never set foot here again. The second is that we will beat you up every day. Chapter 49. Sparring with the Warrior King. Stop talking nonsense. Hurry up and save the person. Use the best medicine and find the most skilled expert. If the patient is fine, I will give each of you a red envelope of 100,000. Chen Dong coldly instructed. Mr. Chen, is what you said true? You will really give each of us 100,000? The hospital staff was so moved they were almost in tears. Their monthly salary was only a few thousand, and 100,000 was several months' worth of pay. Chen Dong was being incredibly generous. It depends on your performance. Hurry up and perform the surgery. Chen Dong urged again. Mr. Chen, rest assured, the patient is like our own mother. As long as it's not the king of hell himself, we will save her. After a flurry of boasting and guarantees, the call finally ended. Your mom should be fine now. You don't need to worry anymore. Chen Dong returned the phone to Zhao Pelu, who was left dumbfounded, looking at Chen Dong in disbelief. Who are you? On the surface, I'm just a student. But in fact, I'm a wealthy person. Chen Dong dropped the pretense and laid his cards on the table with Zhao Pelu. Wealthy people lack a sense of security, so they need bodyguards. Your skills are pretty good. I want to hire you. Chapter 50. The thug teasing Chen Dong opened the system. Host, Chen Dong strength, 300 intelligence, 150 stamina, 200 mentality, 150 true heart value, 98 today's balance, 99900000000. The true heart value increased by 50 points, which was gained from helping Zhao Pelu, and Chen Dong was quite satisfied with this result. Suddenly, a hand slapped him on the head, startling him. He turned around to see that it was Yang Chong. Is your brain malfunctioning? Why did you hit me? Chen Dong asked. Dongzi, I've noticed you've been daydreaming a lot lately. Do you want to go to the hospital for a checkup? Yang Chong asked with concern. Chen Dong's face burned with anger. He wasn't daydreaming. He was checking the system. He realized he would need to find a more private place to check the system in the future. I'm fine. Aren't you going out to mess around today? Chen Dong asked curiously. What do you mean by mess around? As a responsible boyfriend. I'm going to spend time with my girlfriend now. Yang Chong shamelessly replied. Go on. Don't waste time here. Chen Dong urged. Once he left, Chen Dong could finally enjoy some peace and quiet. Aren't you going to date the campus belle? I heard from Xiaomin that Zhang Jingmei has also developed feelings for you. You're really impressive now. The campus belle, the ice goddess Zhang Jingmei, Yang Chong teased with a mysterious look. Chapter 51. Saving a person at the restaurant dormitory. Chen Dong took a shower and was getting ready for bed. Suddenly, his phone rang. He picked it up and saw it was an unfamiliar number. After hesitating, he still answered the call. Hello, this is Zhou Xiaomin. I'm at the Huiguang restaurant. Come save me. A look of confusion appeared on Chen Dong's face. Although Zhou Xiaomin was Yang Chong's girlfriend, they weren't familiar with each other. How did she get his number? Unbeknownst to him, Yang Chong had previously asked Zhou Xiaomin to help him find a girlfriend, which is how she got his number for direct contact. Bang, bang, bang. A loud banging sound came from the phone. Chen Dong had never been pranked by Zhou Xiaomin before, and hearing her plea for help along with the deafening banging noise made him immediately realize that Zhou Xiaomin was in real trouble. Zhou Xiaomin was on a date with Yang Chong, and her being in trouble also meant Yang Chong was in trouble. Yang Chong was a good brother to Chen Dong, and he couldn't ignore this. "Hold on, I'll be there to save you," Chen Dong shouted. After hanging up, he immediately dialed Zhao Pelu. "Brother Zhao, come pick me up downstairs." Chapter 52. Who is the leader of Jiangzhou? Master Lin. Who is that character? A hint of curiosity appeared on Chen Dong's face. Hee. Li Xiong sneered. "You don't even know who Master Lin is? No wonder you dare to be so arrogant and hit me. You immediately apologize, or I will inform Master Lin, and you won't even know how you died." Slap. As soon as Li Xiong finished speaking, Zhao Polu raised his hand and slapped him hard across the face. Instantly, 2 of his teeth flew out of his mouth. He screamed in pain. "Speak politely when addressing Mr. Chen. If you dare to disrespect Mr. Chen again, I will break one of your hands," Zhao Polu said angrily. Chen Dong saved his mother's life, and that gratitude was greater than the heavens. So anyone who dared to touch Chen Dong, even just disrespectfully, would face his wrath. After being slapped, Li Xiong dared not act arrogantly anymore. He could only obediently reveal Master Lin's identity. Master Lin's real name is Lin Yi. After becoming the leader of Jiangzhou's underground world, everyone started calling him Master Lin. He has 4 big brothers and more than 300 little brothers. I'm one of the 4 big brothers. So now you know who you've messed with, right? After beating me like this, I'll tell you. If you don't take out a few tens of millions, you won't live. Chapter 53. The power of killing skills. Hee. 2 fools. Don't even know how powerful Master Lin is and dare to talk big here? Lying on the ground, Li Xiong was sneering inwardly. To become the leader of Jiangzhou's underground world, they had no idea how many life and death battles it took. Lin Yi climbed to power step by step and was incredibly strong. With more than 300 little brothers, he dominated Jiangzhou. So when Chen Dong and Zhao Polu discussed whether they could deal with Lin Yi, Li Xiong found it amusing. In his eyes, these 2 were already dead and didn't even know it. Boom! With a loud crash, the door was kicked in again, and a tall, thin man in a floral shirt walked in. His gaze was sharp, his fists nearly ground down, and he was missing 2 fingers. A prominent scar ran down his left cheek, all marks from countless battles. He was none other than Lin Yi. "Master Lin." Li Xiong saw him and shouted loudly. "It's these 2 bastards who beat me up like this. You must avenge me." Lin Yi ignored Li Xiong and walked straight up to Chen Dong and Zhao Pelu. "Are you 2 overachievers?" Lin Yi asked coldly. Chapter 54. The real leader, Brother Ao. Will Lin Yi be alright going in alone? Outside the restaurant, a little brother, seeing Lin Yi enter alone, showed a hint of worry on his face. What could happen? You all know how powerful Lin Yi is. A person like you can't even get close to him, let alone those fools inside who provoked us. Today they only have one way out, death. The Tibetan Mastiff roared discontentedly. He looked very rugged, with a face full of stubble, resembling a beast and quite fierce, hence his nickname. Lin Yi entered the restaurant alone without any worries. After all, he had seen Lin Yi single-handedly take down over 50 people. To Lin Yi, those people inside were nothing but dirt chickens and tiled dogs, and within minutes, they could go in and clean up the battlefield. So he confidently started smoking with his little brothers. However, a few minutes later, there indeed came shouts from inside. But it wasn't a call for them to clean up the battlefield. It was a plea for help. Instantly, the Tibetan Mastiff and the others widened their eyes. Were you kidding? Is Lin Yi not a match for those people inside? How is that possible? Kill them with me and save Lin Yi. The Tibetan Mastiff shouted loudly, leading the charge into the restaurant. Chapter 55. The Peculiar Siblings. Thank you, Lord Hong. Thank you, Lord Hong. Lin Yi nodded and bowed, acting like a true servant. He was deeply grateful that Hong Tao let him go. After Hong Tao waved his hand, he immediately fled the restaurant. Lin Yi, what exactly happened just now? Who was that person? A little brother outside the restaurant curiously asked. Slap. Lin Yi raised his hand and slapped him. Don't ask what you shouldn't, and don't pry into things, otherwise I'll kill you. He was very clear about his position. He was just a puppet supported by the Hong family. As a puppet, he had to be aware that he couldn't let others know about his relationship with the Hong family, because if it became known, if anything happened in the future, the Hong family would be dragged down by him. Therefore, once someone knew about his relationship with the Hong family, he would be immediately eliminated by the Hong family, and someone else would be supported to continue being a puppet. Thus, he strictly forbade his little brothers from inquiring about this matter. He led his little brothers to leave the restaurant quickly. You two should go back too. Inside the restaurant, Chen Dong said to Yang Chong, and Zhou Xiaoman. The two hesitated a bit, wanting to ask Chen Dong some questions, but clearly this was not the right place. So they had to give up and find an opportunity to ask later. Mr. Hong, thank you for your help this time. Chen Dong expressed his gratitude to Hong Tao. Chapter 56. A big shot from the imperial capital. Who is your master? Do you know who I am? How dare you tell me to get out of here? How many lives do you have? Hong Tao walked over and asked coldly. The Hong family was one of the top families in Jiangzhou. The heads of the underground world were merely puppets supported by them. Today, while Hong Tao was hosting guests, someone dared to walk in and tell him and his group to get out. This was a severe slap in Hong Tao's face. He was curious about the background of the person who dared to be so arrogant. You don't have the right to know my master's identity. As for who you are, just a local snake in Jiangzhou, I'm not interested in knowing that in detail. Just get out of the private room immediately. Otherwise, if my master has to wait too long, the consequences are something you can't bear. The cold-eyed man wearing sunglasses warned coldly. Slap. Hong Tao directly slapped him hard. He had practiced martial arts since childhood and was already at the peak of external strength. A casual punch had a force of hundreds of pounds. The man in sunglasses was directly knocked down to the ground. Hong Tao stepped on his swollen face. Who is your master? So impressive? Does he know this is Jiangzhou? Does he know I'm called Hong Tao? Anyone who goes against me, Hong Tao, in Jiangzhou is asking for death. Chapter 57. Absolutely not touching my sister. Hong Tao was frightened and took a step back, his face pale as he explained. Young Master Song. I didn't know he was your man. I'll cover the medical expenses. And about the business from last time, I'll give you all the profits. Ha ha ha. Song Hu laughed loudly. If I stab you, will you agree to pay me some medical expenses? Hong Tao's face turned anxious. He didn't expect that the person provoking him was sent by Song Hu. Song Hu was from a hidden family, and the power of such families was unimaginable. It's not an exaggeration to say that they could crush Hong Tao like an ant, and the entire Hong family wouldn't dare to make sound. Because if they did, the entire family would face disaster. The two had enmity because of a business deal from half a month ago. Hong Tao didn't know that the boss behind it was Song Hu, so he directly took it. After realizing this, he immediately sent someone to apologize. But it was of no use. Today, he was prepared to hand over all the profits from that business to Song Hu. But he didn't expect that Song Hu still wouldn't let it go. He was left with no choice but to coldly ask Song Hu, Young Master Song, what exactly do you want? Chapter 58. All killing moves. The four elderly men with white hair and beard were horrified, silent and sudden. They were definitely masters among masters. One of them stepped forward and asked, Who are you? Bang. The other party didn't say a word and struck with a palm. In an instant, a chilling momentum exploded in the private room. The old man hurriedly raised his arm to block, only to hear a loud bang. Crack! The palm collided with his arm, and his arm instantly fractured. The old man retreated, his face once again filled with horror. Peak internal strength. A master on the ground list? The opponent still didn't say a word and continued to unleash attacks. The faces of the four elderly men turned pale. Young master, hurry and escape. They turned and shouted loudly at Hong Tao. In just one move, one of them had already been injured. The old man's strength was unfathomable. Definitely a peak internal strength expert. Such a person was qualified to be on the ground list. That was a ranking in the martial arts world. Those who made it onto the list were all incredibly powerful existences. Hong Tao's face changed. The four internal strength experts that the Hong family had heavily supported were actually not as strong as the one brought by Song Hu. Was this the gap between the Hong family and the hidden families? Hidden families were truly terrifying. Chapter 59. People from hidden sects? Strong ones on the heaven list? Are you sure? Song Hu asked in shock. Young master, absolutely no doubt. The old man said with certainty. Song Hu frowned again. Such strong ones. Even our Song family doesn't have many. What exactly is their background? Are they also from a hidden family? Why have I never seen them before? Also, why would a dignified hidden family member sit down and eat with someone from a small family like the Hong family? Song Hu hesitated for a moment and stepped forward to ask, Who exactly are you? Why do you want to meddle in my affairs with the Hong family? Chen Dong replied, I don't want to meddle in other people's business, but Hong Tao is a member of the Jiangnan Merchant Alliance. As a level 10 member of the Jiangnan Merchant Alliance, since I've encountered this, I naturally have to take care of it. Song Hu's expression changed. Che-Yin just looked equally shocked. You are Chen Dong, a level 10 member of the Jiangnan Merchant Alliance? Song Hu asked in astonishment. It had long been speculated that Chen Dong might be from a hidden family, But Song Hu knew that none of those hidden families had anyone named Chen Dong. However, now that he personally met Chen Dong, he saw that there was a heavenly ranking expert protecting him. This proved that he definitely came from a very powerful family. If he's not from a hidden family, could he be from an even more powerful existence? That's impossible. If such a family really exists, why have I never heard of it? Song Hu frowned in thought. Chapter 60. The system is really a trap. Thank you, Chairman Chen. Thank you, Chairman Chen. Zhao Polu exclaimed excitedly. His comrades had all learned killing techniques in the army. After retiring, these skills could not be used at all. They felt out of place in this world. They couldn't engage in illegal activities either, so most of them, like Zhao Polu before, ended up as security guards in schools or factories, living very unsatisfactory lives. Zhao Polu had long wanted to discuss this matter with Chairman Chen. However, he was worried that Chen Dong would be unhappy. After all, Chen Dong had spent a lot of money to hire him and even treated his mother's illness. What did it mean to introduce others? Was he treating Chen Dong like a cash cow? So he had never dared to speak up. Finally, he found an opportunity today and tentatively asked, originally not expecting any hope, even prepared to be scolded. To his surprise, Chen Dong was so happy and agreed immediately, offering such generous conditions that his comrades would definitely be thrilled if they knew. He quickly called them, the sooner the better, and all travel expenses would be reimbursed. Chen Dong hesitated for a moment and added, those with difficulties at home can also seek help from Jiang Menghan. Chapter 61. Welcoming Zhao Polu's comrades. Chairman Chen. Do you have time now? In the afternoon after school, Chen Dong received a call from Zhao Polu. Is there something you need? Chen Dong asked. I have 2 comrades who want to meet you. Zhao Polu said nervously on the other end of the line. Really? Chen Dong's face showed joy. Where are you? I'll come find you right away. Just outside the school. Zhao Polu replied. Okay, I'll come out immediately. Zhao Polu sent Chen Dong a location, and Chen Dong rushed over. Captain, is this Chairman Chen really that wealthy? Is he really offering us a monthly salary of 10,000? On the side of the road, 2 dark-skinned big men stood beside Zhao Polu, both over 1.8 meters tall, towering over him. These 2 were Zhao Polu's former comrades. One named Xue Sheng and the other Ku Yan. After Zhao Polu called them yesterday, out of trust in him, they immediately rushed to Jiangzhou. You just went to the hospital, right? My mom is in a VIP ward, and the daily cost is several thousand, plus several caregivers taking turns. These expenses add up to at least 20 to 30,000 a day. Where am I supposed to get that much money? Zhao Polu said somewhat unhappily. It's all from Chairman Chen. Do you still doubt him? Chapter 62. A 1 million tip. Looking at the table full of abalone, lobsters, sea cucumbers, crabs, chicken, duck, fish, and meat, Chen Dong was really dumbfounded. It wasn't that he was afraid to spend this little money, but what did the restaurant mean by this? He hadn't even ordered yet. Also, just a moment ago at the entrance, the hostess clearly tried to stop them. How did someone suddenly come to invite them in, especially to this luxurious private room? Chen Dong was really confused. Are you the restaurant manager? What does this mean? Chen Dong asked the short, stout, and thin-haired man. Chairman, all of this was instructed by Lord Hong. He said that as long as you come to consume at the Hong family's properties, you will be treated with the highest specifications and all expenses will be waived. The manager said respectfully. Hong Tao arranged this? This is a property of the Hong family? Hong Tao is being too courteous. Chen Dong said, slightly shocked. Finally understanding what was going on, it turned out it was all arranged by Hong Tao. The manager quickly nodded in agreement. Chen Dong thought for a moment and then said to him, thank you for Lord Hong's kindness, but I still need to pay for the meal. He runs a business, and if I don't pay, wouldn't that mean he's at a loss? Chapter 63. 2 goddesses surrounding Chen Dong. Chen Dong wants to give Yangchang a chance? Did you hear that wrong? In the basketball hall, Wang Peng looked at the sycophant in disbelief. Young Master Wang, absolutely not wrong. Chen Dong is right outside the basketball hall, and he is about to come in. The sycophant said anxiously. That's great. Wang Peng's face broke into a smile. Torturing Chen Dong would be much more fun than torturing his best friend. Chen Dong's skills were so poor that he could be made to suffer terribly. You immediately invite Qin Xiuxuan, Lan Yuhan, and those beauties to watch the basketball. Wang Peng grinned maliciously. Previously, when Qin Xiuxuan was an anchor, he had spent several million on her, but never even held her hand. Recently, Qin Xiuxuan actively sought out Chen Dong, which was like a slap in the face to him. This was intolerable. Today, Chen Dong was looking for trouble, challenging him to basketball. If he couldn't let those beauties see Chen Dong's embarrassing side, Wang Peng himself wouldn't forgive himself. Okay, young Master Wang. I'll go invite them right away. The sycophant smiled and ran off. Wang Peng then turned to the two foreign players sitting on the bench. You two, help me play a game, 100,000 each. Chapter 64. Vulnerable, you won't let us on the court? Then who are you teaming up with? Yang Chong showed a surprised expression. Now teaming up with Chen Dong would offend Wang Peng. Very few people at Jiangzhou University would dare to do that. Yang Chong, Jiang Tian, and Xiao Bo were the top basketball players in the school. Chen Dong not allowing them to team up with him. What did he want to do? Was he going to take them on one-on-one? Wasn't that crazy? I also have foreign players. Chen Feng smiled, pointing to Shui Sheng and Ku Yan. Let's play. We don't really know how to play basketball. Shui Sheng and Ku Yan were both astonished. It's okay. Letting you play is not for basketball. Chen Feng's sharp gaze fell on the injuries of Wang Peng's two foreign players. All the injuries on Yang Chong, Jiang Tian, and Xiao Bo were left during confrontations with those two. Chen Dong's purpose in letting Shui Sheng and Ku Yan play was to pay back in kind. Understood. Shui Sheng and Ku Yan nodded. The three changed into basketball uniforms and began to take the court. Chen Dong, I thought you were going to run away. It took you so long to come? Wang Peng provocatively taunted Chen Dong. Quit the nonsense, let's start. Chen Dong sneered. In the first round, Wang Peng served the ball, but intentionally passed it to Chen Dong. What was he trying to do? Chapter 65, Torturing Wang Peng. Wang Peng, even though you play dirty, I won't hold it against you. You can find two new people to continue the match. Chen Dong said coldly. Continue? Wang Peng cursed angrily in his heart. With two professional athletes out of the game, he didn't dare to continue. He didn't want to be the third person to lay down. My teammate is injured. We can't end the game today like this. Wang Peng said coldly. You're fine. Let's have a one-on-one. Chen Dong laughed again, saying, Are you scared? Didn't you just say you were really tough? Why are you backing down now? How about this? We'll play 5 balls, and if you score even one, you win. What do you think? This was too humiliating. Playing 5 balls and scoring one for Wang Peng to win showed how much Chen Dong looked down on him. Even a mud person has a temper, let alone the young Master Wang. Chen Dong, don't think I'm afraid of you. That last shot was just luck. If we do it again, I won't let you score a single point. Wang Peng shouted angrily at Chen Dong. Fine, let's see. Chen Dong threw the basketball to him. The injured person had already been dragged away. Chapter 66. Wang Peng is treated as a sycophant. Come back early tomorrow. Jiang Tian also patted Chen Dong on the shoulder. Whispering, I'll help you ask for leave tomorrow. Xiao Bo also whispered to Chen Dong. Are you all a bunch of animals? What do you take me for? You all have unhealthy thoughts. Get lost. Chen Dong shouted angrily. The three of them shamelessly made a cheering gesture towards Chen Dong before turning to leave. They were just rambling. Don't get angry. Chen Dong awkwardly walked over to Qin Xiuxuan to explain. What do we say? Qin Xiuxuan asked, looking confused. Aye. Chen Dong was speechless. It turned out Qin Xiuxuan hadn't heard, or he wouldn't have explained. It was too awkward. Do you have something to say to me? Chen Dong asked, his hand feeling for the bank card Yang Chong gave him, hoping it wasn't true. Tomorrow is my birthday, Qin Xiuxuan said, looking down. Oh. Chen Dong nodded. Qin Xiuxuan looked up, incredulous. Chen Dong felt a bit uneasy under her gaze and suddenly remembered what he forgot. He hurried to remedy it. Happy birthday? And then there was nothing else. Qin Xiuxuan was stunned for a few seconds before asking again. Did you not think that when a girl tells you it's her birthday, you should prepare a gift? Chapter 67. Wang Peng provokes Hong Dai. Causing trouble? Wang Peng's face showed unimaginable anger. I gave you millions in gifts. And you say I'm here to cause trouble. You filthy person. What are you pretending to be noble for? Today, I'll make you a complete wreck. Wang Peng's expression was ferocious, like a demon. Qin Xiuxuan was terrified and panicked. Wang Peng, what do you want to do? I'll call the police. Wang Peng grinned. No one dares to touch me in Jiangzhou. Come here. With another loud shout, several bodyguards rushed into the private room. Wang Peng pointed at Qin Xiuxuan and coldly laughed. Stripper clothes off. Yes. The bodyguards immediately rushed up, and Qin Xiuxuan's friends panicked and rushed to stop them. Stop. Slap, slap, slap. How could a group of students be a match for the bodyguards? They were quickly knocked to the ground. Wang Peng, calm down, let's talk it out. Someone on the ground tried to persuade Wang Peng. Wang Peng didn't listen at all. He grinned again. Qin Xiuxuan, when I gave you face, you didn't want it. Now it's too late to regret. It's over. Qin Xiuxuan's friends began to feel desperate. Chapter 68. The Wang family is finished. The young master of the Hong family in Jiangzhou is named Hong Tao. He is the true wealthy man of Jiangzhou. Just a stomp of his foot can shake the place. Compared to the Wang family, they're like ants that can be crushed with a finger. So when he heard the name Hong Tao, his expression changed. Hopefully it's just a name. No, it must just be a name. If those little brats could call Hong Tao here, wouldn't that be a huge joke? Wang Peng's worries completely dissipated. He sneered at Hong Dai. The Hong Tao you called? Who is he to you? Hong Dai said. He is my brother. He'll be here soon, just wait. Ha! Wang Peng sneered again. Little brat. Are you out of your mind? You can't even protect yourself, and you still dare to call your brother here? He'll be begging for mercy like you. Hong Dai ignored Wang Peng's insults and told her nearby friends. Write down everything he says to me and show it to my brother later. Good. The others started recording with their phones. Wang Peng lit a cigarette for himself, a sinister smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. I want to see how long you can keep this up. Chapter 69. Something happened at my cousin's house. Chen Dong, who are you really? After Chen Dong spoke, everyone dared to sit down. A girl with a few freckles on her nose curiously asked Chen Dong. She was Qin Xiaoshuan's roommate. I am who I am. What's wrong? Chen Dong looked puzzled. Do you know who that person was just now? Hong Tao, a big shot who often appears on TV. The Hong family is one of the top families in Jiangzhou. Wang Peng was scared half to death when he saw him. But why was he so respectful to you? He even called you Director Chen. What does that mean? Another man, looking exaggerated, asked Chen Dong. He was the freckled girl's boyfriend, a classmate of Qin Xiaoshuan. I just helped Hong Tao with a small favor before, and he was grateful. So he was polite to me. Chen Dong said Donda. A small favor? What kind of favor? Does the young master of the Hong family need your help? Are you kidding? Another tall girl screamed. Chen Dong, we all consider you a friend. Don't hide who you really are. Chen Dong replied. I said, I am who I am. Not anyone special. Today is Qin Xiaoshuan's birthday. Let's not talk about unhappy things anymore. Chapter 70. Qian Xiong comes knocking. Something happened? Seeing Chen Dong's anxious expression, Qin Xiaoshuan asked curiously. My cousin's family had an incident. Her parents were injured by a village bully, and I need to go to Nanchang tomorrow. Can you help me ask for a day off? Chen Dong said. I'm not in your class. How can I help you ask for leave? Qin Xiaoshuan said with difficulty. You're the school beauty. The teacher will definitely give you face. I believe in you. Chen Dong said, straightening his clothes as he left the hotel. Qin Xiaoshuan watched his departing figure, feeling a bit lost. It was so close just now, but it ended up in failure. She hated the village bully who injured Zhang Li's parents in her heart. After Chen Dong returned to school, he immediately found Shui Sheng and Ku Yan, and the three of them rushed to Nanchang overnight. The next morning, after having breakfast, Chen Dong met with Zhang Li. Cousin, why did Qin Xiong injure uncle and aunt? Chen Dong asked curiously. The high-speed train is going to pass through our village, just occupying my family's land. The compensation is over $1 million. Qin Xiong is coveting the money and wants to exchange his family's land with mine. My parents disagreed, and he called thugs to beat them up, sending them to the hospital. Zhang Li said sadly, tears streaming down her face. Cousin, what should I do now? My parents are in the hospital, but I'm afraid to go see them, fearing Qin Xiong will catch me and take revenge. Chapter 71. Zhang Li appears. Qin Xiong. Who is the girl you caught? Zhang Changgui turned around and asked anxiously. Qin Xiong ignored him. At that moment, his phone rang. He immediately pressed the answer button and turned on the speaker. Boss, this girl is too fierce, still trying to escape. Should we teach her a lesson? The caller asked. Teach her a lesson, but don't kill her. After all, we still need her parents to sign. Qin Xiong sneered. Okay, the person on the other end responded. Following that, angry curses from men and the screams of women could be heard on the phone, and faintly, the woman was crying out in pain. Dad, Mom, save me. Zhang Changgui and Zhu Xiaoli were completely anxious. This was clearly their daughter. Do you think I can't find Zhang Li just because she's hiding? What a joke. There is no one in South City I can't find. Qin Xiong sneered again. I'll give you one last chance. If you don't sign, I'll sell your daughter to an underground dance hall, and she'll be there to entertain clients for the rest of her life. Zhang Changgui and Zhu Xiaoli panicked upon hearing this. They quickly begged Qin Xiong. Qin Xiong, you can't treat our daughter like this. We'll sign, just let her go. Chapter 72. Is Qian Duo behind this? Just as Zhang Li was about to be caught, a foot suddenly kicked in from outside, hitting the thug hard. Boom! With a loud bang, the thug flew into the air and crashed to the ground heavily. The people in the room were stunned. Who kicked that? Was the force too strong? Everyone looked a bit scared. At that moment, the person appeared at the door, and upon seeing him, the people in the room fell into shock again. Chen Dong, Zhang Chongguei, Zhu Xiaoli, and Qian Xiong all exclaimed in disbelief. The person who kicked was indeed Chen Dong. Xiao Dong, why are you here? Hurry and take your cousin away. Zhang Chongguei shouted loudly. Chen Dong, you useless piece of trash, dare to kick my man? Today is your death day. Want to escape? That's absolutely impossible. Everyone go, catch him. Qian Xiong sneered. Chen Dong often visited Zhang Li's house, so he was recognized. In Qian Xiong's memory, Chen Dong's family was poor, so he had a bit of an inferiority complex and was very submissive. In his eyes, just a pure waste. Now, he even dared to meddle? That was truly asking for death. If his men caught Chen Dong, he would definitely throw him off the second floor and beat him to near death. Chapter 73, The Best Medical Care, Uncle. And the medical environment here isn't very good. I'll take you to a big hospital, Chen Dong said. Zhang Chongguei and Zhu Xiaoli nodded in agreement. The reason they came here before was to avoid Qian Xiong. Now that Qian Xiong has been dealt with, they should indeed go to a big hospital for treatment so that their injuries can heal faster. Chairman Chen, why go to a big hospital? I have a rehabilitation center. The medical level is absolutely among the top few in South City, and the environment is good. Just take uncle and aunt to my place, Qian Duo suddenly said from the side. Chairman Chen showed curiosity. Are you serious? Qian Duo smiled. I wouldn't dare to lie to you, Chairman Chen. That place is prepared for the big shots of South City. Uncle and aunt going there is definitely better than going to a hospital. Chen Dong nodded. Then, thank you very much. Uncle, aunt, let's go to President Qian's rehabilitation center. Chen Dong said to Zhang Chongguei and Zhu Xiaoli. Upon hearing it was prepared for big shots, both of them felt a jolt in their hearts. Because places prepared for big shots definitely come with unimaginable costs. They couldn't afford it, so they immediately expressed their refusal. Chapter 74, Go to the Martial Arts Society to spar Chairman Chen. What's wrong? Shui Sheng and Ku Yin asked, puzzled. Let us take a break, Chen Dong said. The car had just exited the highway, and Shui Sheng parked the car by the roadside, and the three of them got out. Chen Dong curiously asked, what realms are you both at? They shook their heads. We learned killing techniques, not sure which realm. Anyway, it's either us getting killed or us killing others. Chen Dong said, let's spar a bit. They shook their heads. Chairman Chen, we're afraid of hurting you. It's fine. I'm not as weak as you think, Chen Dong smiled. He wanted to test if his domineering fist could defeat these two. All right, I'll spar with Chairman Chen for a couple of moves. Shui Sheng stepped forward and assumed a stance. Boom. Chen Dong kicked off with his toes, and his fist shot out like a cannonball. Shui Sheng was taken aback and raised both hands to block. Bang! He was directly sent flying by Chen Dong's punch, crashing to the ground. Are you okay? Chen Dong walked over and helped him up. Shui Sheng shook his head. Chairman Chen, it seems I really underestimated you. How can your strength be so great? If it were just about strength, even their captain Zhao Polo wouldn't match Chen Dong. Chapter 75, One Person Challenges the Whole Martial Arts Society. Sweep the floor? Chen Dong frowned. I'm here to spar with you, not to sweep the floor. Hee hee. The people from the Martial Arts Society laughed coldly. You? Spar? Be careful not to get beaten half paralyzed. Hurry up and sweep the floor, but get out. Letting you sweep the floor here is already a blessing. If you keep whining, be careful, I'll beat you up right now. The people from the Martial Arts Society didn't take Chen Dong seriously at all. Who told Chen Dong to them? He was just a poor loser. Crack. Chen Dong got angry, snapped the broom in half, and threw it on the ground. If you can't hear, I'll say it again. I'm here to spar. You can come together or challenge me individually. The Martial Arts Society members were stunned. Did Chen Dong lose his mind? He actually came to spar with them? Wasn't this seeking death? Since you're itching for a fight, I'll oblige. The first person to approach Chen Dong was wearing a white training suit, and he sneered as he walked towards Chen Dong. Slap! He kicked a high whip kick directly at Chen Dong's face. This was a move that was both fierce and humiliating. Chapter 76, Ouyang Phoenix issues a challenge. Chen Dong's face darkened. He really wanted to give each of these three bastards a punch that would leave them speechless for half a year. What were they thinking all day long? When did he secretly have a crush on Ouyang Phoenix? Writing love letters? What the hell is he writing? I just won a martial arts club and injured quite a few people. They should come looking for me now, Chen Dong said. Jiang Tian, Xiaobo, and Yang Chong completely did not believe what Chen Dong said. Chen Dong was their close friend, and they knew exactly what he was capable of. How could he possibly be a match for those from the martial art club? Crazy. Sometimes you have to know your limits. Some women are really not to be trifled with. Yang Chong said seriously, patting Chen Dong on the shoulder. You're already surrounded by several beauties. Why are you still so fickle? Jiang Tian said with a puzzled expression. By the way, that campus bell, how many times did you two get together that night? Xiao Tian asked with a gossiping look. Chen Dong's anger surged to his head. Get out, all three of you. He pointed at the dormitory door. The three did not leave. If the martial arts club came looking for trouble, Chen Dong wouldn't be able to handle it alone, so they wanted to stay and help. Bang, bang, bang. Just then, a loud knocking sound suddenly echoed. Chapter 77. Chen Dong versus Ouyang Phoenix. Chen Dong's arrival caused a stir. He was dressed very casually, with a short-sleeve shirt on top, shorts on the bottom, and flip-flops. This immediately caused another uproar. After all, he was going to compete with Ouyang Phoenix. Wasn't this too casual, showing a lack of respect for Ouyang Phoenix? The members of the martial arts club were furious. They all felt that Chen Dong was deliberately insulting them. Thus, one by one, they jumped out, pointing at Chen Dong and shouting, "You bastard! You're going to compete with President Ouyang, and you dare to dress so casually? By belittling President Ouyang like this, you're definitely going to get beaten up so badly you won't know which way is up. Don't want to die? Kneel down and apologize now. It's not too late." Chen Dong looked confused. He always dressed like this after class. What were these people unhappy about? And they even asked him to kneel down and apologize? If he was the kind of person to kneel down and apologize, he wouldn't have come here. Get lost. Chen Dong kicked the loudest one flying and stepped onto the makeshift stage built by the martial arts club. Where is Ouyang Phoenix? I heard she is very strong. Don't let me down, Chen Dong said lightly on the stage. This undoubtedly attracted countless hateful glances. Firstly, it was because they couldn't stand Chen Dong being so arrogant. Chapter 78. Che Yun just arrived to apologize. These few people were neither from the martial arts club nor crazy fans of Ouyang Phoenix. They had been very quiet while watching the competition. At this moment, had they not suddenly come out to block Chen Dong, they might have been completely ignored by the crowd. Chen Dong was puzzled. Who were these people? Just as he was about to admit defeat and apologize to Ouyang Phoenix, someone in the crowd exclaimed, "Aren't those a few of Che Yun's right-hand men?" It really was them. On the surface, they were students of Jiangzhou University, but in fact, they were bodyguards sent by the Che family to protect Che Yun. Wow, how impressive. They even send bodyguards to school with him? Wang Peng couldn't compare at all. In front of Che Yun, Wang Peng was just trash. The Che family could crush the Wang family with just a finger. By the way, why didn't Wang Peng come to school today? These people were still unaware that the Wang family had been wiped out by the Hong family. The whole family had become beggars on the streets. There had long been rumors that Senior Che Yun liked Ouyang Phoenix, so no one dared to approach her. Unexpectedly, those rumors turned out to be true. Chapter 79. Inviting Chen Dong to be the alliance leader in a tea house. Chen Dong met Xiahou Wu, the leader of the Jiangnan Business Alliance. To Chen Dong's surprise, he had thought Xiahou Wu was an old man before coming, but he turned out to be quite young, only in his 30s. "Mr. Chen, hello." Xiahou Wu was a very approachable person, dressed casually in a white Tai Chi suit. When Chen Dong entered, he took the initiative to greet him. "Hello, President Xia." Chen Dong smiled and extended a hand, shaking with him. "Mr. Chen, I heard before I came that you were very young. I didn't expect you to be so young, truly a hero emerging from the youth." Xiahou Wu said with a smile. "President Xia flatters me. I didn't expect you to be this young either. I thought you were an old man." Chen Dong also laughed. "Before I became the leader, the previous leader of the Jiangnan Business Alliance was indeed an old man. At that time, the Jiangnan Business Alliance wasn't this large." Xiahou Wu said with a smile. Chen Dong was slightly taken aback. What did Xiahou Wu mean by that? Did he single-handedly build the Jiangnan Business Alliance to its current size? If that is the case, then he was definitely not an ordinary person. Chapter 80. Helping out Mr. Chen, what did the leader say to you? As soon as they left the tea house, Zhou Huan immediately came forward to inquire. He was qualified to meet Xiahou Wu, so he had been waiting outside. He wanted me to be the leader, but I didn't agree. Chen Dong replied. Zhou Huan was almost speechless with shock. For others, it was incredibly difficult to become a member of the Jiangnan Business Alliance. Yet Chen Dong was invited to become the new leader, and he actually refused. Zhou Huan really didn't know what to say. If this got out, it would definitely create a huge stir across several provinces and cities in Jiangnan. This also showed just how powerful Chen Dong was. Zhou Huan's attitude towards Chen Dong became even more cautious. "Chen Dong, where are you?" "Beauty Zhang, what exactly do you want?" Before returning to school, Chen Dong received a call from Zhang Jingmei. Is this about wanting me to meet your parents again? Zhang Jingmei had already told Chen Dong many times. My parents have been waiting for you for 2 or 3 days. Just meet them. They have no other intentions. Just want to thank you in person. Zhang Jingmei pleaded on the other end of the line. Her parents had really taken Chen Dong as her boyfriend, so they kept calling her to urge her to bring Chen Dong back to meet them. Chapter 81. The person called over was scared to kneel. The middle-aged man was stunned. Who is your girlfriend? Chen Dong said angrily. Who do you think it is? Is it her? The middle-aged man pointed at Yunxi in disbelief. Chen Dong nodded. Impossible. The middle-aged man yelled. I checked her background. She doesn't have a boyfriend at all. Chen Dong said. Now she does. Do you have a problem with that? The middle-aged man paused for a moment and ultimately said nothing. Yunxi looked at Chen Dong, her face filled with shock. Is this the person Zhang Jingmei said would come to help her? P.S. So rich, driving a luxury car worth millions? Where did Zhang Jingmei find such a rich person? Could he be her boyfriend? At this moment, Yunxi was already extremely envious of Zhang Jingmei. Damn, what a waste of effort. The middle-aged man cursed and was about to leave. Wait, Chen Dong shouted. Do you still have something to say? The middle-aged man turned to look at Chen Dong. Chen Dong had damaged his car. Under normal circumstances, he should seek compensation from Chen Dong. However, Chen Dong drives a luxury car worth millions. A person like him is either rich or noble, and he might be someone you can't afford to provoke. So he chose to swallow his anger and leave. Who would have thought that Chen Dong wouldn't even let him go? Chapter 82. Even Lord Lin must bow his head. Who are you? Looking at the strong man kneeling in front of him, Chen Dong showed a hint of confusion. I feel like I've seen you somewhere before. Mr. Chen, I'm Li. Oh no, I'm Bear. Last time at the restaurant, I offended your friend. You, being magnanimous, spared my life. I am truly grateful. Thud, thud, thud. As the strong man spoke, he knocked his head on the ground more than 10 times. Chen Dong finally remembered who he was. Brother Bear, one of the 4 kings under Lin Yi, the leader of the underground world. Last time at the brilliant restaurant, Chen Dong's friend Yang Chong and his girlfriend were severely taught a lesson after offending Chen Dong. He didn't expect to run into him again here today. Chen Dong's expression turned cold. Are you here to cause trouble for me? No, no, no. Li Xiong hurriedly shouted. Chen Dong's words had already scared him into stuttering. Mr. Chen, I really didn't know it was you. Otherwise, I absolutely wouldn't have come. After a long while, Li Xiong finally calmed down and quickly explained to Chen Dong. Just because I'm not you, does that mean I can bully others? Chen Dong said coldly. Isn't the lesson I gave you last time enough? Do you still think you're a thug? Chapter 83. Not believing Chen Dong is rich. When Zhang Jingmei arrived, she had already told her parents many times not to call relatives or friends. Just their family would be fine for a meeting. Who would have thought that her parents said they wouldn't call anyone, yet ended up inviting a whole bunch? How was she supposed to face Chen Dong? After hesitating, Zhang Jingmei said to Chen Dong, how about we go back? Seeing her serious expression, Chen Dong knew she didn't expect so many people at home, and his slight dissatisfaction immediately vanished. He smiled lightly. Since we're here, let's go in. Chen Dong. I'm sorry. Zhang Jingmei really felt guilty. It's okay. Chen Dong shook his head and knocked on the door. Who is it? Someone inside asked. Me. Zhang Jingmei responded. Your cousin is back. The door opened, and a lively 12-year-old girl bounced out. She was Zhang Jingmei's cousin. Seeing Chen Dong, she shouted, brother-in-law is here too. In the living room, Zhang Wei was chatting with a group of relatives and friends when he heard his son-in-law had arrived and immediately ran out. Are you Chen Dong? Zhang Wei extended his hands warmly, a smile on his face. Who are you? Chen Dong looked at him, puzzled. Chapter 84. My godfather told me, brother. If you don't want to tell us who that wealth god is, that's fine, but why deceive us with such words? Zhang Chong shouted with great dissatisfaction. This left Zhang Wei truly speechless. Zhang Wei really didn't understand why Chen Dong was so low-key. With his financial power, he could easily buy a nice outfit to wear, and these relatives and friends wouldn't look down on him. Now, it was good. Clearly, he was a rich man, yet these snobs mocked him as a poor ghost. No matter how Zhang Wei explained, it was useless. He was genuinely worried that Chen Dong would get angry. If a wealthy person like Chen Dong got angry, the consequences would be severe. Fortunately, Chen Dong seemed to not hear what the people around him were saying. He remained silent throughout, as if the people around him did not exist at all. Seeing this, Zhang Wei finally breathed a sigh of relief. Everyone, let's eat. Someone shouted. Today it's on the big brother. Don't be polite. Order whatever you want. Hearing this, Zhang Wei's face turned ashen. when he was down and out, these people all pretended not to see him. Now that he had risen again, they all treated him as a cash cow. He genuinely regretted it. Had he known, he should have listened to his daughter and not invited these people. Chapter 85. Su Yi is coming to meet Chen Dong after Ding Chong had boasted about his godfather for a while, raising his own status. He seemed to finally notice Chen Dong's presence, turning to Chen Dong with a sneer. Who is this? A relative of the Zhang family? Why haven't I seen him before? Zhang Jingmei's third aunt immediately stood up and shouted, Young Master Ding, don't mind him, just a poor loser here to scrounge food. Ding Chong sneered. Since he's here to scrounge, he shouldn't be sitting at the banquet. Waiter, bring him a small table and let him eat on the floor. Good. Zhang Chong and the others all shouted. Zhang Jingmei and her parents all looked extremely displeased. Whose banquet is this anyway? How could an outsider like Ding Chong give orders here? Even worse, the person he was targeting was Zhang family's lifesaver. So Zhang Jingmei immediately got angry. Ding Chong, don't go too far. He is my boyfriend. Your boyfriend? Ding Chong had already been informed by Zhang Jingmei's third aunt when he arrived, so he was prepared. Otherwise, he would have boasted so much to shock Zhang Wei and Lu Xiaoying into agreeing to marry their daughter to him. Nor would he have deliberately humiliated and belittled Chen Dong. Chapter 86. Have we met? My godfather was insulted. Can I not hold a grudge? Ding Chong roared. Then he changed his tone, revealing a sinister smile. However, since uncle and aunt personally plead for this loser, I will give you a favor. As long as this loser kneels and knocks his head 3 times, and you agree to my marriage with Jingmei, this matter will be settled. Zhang Jingmei's parents all showed a troubled expression. Neither of these 2 conditions could they agree to. Chen Dong was their daughter's boyfriend, and also their family's lifesaver. How could they possibly separate Chen Dong from their daughter? Moreover, making Chen Dong kneel and bow his head was even more impossible. Therefore, they couldn't make a decision. Big brother, sister-in-law, are you really that foolish? Zhang Chong and the others, unable to watch any longer, shouted. Young Master Ding is such a good son-in-law, and you don't want him insisting on hanging on to that loser Chen Dong. What good can he bring you? Did he put some kind of spell on you, making you unable to tell east from west? Exactly. A good son-in-law like this is hard to find even with a lantern. Chapter 87. The Ding family is finished. Xiao Ding. What are you doing here? Seeing his godson Ding Chong, Su Yi's face showed confusion. Turning his head, he was shocked. Zhang Wei, Zhang Chong, why are you brothers here too? Su Yi found it hard to believe. When he entered the private room, just now, his attention was entirely on Chen Dong, so he didn't look at anyone else. He assumed these people all had significant identities after all. Sitting together with Chen Dong for a meal couldn't be simple. Who would have thought they were all from the opening city, some of whom he even recognized? What surprised him even more was that his godson Ding Chong was actually here too. What was going on? Did his godson curry favor with this big shot Chen Dong before him? If that's the case, that would be great. Su Yi showed a look of approval on his face, thinking to himself, this adopted son is truly not a waste of my efforts. Why you call this poor D-Silk vice leader? Ding Chong asked in shock. His mind felt as if it had been struck by an electric current, and he still hadn't come to his senses. Who would have thought that the poor D-Silk he had just looked down upon and insulted was actually a big shot whom his adoptive father would bow and scrape to? Chapter 88. A donation of 1 billion dongzi. You've been skipping classes lately. The new principal wants to establish an example and has expelled you. Yang Chong explained to Chen Dong. Chen Dong was instantly furious in his heart. The new official's 3 fires unexpectedly burned on Chen Dong's head. A diploma was of no use to Chen Dong. However, he had been studying for 3 years, and he really couldn't bear to let it go. So he started thinking about how to resolve this matter. After thinking it over, it seemed that he was left with only one option. A timid voice suddenly rang in Chen Dong's ear. Aren't you going to take a shower? Turning around, he saw Zhang Jingmei shyly looking at him. The 2 were in a hotel. Zhang Jingmei had already taken a shower. Her graceful figure was wrapped in a white bath towel, her hair damp, and her exposed skin was as white as congealed fat, making one's blood rush. Seeing Chen Dong's intense gaze, Zhang Jingmei shyly lowered her head. She had mentally prepared herself for the night. She was ready for anything Chen Dong wanted to do. Put your clothes on. Chen Dong sighed helplessly. We need to go back to Jiangzhou right away. Why? A hint of surprise and disappointment appeared on Zhang Jingmei's face. Chapter 89. Unequal status. You think you can come up with 10 billion? The boss with the big gold chain was the first to come to his senses and immediately mocked Chen Dong. What you have is probably paper money, right? Chen Dong replied calmly, it's not paper money. It's real money. 10 billion. Ha ha. The other bosses came back to their senses and all laughed. In this day and age, boasting isn't illegal, but this guy's taken it to another level. Do you think your entire outfit is worth 200 bucks? How dare you say you're donating 10 billion? Are you trying to make a fool of us? I think you're just here to cause trouble. I don't even know how someone like you got in here. Everyone looked at Chen Dong with disdain. The professional and composed Zhang Na's expression also changed. Get out immediately, or I'll call security. She shouted at Chen Dong, pointing to the door. Chen Dong shook his head, somewhat helpless. If the principal finds out you let Jiangzhou University lose a 10 billion donation, I wonder how he will deal with you. After saying this, Chen Dong immediately strode towards the door. The boss with the big gold chain suddenly revealed a cold smile and leaned towards Zhang Na, whispering, Secretary Zhang. Since he wants to donate 10 billion, why not let him donate before he leaves? Chapter 90. The person who changed the principal's mind to reason, I'm donating this large sum to Jiangzhou University, is to thank Jiangzhou University for nurturing my brother, Chen Dong. Chen Dong said calmly. Chen Dong. Upon hearing this name, the principal's face showed surprise. He seemed to have seen it somewhere, but couldn't recall it for a moment. Just then, the female secretary Zhang Na's face also changed. She immediately took out her phone, pulled up a file, and presented it to the principal. When the principal saw the name and photo on it, he was momentarily dumbfounded, because he finally remembered who Chen Dong was. He was the student who had just been expelled after being set as an example. He looked closely at the photo. The expelled Chen Dong looked too much like this Mr. Chen who was donating, right? Even if they were brothers, they couldn't possibly look this similar, could they? They couldn't be the same person, could they? I've been abroad for years and just returned recently. I haven't contacted my brother to see how he's been doing at school. Chen Dong suddenly asked with a smile. The principal's face was filled with embarrassment. He couldn't tell Chen Dong, I just expelled your brother. Aren't I impressive? Would a person who could casually donate 10 billion be easy to deal with? Chapter 91. Definitely a stingy person interview me? Chen Dong showed a hint of surprise. Is she the boss, or am I the boss? Boss, please don't be angry. Sensing a hint of dissatisfaction in Chen Dong's tone, Jiang Menghan immediately explained in a flustered manner. She just wants to meet you to get to know you better. That's more like it. Chen Dong asked casually, where are you? I'll come find you. After Jiang Menghan told Chen Dong the address, he immediately drove there. Menghan, are you sure? Is that your boss? On the roadside, two tall beauties stood together. One was Jiang Menghan, and the other was her good friend Lin Yi, who had just returned from abroad. When Chen Dong arrived, he parked his car and walked over. He was still as low-key as ever, casually wearing a short-sleeved shirt and shorts with flip-flops on his feet. Lin Yi frowned at his appearance, already beginning to doubt his status. Yes, he's my boss. Noticing the hint of dissatisfaction on Lin Yi's face, Jiang Menghan quickly explained to her, my boss is still in university, so he keeps a low profile. Chapter 92. Self-inflicted humiliation. This poor D-Silk dares to come to our restaurant to spend money? If it weren't for the two beauties beside him, who clearly didn't dress and behave like ordinary people, he would have been kicked out long ago. How could such two beauties be with him? Has the taste of beauties really changed? Do they not like rich people anymore, but prefer poor D-Silks? Several hostesses began to grumble in their hearts. Chen Dong was indeed relying on Jiang Menghan and Lin Yi's influence. Otherwise, with his attire, he would have been thrown out immediately. This way, please. One hostess made a gesture of invitation. Just as Chen Dong and Jiang Menghan were about to sit down, Lin Yi suddenly stopped. Excuse me, are there any VIP rooms? We want to eat there. Jiang Menghan immediately got angry. Lin Yi, don't go too far. She knew this was Lin Yi's attempt to test Chen Dong again. However, such tests were completely unnecessary because Chen Dong was truly a generous person, a good boss that Jiang Menghan had never seen before. If Lin Yi's test made Chen Dong unhappy, she could just leave, but Jiang Menghan still needed this good job, which is why she got angry and directly warned Lin Yi. Chapter 93. The Hong family under attack. Brother Dong, are you free? On the way back to school, Chen Dong received a call from Hong Tao. Mr. Hong, what's the matter? Chen Dong asked. Chairman Chen, you promised me a few days ago. Have you forgotten? Hong Tao said awkwardly on the phone. A few days ago, Hong Tao had started inviting Chen Dong to visit the Hong family. One reason was to express gratitude to Chen Dong. The second reason is to build a good relationship with Chen Dong. For a big figure like Chen Dong, if the Hong family can establish a good relationship with him, it would definitely be 100 benefits with no harm. However, Chen Dong has been really busy lately. After a trip to Kaicheng, he returned to deal with the incident where he almost got expelled by the principal. And just moments ago, he met with the new employee Lin Yi, who was visiting the Hong family. He completely forgot. Sorry. Chen Dong immediately expressed his sincere apologies. I'll visit your home right now. Welcome. Hong Tao shouted excitedly. If Chairman Chen comes, it will definitely bring glory to the Hong family. After chatting for a few more minutes, they hung up the phone. Chen Dong turned the car around and headed towards the luxurious villa where the Hong family lived. It wasn't just one villa, but a cluster of villas built against the mountain, grand and magnificent. Chapter 94. The visitor is very strong intruder. With a furious roar from Hong Xiao, a group of guards from the Hong family rushed out, surrounding the troublemaker in the center. Grab him and deal with him severely. Hong Xiao commanded again, leaning on his dragon head cane. The guards, all armed, drew their weapons and aimed at the troublemaker. Immediately get down on the ground with your hands on your head, or we'll turn you into a sieve. The captain of the guard shouted loudly. Ha. The troublemaker sneered dismissively, not taking the weapons in their hands seriously. Suddenly, he vanished like a ghost. In the next moment, when he reappeared, he was already beside those guards. Bang, bang, bang. The guards of the Hong family had no chance to react as he knocked them down one by one, all within 10 seconds. The people of the Hong family were stunned at this scene. Is he even human? Someone exclaimed. To be pointed at by a group of armed people and still be able to fight back. It should be noted that those with weapons were not ordinary people. They were all rigorously trained professionals. How could they be taken down without any reaction? Chapter 95. Dragon Team Kong Rue, of course I want to. Chen Dong said. All right. As long as you can take my palm strike, you can live. The troublemaker sneered. You're not lying to me, are you? Chen Dong stared at him, asking seriously. I absolutely am not lying to you. The man grinned maliciously. Good. Chen Dong walked towards him, gathering strength in his palm. He had limited chances, only 3, and he hoped to resolve the matter on the first try. Otherwise, he would definitely face life-threatening danger. Can I make my move now? Chen Dong stopped 3 steps away from the man and asked. You can. The man replied, and Chen Dong immediately unleashed a palm strike. The man's expression changed instantly. Haven't you eaten? He couldn't believe that the aura Chen Dong had just unleashed indicated he was a mid-level internal strength master. But now, the palm he struck out was soft and powerless, like swatting dust, without any difference. The troublemaker immediately felt that Chen Dong was deliberately humiliating him. You're going to regret this. The troublemaker sneered again, lacking strength, and still wanting to humiliate him. That was purely seeking death. Chapter 96. The benefits that attract Chen Dong. Why don't you go to the hidden families? It should be easy to find the people you want there. Chen Dong asked curiously. Kong Rue shook his head. The people from the hidden families cannot be moved unless they volunteer. Do you know what the biggest difference is between the hidden families and ordinary families? Chen Dong shook his head. Ordinary families might have a few martial artists, or they might spend a lot of money to hire a few martial artists to protect their family, but they do not count as families that truly inherit martial arts. The hidden families are families that truly inherit martial arts. The core members are definitely martial artists. That's why they're extraordinarily powerful. They generally have a cooperative relationship with the state. The state will not easily move against them unless they betray the country or commit mass murder. The Dragon Team does not easily recruit members from these families because they are too strong. The Dragon Team might end up being controlled by them. After hearing Kong Rue's explanation, Chen Dong understood why Kong Rue didn't go directly to the hidden families to select people. First, the hidden families are too powerful and have the authority to refuse directly. Second, the state does not want to conflict with them directly. As long as they do not betray the country or commit mass murder against civilians, whatever they do, the state generally will not interfere. Chapter 97. A very impressive college student Chen Dong interrupted one of Kong Rue's hands. Kong Rue would definitely not let him enter the Dragon Team so easily. Therefore, he dialed the phone number of the assessment team leader, Yang Pengfei, with a mischievous smile. Old Yang, I found a new member. You need to arrange for someone to assess him immediately. Kong Rue said to Yang Pengfei over the phone. Yang Pengfei immediately frowned. Is the new member very impressive? Do we need to send someone specifically to assess him? Level 3 or level 4? All members are divided into 5 levels, namely 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Level 5 members will be assessed together. Level 3 and Level 4 members will have someone sent to assess them separately. As for Level 1 and Level 2 members, it has been a long time since they encountered them. That's why Yang Pengfei thought that the new member Kong Rue recruited should be Level 3 or Level 4. However, Kong Rue's one sentence left him dumbfounded. I'm afraid we need to send a Level 1 member to assess him. What? We need to send a Level 1 member to assess him? You're not joking with me, are you? Do you know what this means? Yang Pengfei asked in disbelief. Sending a Level 1 member for assessment, if passed, can directly become a Level 1 provisional member. If not passed, they can still directly become a Level 2 member. Chapter 98. Wang Long is caught at Jiangzhou University. Wang Long entered the school like a ghost. He made not a sound. In the darkness, a cold smile appeared on his lips. Soon he found the dormitory building where Chen Dong lived. He continued to sneak like a ghost towards Chen Dong's dormitory. He did not know that as soon as he stepped onto the campus, two pairs of eyes were fixed on him. Internal strength beginner. What are you doing at school? Heading towards the boss's dormitory. Could it be to assassinate the boss? The owners of the two pairs of eyes were Xue Sheng and Ku Yan, who were mixed in as security guards at the school. They were actually Chen Dong's bodyguards. After sensing something was wrong, they immediately headed towards Chen Dong's dormitory. In the corridor, all the lights suddenly went out. A ghostly figure emerged. It was Wang Long. He had arrived outside Chen Dong's dormitory, listening carefully. There was only one person inside. It must be Chen Dong without a doubt. I hope you won't disappoint me, or you will be in for a lot of trouble. Wang Long sneered, just as he was about to sneak into the dormitory like a ghost to capture Chen Dong for assessment. Suddenly, he felt something was off. As two cold winds rushed towards him from behind, he instinctively shrank his head, and a gust of wind howled overhead, just a bit more. And the back of his head would have suffered a fierce attack. Chapter 99 almost killed Wang Long in the dormitory. Chen Dong was sleeping soundly when suddenly his phone rang. Groggy, he was woken up and saw that it was an unfamiliar number. After hesitating, he still answered the call. Who are you? Chen Dong asked. I am Yang Pengfei, the head of the Dragon Group's assessment team. The person on the other end said. When will someone come to assess me? Chen Dong immediately perked up and asked anxiously. The person assessing you is already here, but there has been a little accident. He is now with your bodyguard and wants you to meet him in person. Yang Pengfei replied. Chen Dong's brows furrowed immediately. What does it mean to be with my bodyguard? Did Zhao Polu and the others catch him thinking he was trying to assassinate me? This misunderstanding could be serious. Chen Dong thought to himself. Team Leader Yang, I understand. I will go see him immediately. Chen Dong perfunctorily said and hung up the phone. Then he quickly dialed Zhao Polu's number. Old Zhao, did you catch someone? Boss, yes, we did catch someone. Pretty capable, initial internal strength. We are interrogating him. Zhao Polu replied. Stop the interrogation. Release him immediately and send him to me. Chen Dong instructed. Chapter 100 Wang Ning's Trap Haicheng is the largest city in the south and also the financial center of the south. Chen Dong wanted the Dongshin Group, established by Jiang Menghan, to develop into a multinational company, so it must be headquartered in this city. After some time of investigation, Jiang Menghan had already set her sights on a building to serve as the headquarters of the Dongshin Group in Haicheng. That building was none other than the Huanyu building under the Wang Group in Haicheng. Early this morning, Jiang Menghan took Lin Yi and people from the investment department of the Dongshin Group to Haicheng to meet Wang Neng from the Wang Group to discuss the acquisition of the Huanyu building. They met at a high-end coffee shop. You are Director Jiang? I didn't expect you to be so young and beautiful. A man in his 30s, looking refined, said with a smile while shaking hands with Jiang Menghan. He was Wang Neng from the Wang Group. Hello, Mr. Wang. I'm Jiang Menghan. Please take care of me. Jiang Menghan replied very politely. Wang Neng stared at her, his eyes suddenly flashing. So young and already in a high position. She must have climbed up through her bed skills. What is the Dongshin Group? I've never heard of it before. It can't be a nouveau riche from Jiangzhou, can it? Chapter 101 Chapter 101 The beautiful woman gets angry Menghan. What's wrong with you? Seeing Jiang Menghan storm out of the private room angrily. Lin Yi immediately chased after her to ask. Yi, tell everyone this acquisition is cancelled. Everyone go back to the hotel now. We return to Jiangzhou tomorrow. Jiang Menghan said. After saying this, she rushed out of the coffee shop, ignoring everyone. Manager Lin, what happened to Director Jiang? Someone came over to ask. Lin Yi shook her head. She also didn't know what was going on and could only give the order. Everyone returned to the hotel. The acquisition is cancelled. Everyone was puzzled and followed her back to the five-star hotel they had booked in the morning. Mr. Wang, what happened? Wang Ning's people also looked confused. They rushed into the private room and saw Wang Nung standing there in a daze, immediately asking, "Ha ha." After a moment, Wang Nung let out a sinister laugh. The people in the room were startled. "Mr. Wang, are you okay?" Someone asked with concern. "I'm fine." Wang Nung grinned. "You all go back. The acquisition is temporarily halted." After saying this, he also left the private room. He underestimated Jiang Menghan because many women relied on him to rise to power. He thought all beautiful women in the world were like this. Chapter 102 Chapter 102 Demolishing the building. Director Jiang, I sincerely apologize for what happened yesterday. As soon as they met, Wang Nung expressed his apology to Jiang Menghan again. "Mr. Wang, I already said I've forgotten about yesterday's matter, so please don't bring it up again." Jiang Menghan said. All right. Wang Nung quickly nodded. Director Jiang's magnanimity really makes me feel ashamed. Let us stop the small talk and get straight to the acquisition. He extended his hand, and someone immediately handed him a contract. Director Jiang, take a look. This is the contract drafted by my company. If there are any issues, please raise them immediately, and I will revise it right away. If there are no issues, please sign it. Wang Nung smiled. Jiang Menghan took the contract and carefully reviewed it, not overlooking any punctuation. After reading it, she found no issues and showed the contract to Lin Yi. Lin Yi also examined it thoroughly and found no problems. She then handed the contract to the investment department personnel of the Dongshin Group. After they looked it over, they also found nothing wrong. Finally, she showed the contract to the two legal advisors hired at great expense by the Dongshin Group, who also did not find any issues. Jiang Menghan was being cautious because of the unpleasant incident that happened the day before. She had to be on guard. Chapter 103 Chapter 103 Trouble in the Luxury Car. Wang Nung was patiently waiting. Before long, the phone rang as expected. He picked it up and saw, just as he predicted, that it was Jiang Menghan calling. He sneered coldly and answered the phone. Director Jiang, what's the matter? Wang Nung, why are there people coming to smash my company? Jiang Menghan angrily questioned. Those people say you owe them money, and you must explain this clearly. My company has nothing to do with you anymore. Tell them to stop. Hearing this, Wang Nung smiled faintly. Director Jiang, I'm really sorry. I owed a bit of money before, and I didn't expect them to cause trouble at your company. No worries, I'll call to clarify for you right away. Hurry up. Jiang Menghan shouted again. If you wait a little longer, the company building will be demolished. All right, Director Jiang, wait for my good news. Wang Nung laughed. After hanging up, he threw the phone aside. He took a bottle of red wine from the small fridge in the car, poured himself a glass, and leisurely began to savor the wine. Call? Absolutely impossible. Because those people were the ones he arranged. Chapter 104 Chapter 104 A higher rank boss. It was Chen Dong's first time coming to his own company, and at the entrance, he was stopped by the security guard. The security guard did not let him in just because he was driving a luxury car. Instead, he asked for a pass or a prior appointment. Chen Dong clearly had neither, so he felt a bit awkward at the company entrance. However, he was still very happy inside, because this indicated that the company's management system was very good and wouldn't allow anyone to exploit loopholes. Jiang Menghan and the others were very diligent. Chen Dong thought to himself that he must give them a bonus. He took out his phone and dialed Su Qingru's number. Soon, Su Qingru arrived at the entrance, and the security guard was dumbfounded upon seeing this scene. Who is this guy? The general manager, Su, personally came to greet him. Is he one of our big clients? It can't be. Why didn't the client make an appointment? No, look at how respectful Su is towards him. He can't be the company's boss too, right? Under the astonished gazes of a group of security guards, Chen Dong was personally welcomed into the company by Su Qingru. As he entered the hall, many people turned to look at him. Who is that young man? The general manager, Su, actually went to greet him personally. Could he be Chairman Jiang's boyfriend? Chapter 105. Back to Haiqing. Adding money is indeed the best way to boost morale. Because at this moment, even the most depressed person lifted their head and listened attentively to what Chen Dong had to say. I've come all the way to the company. It's impossible for me to deceive you. Chen Dong confidently stated, our company will definitely establish itself in Haiqing. Please believe me. Clap, clap, clap. As soon as he finished speaking, thunderous applause erupted. Chen Dong raised his hand to quiet everyone down and continued with a smile. So, for those of you who think the company might have no future and are already feeling depressed, please withdraw those negative emotions immediately. The company will soon need you to contribute your talents. At that time, don't let me down. Don't make it so that I raise your base salary for these 10 months for nothing. Chairman Chen, you can rest assured, we will never let you down. We will definitely develop the company into a world-class enterprise. Not only will we make Haicheng tremble, but we will make the whole world tremble. The morale of the crowd was uplifted, and Chen Dong was very satisfied with this result. A new company should have this kind of vibrant scene. He waved his hand and smiled. Dismissed, everyone go back to work. Chapter 106. 6 Dare to Return What? Jiang Minghan is back, and she has taken over the Huanyu building? Are you kidding me? Looking at the middle-aged man in front of him, who was beaten black and blue, Wang Neng immediately showed a look of surprise. This wasn't the first time he had been tricked in the past. Those who were deceived by him would just obediently roll out of Haicheng without daring to come back and stir up trouble. Because he was Wang Neng, the young master of the Wang family. His father was known as one of the 5 tigers of Haicheng, Wang Chong. Even if others knew they had been tricked by him, they could only swallow their grievances. However, this time, Jiang Minghan and her group not only didn't swallow their grievances, they returned with a vengeance, took over the Huanyu building, and beat up all the security guards he had stationed there. Isn't this slapping the face of young Master Wang? Wang Neng's face immediately revealed unimaginable anger. You tell me exactly what happened at that time. The middle-aged man was the captain of the security team, and Wang Neng yelled at him in anger. Jiang Minghan and another woman brought 4 men, one of whom said his name was Chen Dong, the boss behind Jiang Minghan, and among the other 3 men, one was so powerful that he defeated us all by himself. The middle-aged man didn't dare to speak further. Chapter 107. 1 move to kill. Haisha, will be the first to make a move. Who dares to compete with me? I will cut him down with a single knife. The big man with a black face carrying a mountain-cutting knife roared. He had killed so many people with a mountain-cutting knife that a heavy aura surrounded him. Because of his dark complexion, he earned the nickname Haisha. He was the second strongest among these people, next to Li Guang. So when he spoke, everyone retreated, not daring to provoke this fierce character. Because when he got serious, he would even cut down his own people. You 2 women, get out of the way. The young master still wants to play with you, so I want to kill you. Haisha walked up to Chen Dong and the others, hurling insults at Jiang Minghan and Lin Yi. The 2 beautiful women immediately turned pale with fear, trembling. Which one do you want to try and see if my knife is sharp or not? Haisha raised his mountain-cutting knife, pointing it at Chen Dong, Zhao Palu, and Ku Yin, shouting loudly. Chen Dong turned his head. Who will take care of him? Ku Yin stepped forward. It's time for me to stretch my muscles. He clasped his hands together, his waist and shoulders tensing. The joints suddenly erupted with a series of cracking sounds. Just moments ago, he appeared to be an ordinary person. But in an instant, a murderous aura swept out from him, making everyone feel a chill as if they were enveloped by dark clouds. Chapter 108. Practicing evil arts, more than 100 people fled, but Chen Dong did not pursue them because those people were trash and wouldn't come back. The remaining ones all lay on the ground, with broken bones and torn muscles, groaning in pain, a sight too tragic to behold. Beep, beep, beep. At that moment, a cell phone suddenly rang on the ground. Chen Dong looked up and saw a cell phone not far away, ringing. The phone had fallen from Li Guang, who was now unconscious on the ground. Chen Dong walked over, picked up the phone, and saw that the caller was Wang Neng. Chen Dong pressed the answer button, and Wang Neng's voice immediately came through. Li Guang, did you get it done? Did those 2 beauties get hurt? Hurry up and bring them back to me. From his voice, it was clear that Wang Neng was very happy, excited, and confident, because he thought that with Li Guang bringing so many people, everything would definitely be settled. The 2 beauties were about to be delivered to his bed, and he was really getting impatient. I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. However, something Wang Neng never expected happened. The person he was talking to was no longer Li Guang, but a stranger he had never met before. Wang Neng sensed something was off and immediately asked, Who are you? Where's Li Guang? Chapter 109. Kill the evil arts can make people grow stronger quickly, but the side effects are also severe. For example, this old man in front of me was no longer human or ghost, but purely a monster, very frightening. Chen Dong was a bit worried that Zhao Polu and the others were not his match. However, Zhao Polu was full of confidence. As long as he is afraid of death, no matter what he is, he can be taken down. He learned killing techniques and only cared about killing. So what if he looked terrifying like a monster? As long as you have the fear of being killed in your heart, you cannot be Zhao Polu's opponent. This is why Zhao Polu was so confident. Then I'll leave him to you, Chen Dong said lightly. Good. Zhao Polu's expression turned cold as he stepped forward, staring at the old man, his gaze instantly becoming as sharp as a knife. You little beast, you dare to provoke me. You're seeking death? The old man was furious, extending his hands, and his fingers instantly transformed into iron hooks. The tips gleamed with a metallic luster. It was evident that his hands had been trained to be even more powerful than iron claws. He leaped forward, his form suddenly becoming ghostly, rushing swiftly toward Zhao Polu. Zhao Polu was unafraid, pushing off with his legs, and he charged towards him too. Chapter 110. To destroy the Wang family and establish authority. What the hell is that monster? Even Uncle Fu isn't his match. I miscalculated. I need to escape quickly. Or I want to be able to run away later. Once I escape back, I must ask my dad to personally deal with them. Wang Neng was filled with fear as he ran towards his luxury car. When he arrived, he thought that Uncle Fu and the others could easily take down the opponent. Little did he expect that Uncle Fu was easily taken out by the other party. If he didn't run now, he would become a prisoner. Chen Dong, seeing this scene, smiled faintly and said to Zhao Polu, "Go help those two." Yes. Zhao Polu immediately rushed towards Shui Sheng and the others. Meanwhile, Chen Dong went after Wang Neng. At this moment, Wang Neng had already jumped into the luxury car, and the car was already started. Just as he was about to drive away, the sound of shattering glass echoed as a hand reached in, grabbing his collar and pulling him out of the car, throwing him heavily onto the ground. Wang Neng instantly felt dizzy. Already drained by wine and lust, he couldn't withstand such a struggle. His body spasmed reflexively, convulsing and retching. Chapter 111. Defeating Wang Chong. The surroundings of Wang Chong's study were off limits, and even if Wang Neng was bold, he wouldn't dare drive his car here. Therefore, Wang Chong, who was in the study, immediately concluded that something had happened to his son. His son must have been forcibly brought here. Thus, he stepped out of the study and blocked the car. The friends in the car have already arrived at my Wang family. Why aren't they getting out? Wang Chong asked coldly. Boom! The car's windows were instantly shattered by sound waves. Zhao Polu, Shui Sheng, and Kuyin in the car all changed their expressions. So powerful. Definitely at the peak of internal strength. Zhao Polu exclaimed, "This is a warning to us." Chen Dong asked calmly, "Can you defeat him?" "I have a 30 chance." Zhao Polu replied. Chen Dong frowned slightly. "Then don't act against him later. I'll deal with him." Zhao Polu was surprised. "Chairman Chen, it's not that I doubt your strength. You might not be his match. You would be in danger. I may only have a 30 chance of defeating him. But if I team up with Shui, Sheng, and Kuyin, we can easily take him down." "Humph." Chen Dong smiled and shook his head. "Do you think you will be facing just him alone?" Chapter 112. Pursuit of the Wang father and son. It was truly a bit unexpected for Chen Dong that Zhao Polu and the others were in danger. This was because the three of them were being attacked by enemies several times their number. The opponents coordinated perfectly neutralizing Zhao Polu and their killing moves. Thus, Zhao Polu and the others fell into danger. Shui Sheng was stabbed in the abdomen, his pants soaked in blood, flowing profusely. Ku Yin had a hand severed, with scars on his forehead, looking dreadful. Zhao Polu had a piece of flesh torn from his thigh, slowing his movements. If no one came to rescue these three, they would surely be killed in the siege. Therefore, Chen Dong had no choice but to give up on killing Wang Chong and his son and turn to save these three. "Chairman Chen, don't come over. These people are really too sinister. They practice bizarre and evil techniques, extremely cunning and vicious. You should leave quickly." Zhao Polu and the others shouted loudly to stop Chen Dong as they saw him approaching. They feared that Chen Dong would end up like them, trapped in a siege, which would certainly lead to his death. However, they still underestimated Chen Dong's strength. Chen Dong charged into the battlefield like a fierce tiger. Chapter 113. Forced to be a disciple. Chen Dong, come here and die. Wang Chong and Wang Neng shouted loudly when they saw Chen Dong and the others appear. Who would have thought that at the end of the passage was a small bar-like hall, where there sat a very strange old man. His hair was white, but his cheeks were as tender as a baby's. He exuded an aura of terror. Wang Chong and Wang Neng at this moment did not run away, but shouted at Chen Dong and the others, clearly showing that this old man was extremely powerful, with him backing them. Wang Chong and Wang Neng dared not fear Chen Dong's pursuit. This is definitely an old monster practicing evil techniques, with strength beyond measure. We're no match for him. Let's escape quickly. Zhao Polu whispered to Chen Dong. Chen Dong frowned. I'm afraid it's too late to leave now, Shui Sheng said. Then let us take the initiative. If we all attack together, we can definitely defeat him. Ku Yin said, I'll lead the charge. Without waiting for Chen Dong's agreement, he rushed forward. His attack was swift, reaching the old man's back in an instant, delivering a punch like a collapsing mountain, directly targeting the old man's vital point. Chapter 114. Taking down a transformation expert, my young friend. Why seek death at such a young age? The old man said leisurely while pouring himself a glass of red wine. I cherish you as a talent. You have such strong strength at such a young age. It would truly be a pity to die, so I will give you a chance. If you kneel and become my disciple now, I will overlook the past and spare your life. The extremely strange old man spoke as he savored his wine, completely disregarding Chen Dong and the others, as if he could take their lives with a mere gesture. As a transformation expert, he indeed had that strength. However, he did not know that Chen Dong before him was not an ordinary martial artist. He possessed a mysterious and powerful system. Can the system draw transformation techniques? Chen Dong asked in his mind. Yes, it costs 100 sincerity points to draw once. The system replied. Chen Dong was stunned. Are you joking? Why is it so expensive? He only had 200 or 300 sincerity points left. Based on the system's tendency to scam, this amount was definitely not enough to draw anything. What to do? Even with the system, he couldn't deal with this old monster in front of him. Host, don't worry. This old monster only has half-step transformation strength. If you buy some supplement from the system store, you can defeat him. The system said again in Chen Dong's mind. Chapter 115. I'm also a member of the Dragon Group. Is he dead? Chen Dong kicked Wang Ning in the face, waking him up. Upon seeing the corpse on the ground, Wang Ning immediately trembled in fear. He hurriedly hugged Chen Dong's thigh and shouted, Chairman Chen, I will be your dog from now on. You can make me do anything. Chen Dong smiled faintly. If I tell you die, hurry up and do it. Wang Ning's face turned pale with fright, and he shouted again, Chairman Chen, please spare my life. I shouldn't have offended you. I will give you all the wealth of the Wang family. Chen Dong was not interested in the Wang family's wealth at all. He only wanted to kill Wang Ning. No one could change his mind. Just then, several people in black robes walked in. Each had a large dragon character embroidered on their chest, making it easy to identify them as members of the Dragon Group. The Wang family's power was so strong that they certainly knew about the existence of the Dragon Group. They also knew that the members of the Dragon Group in black robes were specifically tasked with hunting down the most vicious criminals. Chen Dong breaking into the Wang family was precisely that kind of vicious criminal, so Wang could immediately see it as a lifeline. He no longer begged Chen Dong for his life, but instead rushed towards those from the Dragon team, shouting, You must save me. This person killed my father. Chapter 116. Qin Xiuxuan is kidnapped beautiful lady. Can I take you out for dinner? Sun Yuan smiled and blocked Qin Xiuxuan's path. I'm Busa. Seeing Sun Yuan's frivolous expression and possessive gaze, Qin Xiuxuan rejected him without a second thought. Come on, don't answer so quickly. I prepared a gift for you. Sun Yuan laughed and took out a delicate box. When he opened it, inside was a luxury watch, gleaming with gold, obviously worth a fortune, at least starting from $1 million. Come have dinner with me, and this watch is yours, Sun Yuan said with a smile. He had always been so crude, throwing money at beautiful women, believing there was no woman in the world who wouldn't succumb to money. With $1 million watch on the table, this aloof beauty in front of him should have been about to yield. A smug smile appeared on Sun Yuan's face, as if he could already hear the beautiful woman speaking sweetly to him. Get out of the way. However, reality was completely unexpected. Qin Xiuxuan didn't even glance at him and just scolded him to move aside. Then she turned to leave. Sun Yuan was stunned. Was there really a woman who was not tempted by money? Rejecting him like this was a slap in the face. This ignited an even stronger desire for possession within him. Chapter 117. Beating up Sun Yuan, Qin Xiuxuan's tears flowed freely, thinking to herself that she was completely doomed today. At that moment, not far away in an Audi, sat 4 people. One of them said, Are the rich second generations so arrogant now? They even dare to forcibly pull people into cars at school. Mr. Chen, should we intervene in this matter? The other 3 turned to look at a young man around 20 years old. They were Chen Dong, Zhao Polu, Shui Sheng, and Ku Yin, who had just returned from Haicheng. Zhao Polu, Shui Sheng, and Ku Yin were all former elite soldiers, filled with a sense of justice, and naturally wanted to intervene in such unfair matters. Although Chen Dong was not a good person, He obviously couldn't stand this kind of thing either. Since he encountered it today, he naturally had to do something. Block those cars. Chen Dong coldly issued the order. Yes. Zhao Polo drove the car directly forward, stopping the 3 luxury cars. Are you looking to die? Get out of the way. Sun Yuan, now completely consumed by lust, just wanted to hurry and take Qin Xiuxuan to the hotel. Seeing the cars blocking the way, he immediately stuck his head out the window and yelled angrily. At that moment, 4 people got out of the blocking car and walked straight towards his vehicle. Chapter 118. Just don't kill him. I saw this group of thugs kidnapping female students at school, so I taught them a little lesson. Chen Dong said lightly. Thugs? So bold? Daring to kidnap female students at Jiangzhou University? The principal's face instantly changed. If this matter got out, wouldn't he be seen as incompetent? Did he still want to work here in the future? So he instantly became furious. Beat them up. Beat them to death. The principal pointed at the people on the ground and shouted angrily at the security guards. Zhengshan, how dare you hit me? Sun Yuan, lying on the ground with his head swollen like a pig's head, roared. Hearing this voice, Zhengshan was instantly shocked. You are. Zhengshan, have you forgotten me so soon? The lying Sun Yuan sneered again. You are Sun Yuan? Zhengshan was surprised again. He was originally the vice principal of Beijing University in the capital, but due to some reasons, he was transferred to Jiangzhou University as the principal. The Sun family had a huge influence in the capital, and Sun Yuan, as a young master of the Sun family, was studying at Beijing University. So he certainly recognized him. He also knew that this Sun Yuan was not an easy character to deal with, so he suddenly felt a headache. How did you end up at Jiangzhou University? Zhengshan curiously asked. Chapter 119. Wang Xiu's troubled Chen Dong and Qin Xiuxuan were having dinner, making a group of single dogs envious. Qin Xiuxuan ordered a steak, and while cutting it with a small knife, she asked Chen Dong, do you have anything to do later? Chen Dong curiously asked, why do you ask? Qin Xiuxuan rolled her eyes at him, somewhat dissatisfied. If you have nothing to do, come with me to watch a movie. Just as Chen Dong was about to speak, a beautiful woman wearing a baseball cap sat down at a nearby table with a tray. When Chen Dong saw her, he was instantly shocked. How could she be here? Chen Dong murmured in his heart. He thought he was mistaken and looked carefully a few more times. No, it was definitely her. Everything could change, but her eyes, which seemed to always carry a smile, could make people forget all their troubles, were absolutely unchangeable. Since she appeared, Chen Dong naturally had to go find her, because she was Chen Dong's first love. Sorry, I have something to do later. Let's go watch a movie another day. Chen Dong said apologetically to Qin Xiuxuan. Is it to date some beautiful lady? Qin Xiuxuan's expression became even more dissatisfied. No, it's not a date. I just need to meet someone I know, Chen Dong said awkwardly. Chapter 120. Showcasing strength. Chen Dong felt extremely awkward, being chased by his first love who asked if he was still a virgin. He was on the verge of jumping off a building, so he quickly ended the topic. After finishing dinner, the two naturally headed to the cinema to watch a movie. On the way, a Rolls-Royce abruptly rushed over, blocking their path. A man in his 40s, dressed in a tailcoat, got out of the car. He quickly approached Wang Xiu and respectfully said, Miss, I finally found you. Please come home with me. Sir and Madam are waiting for you. Chen Dong was stunned. Is your family sending you? Wang Xiu looked furious. Uncle Boo, I'm not going back. After saying this, she pulled Chen Dong and walked away. Seeing this scene, Bu Yin was somewhat stunned. He was the housekeeper of the Wang family and had been with them for over 10 years, never having seen Wang Xiu so close to any man. Even when being engaged to Sun Yuan, Wang Xiu didn't even glance at him. Who was this man? Why was he so close to the young lady? Did she come to Jiangzhou to find him after running away from her wedding? Bu Yin thought to himself, looking Chen Dong up and down, but no matter how he looked at it, Chen Dong did not seem to be worthy of his young lady. Chapter 121. I still have some status. Chen Dong, why did you call so many luxury cars? Hong Tao got out a Rolls-Royce and asked Chen Dong in confusion. Someone looked down on me, saying I'm just a nouveau riche, so I want to prove that I still have some status. Chen Dong said with a faint smile. Hong Tao immediately became furious. Which bastard dares to say you're a nouveau riche? I'll kill him right away. Hong Tao shouted angrily. Forget it. Chen Dong stopped him and smiled. Can you call some more luxury cars for me? Of course. Hong Tao readily agreed. He took out his phone and dialed number. Old Wang, bring all your family's luxury cars to the intersection of Tianrun Road number 8. Mr. Hong, what are you planning to do? On the other end of the phone, a confused voice came through. You just need to bring the car over. Why are you asking so many questions? Hong Tao shouted angrily. That's right, it must be a luxury car, starting from 5 million. Don't bring anything below that price. It would be embarrassing. Yes, Mr. Hong, I'll arrange it right away. The person on the other end of the line, seeing that Hong Tao was about to lose his temper, didn't dare to waste any more words and immediately agreed to bring all the luxury cars worth over 5 million from the family to this street. Chapter 122. Call the capital. Let me see what's wrong with you. Noticing that Biyun's expression was off, Wang Yi immediately asked with concern. Mr. Wang, giving Chen Dong 5 million might be too little. Biyun said. Are you kidding? Wang Yi's face showed a shocked expression. Chen Dong is just an ordinary person. He won't earn 5 million in his lifetime, right? How could 5 million possibly be too little for him? Biyun replied. Chen Dong is not an ordinary person. He has martial artists protecting him, and in less than an hour, he called over 100 luxury cars. Hearing this, Wang Yi was shocked again. Are you serious? It's hard to imagine. He shouted. Someone with martial artists protecting them is certainly either rich or noble. Calling over 100 luxury cars in less than an hour is even more terrifying, because each luxury car has an owner of significant status. How could Chen Dong gather them all? What kind of identity does he have? In Jiangzhou, he must be a top figure, right? But how come Wang Xiu's diary only records that he is an ordinary person? Wang Xiu went missing, and he knew where she went and about Chen Dong's existence because he secretly looked at Wang Xiu's diary. Chapter 123. Trapped in a warehouse, I got it. Yang Kai replied coldly and hung up the phone. He was thinking, dare to hit my brother? This bastard really is tired of living. If he really comes to the Hill Hotel, I'll make sure he loses an arm. Chen Dong was dressed very casually, carrying luggage. And when he took a rough vehicle to the Hill Hotel, it was normal for people to misunderstand that he was looking for a job. Half an hour later, Chen Dong arrived at the Hill Hotel. He got out of the taxi and walked straight to the hotel entrance. Sorry, sir. You do not meet the conditions to consume here. At the entrance, Chen Dong was stopped. Everything was as he expected. This is a 7-star hotel, and dressed so casually. The hotel staff would definitely not let him in. It's no exaggeration to say that if his clothes were not worth 10,000 yuan, he wouldn't qualify to enter. Chen Dong took out his phone, ready to contact Wang Xiu. Just then, the hotel's little supervisor, Yang Kai, spotted Chen Dong, a white short-sleeve shirt on top, black shorts on the bottom, a tall figure, carrying luggage. Isn't this the bastard who hit my brother? He grinned. This bastard actually came to the hotel. Chapter 124. It's already too late. A lady personally called me to say that Mr. Chen Dong has arrived. Am I wronging you? Old Feng raised his hand again and slapped Li Gui hard in the face. Li Gui, feeling a bit dazed from the slap, quickly said to Old Feng, Mr. Feng, please wait, I'll go ask. Old Feng urged, you better hurry up. If you delay that guest, you and I will both be out of a job. Li Gui immediately shivered. He didn't want to lose this high-paying job. Because he was getting older, it would be difficult to find such a good job again. So he needed to work even harder now. Has anyone with the surname Chun come to our hotel? Li Gui gathered the staff together and asked loudly. No. The surrounding staff all panicked. Then has anyone been taken to the warehouse? Li Gui asked anxiously again. If even this wasn't the case, it will mean they really got it wrong. That Mr. Chen Dong had indeed not arrived yet. The crowd was silent for a few seconds, and someone stepped forward. Yes, someone was taken to the warehouse. Who? Li Gui rushed over, grabbing that person's collar and shouting. Chapter 125. Hotel Attack Understood. Old Feng and Li Gui both revealed a sinister smile. Come in. With their shout, dozens of security guards rushed in. Mr. Feng, what are your orders? Beat these 3 bastards to death. Old Feng pointed at Yang Kai and the other 2 and shouted. The security guards were all shocked. Yang Kai was a little supervisor at the hotel. Why beat them? Did they make a mistake? Are your ears deaf? Didn't you hear what Mr. Feng said? Hurry up. Li Gui shouted loudly, and only then did the security guards stop hesitating, pulling out their clubs and walking towards Yang Kai and the others. Mr. Chen, we were wrong. Please spare us this once. Yang Kai and the others shouted. Chen Dong ignored them. The fate of these 3 was entirely self-inflicted. Mr. Feng, Manager Li, please let us go. Seeing that pleading with Chen Dong was useless, the 3 began to plead with Old Feng and Li Gui. However, Old Feng and Li Gui would definitely not let them go, because these 3 had almost caused them to offend Chen Dong. It should be noted that Chen Dong was a guest personally invited by the young lady of the Wang family. If they dared to offend Chen Dong, they would immediately be out of a job. So it's easy to imagine how much old Feng and Li Gui hated these three right now. Chapter 126. Accepting the challenge, Chen Dong's palm was just 2 centimeters away from that person's head. The wind from his palm almost blowing away all the hair on that person's head. The dragon group sent you to kill me? Chen Dong asked coldly. No, it's not that. Please don't misunderstand. The person quickly explained. I heard you are very powerful, having shot dead an SS level 1 criminal. So I wanted to test your strength. Is that really the case? Chen Dong asked. Of course it is. I have an identity badge here that you can verify, the person said with a smile. He took out his identity badge. Chen Dong glanced at it a few times, not really understanding, but temporarily believed him, because his strength was far weaker than Chen Dong's. If he dared to act recklessly, Chen Dong would immediately take him down. Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, there was a rapid knocking on the door. Mr. Chen, we heard movement inside. What happened? The people outside shouted loudly, fearing something might happen to Chen Dong. Otherwise, they would be out of a job. I'm practicing, it's fine, Chen Dong replied, sending those people away. Chen Dong curiously asked the person in front of him, How did you know I was here? The person replied, Martial artists entering the capital are always monitored secretly. Knowing where you are is not difficult at all. Chapter 127. Defeating Yang Qin in one move. If he can really defeat Yang Qin within 50 moves, he qualifies to challenge you. Do you want to become the deputy leader? You must pass this test. Yang Pengfei smiled at Longxing. I understand. Longxing nodded. I'm looking forward to my battle with him. But tonight is clearly not suitable, because he is no longer in peak condition. I want him to return to his peak state before defeating him. That would be true victory. Yang Pengfei nodded. You're still so proud, but your pride is worthy of your strength. While the two were staring at the screen, discussing, Chen Dong had already engaged with Yang Qin. Yang Qin's attack was incredibly fast, arriving in front of Chen Dong in an instant, her fingers like swords, directly stabbing toward his body. In contrast, Chen Dong's attack left everyone around him astonished. He seemed to strike out weakly, as if he hadn't eaten. The crowd was puzzled. Is this also a martial art? Why is it so powerless? Is he deliberately underestimating Yang Qin? If that's the case, then he is too foolish. Yang Qin is known for her speed. He will surely pay the price. Only Han Lei, who had fought with Chen Dong before, understood that Chen Dong was not underestimating Yang Qin. On the contrary, Chen Dong had put forth all his effort. Chapter 128. Communication meeting. How free can it be? Chen Dong asked curiously. He didn't care much about salary or bonuses. What he was most concerned about was how much freedom he could gain after becoming the deputy team leader. If becoming the deputy team leader meant he had to clock in every day, he definitely wouldn't do it. There are many categories of deputy team leaders. Some are for training newcomers, some for guarding the base, and others specifically for executing tasks. If you want a bit more freedom, you can choose to be a deputy team leader responsible for executing tasks. When there are no tasks, it won't interfere with your life. When there are tasks, you'll be notified, and you just need to complete them. Yang Pengfei explained it. Are there many tasks? Chen Dong asked curiously. For general tasks, there are quite a few. If it's a more dangerous task, then there are fewer, maybe 1 or 2 in a year. Yang Pengfei added. Chen Dong thought to himself, with his strength, handling more dangerous tasks should be no problem. And if it's only a few times a year, the rest of the time, his life won't be disturbed. This is indeed a good choice for him. I am willing to be the leader for executing dangerous tasks. Chen Dong said. Chapter 129. Lan Yuhan's defeat. The beautiful melody echoed throughout the auditorium, like a sound from the heavens, cleansing the souls and hearts of the people. Lan Yuhan's playing skills were incredibly high. Her strength was also terrifyingly strong, effortlessly playing various famous pieces for both China and abroad, even mixing them together without a hint of discord. A performance lasting over 20 minutes was truly exhilarating. Everyone present was lost in this wonderful music, reluctant to wake up for a long time. Even after the performance ended, they were still savoring it, expressions of intoxication on their faces. Even Chen Dong, sitting at the back, showed an appreciative expression. Lan Yuhan's playing skills have improved again. When Lan Yuhan finished her performance and stepped down from the stage, everyone from Jiangzhou University cheered. No wonder she is our ice goddess of Jiangzhou University. So impressive. The people from Beijing University must know our strength now. Do they still dare to underestimate us? This is a lesson for you. Don't be so arrogant in the future. Hearing these words, the people from Beijing University revealed a disdainful smile. Frog in the well. Among them, a male student stepped onto the stage. Hello everyone, my name is Shiryu, a student from the music department of Beijing University. Let me perform a violin piece for you. After briefly introducing himself, Shiryu took out a violin and began to play. Chapter 130. Everyone go back. The show hasn't started yet. A muscular student from Beijing University stepped onto the stage. Beautiful lady. Hello. My name is Li Jingang. Are you sure you want to exchange martial arts with me? The muscular student from Beijing University asked Ouyang Phoenix with a smile. Absolutely. Ouyang Phoenix responded very decisively. All right, I'll make my move now. Make sure to admit defeat in time when you can't handle it, or I really might hurt you, Li Jingang said with a smile. After he finished speaking, there was another wave of exclamation from the students below the stage. Li Jingang, be gentle, don't really hurt this beautiful lady. Li Jingang turned back and said, I know my limits. The people from Jiangzhou University sneered. These fools probably still don't know how powerful senior sister Ouyang is. They really think that just because she is beautiful, she is merely a delicate beauty. In our Jiangzhou University, there are countless guys like Li Jingang who have been knocked down by her with a single palm, unable to get back up. Underestimating senior sister Ouyang will really bring you bad luck. The people from Jiangzhou University were filled with confidence this time. With Ouyang Phoenix's strength, she can definitely easily defeat that Li Jingang from Beijing University. Chapter 131. One move to defeat Li Jingang. Are you also a student from Jiangzhou University? Standing high on the stage, Li Jingang sneered and asked Chen Dong, what is your name? Chen Dong replied, I am Chen Dong, a fourth-year student from Jiangzhou University. Upon hearing this name, everyone from Beijing University was shocked. There really is a person named Chen Dong. Some of them began to murmur. Just now, both Ouyang Phoenix from Jiangzhou University's martial arts club and Lan Yuhan from the music department mentioned Chen Dong, saying that he is the strongest in both the martial arts club and the music department. They initially thought he was a fictional character created by Jiangzhou University to save face. Who would have thought that there really is a person named Chen Dong? So, is he really a martial arts expert? And is he really the strongest in the music department? The people from Beijing University were truly curious. Chen Dong, just now a beautiful lady said you were the president of Jiangzhou University's martial arts club and the strongest. Is that true? Do you dare to come up and fight me? Li Jingang on stage curiously asked Chen Dong again. I'm not the president, but I'm indeed a bit strong in martial arts. I can fight you. Chen Dong smiled and walked up to the stage. Chapter 132. The all-round genius Chen Dong, a white piano and a black piano were brought onto the stage. Sure, you chose the white piano again. He sat down in front of the piano, elegant and poised, like a little prince. Chen Dong chose the black piano and sat down in front of it, still looking lazy. This made people curious. Can he really play the piano? Chen Dong, I'll start first. Sure, you coldly smiled, placing his hands on the keys. In an instant, the piano sounded like mercury spilling, transmitting out. Everyone felt as if they were hit by a strong wind. The tempo was too fast. Sure, you started playing at such a fast rhythm, clearly wanting to give Chen Dong a warning. If Chen Dong's strength was lacking, he would instantly lose. However, he underestimated Chen Dong too much. At that moment, Chen Dong also placed his hands on the keys. In an instant, his momentum suddenly changed. No longer lazy, his focused demeanor had a deadly allure, causing some girls watching to even scream. Just then, Chen Dong's fingers moved too. In that instant, it was as if a violent storm was crashing towards everyone. Chapter 133. The provocation encountered in the cafeteria. The people from Jiangzhou University were instantly speechless. When I was young, I learned some chess strategies, but I must have returned them all to my teacher by now. With this level, how dare I challenge the Go Masters from Beijing University? It's just asking for humiliation. Therefore, someone from Jiangzhou University advised, Senior Chen Dong, let me go. You've already done enough for the school. There's no need for you to give more. Chen Dong smiled lightly and said, no need, I can handle it. His attitude was very firm, and the people from Jiangzhou University had nothing more to say. Meanwhile, the people from Beijing University were all overjoyed. They could finally win a game. Go is different from other competitive games. It not only requires extremely high talent, but also long-term practice. Blindfolded Go is even more demanding, testing not only a player's memory, but also their spatial ability. Without exceptional talent, it's impossible to achieve a high level in this area. Therefore, Chen Dong could not possibly be a match for the president of the Beijing University Go Club. Chen Dong, I'm not bullying you. I'll give you 3 pieces. The person felt that playing against Chen Dong was too unfair, so he proactively said this. No need, let's start. Chen Dong's response was very straightforward. Chapter 134. Zhuofei. Chen Dong really never expected that simply accompanying Wang Xiao for a meal would make him the target of so many people. This also shows how charming Wang Xiao is at Beijing University. If it were someone else, surrounded by so many people, they would have been flustered and might even have run away. Because those who can enter Beijing University are either rich or powerful, truly not to be trifled with. However, Chen Dong looked at the person asking him questions with an indifferent expression and said, "What business is it of yours who Wang Xiao is to me?" The people around him immediately showed shocked expressions. This guy is really arrogant. He actually dared to talk back to Zhuofei. Zhuofei is a well-known little tyrant at Beijing University. This guy is going to get himself in serious trouble today. Hee hee. Zhuofei sneered, looking at Chen Dong with interest. You have some guts, kid. No wonder you can sit down and eat with Wang Xiao. I'm in a good mood today, so I won't deal with you. Here is a card with $1 million on it. Take the money and get lost. Zhuofei tossed a bank card in front of Chen Dong. The people around were once again shocked. Zhuofei is really unpredictable. In the past, anyone who provoked him would at least get their hands broken. Why is he giving the other party $1 million today? Chapter 135. Resolving it in a few moves. Xiao, what's wrong with you? Xiangzi, who brought people in, saw Zhuofei's bruised face and immediately asked curiously. Don't ask so much. Come with me to the restaurant and take care of that bastard. Zhuofei shouted angrily. Xiangzi dared not ask further, still in shock. Who is it? So arrogant? How dare they hit Zhuofei? They were really about to witness something today. A group of people rushed into the restaurant. At this time, Chen Dong and Wang Xiao had just finished their meal and were about to leave when they suddenly saw Zhuofei leading a large group of people charging in. Wang Xiao immediately became anxious and stepped forward. Zhuofei, what do you want? Zhuofei coldly smiled. Wang Xiao, this is none of your business. Step aside. His icy, murderous gaze turned to Chen Dong. Bastard, no one has ever hit me from childhood to now. How dare you slap my face? Today, I'm going to break both your arms. Wang Xiao still wanted to stop him, but Chen Dong held her back. Don't worry, I won't be in trouble. Chen Dong smiled at her, then walked towards Zhuofei and his group. I've already let you off once, and you still dare to bring people to seek death? Chen Dong asked calmly. Chapter 136. Directly buying the store. If they knew that Chen Dong had nothing but a lot of money, they wouldn't be so curious. Zhuofei grinned. This was truly an unexpected surprise. Chen Dong actually wanted to compare who has more money. He could finally get back at him and make Chen Dong look foolish. How do you want to compare? He immediately asked Chen Dong eagerly. You say it. Chen Dong replied indifferently. So that you can't say I'm bullying you. Bullying me? Zhuofei really couldn't believe his ears. Just the designer clothes he was wearing were worth hundreds of thousands, while Chen Dong's outfit looked like it was from a street stall, totaling less than 200 yuan. With that being the case, Chen Dong still dares to say he is bullying him? He was truly speechless. Did Chen Dong suddenly lose his mind? It's no longer about physical strength. It's about who has more money. How can Chen Dong still be so confident? Let's go to a jewelry store and pick a piece of jewelry for Wang Xiao. Whoever picks the more expensive one wins. Zhuofei said with a smile. No problem. Chen Dong immediately agreed. If you lose, you have to leave Wang Xiao and never come close to her again. Zhuofei added with a cold smile. No problem. Chen Dong readily agreed and then said to Zhuofei, if you lose, you're also not allowed to harass Wang Xiao again. Chapter 137. Beaten by money, do I look like I'm joking? Chen Dong said to the manager. Hee hee. The manager sneered. To buy this store, you need at least 100 billion. Do you have that much money? Chen Dong replied. I definitely do. If you can make the decision, we can trade immediately. The manager laughed, turned to a staff member and said, bring the card reader over. The staff immediately brought the card reader over, and the manager took it. Smiling at Chen Dong, you first need to swipe 10 billion as a deposit. If you really have that much money, I'll immediately bring our boss to negotiate a deal with you. As soon as this was said, laughter and ridicule erupted around Chen Dong. Oh no, this is really embarrassing. He definitely didn't expect the manager to pull this move, directly asking him to pay a 10 billion deposit first. In that situation, let alone 10 billion, it was questionable whether he could even take out 100,000. If he couldn't take it out, the manager would definitely not let him off for causing trouble here. How could someone like him be with Wang Xiao? Did Wang Xiao have a problem with her eyesight? After mocking Chen Dong, everyone was still puzzled. How could Wang Xiao like someone like Chen Dong? Chapter 138. Encountering an assassination, a flat price of 200 billion. Chen Dong extended 2 fingers and said to Zhang Yi, "If you want to sell, I'll first pay you 20 billion as a deposit. Then send professionals to sign the contract with you. Once the contract is signed, I will transfer the remaining money to you in one go. Of course, if you still don't want to sell, then forget it." Zhang Yi quickly contemplated. 200 billion far exceeded the value of his store. Selling to Chen Dong, he would definitely not lose out. However, if he didn't sell, he would obviously offend a big shot like Chen Dong. So not selling would be losing out. Since he could make a big profit, why not go along with the money? "Mr. Chen Dong, I'm very pleased to reach this deal with you. Zhang Yi simidet. Bring the card reader over," Chen Dong said. The clerk immediately brought the card reader cautiously, no longer with the contemptuous look he had when he first brought it. Because Chen Dong was now the god of wealth in their eyes. The card was successfully swiped, and the amount was 1 billion. The people around were once again stunned upon hearing this figure. A full 2 billion, just like that, casually spent. He was really too rich. Chapter 139. The horrific car accident. Ouch, ouch, ouch. The driver screamed, "Let go of my hand." Chen Dong coldly replied, "Who sent you to kill me? Is it Sun Yuan?" When he encountered an assassination attempt, his first thought was Sun Yuan because he had beaten him up in Jiangzhou, and at Beijing University, he had caused such a commotion that Sun Yuan must have known he was in the capital. Therefore, it was not surprising that he sent a hitman to kill Chen Dong. "Let go of my hand first, and I'll tell you who sent me," the driver said. Chen Dong thought he couldn't pull any tricks, so he let go. Little did he expect that at that moment, the driver suddenly slammed the steering wheel, charging towards the center of the road. "What are you doing? Trying to escape? I'm in the car. You can't get away," Chen Dong mocked, genuinely confused by the driver's actions. If Chen Dong weren't in the car, this behavior could be seen as reckless escape. However, Chen Dong was in the car. No matter how the driver drove, he couldn't shake Chen Dong off. So why was he so recklessly speeding up? It was simply incomprehensible. At that moment, Chen Dong suddenly sensed a crisis. Looking around, he saw 4 trucks rushing towards him. Chapter 140. The mastermind seeing the bodies of those who had committed suicide by poison. The members of the Dragon team were shocked. How ruthless! These are not assassins. They are all death warriors. One member of the Dragon team lamented. Death warriors? Are you kidding? Does this even exist in modern society? Chen Dong was incredulous. The people sent to kill him were actually death warriors. Once a mission failed, they would immediately take their own lives to avoid exposing their identities and the mastermind behind them. No wonder they died so decisively, leaving Chen Dong with no clues. But aren't death warriors a thing of the past? How could such things still exist in modern times? It was simply unbelievable. Ordinary families certainly wouldn't have such things. But those ancient families that have been passed down through generations would be no different from ancient times. It wouldn't be surprising for them to have such things. After explaining, the Dragon team members curiously asked Chen Dong, "Who exactly did you offend?" "They actually sent death warriors to kill you." Chen Dong shook his head. "I really don't know who it is right now." The Dragon team asked, "Do you need us to arrange protection for you?" Chen Dong thought for a moment and said, "With my current strength, as long as those old monsters don't take action, no one should be able to deal with me. So, don't send anyone to protect me." Chapter 141. A beating for nothing. A dozen security guards surrounded Chen Dong, all holding stun guns, creating a terrifying scene. However, there was no fear on Chen Dong's face. Even if they were holding stun guns, he was confident he could take them all down within 10 seconds. That's why he calmly asked, "What do you want to do?" The security guard who was about to hit him sneered and walked over. "Dare to hit me? You got some guts. Kneel down and apologize to me right now. Otherwise, you won't leave here alive today." Chen Dong replied, "I hit you because you were being a jerk. I told you I'm a guest at the hotel, and you still stopped me. Who else should I hit?" The security guard, not receiving Chen Dong's apology, was further mocked by him, instantly filled with rage. He also held a stun baton and immediately jabbed it towards Chen Dong. "You dare to be arrogant? I'll let you taste the electric shock today." As the flickering electric current was about to make contact with Chen Dong's body, the others seemed to envision Chen Dong convulsing from the shock, their faces already showing twisted smiles. Chapter 142. Saving the Star. Chen Dong's suite was next to the banquet hall. As he passed by, he suddenly heard a commotion coming from inside. "Mr. Zhang, what do you want? Don't come near. I invested 2 billion in your movie. You won't even let me touch you. I have to make you pay for this today." "Mr. Zhang, you didn't say that when you invested. You said you appreciated my talent and wanted to collaborate to produce an excellent work. Why have you changed now? Do you think I'm stupid enough to believe that? Who would invest $2 billion just to work with you unless they wanted to sleep with you? Do you think my money grows on trees? You must comply with me today, or I'll throw you off the building. Mr. Zhang, don't do this. I will call for help. Huh? Call whoever you want. Who dares to interfere with my business? Inside the banquet hall, the two noisy individuals were a female star and an investor. The investor invested in the female star's movie with that purpose in mind, wanting to sleep with her. The female star understood this rule and worked hard to please the investor. Otherwise, who would spend money to support her in the future? Chapter 143, Mr. Zhang returns for revenge. You want to do something to me? Nualan asked in disbelief. Just now, Chen Dong had taken off his outer clothing. While Nualan was in torn clothes, large areas of her fair skin exposed, very tempting. Anyone would think Chen Dong was going to do something to her. Little did they know, he was actually taking off his outer clothing to let Nualan wear it, so she wouldn't be exposed anymore. Nualan felt very embarrassed. Chen Dong wasn't any better. He frowned and said, "In your mind, am I that kind of person?" I'm so sorry. Nualan quickly apologized. It's all right. Chen Dong was magnanimous and didn't hold it against her. After she put on Chen Dong's outer clothing, although it was still torn, she felt an unprecedented warmth in her heart. Did you book a room at the hotel? I'll take you back. Chen Dong asked again. Okay. Nualan nodded and gave a room number. As they just exited the banquet hall, they ran into a woman in her 30s. Seeing Nualan in her tattered clothes and Chen Dong shirtless, she immediately screamed loudly, "Bastard beast! What have you done, Nualan? I will kill you." The woman screamed, baring her fangs and claws, ready to tear Chen Dong apart. Chapter 144. Director Feng's threat you to kneel in the corner and slap yourselves. If it makes me happy, I won't personally deal with you. Chen Dong coldly said as he watched the two bodyguards approaching him. The two bodyguards were taken aback, their faces immediately showing incredulity. Had they switched positions with Chen Dong? Shouldn't they be the ones saying this to him? They immediately sneered. Kid, you're pretty arrogant, huh? Even now, you dare to say such arrogant things? Today, I'll make you regret being born into this world. The three people were only a few steps apart. One of the bodyguards raised his hand and swung a slap fiercely towards Chen Dong's face. Slap. Just as the moment arrived when Chen Dong's cheek was about to be hit, he suddenly struck back, delivering a hard slap to the bodyguard's face. Instantly, the bodyguard was sent flying, crashing heavily against the wall. The others were stunned at the sight. The bodyguard weighed over 90 kilograms. It was knocked away by Chen Dong's slap. Just how powerful was Chen Dong's slap? Was it really that terrifying? Another bodyguard quickly pulled out a dagger and shouted at Chen Dong, You better kneel down for me, or I'll stab you to death." Chapter 145. Revenge. The too strong refusal of Director Feng would inevitably come at a cost. They were already mentally prepared. However, what they never expected was that the price would come so quickly and so fiercely. Nualan immediately received a text message stating that her character was poor and she had been expelled from the film association, meaning she could no longer act, release albums, or take on endorsements. This was equivalent to directly removing her from the entertainment industry. How could the film association do this? It must be the work of Director Feng. He was the vice president of the film association, deliberately using his power to suppress her. Seeing this text message, Li Hong was instantly filled with rage. Nualan nodded, tears streaming down her face in grievance. Is it really that hard to be a clean person in this circle? Just then, her phone rang. It was a call from Director Feng. Nualan held back her tears, answered the phone, and asked, "Director Feng, is there anything else?" Director Feng's cold laughter came through. "Nualan, did you receive the message? Aren't you regretting it? You and Li Hong were too impulsive just now. Don't worry. This message is still only circulating internally and hasn't been officially sent out yet. You still have a chance to remedy it." Chapter 146. Nualan targeted. The banquet hadn't officially started yet, and people from the entertainment industry were gathering in small groups, whispering to each other. One person was completely excluded, and that was Nualan, because she had offended Director Feng. She had already been ordered by him to be banned, meaning her acting career was completely over. Therefore, there was no need to waste time on such a worthless person, and it might even offend Director Feng. So everyone avoided Nualan like she was a plague. Nualan sat alone in a corner, feeling very lonely, with only Chen Dong and her manager Li Hong sitting nearby to keep her company. "Nualan, it's okay. We will definitely get through this." Her manager Li Hong encouraged her. However, She herself had a dull expression, clearly just saying that to comfort her. Those people were not just excluding and ignoring Nualan. They were also spreading rumors. Is that the kept boy Nualan is raising? He even brought him to such a banquet without any shame. Just think about how chaotic her private life must be. She probably plays with several men in a day. No wonder Director Feng ordered her to be banned. I really don't know how she had the face to establish a pure persona before. Chapter 147. Donating 10 billion. The president made a not-so-favorable comment about Chen Dong. Then added, since you're not from the entertainment industry, it is inconvenient for you to stay here. You should leave immediately. Upon hearing this, Director Feng let out a sigh of relief. He had disguised himself so well that the president would believe him without hesitation at this moment. He provocatively glanced at Chen Dong and Nualan, sneering inwardly. You two ants think you can fight against me? Dream on. After the president told Chen Dong to leave, others began a clamor for Chen Dong and Nualan to leave immediately. Unable to withstand the pressure, Nualan was really about to leave. However, Chen Dong tightly grasped her hand and smiled. Don't be anxious. I haven't introduced myself to them yet. Ha! As soon as these words came out, it drew a wave of mockery from those around. Generally, when one says they want to introduce themselves, they must have some status to say so. What status does Chen Dong have? A kept boy, and he dares to say such things? Isn't that laughable? The crowd had looked down on Chen Dong to the extreme. Director Feng didn't think much of Chen Dong either. He shouted, if you don't get lost, I'll call security. Chapter 148. Unpredictable fate. Change of identity. If Chen Dong had said this earlier, he would definitely have been besieged by everyone, because Director Feng was a well-known director in the country. However now, upon hearing this, everyone quickly nodded in agreement. Because Chen Dong's status was even more powerful, he was already the financial backer of these people. Even Director Feng had a look at Chen Dong's face now, let alone the others, who had started to curry favor with Chen Dong, bowing and scraping. Just a moment ago, they had looked down on Chen Dong. Now they were being extremely humble. In such a situation, offending Chen Dong because of Director Feng would be a sign of insanity, right? The president was also very excited and said to Chen Dong, Mr. Chen, thank you very much for your support of the film industry. I will immediately establish this foundation and transfer the money you provided, without a penny less, to the foundation's account. By the way, please take the position of the first president of the foundation. Since the money came from Chen Dong, it was only natural for him to be the president. However, Chen Dong made a decision that left everyone in disbelief. You are highly respected in the film industry and a truly virtuous and talented artist, so you should take on the presidency. Chen Dong smiled at the president. Chapter 149. Song who borrowing money in the past. I was truly blind and couldn't see your true nature. I never expected you to be such a shameless beast. Get out immediately. I will expel you from the Film Association. The president of the Film Association pointed at Director Feng and began a curse. President, I was wrong. Give me one chance. I will definitely change and never do it again. Director Feng knelt on the ground, pleading desperately. However, the president of the Film Association was a stern and unyielding person. If he didn't know before, everything was fine. Now that he knew, it wouldn't matter even if the King of Heaven came. Director Feng was destined to be expelled from the Film Association. In the future, no one would invest in his movies. There would be no stars willing to act in his films. It is no exaggeration to say that he had been blacklisted and would be completely removed from this circle. How could he be willing? After a lifetime of hard work, having achieved his current success, was he really going to be sent back to square one? Moreover, he must have signed many contracts by now, due to his own reasons. Those contracts would be impossible to fulfill. He would have to take full responsibility and pay a hefty penalty for breach of contract. And since he could no longer navigate this industry, those people would surely take the opportunity to kick him while he was down. Chapter 150. Blood Knife and Greedy Wolf. Blood Knife. Peak inner strength. Top assassin of the underground black market. Greedy Wolf. Peak inner strength. Top assassin of the underground black market. Two top assassins from the underground black market have come to the capital without reporting and are hiding their whereabouts, which is clearly suspicious. In the capital, at a base, several middle-aged men are analyzing the profiles of these two martial arts experts. These two are not ordinary martial arts experts. They're top assassins from the underground black market. Their strength has reached the peak of inner strength, and even the Dragon team does not want to conflict with them. However, their arrival in the capital, without reporting and hiding their whereabouts, immediately raised the dragon team's alertness. It is speculated that they must have other purposes for coming to the capital. But what could that purpose be? Someone needs to be sent to investigate. Who do you think should be sent? A middle-aged man with a beard inquired. To investigate two peak inner strength martial arts experts. It must be a transformation expert who takes action. But these experts have all been busy lately and can't manage this. A thin middle-aged man responded. At the moment, there is only one person who can take on this heavy responsibility. Another tall, middle-aged man said. Chapter 151. We come to assassinate Chen Dong with Chen Dong's strength. Those two cannot hide their killing intent. So after closing his eyes to sense, he quickly found them. Chen Dong smiled and approached a private room, directly pushing the door open and walking in. Inside the room were two middle-aged men, unshaven and with sparse hair, making it impossible to associate them with top assassins from the underground black market. This is because the two had already changed their appearance. And it wasn't a low-end disguise. It was the most advanced kind. Not only had their appearance changed, but also their temperament, expressions, tone, speaking habits, and even body language had all changed. To anyone, they looked like two middle-aged, disheartened uncles. With elderly parents above and children below, their mortgage and car loan were suffocating them. And now, due to their older age, they were about to be fired from the company. The two were somewhat at a dead end, which is why they came here to drink and drown their sorrows. However, no matter how well they hid, there was one thing that could not be changed, the faint killing intent on them. Little brother, are you in the wrong room? One of them, with bleary eyes, curiously asked Chen Dong. Chapter 152. The two assassins were scared silly. Who do you want to kill? Chen Dong asked in disbelief. He thought he had misheard, until these two repeated the name, Chen Dong. What's wrong with you? After saying this name again, the two noticed something was off with Chen Dong's expression and curiously asked. And nothing. Chen Dong really couldn't believe that these two came to the capital with the goal of killing him. There are so many people with the same name. Could there be a mistake? If Chen Dong hadn't just experienced an assassination attempt, he might have thought like that. However, having just survived an assassination, and now two powerful assassins appear with the target being someone named Chen Dong, it's impossible for it to be a coincidence. Thus, Chen Dong could conclude with 100% certainty that the Chen Dong they wanted to kill was indeed him. But who sent them to kill him? Chen Dong frowned and asked. Who sent you to kill this Chen Dong? Bloodknife and Greedy Wolf shook their heads. We don't know the employer's information, and we don't care who the employer is. As long as he pays, that's enough. Chen Dong asked, Can you call him now? Bloodknife and Greedy Wolf shook their heads. Not now. He can only come tomorrow. Chapter 153. Walking into a trap, young master Song. Will those two top assassins be unhappy waiting for us a day? On the way to the bar, Che Yungang asked Song, who with some concern. Taking money to do a job. What is there to be unhappy about? Song, who replied nonchalantly. As long as the money is enough. By the way, has the money arrived? Che Yungang nodded. It has arrived. Song, who said, We might need to prepare a few $100 million. After all, we're not killing an ordinary person. We need to give them hush money. Che Yungang replied. Young master Song, I understand. I will ask my father for some more later. Song, who nodded. Thank you this time. After we eliminate Chen Dong, I will support your family to develop in the capital. Young master Song, is this true? Thank you so much. Ke Yungang shouted excitedly. Developing in the capital means that the Che family will truly soar. This 20 billion is worth it. Che Yungang thought to himself. If Dad knew, he would be so happy. He had previously advised me not to get involved in this matter, fearing trouble. Isn't that a joke? To seek wealth. The Che family must take risks if they want to rise and become stronger. Chapter 154. Warning by presenting a headbang. Song, who collapsed helplessly to the ground. He never dreamed that the Chen Feng he wanted to kill was actually the vice captain of the dragon team. Such a person, the Song family truly could not provoke. Using the Song family to threaten Chen Dong was indeed a joke. Chen Dong, I'm sorry. I should have sent someone to kill you. Please spare my life, and I will serve you as a slave in the future. In the face of a life-and-death crisis, Song, who had lost all pride as a member of the Song family, he crawled on the ground like a dog, desperately kowtowing to Chen Dong and begging for mercy. However, there was not even a hint of compassion on Chen Dong's face. He said coldly, If you had been honest with me from the start, perhaps I would have spared your life. But now that you're almost in my hands, and you still treat me like a fool, then I can't spare you. Chen Dong decided to spare Che Yungang, but not Song Hu. besides being the mastermind who attempted to kill Chen Dong twice. There was another more important reason. Song, who always viewed himself as superior, consistently using a condescending attitude when talking to Chen Dong. Even now, as he was about to fall into Chen Dong's hands, that attitude did not change, and he even thought that Chen Dong was foolish enough to be easily fooled. Chapter 155. A person the capital S Business Alliance dares not to provoke the Song family was all unwilling to accept that Song, who had died just like that. It was simply a great humiliation. But what good is unwillingness? As the old master of the Song family said, the Song family is not as powerful as the Dragon team, so they must endure. Old master, how do we announce it externally? Song, whose father asked, tears in his eyes. Song, who was being groomed as the heir of the Song family, and his death would surely cause a stir. How to announce this matter externally was very important, as it might bring disaster to the Song family. Say that he died in a car accident. The old master of the Song family said, isn't that a bit hasty? Would others believe it? Song, whose father hesitated. Others would definitely speculate. They wouldn't dare to publish the true reason for Song, whose death. The Song family would definitely appear weak. Then they're very likely to pounce and take a bite. His concerns were not unfounded. The Song family, such a prominent clan, stirs up huge waves with any minor disturbance, especially since showing weakness is not an option. In the imperial capital, surrounded by wolves, once you show weakness, you could become prey. This is also why those prominent families care so much about their reputation, because reputation can reveal whether a family has shown weakness. Chapter 156. Ouyang Phoenix. This is not the first time Ouyang Phoenix has been forced into an arranged marriage. Last time she was too young to resist. This time, she absolutely will not compromise. In the Ouyang family's conference hall, Ouyang Phoenix pointed at the crowd and shouted angrily, Song, who just died, and you want me to marry into the Song family? What do you take me for? A tool for your Ouyang family? You have no shame, but I still have my dignity. Sister, don't be angry. The marriage with the Song family is unavoidable. Our Ouyang family is already weaker than the other prominent families in the imperial capital. If we don't form an alliance, we might not be able to stand firm in the future. A beautiful woman walked over to persuade Ouyang Phoenix. She is Ouyang Phoenix's elder sister, named Ouyang Rudy. Although she was trying to comfort her, her eyes were filled with a gloating expression. It was clear she was not genuinely concerned about Ouyang Phoenix. She was just pretending to be kind. Ouyang Phoenix saw through her thoughts at a glance and immediately sneered, asking if this is for the good of the family. Why don't you go instead? You're 2 years older than me and of marriageable age. You're more suitable than I am. Chapter 157. Calming anger with slaps. Get outside, and each of you give yourself 200 slaps. Chen Dong issued the command, and the thugs showed a troubled expression. 200 slaps? Wouldn't tea that make their faces swell? What? Didn't you hear what I said? Do I need to do it myself? Chen Dong asked coldly again. The thugs immediately trembled in fear. Clearly, no one wanted Chen Dong to take action himself. After all, the person he just dealt with might only have half a life left. Slap, slap, slap. The thugs went outside and started slapping themselves. Chen Dong approached the bed and saw Ouyang Phoenix lying there. He asked with a puzzled expression, were you drugged? Ouyang Phoenix's eyes were dull and lifeless, looking as though her soul had been taken away. Chen Dong reached out and touched her cheek, asking, what happened to you? How did you end up like this? Are you still the Ouyang Phoenix, president of the martial arts club at Jiangzhou University? Ouyang Phoenix still showed no reaction. Chen Dong pulled her up. At this moment, he was certain that even if he slept with Ouyang Phoenix, she would still not react at all. Chapter 158. A model for our generation. Ouyang Phoenix's firm reply surprised Chen Dong. How many people in the imperial capital dare to look down on the Ouyang family? Just this point makes me believe you can follow through on your words. Ouyang Phoenix smiled and explained. Chen Dong nodded and said, you must keep this secret from me. Although I'm not afraid of the Song family's revenge, it would still have a bad impact if it gets out. I know, Ouyang Phoenix replied. I'll take you back to school. Chen Dong said again. Okay. Ouyang Phoenix nodded obediently. Now, she no longer had the domineering presence of the president of the martial arts club at Jiangzhou University. She was purely a well-behaved little girl, even exuding a hint of cuteness. If this got back to Jiangzhou University, it would definitely shock many people. Due to the last exchange meeting, Jiangzhou University had won a complete victory, and everyone was valued by Beijing University, hence invited to study there for a while, with all expenses covered. Naturally, the people from Jiangzhou University were happy to stay. After all, Beijing University is one of the highest institutions in the country, and the teaching quality here is definitely better than that at Jiangzhou University. They can learn a lot here. Chapter 159, Zheng Bin's Provocation. The people from Jiangzhou University were immediately stunned. Senior Ouyang, did you go to a hotel with Chen Dong? Is this true? They shouted in surprise. Turning to look at Chen Dong, they saw a murderous expression in his eyes. Ouyang Phoenix said, almost. Didn't I just say? Who called and disturbed me? I want to teach him a lesson. The person who made the call had already been scared into a corner. Everyone was really starting to admire Chen Dong. Why do all the beauties revolve around him? At this moment, Chen Dong had a face full of black lines. Ouyang Phoenix was clearly saying this on purpose for Lan Yuhan to hear. Chen Dong increasingly suspected that Ouyang Phoenix had developed feelings for him. Otherwise, she wouldn't use such despicable means to provoke another girl who secretly had feelings for him. Lan Yuhan shot Chen Dong a glance and stood up to walk outside. Yuhan, where are you going? Someone asked. Going out for some fresh air, it's too stuffy. Lan Zuhan Gon Li Zip Li. With such a large private room, how could it be stuffy? Someone showed a puzzled expression. Seeing Chen Dong immediately chase after her, they finally understood what was going on. Suddenly, they were all astonished. Are both of these goddesses interested in Chen Dong? Otherwise, why would they be at odds over him? Chapter 160, calling Chen Dong the strongest Li Jinggang. Help me teach a bastard a lesson. Zheng Bin shouted at Li Jinggang, who was training. Li Jinggang turned around with a puzzled look. Zheng Xiao, who offended you? Zheng Bin's identity was not ordinary. Besides being a wealthy heir, his brother Zheng Tao was part of the business alliance in the imperial capital. Therefore, few dared to provoke him at Beijing University. However, he was currently in a very embarrassing situation. One side of his face was swollen, and he had a bright red palm print that could only be described as tragic. A bastard who only knows how to brag. Zheng Bin angrily scolded. After boasting too much, his brain went haywire, really thinking he is invincible, so he dared to hit me. All right, don't waste time. Come with me to deal with him. Zheng Bin thought that Chen Dong was just a braggart who got too into his act and really believed he had become as powerful as he claimed, which was why he dared to hit Zheng Bin. People like this he had seen before, and their fate was usually quite miserable. Today, Chen Dong would be even worse, because he had actually laid hands on Zheng Bin. This was something Zheng Bin absolutely could not tolerate. Who in their right mind would dare to hit the second young master of the Zheng family? Chapter 161, Brutal Beating and Humiliation. Last time, during the exchange with the martial arts club at Beijing University, Xiao Wu was not present, and Li Jinggang did not mention this incident afterward. After all, who would want to bring it up when it was so embarrassing? That would be a sign of a problem with their head. Therefore, Xiao Wu did not know how powerful Chen Dong was, which was why he dared to act so arrogantly in front of Chen Dong now. Chen Dong would not be lenient. He directly pointed at him from a distance and said, "You can still leave now." Hee hee. Xiao Wu laughed. "I am ranked 8th in the martial arts club at Beijing University, and you dare to tell me to leave? Today, I will let you know that in this world, some things really cannot be said lightly." He tore off his shirt, revealing a muscular physique, instantly attracting gasps and screams from some female students nearby. "Kid, you're going to pay for this." Xiao Wu shouted angrily, stomping his foot and charging toward Chen Dong, throwing a punch directly at Chen Dong's cheek. The onlookers gasped at the scene. Xiao Wu's punch was so powerful. Could he really kill him with one hit? This guy really has a screw loose. If he is going to provoke someone, why pick a member of the martial arts society? Isn't he just asking for trouble? Chapter 162. Apologizing after being beaten, Li Jinggang arrived with a murderous aura. Upon hearing that Xiao Wu had been beaten, he immediately thought it was the work of outsiders, because the people who could fight in the school were almost all in the martial arts society. Xiao Wu didn't even know that person. If it wasn't an outsider looking for trouble, then who could it be? Li Jinggang was never polite with such people and would directly beat them to a pulp. After beating them, he would just throw them out of the campus without worrying about the consequences, as everything would be handled by Beijing University. The crowd naturally parted to make way, and almost everyone thought Chen Dong was doomed. With Li Jinggang here, how could he possibly survive? He was about to be beaten to a pulp. Zheng Bin, who had just been slapped around by Chen Dong, thought the same and shouted, "Li Jinggang, I'm here. Come save me." As soon as Li Jinggang heard that voice, he felt something was off. The outsider sounded too miserable. How badly had Zheng Bin been beaten? He couldn't afford to delay any longer and rushed over. The moment he saw the person beating Zheng Bin, he was momentarily stunned. How could it be him? he exclaimed in shock. He thought it was an outsider, but it turned out to be Chen Dong, the martial arts expert from Jiangzhou University. Chapter 163. The suppressed Wang family, don't get me wrong. She is my classmate. It's normal for me to help a classmate who is being harassed, right? Chen Dong explained hurriedly. Wang Xiu laughed. Before her, I heard there was a red dress goddess who was very close to you. And I also heard you two booked a hotel room. Chen Dong suddenly felt his head spinning. It was like being caught doing something bad. He quickly explained again. That is also a misunderstanding. At that time, she was taken to a hotel by a few small thugs, and I was just there to save her. I heard she is the president of the Jiangzhou Martial Arts Society. Are those small thugs her rivals? How can you lie without considering the logic? Wang Xiu pressed on, and Chen Dong's face was filled with black lines. He had to tell the truth. She is very pitiful, forced into marriage by her family, lost, and at the mercy of others. Which is why those small thugs took advantage of her and brought her to the hotel. Thinking that this explanation would suffice, Chen Dong hoped Wang Xiu would stop asking. Little did he know, Wang Xiu wasn't done with him yet. You saved the beauty. You must have won her heart. Otherwise, how could she so openly admit to others that she stayed with you? Chen Dong was truly speechless. He seriously asked Wang Xiu, when did you become so gossipy? You weren't like this before. Chapter 164. The banquet is a trap. What? The Sun family wants to settle scores with Chen Dong? Why are you telling me this only now? This banquet is a trap. Wang Xiu became anxious. She never imagined that this banquet was not just about a marriage contract. It was actually a conspiracy against Chen Dong. The Sun family intended to make a move on Chen Dong at the banquet, and Wang Xiu would never allow it. She pulled out her phone, and her parents immediately asked anxiously, "What are you going to do?" Wang Xiu said, "I'm going to notify Chen Dong not to come to the banquet." Wang Xiu's parents immediately yelled in anger. "Are you crazy? If he doesn't come, the Sun family will definitely not let us off. Chen Dong trusts me so much. I absolutely cannot harm him," Wang Xiu said firmly. "And us? Don't you care about us?" her parents said angrily. Wang Xiu fell into a dilemma. On one side was the trustworthy Chen Dong, and on the other was her parents. How should she choose? In the end, she painfully made a decision. I agree to marry Sun Yuan. So the Sun family won take action against us. Her parents, hearing this, didn't know whether to be happy or sad. If it were in the past, they would definitely be happy. The alliance between the Wang family and the Sun family would surely have limitless prospects. Chapter 165. Embarrassment is the Wang family here? Upon hearing this voice, some people immediately showed displeasure on their faces. Who is this person shouting outside the Wang family villa? How audacious! Sun Yuan's face showed unimaginable excitement. Wang Xiu's face displayed unimaginable worry. The owner of this voice was none other than Chen Dong. "Dad, this bastard is the one who hurt me." Sun Yuan turned and excitedly shouted to Sun Ziyuan, "Let us go out and see what this bastard who dared to hurt my son looks like." Sun Ji grinned sinisterly and led everyone out of the villa. Wang Yi and Shin Bijuan were also curious about what charm this Chen Dong, who made their daughter so infatuated, possessed. They hurriedly went out to see. The other bosses were also curious. Did this young man grow 3 heads and 6 arms? Otherwise, how could he have the guts to go against the Sun family? They quickly went out, wanting to witness Chen Dong's glory. Once outside, they were stunned. A young man was arguing with a taxi driver. "You charge me $50 for such a short distance. Isn't that too greedy? Dude, you came to a villa residential area. It's obvious you're wealthy. Do you really care about this $50? Chapter 166. The Sun family gets beaten. The person being beaten was dumbfounded. Didn't the law enforcement hear what he said? He loudly repeated, "I'm from the Sun family. Do you dare to hit me?" Slap. Another resounding slap landed on his face. Then, the person hitting him shouted loudly while pointing at the ground, "Crouch down and cover your head." The person being beaten was completely bewildered. Didn't he know about the Sun family? He thought for a moment and explained again. "I'm from the Sun family, the Sun Group, a prominent family in the capital." Slap, slap, slap. This time, it wasn't just one slap. Several slaps landed on his face in succession, making his cheeks swell. He felt dizzy and almost fell to the ground. The person hitting him only responded with one phrase, "Crouch down and cover your head." After being hit 3 times in a row, he didn't dare hesitate any longer and obediently crouched down with his hands covering his head. The onlookers were dumbfounded at this scene. What was going on? Is the Sun family no longer intimidating? How dare someone hit a member of the Sun family? Isn't this too much? Sun Ji and his son Sun Yuan both saw that something was off. Sun Ji turned to a middle-aged man and said, "Old 3, go ask what is happening over there." Chapter 167. Is 1 trillion enough? Hello, uncle and aunt. I am Wang Xiu's boyfriend, and it's a pleasure to meet you. Chen Dong walked up to Wang Yi and Shun Bijuan, greeting them confidently. Hello. Both of them were somewhat at a loss, clearly unsure how to face Chen Dong at that moment. The presence of the Sun family made things too friendly, which would surely cause dissatisfaction among them. However, being unfriendly was not an option either, as their daughter had a close relationship with Chen Dong, leaving them hesitant about how to act. Is the banquet ready? You told me on the phone that your parents prepared a lot of delicious food for me. Let's hurry up. Chen Dong, as if no one was around, took Wang Xiu's hand and walked inside. The people around were shocked. That was the woman who was about to become Sun Yuan's fiancée. Could Sun Yuan bear it? As expected, Sun Yuan could not hold back. He shouted at Chen Dong, "Chen Dong, let go of her hand." Chen Dong turned around. "Why should I let go?" Sun Yuan shouted, "Wang Xiu is my fiancée." Chen Dong shook his head. "With a trash like you want to marry Wang Xiu? Are you dreaming?" Sun Yuan immediately became furious. How dare Chen Dong insult him in front of so many people? This was asking for trouble. He rushed over and shouted, "I will kill you, you bastard." Chapter 168. Is this true? Chen Dong asked if 1,000 billion was enough for the Wang family, and then mentioned Dongshan Group, which naturally led people to think of his executive position there. Otherwise, how could he mobilize funds to invest in the Wang family? However, given his appearance, it was evident that he could not be an executive there. Thus, everyone laughed at him again. No, just as everyone thought, Chen Dong openly admitted it. This made everyone laugh and ask, if you're not an executive there, why mention it? Is it fun? Chen Dong smiled. I have received confidential information. Dongshan Group is not satisfied with just developing in Haicheng. They want to expand to the capital city. They have decided to find a potential family in the capital to cooperate with and establish their foothold. If the cooperation is successful, they will invest 1,000 billion in that family. So uncles and aunts, do you understand? If you take the initiative to contact Dongshan Group, you might just become their partner and secure that 1,000 billion investment. After Chen Dong finished speaking, everyone around was stunned. Moments later, a burst of laughter rang out. You said so much, but probably only one part is true. Chapter 169. 5 minutes to ruin your company. Everyone turned to see that the one mocking was none other than Sun Yuan. A curious boss asked, "Young Master Sun, what do you mean by acting?" Sun Yuan sneered. "How could such a low-level scam fool you all so easily?" That bastard Chen Dong, fearing we would look down on him, fabricated this lie about a 1,000 billion investment. He worried we wouldn't believe him, so he even arranged for a Chairman Jiang. So now, everyone understands that this was all a scam designed by Chen Dong. He has been deceiving us all along. The moment those words were spoken, everyone around erupted like a boiling pot. I said, I always felt something was off, but I couldn't figure out what the problem was. Hearing young Master Sun say this, I suddenly realized. It turns out this was all prearranged. With no skills in being a person, he has a knack for deception. Unfortunately, with young Master Sun here, it doesn't matter how good you are at lying. Chen Dong was stunned, pointing at himself with a curious expression. Me? A liar? The crowd laughed mockingly, not needing to answer, but expressing one clear meaning. You are a complete fraud, a disgraceful thing. Chapter 170. The furious Sun father and son. Some things come with a price. Jiang Menghan said coldly, return the phone. The boss named Wang immediately fell to the ground. It's over. His company, his family, everything is finished. All because he said a few disrespectful words to the chairman of Dongshan Group. Impossible, absolutely impossible. I don't believe the person on the phone was really the chairman of Dongshan Group. Sun Yuan shouted again, unable to accept this outcome. If it really was the chairman of Dongshan Group, it meant that Chen Dong's insider information was true. It also meant that Chen Dong was far more capable than his family's young master, who would never have access to such insider information. How could Sun Yuan, who was already in a life-and-death struggle with Chen Dong, tolerate this? So even when the facts were right in front of him, he had to loudly question it. Slap! At that moment, an unexpected scene occurred. President Wang suddenly rushed in front of Sun Yuan and slapped him hard across the face, cursing, "Damn you!" Sun Yuan was stunned, covering his face in shock as he looked at President Wang. You dare hit me? Chapter 171. The call that shouldn't have come, these flattering words were clearly not credible to Wang Yi. After all, just a moment ago, they were still trying to please the Sun family. And now, they were here to flatter him. Anyone who believed what they said would definitely have their head kicked by a donkey. These people also couldn't be offended, as they were all a bunch of petty individuals who would surely seek revenge after being offended. Thus, the only thing to do with them was to boast. At the banquet, they could boast however they liked. "Mr. Chen, how did you obtain insider information from Dongxing Group?" Someone curiously asked Chen Dong. This secret even piqued Wang Yi's curiosity. Chen Dong replied, "Didn't I just say? The company Dongxing Group initially registered was in Jiangzhou, and I am a local there. It's normal for me to have contact with them and know their insider information." "How much do you know about Dongxing Group?" Someone anxiously asked. "What do you want to know that for?" Chen Dong asked curiously. "Knowing more is always beneficial. Who knows? We might be able to cooperate with Dongxing Group in the future." Someone laughed. Chen Dong shook his head. "You can't cooperate with Dongxing Group. You can only drink soup behind the Wang family." Chapter 172. Intense, underhanded struggles. Why can't he find someone else? Chen Dong was completely furious, shouting at the phone. "Sorry. Everyone else has failed." The people from the Dragon team told Chen Dong, "We're really sorry for making you execute a task so quickly, but the situation is urgent, and only you can go." "Fine. Wait a moment." Chen Dong helplessly hung up the phone. "What task?" Wang Xiu stared wide-eyed at Chen Dong. "You're not making excuses to escape, are you?" Chen Dong replied. "Do I look like that kind of person? With a beauty in front of me. Why would I go execute some ghost task? If it weren't for the pressing situation, would I leave?" Chen Dong was truly helpless. He could only be honest with Wang Xiu, so she would believe him. "I am from the Dragon team," Chen Dong said. Upon hearing this, Wang Xiu was directly stunned. "You are from the Dragon team? Are you joking?" Chen Dong replied, "I'm not joking. If I weren't from the Dragon team, those people from the Sun family wouldn't have been captured today." Wang Xiu instantly realized. "So the enforcers who captured the Sun family members were all arranged by you using the connections of the Dragon team? You're incredible." Chapter 173. Those who defy Chen Dong. The weapons are forged from special materials, capable of slicing through steel plates like paper. Chen Dong casually picked up a long sword, tested it in his hands, and smiled. "This weapon is good. I'll use it." Gao Fei, standing nearby, said, "These weapons have great lethality. Dragon team members need at least 3 years of assessment to obtain them. You've been in the Dragon team for less than a month, and letting you use them is truly unavoidable." Chen Dong nodded. "I understand. I will definitely kill that demon and rescue all the Dragon team members." Gao Fei nodded. "Let's set off now." Those who wanted to go with Chen Dong had already gathered together. Some people didn't recognize Chen Dong, and, seeing how young he was, immediately showed skepticism. "Chief Gao, can this young man really lead the team?" "Who you interjected?" "Chen Dong is the youngest deputy leader in the history of the Dragon team. I'm sure you've heard of his achievements. Yang Qin and Long Xing, who are also first-level members of the Dragon team, were defeated by him in one move, so you shouldn't doubt him," Gao Fei said with a somewhat serious expression. Chapter 174. All are used as cannon fodder, although they had achieved a temporary victory. It was clear even to those with some sense that this was only temporary. Once the Dragon team reacted and sent out experts to encircle them, they would be doomed. Therefore, they should quickly withdraw before the Dragon team realized what was happening. And the captured Dragon team members couldn't be left behind. They should all be killed. However, what puzzled them was that their leader, Zhang Xian, not only did not escape, but also did not allow them to kill the Dragon team members. It was only the so-called Four Fiends who would ask such questions. "What are you afraid of? The Dragon team currently has no experts in the capital." Zhang Xian sneered. Upon hearing this, everyone around was stunned. How is that possible? The capital is a key location. How could the Dragon team not have experts stationed here? Zhang Xian laughed. "Because their experts have all gone to the outer lines for battle." "Outer line battle? What outer line battle?" Zhang Xian's subordinates asked in confusion. "You don't need to know that." Zhang Xian sneered. "Just trust me. You are all very safe now. The Dragon team can't do anything to us at this time." Chapter 175. 2 killed in 3 seconds. A young girl was no fun to play with. One of the Four Fiends, Hu Xiong, grinned. "Drag her over to the table and hold her down for me. I'll play with her first, and when I'm done, it's your turn." With dozens of us playing with her, even if she's fierce, she'll obediently submit. "Good." After Hu Xiong said this, a group of people immediately shouted. Yang Qin was injured in the previous battle, her whole body in excruciating pain, weak and powerless. She wanted to struggle, but couldn't muster any strength. She could only watch helplessly as she was dragged to the table and pinned down by two people. Hu Xiong approached her from behind, grinning, ready to reach out and tear her clothes. At that moment, Yang Qin felt utterly desperate, closing her eyes in pain, tears streaming down her face. What would these beasts do to her? She couldn't even dare to imagine. It would be 1,000,000 times more painful than being killed directly. Crack. However, at that instant, a loud noise suddenly came from the door. The door to the secret chamber was forged from steel. Even a rocket couldn't penetrate it and would only leave grooves. Chapter 176. The serious consequences of underestimating the enemy. The four fiends were experts cultivated by Zhang Xian over 10 years. And these four had also received guidance from foreign martial artists, making them very powerful. It's no exaggeration to say that all four of them had strength comparable to first-level members of the Dragon team. Yet now, who would believe that Chen Dong killed two of them in less than 3 seconds? As for the remaining two, it would naturally be as easy for Chen Dong to take them down as cutting vegetables. Swish! The red long sword swung, and a head instantly flew into the air. Blood sprayed out like a magnificent fountain, creating a terrifying scene. The last of the four fiends finally reacted and turned to run. How could Chen Dong let him escape? He reached out and threw the long sword, which flew directly toward him. Just then, inside the room, Zhang Xian was telling Jack, "Another Dragon team member has come to die. Let me go take a look." Jack didn't care and nodded, and Zhang Xian walked out. Help! He only heard a shout for help. Before he could react, a spray of blood came toward him. Upon closer inspection, it turned out that the fleeing man had been pierced by the long sword. Zhang Xian's face instantly showed an expression of disbelief. Chapter 177. Chen Dong vs. Jack. Jack was leisurely drinking tea, completely unconcerned about what was happening outside. After all, the Dragon team members who came earlier had been dealt with by Zhang Xian in just a few moves. This time would surely be the same as before. However, at that moment, something he never expected happened. Suddenly, a cry for help from Zhang Xian came from outside. Was Zhang Xian defeated? How could that be possible? Zhang Xian had only been out for a few minutes. To defeat him in such a short time, could it be that a strong fighter had come? It couldn't be. If a strong fighter had returned to the capital, he would have received news. But now, there was not a whisper of any news. He couldn't sit still. He couldn't quietly drink tea any longer. He immediately stood up and rushed out. As soon as he stepped outside, the scene before him instantly stunned him. Zhang Xian and his subordinates had already been slaughtered by the Dragon team members, with many dead, and even Zhang Xian himself was severely injured. One hand had been chopped off, and he fell to the ground, his face filled with fear, a pitiful sight. In front of him stood only a young man holding a sword. He sensed around him and found no strong fighters. Could it be that this young man was the one who chopped off Zhang Xian's hand? Chapter 178. Everything has been seen through after killing Zhang Xian, Jack coldly said. You useless bunch have no value to me anymore. Then, he turned to Chen Dong and smiled. What have you decided? Chen Dong replied, not much. Jack frowned. What does that mean? Do you not want to live? Chen Dong said, I do, but there are some things I can't do. What things? Jack raised his eyebrows slightly. To join you, I must give a blood oath, right? And that blood oath must be. He looked down at the Dragon team members. Kill them all? Jack laughed. You're really smart. No need for me to point it out. You can't bear to kill them. So you refused the chance to save them I offered you? Chen Dong shook his head. Indeed, I feel a bit reluctant after all. They just risked their lives to cover my escape. If I were to kill them now, I would truly be worse than a beast. But that is not the main reason. Jack's face immediately showed curiosity. If that's not the main reason, then what is? Chen Dong smiled and said, First, having given an oath of loyalty, I fear I would also find it hard to survive. After all, you only want to use me. Why no longer have any value? I will definitely end up like the one lying on the ground, with my skull smashed by you. Chapter 179. Wang Xiao, who didn't sleep while the armor was already shattered, but its mission had been completed. Chen Dong reached out and swept the broken armor to the ground. Jack, who still had a breath left, looked at this scene in disbelief. This thing blocked my attack? Damn, the Dragon Country has actually developed this kind of material. I need to send this intelligence back. Jack began to wail. He had never seen such material before. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so surprised at this moment. What he wanted most now was to send this intelligence back, but he would have no chance now. Let us go, Chen Dong said coldly, and with a broken sword, he chopped off his head. The others were dealt with by the dragon team, leaving no one alive. After eliminating all these people, the dragon team continued to search inside. Inside, there was a larger secret room, which held hundreds of ordinary people captured as hostages. When they saw a group of bloody people rush in, the hostages were all scared and screamed, thinking that the criminals were there to eliminate them. Chen Dong immediately shouted, "Everyone, don't panic, we are special forces. We are here to rescue you. The criminals have already been shot dead by us. Please hold hands, close your eyes, and walk outside with us." Chapter 180. Good news, my son-in-law is amazing. Shen Biju inside. Wang Xiu glanced at her and said coldly, "Mom, it's still early. Don't say such things." Shen Biju smiled and said, "You need to work hard. With such a good son-in-law, if you let him go, I will kick you out." Wang Xiu immediately became dissatisfied. She felt as if she suddenly turned into an outsider. Her mom clearly valued Chen Dong more than she valued her. "Mom, Chen Dong's identity is confidential. You must not disclose it, otherwise our whole family might end up in prison," Wang Xiu sternly warned. Last night, Chen Dong had also told Wang Xiu the same thing. However, Wang Xiu still told her mom. The reason was simple. She had no choice but to explain why Chen Dong left last night. Did she really want her mom to suspect that Chen Dong had problems in that area? Chen Dong knew she wouldn't explode with anger. Moreover, last night, although they didn't go all the way, she had already figured out that Chen Dong was absolutely normal. "Mom knows. Let us go downstairs for breakfast." Shen Biju smiled. After Wang Xiu washed up, she went downstairs to the living room to eat. Chapter 181. Comprehensive suppression to the conference room had turned into a vegetable market. All the executives were discussing whether the investment from Dongxing Group in the Wang family group was reliable. Also, how did Wang Yi learn this news in advance? And how did he get in touch with Dongxing Group? Some were fantasizing that if this were to become true, they wouldn't have to worry about any suppression from the Sun family, because at that time, the Sun family would be like a lapdog in front of the Wang family group. The Wang family group would definitely be able to crush them at will. Wang Yi had a smile on his face, and when everyone had said enough, he raised his hands to silence the crowd. "Last night, I spoke on the phone with Chairman Jiang of Dongsheng Group. Although we only had a brief conversation, I could feel that she is quite satisfied with our company. So, whether this cooperation can ultimately be successful still depends on how hard we work." Wang Yi said this, and his expression became serious again. "Do you all understand? The reason I called you here for a meeting today is to let you prepare well. When Dongxing Group sends someone to inspect, there must be no mistakes. Whether the company can get through this crisis and become stronger, and whether you can change your destiny all, depends on whether this cooperation with Dongxing Group can succeed." Chapter 182. Who attacked the Wang family? The blow suffered by the Wang family this time was unprecedented and unimaginable. The tax department, banks, fire department, electricity, customs, and even environmental protection all joined forces. This was truly going to put the Wang family to death. Therefore, Wang Yi had no choice but to compromise again and plead with the Sun family to spare the Wang family. So he dialed Sun Ji's phone number. "Brother Wang, I was foolish before and shouldn't have opposed you. Please forgive me for the sake of our past friendship. I bow to you." As soon as the call was answered, Sun Ji's extremely humble voice came through, which immediately left Wang Yi stunned. What is going on with Sun Ji? Why would he say such things? Is he toying with me? That shouldn't be the case. Wang Yi pondered. Based on his understanding of Sun Ji, this person becomes incredibly arrogant once he gains the upper hand and would bully others without hesitation. It was impossible for him to appear weak and mock his opponent like this. So he was genuinely showing weakness to Wang Yi. However, with his arrogant personality, how could he possibly show weakness to Wang Yi? Is the sun rising from the west? Wang Yi was even more confused. Chapter 183. Chen Dong's malicious revenge. Zhang Bin pointed at his own face and shouted, "Brother, did you see? That bastard Chen Dong hit me. I want to take revenge on him." Zhang Tao looked puzzled. "How does your revenge have anything to do with the Wang family?" Zhang Bin angrily said, "Brother, you don't know, that bastard Chen Dong is too good at chasing women. At Beijing University, several goddesses have been involved with him, including the Wang family's young lady, Wang Xiao. The Wang family even invited him to a banquet, so their relationship must be unusual. I'm suppressing the Wang family to force them to submit, and then obediently send their young lady to my bed. That way, I can take revenge on Chen Dong by trampling on Wang Xiao." The Wang family was being suppressed because of Chen Dong. This was simply absurd. At Beijing University, Zhang Bin had been taught a lesson by Chen Dong for harassing Lan Yuhan. He clearly wouldn't let it go easily. After secretly investigating, he found out that Chen Dong was actually involved with Wang Xiao. Moreover, their relationship was not ordinary, as the Wang family had invited Chen Dong to their banquet. Thus, a malicious idea of revenge against Chen Dong immediately surfaced in his mind. That idea was to suppress the Wang family's company, force the Wang family to submit, and then send Wang Xiao to his bed. Chapter 184. Coercion is useless. Wang Yi never expected that Guan Xiaolong would say such a thing to him. It wasn't him who offended the Zheng family and Guan Xiaolong. If that's the case, why would the Zheng family and Guan Xiaolong target him? Are they out of their minds? When he was very confused, Guan Xiaolong coldly said to him, "The one who truly offended the Zheng family is Chen Dong." Chen Dong? Wang Yi was once again stunned. What does Chen Dong have to do with this? Boss Guan, please just tell me the whole story. All right. Guan Xiaolong took another sip of tea, then continued coldly. That bastard Chen Dong is competing with the second young master of the Zheng family for a girlfriend at Beijing University, and even injured the second young master of the Zheng family. And Yuan family actually treat him as an honored guest. Don't you think it's deserved that the Zheng family suppresses your Wang family? As soon as these words came out, Wang Yi was once again dumbfounded. How could Chen Dong have such great power? He shouted. In his opinion, Chen Dong was at most a local from Jiangzhou. Perhaps he had some influence in Jiangzhou, but in the capital, he was nothing at all. Competing for a girlfriend with the second young master of the Zheng family, and even injuring him? That's even more impossible. Chapter 185. Ruining cooperation. Are they looking for death? Seeing everyone shouting in anger, Guan Xiaolong directly began to curse. Opposing the Zheng family will not end well. So you all get out immediately. The more vicious he was, the more it showed that he lacked confidence, that he was a blusterer. Therefore, the people present looked down on him even more. Wang Yi directly told him, "Go back. Even if I, Wang Yi, am incompetent, I will not send my daughter to the Zheng family." Guan Xiaolong was immediately a bit flustered. When he came, he had patted his chest and guaranteed Zheng Tao that he would definitely bring Wang Xiao back. And now, if he returned empty-handed, Zheng Tao would definitely question his ability, and he would never have a good life in the future. Therefore, his expression changed drastically, and he no longer dared to show any fierce demeanor. He smiled at Wang Yi and said, "Mr. Wang, think about it again. I was wrong just now. I spoke abruptly, and I apologize. Your daughter going to the Zheng family with me will really bring great benefits." Wang Yi turned to look at him, his face full of mockery and cold laughter. He had seen too many people like this. The more humble they are to you now, the more vicious and cruel they will be when they have the chance to take revenge in the future. Therefore, Wang Yi was even more unwilling to let him take his daughter away. He directly issued an eviction order. "Boss Guan, if you don't leave now, I will call security." Chapter 186. Driving away Guan Xiaolong. After Wang Yi finished speaking, he lowered his head and apologized to Lin Yi and the others. He thought that after hearing this, Lin Yi would immediately turn around and leave with her people. Little did he know, after hearing this, Lin Yi actually breathed a sigh of relief. So Wang Yi not cooperating with the Dongshin group was only for these reasons. That's good. Lin Yi thought to herself. She smiled. "Mr. Wang, I thought it was something serious that you weren't cooperating with the Dongshin group. Turns out it was just this small matter. Don't worry, as long as you are willing. The Dongshin group's willingness to cooperate with you will definitely not change." Wang Yi was directly stunned after hearing this. Offending the Zheng family, in Lin Yi's view, was actually a small matter. Wang Yi really couldn't believe his ears. Did Lin Yi not know how powerful the Zheng family was? That's why she said such arrogant words? Beside him, Guan Xiaolong was also astonished. In the capital, someone actually dared to say that offending the Zheng family was a small matter? What kind of joke is this? If this is all a small matter, then there are no major matters in the capital. He immediately sneered and asked, "Where did this country bumpkin come from? So rampant, daring to say that offending the Zheng family is a small matter? Is he looking for death?" Chapter 187. Preparing a banquet. The most important thing in cooperation is honesty. Lin Yi smiled. "Just after meeting, you told me about the difficulties you are facing. For this reason alone, the Dongshin group will not give up on cooperating with you." Wang Yi was slightly astonished. He never dreamed that Lin Yi insisted on cooperating with him for this reason, but he was still very worried. What if the Zheng family troubles you? Lin Yi smiled again. The Zheng family is indeed very powerful. But the Dongshin group is not a pushover either. If they are sensible, they shouldn't come looking for trouble again. Of course, if they're not sensible, the Dongshin group wouldn't mind teaching them a lesson. Wang Yi gasped at these words. This tone was really too arrogant. But thinking about it, this was said by the deputy general manager of the Dongshin group, so it all seemed normal. Mr. Wang, don't be too happy too soon. Whether or not the cooperation can be successful ultimately depends on whether your company really has potential. Lin Yi reminded with a smile. Wang Yi immediately patted his chest and guaranteed. Rest assured, my company will definitely not disappoint you. Lin Yi smiled. Then let's go take a look now. Chapter 188. Lack of sincerity. Look, this is the invitation sent by the Zheng family. If the Dongshin group people don't go, it will be disrespectful to the Zheng family. At that time, if the Zheng family takes action against the Dongshin group, it would be their own fault. Therefore, to avoid a conflict between the Dongshin group and the Zheng family, you should quickly notify the Dongshin group people to take the invitation and visit the Zheng family. Guan Xiaolong sneered. Wang Yi's brows furrowed. This was simply a dilemma. If they went, it would definitely be a banquet of death. If they didn't go, the Zheng family would say they were disrespectful, and then they would have an excuse to take action against the Dongshin group. How should this be decided? As a small character, Wang Yi had no say in this matter. Helpless, he could only call to inform Lin Yi about this. Lin Yi answered the phone at the hotel, only responding lightly. Got it. I will give them a reply later. Then she hung up the phone and dialed Jiang Minghan's number. Minghan, haven't you contacted the boss yet? Lin Yi asked anxiously. The few people she brought obviously couldn't confront the Zheng family. Only with Chen Dong's appearance could there be a turnaround. However, Chen Dong's phone still couldn't get through. She was really about to be anxious to death. Chapter 189. Situation changes, crisis emerges, I'm exhausted. Zheng Bin lay on the sofa and cursed. I've already dealt with all the departments that caused trouble for Wang's company. I see what excuse the Dongshin group has not to come to the Zheng family this time. Guan Xiaolong said beside him, Young master, I will go to invite the Dongshin group people again. Zheng Bin nodded. Guan Xiaolong immediately set off with the invitation for the third time to Wang's company. At this moment, Wang's company was in a festive mood. The company has returned to normal. The Dongshin group is really powerful. With them stepping in, the Zheng family has to give face. Who would dare to trouble our Wang family in the future? Mr. Wang, aren't you happy? Why does your face look so serious? While everyone was cheering, someone noticed that Wang Yi's expression was very solemn. What's going on? How could Wang Yi have such a serious expression during such a happy time? They were really puzzled. Wang Yi's serious expression was because he felt something was wrong inside. On the surface, the Zheng family gave the Dongshin group face and let go of the Wang family's company. However, upon closer inspection, Wang Yi discovered that the people from Dongshin group were actually afraid of the Zheng family. Asking the Zheng family to show sincerity first and let Wang's company return to normal was actually just a delay tactic. Chapter 190. Wang Yi is captured. Lin Yi is surrounded. The movements of those from Dongshin group have been under my surveillance. I just received a call. They booked tickets for a direct flight from the capital to Haicheng. Zheng Tao said coldly. What are they doing booking tickets at this time? Are they trying to escape? Have they been toying with us from the beginning? Zheng Bin said in disbelief. Zheng Tao nodded. That's right, we've been toyed with from the start. This bunch of bastards must not be allowed to leave the capital. Otherwise, where will the Zheng family's face go? Bastard. Zheng Bin cursed angrily. Daring to toy with me? May they all die a terrible death. Brother, I'll take people to the airport to intercept them. Zheng Tao shook his head. The people from Dongshin group will definitely not be easy to deal with. I will handle it personally. You take people to Beijing University. Don't let Wang Yi's daughter escape. We won't let anyone who has toyed with our Zheng family get away. All right. Zheng Bin immediately agreed. He quickly gathered a group of people from the family and drove straight to Beijing University. At the same time, Zheng Tao also headed to the capital airport. While Zheng Bin was on his way to Beijing University, he also called Guan Xiaolong. Chapter 191. Extortion of 300 billion. Sorry, Chairman Jiang is very busy and probably doesn't have time to talk to you. Lin Yi still wanted to make one last stand, which directly infuriated Zheng Tao. Zheng Tao waved his hand, and a man in black walked up, grabbing the arm of a senior executive from Dongshin Group. Crack! With a loud sound. The executive's arm was instantly broken. He lay on the ground, howling in pain. Xu Sheng immediately stood beside Lin Yi. He was the only martial artist from Dongshin Group. Clearly not a match for the Zheng family. However, he was mentally prepared. Even if he died here, he would protect Lin Yi's escape. Lin Yi glanced back at the person with the broken arm. Her face instantly turned pale with anger. She turned back and glared at Zheng Tao, saying, You are too much. Zheng Tao's face was cold. There are worse things. This is just a little lesson. Miss Lin, you should understand that you have no right to bargain with me right now. Whatever I ask you to do, you better do it honestly. If you play tricks again, it won't just be one person with a broken arm. Lin Yi's face turned cold. She had no choice but to take out her phone and dial Jiang Minghan's number. Chapter 192. Kidnapping Wang Xiao. Could it be that Chen Dong is visiting my home again? Is that why my mom hurriedly came to find me? Wang Xiao was so happy she almost jumped up. Lan Yuhan and Ouyang Feng Wang immediately expressed doubt. How could Chen Dong possibly go to your home? Don't daydream. Wang Xiao replied. Maybe you don't know that Chen Dong not only went to my house but also slept in my bed. Lan Yuhan and Ouyang Feng Wang instantly suffered 1,000-point damage. They both shouted, This is absolutely impossible. You're lying to us. Wang Xiao laughed. If you don't believe it, that's fine. I don't have time to waste with you. I'm going home to see Chen Dong. She proudly turned her head and left with a smile. Little did she know, at that moment, the classmate who informed her had a faint cold smile on his lips. It turned out that the people waiting for Wang Xiao outside were not her mother, but Zheng Bin and his group. Beijing University is the highest institution in Longhua, and even Zheng Bin wouldn't dare to openly kidnap someone at school. So, he could only call someone to trick Wang Xiao out before taking action against her. Watching Wang Xiao's departing figure, Lan Yuhan showed a hint of worry. Could Chen Dong really be at her house? Chapter 193. Saving Someone. Wang Xiao never expected that the person saving her would be Ouyang Feng Wang. Don't get me wrong. I'm just worried that something happened to you, and someone will be sad, which is why I'm helping you. Ouyang Feng Wang hurriedly explained. She didn't want Wang Xiao to thank her. Otherwise, how would she compete with Wang Xiao for Chen Dong in the future? However, Wang Xiao was still very grateful and said to her, Thank you. Stop talking nonsense. Let's hurry and leave. Ouyang Feng Wang helped Wang Xiao escape from the place. Zheng Bin saw this scene, and his face was so gloomy it was about to drip water. After all the effort to catch Wang Xiao, would he just watch her escape? The second young master hadn't spoken yet. Who allowed you to leave? Just then, a person suddenly appeared on the car roof. He had a flowing beard and was an old man with a touch of a celestial demeanor. But his eyes revealed a hint of ruthlessness. His appearance immediately made Zheng Bin smile. Zheng Bin shouted, Uncle Lin, who allowed you to come? This old man, surnamed Lin, is a martial artist supported by the Zheng family, and his strength is very formidable. He smiled. Naturally, it was arranged by the eldest young master. My brother is really too meticulous. Zheng Bin Zeit. His brother indeed did things very meticulously. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been noticed by the Capital Business Alliance and joined it. Chapter 194. Chen Dong has been promoted again. The car charged toward Ouyang Feng Wang like a runaway wild horse. Zheng Bin was in the middle of the road, previously injured by Chen Dong and not very mobile, and saw the car about to hit him. He panicked and shouted in fear, Uncle Lin, save me. The old man, surnamed Lin, was entangled with Ouyang Feng Wang, and upon hearing this shout, he immediately turned back. He was as light as a swallow and rushed to Zheng Bin's side in an instant, grabbing him and dodging to the side. When they turned back, the car had already rushed to Ouyang Mingyue's front. Lan Yuhan opened the car door and said to Ouyang Feng Wang, Hurry and get in the car. Ouyang Feng Wang immediately jumped in, and Shun Bijun immediately pressed the accelerator. The car shot forward like an arrow. Luckily, there was an exit ahead. Otherwise, if they had to turn back, they would definitely be intercepted by Zheng Bin's group. Uncle Lin, they ran away. Hurry and catch them back. Zheng Bin shouted anxiously. With several beauties in the car, he was extremely anxious. He had to catch them all back immediately. He wanted to play with them well. Young master, don't worry. I will take people to catch them, and I guarantee to send them to your bed tomorrow. The old man, surnamed Lin, assured Zheng Bin. Chapter 195. Reduced to prey. The person in charge of the communication equipment looked at him with a strange expression. They had never seen such a young person attend such a high-level meeting. They even doubted whether Chen Dong was impersonating someone. However, when they saw the golden work badge hanging on Chen Dong's chest, they knew that Chen Dong could not possibly be impersonating anyone. After signing, Chen Dong finally got his phone back. He immediately pressed the power button. A few seconds later, he was stunned. There were at least 100 missed calls on the phone, along with many text messages. This immediately made him realize that something big had happened. But how could this be possible? The highest level of the Dragon Group had only 2 or 3 days for a meeting. In such a short time, what major events could happen? Chen Dong immediately opened his contact list and saw that 80% of the calls were from Jiang Minghan. The rest were from Wang Xiao and the others trying to reach Chen Dong. Without further delay, Chen Dong quickly dialed Jiang Minghan's number. "Boss, where have you been?" "Something's happened," Jiang Minghan exclaimed, nearly in tears upon receiving Chen Dong's call. After 2 full days, he finally responded. "What happened?" "Don't worry. Take your time to explain," Chen Dong said. Chapter 196. Helicopter Rescue Old Lin. How could there be a helicopter? The helicopter descended, making too much noise, startling the Zheng family. Inside the luxury car, someone anxiously asked Lin who. "Don't panic, it might just be a patrol. I'll let them know we are from the Zheng family, and they won't interfere," Lin Yu said calmly. Upon hearing this, the Zheng family members immediately felt relieved. Old Lin is right. Who dares to meddle in our Zheng family's affairs in the capital? "Old Lin, please tell them who we are." Lin, who took a deep breath, his deep voice booming inside the car. "Friends in the sky, we are from the Zheng family. Please do not hinder the Zheng family's business." Just as Lin Yu finished speaking, the scene they imagined, where the other party would recognize their identity and leave, did not occur. Instead, a barrage of bullets rained down from above. The impact on the front of the car deformed it instantly. The vehicle lost power and, due to momentum, flipped over onto the ground. "Look, why is there a helicopter in the sky? Why is it firing at the Zheng family?" Chapter 197. The Zheng family brothers are beasts. The Zheng family's mansion was holding a banquet, but only 4 people sat at the dining table. Zheng Tao, Zheng Bin, Lin Yi, and Wang Yi. Lin Yi and Wang Yi were both shackled, clearly indicating that this was not a banquet, but rather imprisonment and humiliation. Wang Yi was in a terrible state. Before being captured by Xiaolong's men, he had already been severely beaten. After Zheng Bin returned, he was beaten again. He was now bruised and battered, with his eyes nearly swollen shut. Zheng Tao raised a glass of red wine, smiling at Lin Yi and Wang Yi. "Welcome to my Zheng family as guests. Let me drink to your honor." He downed the wine in one gulp, but Lin Yi and Wang Yi did not move. Both were shackled and unable to do anything. Zheng Tao ignored them, continuing to cut his steak and ask, "The rise of Dongshin Group is very mysterious. Who is the boss behind it?" He began to inquire about the details of Dongshin Group. Lin Yi clearly would not tell him, so she pretended not to hear. This behavior immediately angered Zheng Bin. He picked up a bottle of wine and was about to smash it on Lin Yi's head, cursing loudly, "Damn woman. My brother is asking you a question. Why don't you answer?" Chapter 198. Invading the Zheng family if you want to keep your left hand. Your right hand will definitely be lost. If you want to keep your right hand, your left hand will surely be lost. The guards of the Zheng family were truly ruthless. However, they had no idea who they were provoking. "Sorry, I want both my hands." The coal man smiled. "Ha! That guard from the Zheng family laughed as well. "Don't be too greedy. I'll take care of this for you. I'll just take your right hand." After saying this, he reached out to grab the coal man's right hand. Once caught, it would be broken like a sugar cane. However, at that moment, an unexpected scene occurred. Swish! Swish! 2 sounds were heard, and it seemed as if a cold light flashed in the air. The guard's arms fell to the ground. Blood spurted out, and, after a moment, he felt a chilling pain. He immediately let out a piercing scream. My hand, my hand." The pain made him unable to stand, and he fell to the ground. At this time, the cold man slowly said to him, "You may have misunderstood. When I said I want both arms, I meant yours, not mine." Chapter 199. Chen Dong invites the Zheng family brothers to play a game. Lin Yi was as delicate as a flower. 10 lashes could surely take half her life. Wang Yi, unable to sit still, stood up and shouted loudly, "If you have a grudge, come at me. Is it manly to bully a weak woman?" His back was already bloodied, but he was still willing to take those 10 lashes for Lin Yi. Lin Yi shook her head. "Mr. Wang, don't worry about me. These beasts will definitely pay a price." "Ha ha!" Zheng Tao and Zheng Bin both laughed loudly. "We already told you before. No one can make the Zheng family pay a price. Why are you so stupid and can't understand human language?" "Wang Yi, since you want to take the beating, then you can take it with Lin Yi." Zheng Tao signaled, and the burly man standing behind Wang Yi approached with a whip. His whip still had traces of dried blood. After exchanging glances with another burly man, They both grinned and lifted their whips, striking towards Wang Yi and Lin Yi. Lin Yi closed her eyes. Wang Yi also closed his eyes. Torture could torment their bodies, but could never make their spirits surrender. Chapter 200. Wait to rescue Zheng Bin's back was soon bloodied and mangled. When he was beating Wang Yi just now, he could never have dreamed that he would end up in such a state. At this moment, he could only pray that the experts of the Zheng family would arrive quickly. Otherwise, he would really be beaten to death. Meanwhile, in the backyard rockery, there was a secret room where the Zheng family's peak internal strength expert was training. At this time, someone rushed in, panicking, and said, "Master Wu, there are martial artists causing trouble. The eldest and second young masters have already fallen into their hands. You need to hurry and save them." This peak internal strength expert from the Zheng family was named Zheng Wu. He was from a collateral branch of the Zheng family and was not very valued in the family. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been sent to be a bodyguard for Zheng Tao and Zheng Bin. Upon hearing this news, he immediately thought, "I am from a collateral branch and have always been undervalued. If I save Zheng Tao and Zheng Bin this time, the family will definitely value me." After thinking this, he was about to set off, but at that moment, another thought crossed his mind. If I go and take care of the troublemaker immediately, the eldest and second young masters will think I handle this easily. In that case, they still won't value me. Chapter 201. One strike to kill Zheng Wu. Zheng Wu finally arrived at the hall, but the scene inside was completely different from what he had imagined. In his mind, the Zheng brothers were at most being humiliated. Even if it were a bit excessive, it would just be getting slapped a couple of times without any other harm. After all, they're the young masters of the Zheng family. Who would dare to go too far with them? However, the reality is that Zheng Bin has already had one ear cut off, and Zheng Tao not only has one ear cut off, but also half of his palm. Even worse, these two brothers have been whipped all over their bodies. This is clearly trying to kill the two brothers. Zheng Wu's hair stood on end. He was supposed to protect these two brothers, but instead, they ended up like this. How could the Zheng family not kill him? Therefore, unimaginable rage filled his heart in an instant, and he wondered what kind of background the assailants had to dare treat the Zheng family's brothers this way. Do they really not want to live anymore? At this moment, he didn't have time to think too much and directly charged in from outside. "Stop!" Zheng Wu rushed in and shouted loudly. "Eldest young master, second young master, are you okay?" "Zheng Wu, you finally came." Zheng Tao and Zheng Bin both collapsed weakly to the ground. Chapter 202. Can't destroy the Zheng family, yet Chen Dong's attitude was very firm, sending a wave of fear through Gao Fei. Clearly, Chen Dong had misunderstood, thinking that the dragon team was on the side of the Zheng family. At this moment, he was persuading Chen Dong not to kill the Zheng brothers. Gao Fei immediately explained to Chen Dong, "You misunderstood. The reason we are not letting you kill the Zheng brothers now is for another reason." Chen Dong curiously asked, "What other reason?" Gao Fei replied, "The Zheng family has a master of transformation. If you want to kill the Zheng brothers, you must first eliminate him. Otherwise, it will cause a lot of trouble." Chen Dong asked, "Where is he?" "I'll go kill him right away." Gao Fei said, "He's abroad." Hearing this, Chen Dong was immediately astonished. How could he be abroad? Chen Dong incredulously asked. Years ago, he committed crimes domestically and then escaped abroad. And precisely because he was abroad, you can't go too far with the Zheng family. Because if you destroy the Zheng family, he will definitely seek refuge with other forces abroad and oppose Long Country, or he himself will cause trouble for Long Country abroad. Whichever it is, it will bring great disaster to Long Country. So do you understand? To destroy the Zheng family, you must first kill the Zheng family's master of transformation. Chapter 203. Heading to the Chaos Land, the strongest cultivation method Chen Dong purchased for transformation is called Invincible. If it's for practicing fists, it's the Invincible Fist. If it's for practicing legs, it's the Invincible Leg. Chen Dong is currently practicing the sword, so it's called the Invincible Sword. System. Did you take the easy way out and not want to name it, which is why it's called this? While cultivating, Chen Dong felt that this name was quite childish, so he couldn't help but complain to the system. The name was indeed given by me. But it wasn't because I was being lazy. I thought about it seriously for a long time before coming up with it. The system seriously told Chen Dong. All right. Chen Dong felt speechless. It seems the system's intelligence is really not that high. After thinking for so long, it came up with such a childish name. Chen Dong felt embarrassed to tell others about the cultivation method he practiced. Although there is no shortcut for transformation, Chen Dong can still buy many precious herbs to assist his cultivation in the system store. His intelligence has already been raised to the human ceiling by the system. Naturally, his comprehension is also at the human ceiling. Therefore, with these herbs, his cultivation speed is extremely fast. In half a month, he stepped into the early stage of transformation. Coupled with the equipment provided to him by the Dragon Team, he is confident in killing mid-stage transformation warriors. Chapter 204. The Cruel Survival Rules in the Jungle. There's a towering tree covered with vines, and the car stopped under the tree. Where is this? Why are we stopping? Chen Dong looked around, curious, and asked. We're here, get out. The driver had completely changed his attitude. He shouted at Chen Dong fiercely. Sorry, we haven't reached the destination yet, so I'm not getting out. Chen Dong replied. Hee hee. The driver sneered coldly, forcefully pushed the car door open, walked around to Chen Dong's side, opened Chen Dong's car door, and was about to drag Chen Dong out. Chen Dong's face changed, and he shouted loudly, What are you doing? The driver sneered, Get out of the car right now, or I'll kill you. Chen Dong said, I understand now. You aren't here to take me to the hotel. You're here to rob me? The driver coldly laughed, You idiot. Finally reacted. He reached out, grabbed Chen Dong's arm, and then shouted loudly, Get out of the car. Immediately, Chen Dong was pulled out of the car, and then the driver shouted at Chen Dong, Take out all your valuables. Chapter 205. Organization established. Zhao In stumbled and almost fell to the ground. Looking at Chen Dong, he had an expression of disbelief on his face. How could Chen Dong's speed be faster than his? It is known that his knife is famously fast. When he first came here, he encountered a situation similar to Chen Dong's, being robbed by this group. At that time, he relied on a knife to kill 7 or 8 of them, even beheading the leader of this group. Thus, he successfully became the leader of this group. Who would have thought that now he would be the one to cut Chen Dong's thumb with a knife? Yet Chen Dong countered and slapped him in the face. This speed was at least more than twice as fast as his. Doesn't this mean that Chen Dong's strength is greater than his? Was Chen Dong pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger all along? I just told that driver, this thing can't hurt anyone. Why don't you believe it? Chen Dong said lightly again. Zhao And could confirm that Chen Dong was indeed pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. His eyes turned even fiercer because he was now facing 2 choices. Either Chen Dong kills him or he kills Chen Dong, because he had previously killed the leader of this group and then became the new leader. Chapter 206. A dog with its tail between its legs. Chen Dong's first goal in the Chaos Land was achieved, which was to casually create a powerful force. Next, what he needs to do is to eliminate other forces and grow stronger. Once he grows to a certain extent, it will attract the attention of the Heavenly God Temple. The owner of the Heavenly God Temple, Zheng Longfei, will treat Chen Dong as someone like himself. At that time, he will face 2 choices. One is to eliminate Chen Dong and remain the boss here. The other is, if he can't defeat Chen Dong, to submit to Chen Dong. At that time, with Chen Dong as the boss and him as the second in command, he can still live quite freely. However, regardless of which choice he makes, he will come into contact with Chen Dong, and he will not think that Chen Dong has other intentions. Therefore, he will not have the thought of escaping. Chen Dong will have the opportunity to eliminate him. Thinking of this, Chen Dong felt a hint of excitement in his heart. The people around him were still flattering him, and he immediately said, Stop it. I just arrived today. I must establish my authority. Help me find a scapegoat. Zhao In thought for a moment and said to Chen Dong, Big brother, actually there's another force here. They outnumber us and often bully us. Chapter 207. Kneeling and begging for mercy. The driver was scared and trembling all over. He quickly turned the car around, then pressed the gas pedal, sensing something was wrong. He immediately drove away. He didn't care about Chen Dong's life or death, as long as he could survive. Are you new to this chaotic place? I've never seen you before. You dare to cause trouble in my territory? Do you want to die? Black Panther's voice thundered out. The little brothers around him felt their ears buzzing from his voice. Chen Dong, however, showed no change in expression and smiled. I really just arrived here. I'm here to cause you trouble because Zhao En's group is already my subordinates, and they told me that you often bully them. So, I'm here to take revenge for them. If you don't want to die, kneel down for me. When they arrive, you will each bow and apologize. Black Panther's group was stunned. You alone dare to make us kneel? You really want to die? Black Panther roared angrily, raising a metal rod and smashing it down towards Chen Dong's head. His iron rod weighed at least 50 pounds. Although he was not a martial artist, his strength was definitely one of the strongest among non-martial artists. Chapter 208. eliminating Zhao Un's group brother in. Look quickly, our car's driver has been taken out, and there's blood everywhere. Half an hour later, Zhao Un's group finally arrived. They immediately saw the almost wrecked taxi and the driver inside, who had been torn to shreds. They instantly realized that neither Chen Dong nor the driver were a match for Black Panther's group. Otherwise, how could the driver have died so tragically? Chen Dong must have also been taken out by Black Panther's group. We need to escape immediately. Someone reminded Zhao En. Zhao En nodded and said, not only do we need to escape, but we must escape far because that bastard Chen Dong must have already told Black Panther's group that it was us who sent him to provoke them. This Chen Dong is truly a disaster. He should stop bragging if he has no ability. Now it's good. Not only did he die, but he will also drag us down with him. If we had known earlier, we would have just gotten rid of him. These people were not only preparing to escape, but they also began to curse Chen Dong, feeling that it was Chen Dong who had dragged them down. They didn't even think that Chen Dong was here because of them. Chapter 209. One hit to kill the biker gang's martial artist outside the camp. The sound of motorcycles roared deafeningly, and everyone in the camp except Chen Dong showed fear on their faces. Black Panther shouted, not good, the biker gang is here. Chen Dong knew this force, which occupied the East District, and each member had a modified motorcycle. They've come, so why is Black Panther's group so terrified? Chen Dong asked, puzzled. Big brother, you don't know that the biker gang has been at war with the Crow Legion recently. To avoid heavy casualties among their members, they are capturing cannon fodder everywhere. Black Panther explained. Are you saying they are here to capture cannon fodder? Chen Dong asked curiously. Big brother, they have come several times. Previously, over 300 of my brothers were captured by them, and now only 200 are left. Black Panther continued. Isn't that excessive? Chen Dong's expression immediately turned cold. Since you acknowledge me as your boss, I will take revenge for your fallen brothers. Thank you, big brother. Black Panther shouted eagerly, but a hint of worry appeared on his face. The reason the biker gang is so powerful is that they have 5 martial artists. Chapter 210. Instant kill. Fifth brother has actually been taken out, and in one move. Fifth brother is a martial artist. How could he be taken out in one move? Is the opponent really that terrifying? The biker gang members panicked and shouted. They found it hard to imagine that one of the 5 martial artists of the biker gang had been taken out so easily. Now, the only thought left in their minds was to run, or they would all die. Run. Someone shouted angrily, and the biker gang members turned their bikes around, fleeing in a panic, without even taking Fifth brother's body. Big brother, the 5th strongest of the biker gang, was really taken out by you so easily? Black Panther's group also shouted in disbelief. They clearly found it hard to believe that Chen Dong was so strong, taking out a martial artist in one move. Chen Dong said lightly, just an ant. Black Panther's group swallowed hard. In Chen Dong's eyes, martial artists were like ants. This was truly terrifying. Naturally, they all began to feel excited inside, because following such a big brother, their future was bound to be limitless. Big brother, the biker gang will definitely not let this go. They will surely come out in full force to seek revenge. Black Panther said worriedly. Chen Dong kicked the corpse of the Tuho away, and the people present finally believed that the scene of Chen Dong taking out the Tuho was not an illusion. Everything was real. Chen Dong's strength was that powerful and terrifying. Good. Black Panther's group all shouted. Chen Dong's strength once again refreshed their understanding. Taking out the 5th of the biker gang had already left them in disbelief. Who would have thought that the 2nd of the biker gang would also be taken out so easily by Chen Dong? It is said that the strength of the 2nd of the biker gang is more than 5 times that of the 5th. In front of Chen Dong, he was still so vulnerable. How strong is Chen Dong's strength? It's simply unimaginable. You bastard, you killed another one of my brothers. Tonight, I will definitely not let you go. Tyrant shouted angrily at Chen Dong. Chen Dong shook his head and scolded. Idiot, do you have a pig's brain? You guys are already surrounded by me. It's me who won T let you go. Hee hee. Tyrant sneered. I admit your strength is very strong. Being able to take out the 2nd, you are above me. However, my biker gang has hundreds of people, each of whom has been through many battles and has several lives on their hands. Can you fight us alone? Chapter 212. Chen Dong's decision. Tyrant was also betting that since Chen Dong took in trash like Black Panther as a subordinate, he would surely let him go. After all, he is a martial artist, much more useful than Black Panther. Chen Dong looked at Tyrant, who was kneeling on the ground, and smiled faintly. You haven't even fought me. Why are you kneeling down begging for mercy? The tyrant raised his head, looking embarrassed. If it were against someone else, I might still dare to fight. However, facing you, I truly don't even have the courage to battle. So please spare my life. Bang! The tyrant slammed his head heavily against the ground. His flattering words made Chen Dong feel very comfortable. A smile reappeared on Chen Dong's face as he said to the tyrant, "Since you are so sensible, I will spare your life. From now on, do not cause trouble for my little brothers." The tyrant immediately looked as if he had been drained of all his strength. His life was finally saved. However, he did not leave. Instead, he knelt on the ground and continued to plead with Chen Dong. "Big brother, will you still take me as your little brother? I want to work for you." Chen Dong smiled faintly and said, "I just arrived in this chaotic place to build my own power. If you are willing to serve me, I will naturally welcome you." Chapter 213. War with the Crow Legion. The tyrant was so angry that he felt like a volcano about to erupt. His previous plan was to seek revenge on the Black Panther. After taking out the Black Panther, he would capture all of his little brothers and use them as cannon fodder to die during the showdown with the Crow Legion at midnight. Little did he expect, plans could not keep up with changes. The Crow Legion was too insidious. As soon as he led his men out of the city, they immediately ambushed his territory, destroying everything he had worked hard for over the years. The little brothers left behind were also mostly killed. He had truly suffered a huge loss. "Big brother, I'm really sorry. I originally wanted to let you all rest here for a while, but I didn't expect this place to turn into ruins." The tyrant said apologetically to Chen Dong. "It's fine." Chen Dong patted his shoulder and smiled. "Out with the old, in with the new. Tell me about the situation with the Crow Legion." "Big brother, do you plan to take action against them?" The tyrant asked with some excitement. If Chen Dong decided to act against them, those people would definitely be doomed. "Yes," Chen Dong said firmly with one word. The tyrant immediately shouted excitedly, "Big brother, if you take action, the Crow Legion will definitely be doomed." Chapter 214. Subduing the Crow's big brother. "Save me," the tyrant shouted. Upon hearing this, the Crow's face immediately showed confusion. Isn't the tyrant the boss of the motorcycle gang? Is there someone even more powerful above him? The Crow suddenly felt a bit nervous. At that moment, the car door opened. A young man stepped out. The Crow was still puzzled about who this person was when the tyrant rushed over, kneeling at his feet, and shouted loudly, "Big brother, please save me." The Crow was completely stunned by this scene. The tyrant actually called a young man big brother? Is this some kind of joke? Does this young man really have such strong power? The corner of the Crow's mouth revealed a hint of sarcasm. "Tyrant, you are really getting more and more useless. Actually calling a kid big brother? You are truly garbage." The tyrant turned back and coldly glanced at the Crow, not refuting his words, because soon, Chen Dong would help him teach the Crow a lesson. Sure enough, Chen Dong smiled faintly and said to the tyrant, "Don't worry, while I'm here. No one can kill you." Ha ha ha. Upon hearing this, the Crow immediately laughed loudly. "No one can kill him? Are you kidding me? You will soon die with him." Chapter 215. Attacking the Tali group. What's wrong? Chen Dong turned around and asked curiously. The tyrant just said it was a good time to celebrate at my place. The Crow immediately changed his tone and smiled. Chen Dong looked up. His place was not much different from those urban villages in the country. Only in the middle of the city were their magnificent tall buildings. The chaotic land did not lack money, as many people brought large amounts of wealth when they fled here. Additionally, some special services born from the lawless environment attracted many people with unique interests to come here to spend money. So the economy here was even stronger than some medium-sized countries. Chen Dong clearly looked down on the Crow's small places resembling urban villages. His gaze turned to the magnificent tall buildings in the middle of the city. That was where his target was, and he could advance there. To celebrate, we should go to a better place. Chen Dong smiled and said, "Tell the brothers to get ready. Tonight we're going to have a blast at the Tali Entertainment City." The Crow, the tyrant, and the Black Panther were all stunned. "Big brother, that place is the territory of the Tali Entertainment Company, and their boss, nicknamed the Prince, is very powerful. If we go there to play, we will definitely be misunderstood as trying to seize territory, and they might wipe us all out." The three of them expressed their concerns to Chen Dong. Chapter 216. 2 moves to disable in less than 5 minutes. The casino's thugs had suffered over half casualties. The tyrant and the Crow were becoming more and more aggressive. The security supervisor of the casino saw this scene and became furious. How dare there be martial artists? No wonder they dare to cause trouble here. However, relying on just a few martial artists, they thought they could cause trouble here. That was truly seeking death. Boom! After saying this, he stomped and shattered the marble tiles on the steps. He leaped high, arms spread wide like a giant bird, and pounced towards the tyrant and the crow. He was actually a very powerful martial artist. Seeing him charge over, the tyrant gripped his mace and smashed it down fiercely. The casino security supervisor did not dodge, reached out and grabbed the mace, then sneered and roared. With trash like you think you can fight me? Go die. With his roar, his brute strength erupted, lifting the tyrant, who was gripping the mace, into the air. His other hand quickly stabbed towards the tyrant's chest. It seemed he was about to pierce the tyrant's heart. At that moment, a sharp blade, energy, slashed over from the side. If the supervisor of the casino wanted to keep his hand, he must give up on killing the tyrant right now. Chapter 217. I want 500 billion. Although fleeing would make them lose everything they had gained in the casino, it was better than losing their lives right away, right? So they turned and fled without hesitation. Outside the casino, there was only one living person left besides the corpses, the security supervisor. Both of his arms had been severed by Chen Dong, and he was rolling on the ground in pain, blood staining the earth red. Chen Dong looked at him and said calmly, "You are very powerful. You actually survived a sword strike. You can live." Then, he stepped over him and walked directly towards the casino's main door. Clearly, Chen Dong had just gone easy on him. If he could cut off his arms, he could have easily beheaded him. The reason he didn't was that Chen Dong wanted this kind of person to suffer a bit more. Having cut off both his hands, he would surely not be able to survive. This kind of person had likely severed countless hands of others, and he deserved such a fate. Black Panther, Tyrant Crow, and their subordinates followed Chen Dong, all feeling extremely excited inside. Although they already knew Chen Dong was powerful, they didn't expect him to be this strong. A martial artist in the later stages of internal energy, to sever both arms with just 2 strikes is truly incredible. Chapter 218. Kill the Prince. The person wearing the silver mask was none other than the boss of Tai Li Entertainment Group, nicknamed the Prince. A force that has existed in a chaotic place for over 10 years must have connections to the outside world. For example, Zheng Longfei from the Temple of the Gods has a close relationship with the Zheng family in the imperial capital. This person known as the Prince would certainly be no exception. He wore a mask clearly to hide his identity and prevent anyone from tracing back to those related to him. Behind him were 3 individuals, androgynous in appearance, clearly practitioners of evil arts, with incredibly strong strength as yin-yang people. They approached Chen Dong with an arrogant demeanor, coldly asking, "Who are you? Did you really not consider the consequences of causing trouble here?" Chen Dong smiled faintly and said, "Consequences? You don't have the right to say that word to me." The prince chuckled coldly. "Oh, really? Just say your purpose directly." Chen Dong replied, "All your assets belong to me, and then you can roll away, and I won't eliminate you." The prince laughed, and so did his subordinates. They had occupied this place for over 10 years, and it was the first time someone had come here to say such arrogant words. The fate of this person was predictable. Chapter 219. The Temple of the Gods wants Chen Dong to submit. Chen Dong's approach was correct. Upon arriving in this chaotic place, he didn't directly seek out Zheng Longfei, but first established his own power and then planned to absorb other forces. Zheng Longfei indeed regarded him as someone who, for certain reasons, had to escape here and was preparing to establish a foothold. Thus, Zheng Longfei no longer suspected that Chen Dong had other motives. He was even less likely to have thoughts of fleeing. As long as Chen Dong created an opportunity to approach him, he could make a move to eliminate him. At this moment, standing in front of Zheng Longfei were 4 individuals in black robes, his 4 great war kings. Each of them had strength that could rival the prince. On their faces, there was a hint of worry. "God, this king of hell has risen overnight. We must be cautious. Let's eliminate them while they haven't fully established their foothold. Today, let them disappear from this world. If we make a move, they will undoubtedly die." Zheng Longfei, draped in a golden robe and wearing a red mask, turned his back to the 4 and fell into deep thought. After a long while, he coldly issued an order. "You go meet the master of the king of hell. If he is willing to submit like the prince, then ignore him. If he isn't willing, take action against him." Chapter 220. Replace him. After Chen Dong finished speaking, everyone around fell into unimaginable shock. He came to this chaotic place not to be beneath others, but to be the true king. What did this mean? In this chaotic land, There is only one true king, and that is the god of the temple of the gods. Did Chen Dong mean to replace him? That seemed too arrogant. Everyone around was curious if Chen Dong really had that strength, or if he was simply foolish and unaware of his limitations. Black Panther and the others were terrified. Chen Dong's words were equivalent to declaring war on the people of the temple of the gods. The strength of the temple of the gods was too formidable. Any one of the four great war kings could rival the prince, the boss of Tai Li group from the previous night. Above them was an even more powerful god. Could Chen Dong be their opponent? Clearly, he would not survive. They might all die today. Therefore, the smiles on their faces disappeared, replaced by fear, pessimism, and despair. In this chaotic place, they ultimately could not escape a miserable fate. Ha! The four great war kings all laughed. Very well. It has been over 10 years since anyone directly provoked the authority of the temple of the gods like this. Chapter 221. Finally meeting Zheng Longfei after coming to terms with it. Zheng Longfei immediately decided to battle Chen Dong. Of course, given his status, he couldn't directly seek out Chen Dong. Chen Dong had to come find him. So, he sent the four great war kings to convey the order. The King of Hell's banquet was still ongoing. The ones receiving guests were still Black Panther, Tyrant, and Crow. Chen Dong continued to rest upstairs, and no one dared to express dissatisfaction. After all, just moments ago, the four great war kings from the Temple of the Gods had all been defeated by him in one move. His strength could truly be described as unfathomable. So now, let alone not receiving these people, even if he had them kneel to eat at the banquet, they wouldn't dare to say a word against it. They were only extremely curious as to why someone as strong as Chen Dong had only 3 such weak subordinates, one of whom was an ordinary person. This truly puzzled everyone. Had Chen Dong become so strong that he didn't need subordinates to fight alongside him? Were his subordinates only there to receive guests and maintain appearances? Everyone shook their heads, feeling a mix of shock and confusion. They were also curious about who would win in the conflict between Chen Dong and the Temple of the Gods. Chapter 222. Chen Dong versus Zheng Longfei after some contemplation. Zheng Longfei no longer doubted Chen Dong's identity. As for Chen Dong's strength, practitioners of evil arts would experience a surge in power in the short term, with strong explosive capabilities during battles, but their combat effectiveness wouldn't last long. When faced with a true expert, they could easily be defeated. Therefore, Chen Dong was certainly not Zheng Longfei's opponent. Thinking of this, Zheng Longfei felt even more confident and assured. He immediately smiled at Chen Dong and said, "You want to replace me? Let's see if you have that capability." "All right." Chen Dong smiled. "This moment has been too long in coming. If I take down the person in front of me, I can return to eliminate the entire Zheng family." He actively drew the soft sword coiled around his waist, a move that might give others the impression that he felt he might not withstand it. So he needed to strike first. Zheng Longfei saw this and felt a wave of disdain in his heart. Although the battle hadn't started yet, he already felt he had a 70% chance of winning. Boom! He reached out and tightly grasped the hoe used for planting flowers and digging soil. In an instant, an unmatched momentum surged forth, causing everyone around to feel a terrifying pressure. Chapter 223. Offering suggestions can get you killed. Those who fled had no intention of fighting, making them the weakest in combat at that moment. If they charged in now, they could definitely take them down in one go. However, doing so faced a dilemma. Although the opponent's combat power was weakened due to their lack of intent to fight, their speed in fleeing was even faster. To eliminate them in one go, they first had to catch up. So now, it seems that Chen Dong's task of killing the fleeing Zheng Longfei is not so easy. However, Chen Dong had long prepared the explosive medicine, waiting for this moment. At the instant when Zheng Longfei's combat power weakened while fleeing, Chen Dong took the explosive medicine, and his speed instantly surged, catching up to the escaping Zheng Longfei in one leap. Zheng Longfei was shocked, looking at Chen Dong. How could you possibly catch up at this time? Chen Dong didn't have the mood to waste words with him. He directly thrust a sword into Zheng Longfei's body. Blood splattered, and Zheng Longfei collapsed to the ground. The onlookers were all astonished at this scene. The god from the heavenly god temple was actually pierced by Chen Dong's sword. Was he really going to be defeated like this? Everyone found it hard to believe that what they were seeing was real. Chapter 224. The arrogant Zheng Tao Chen Dong could definitely use force to make them cooperate obediently. But he didn't want to do that. The reason is simple. He intended to transform this place for the long term, not just make a change and leave it. Otherwise, The chaotic environment here would still threaten the borders of Long Country. Therefore, he took out 20 trillion and directly established a foundation, then lent money to various powerful factions for transformation. Once their companies were transformed, they wouldn't have to pay back the money. If they didn't transform well, they also wouldn't have to pay back the money because they would be dead by then. What Chen Dong did could be said to be benevolent and righteous. Under the dual pressure of force and money, various factions in the chaotic area began to join the wave of transforming their companies. These people also didn't want to live a life of fighting and killing. After all, who wouldn't want to live a bit longer? Thus, over time, these people transformed from passive to active. After giving his contact information to the 4 judges, Chen Dong returned to Long Country. Of course, Chen Dong wouldn't tell them that he was from Long Country and was now going back to Long Country. He only told these for that he had found a quiet place to cultivate and that he couldn't be disturbed unless it was urgent. Chapter 225. Zheng Bin causes trouble at the Wang family. However, for the sake of the family, he had to endure. Zheng Tao, you will definitely have your bad luck. I will make you wish you were dead. Jin Tai roared angrily in his heart. The others were too intimidated by the arrogant Zheng Tao to speak. Zheng Tao was extremely pleased at this moment. Once Zheng Longfei returned, the Zheng family would become a top-tier family. He could disregard anyone present, except for Long Xingwang. He could even dismiss Long Xingwang. Today I am here to tell everyone one thing. In a few days, my second uncle will return from abroad. Our Zheng family has decided to host a welcome banquet for him. So we have prepared feast, and all of your families must attend. Furthermore, you all have to bring gifts. The Zheng family won't ask for much, just 100 billion from each family. As soon as these words came out, everyone present was stunned. This is robbery. 100 billion is nothing for these families, but why should they give it to the Zheng family? Has the Zheng family really become so arrogant to actually demand 100 billion from every family present? It was truly unbearable. Chapter 226. Chen Dong rescues people. Wang Yi staggered after being hit, blood dripping from the corner of his mouth as he glared at Zheng Bin. At that moment, a group of bodyguards rushed out of the villa surrounding Zheng Bin. Zheng Bin sneered at these people and mocked. You garbage think you can deal with me? Did donkey kick your brains in? Wang Yi didn't respond to him, but shouted loudly. Take him away. Yes. The bodyguards moved to forcibly take Zheng Bin away. Someone. At that moment, Zheng Bin also let out an angry roar. Outside the villa, a group of bodyguards charged in. Their numbers were no less than Wang family's guards, and their strength was greater than Wang family's guards. After all, they were bodyguards hired by the first-class Zheng family. In 3 minutes, except for these 3 people, I don't want to see anyone else still standing. Zheng Bin grinned as he issued the order. The 3 he referred to were Wang Yi, his wife, and daughter. Not moving those 3 wasn't because Zheng Bin was soft-hearted, but rather to keep them for tormenting later. Bang, bang, bang. The 2 sides clashed, and sure enough, in about 3 minutes, all of Wang family's guards lay on the ground. Chapter 227. Zheng Bin has captured Chen Dong. You should leave quickly. Wang Yi shouted loudly to remind Chen Dong. He didn't want to implicate Chen Dong because of his family's issues. As long as Chen Dong left, the relevant authorities wouldn't be able to do anything to him. After all, Chen Dong was from the Dragon Group. However, Chen Dong didn't leave. Instead, he smiled and asked Wang Yi, why should I leave? I've come to your house with great difficulty, and you don't even host me, but ask me to leave? That truly disappoints me. Upon hearing this, Wang Yi was so anxious he nearly jumped. Chen Dong, are you really confused or pretending to be confused? Zheng Bin has already reported it, and when the relevant authorities arrive, you won't be able to leave. Wang Yi reminded loudly again. Uncle Wang, don't worry. The relevant authorities will definitely enforce the law impartially. I still don't believe that in this world, black can turn to white. Chen Dong said calmly, not taking Zheng Bin's report to heart at all. Zheng Bin sneered. Looking at him, you'll see how you die soon, and you still dare to boast here? When you die, let me see how I deal with the Wang family. Slap. Chen Dong raised his hand and slapped him hard across the face. Keep your mouth clean, or I'll slap you to death. Chapter 228. Too much bullying. The Zheng family was after all a first-class family. It's easy to destroy them, but eliminating all hidden dangers is very difficult. So Chen Dong had to consider all factors. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. The Zheng family's banquet finally began. First, second, and third-tier families from the imperial capital all received invitations from the Zheng family. They all cursed the Zheng family's ancestors 18 generations in their hearts. The reason is simple. First-class families attending the banquet had to give 100 billion as a gift. Second-class families had to give 50 billion as a gift. Third-class families had to give 20 billion as a gift. This is no different from blatant robbery. Therefore, the ancestors of the Zheng family would be welcoming guests all day today. Almost everyone invited showed up. However, the core figures of the Zheng family had not yet arrived. Everyone was puzzled as to why they hadn't come to entertain the guests yet. Had they forgotten everyone? Or had the Zheng family's arrogance truly reached such heights? They didn't know that the core figures of the Zheng family were currently in the inner hall, anxiously pacing back and forth. Is there any news about Zheng Bin? The current head of the Zheng family had asked several times. Chapter 229. Provoking the Zheng family. The Zheng family has gone too far, pushing the Jin family to the brink. Naturally, the Jin family can no longer tolerate this, and they're prepared to fight the Zheng family to the death. The Zheng family panicked immediately. Since Zheng Longfei had not yet returned, if they were to clash with the Jin family now, they would gain nothing from it. After some consideration, their attitude softened. The current head of the Zheng family smiled and said to the head of the Jin family, "Brother Jin, I was just joking with you. Why are you so angry? Your Jin family only needs to give 100 billion as a gift, and that's enough." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone around was astonished. How could the Zheng family suddenly show weakness? Did their expert in transformation encounter an accident? Otherwise, how could they have gone from being so arrogant to suddenly backing down? Although everyone had this speculation in their hearts, no one dared to stand up and challenge the authority of the Zheng family. After all, this related to the survival of their own families. Even the Jin family members sat down, and after the Zheng family extended an olive branch, they pretended that what had just happened never occurred. The Zheng family started looking at the gift list again. Chapter 230. Shocking news: the Dongshin Group is such a powerful force. Giving 500 billion as a gift is clearly a very embarrassing thing. Chen Dong exposing this would surely make them hate him. Now, with the Zheng family giving them a way out, saying they would make up for it later, they would definitely accept this offer immediately. Thus, they would not be involved anymore. The Zheng family would not be put in a passive position anymore. Therefore, the Zheng family could focus on dealing with Chen Dong. However, what happened next was something the Zheng family could never have imagined. The president of Dongshin Group, Jiang Menghan, suddenly said calmly, "Sorry, Dongshin Group is in no rush at all. Moreover, Dongshin Group will only give this 500 as a gift, and afterwards, Dongshin Group will not make up for any gifts." As soon as these words were spoken, they directly slapped the Zheng family's face. This was clearly a declaration of war against the Zheng family. The faces of those from the Zheng family turned purple with anger. They glared at the Dongshin Group members and shouted, "What do you mean? Do you really want to oppose the Zheng family?" Jiang Menghan coldly replied, "I would also like to ask what you, the Zheng family, mean. The Wang family is our partner in the capital. 3 days ago, your Zheng family members went to trouble the Wang family again. Do you really not take our Dongshin Group seriously?" Chapter 231. Zheng Longfei calls. The Zheng family was in a panic. They never dreamed that their expert in transformation had actually been taken down. Previously, they had been so arrogant, looking down on even first-rate families in the capital, forcing them to attend their banquet and demanding 100 billion in gifts. All because they had such a powerful expert in transformation. And now, that expert was dead. The Zheng family had offended every family in the capital. Those families would definitely come to settle accounts with the Zheng family. Therefore, no matter what, they would never admit that their expert in transformation had been taken down. Someone from the Zheng family immediately shouted at Jiang Menghan, "The photos are fake, they are edited. Our Zheng family's expert in transformation is so powerful. How could he be taken down? He was still in contact with us yesterday. If anyone doesn't believe it, come and check my phone." After this was said, more people gathered around. The current head of the Zheng family took out his phone, and sure enough, there were records of his conversation with Zheng Longfei. When everyone saw this content, they were all confused. Dongshin Group had photos, and the Zheng family had contact records. Which side was telling the truth? Chapter 232. The Zheng family is annihilated. The head of the Zheng family was immediately stunned upon hearing this voice. If it wasn't T, his younger brother, then who was it? Could it be his younger brother's woman? He immediately asked, "Is it my sister-in-law? Where's my younger brother? Let him answer the phone. Who is your sister-in-law? Can you stop talking nonsense?" The pleasant female voice on the other end was already unhappy. The head of the Zheng family was shocked and asked again, "Who exactly are you?" The other party smiled and said, "I am Jiang Menghan, president of Dongshin Group." Upon hearing this, the head of the Zheng family nearly dropped his phone. He immediately looked at Jiang Menghan, who was also on the phone. Everyone thought she was calling for reinforcements, but who would have thought she was actually calling the head of the Zheng family? She was using Zheng Longfei's phone. How could Zheng Longfei's phone be in her hands? Did something really happen to Zheng Longfei? Then who was the person who contacted the Zheng family yesterday? Could it still be Jiang Menghan? In that instant, the head of the Zheng family felt all his energy drained away. He realized that the Zheng family was about to be completely finished. Zheng, Tao, you take charge of the situation. I'm going to find your second uncle. The head of the Zheng family said to his eldest son, steadying his mind. Chapter 233. Zheng Bin is executed. Let me out. Do you know who I am? I'm the second young master of the Zheng family. If you dare to lock me up like this, you will definitely have a bad end. In the cell, Zheng Bin was shouting again. But none of the prison staff paid him any attention. Someone in the same cell began to persuade him. Brother, stop shouting. You've been shouting for 3 days. And no one's come to see you. Zheng Bin turned around, dissatisfied. Do you know anything? I am the second young master of the Zheng family. And someone from the Zheng family will come to rescue me soon. Moreover, the ones who locked me up will have to come and apologize to me. The others in the cell shook their heads, thinking he was insane, and did not respond. However, Zheng Bin was filled with absolute confidence. Because today, their Zheng family's expert in transformation was about to return, and upon knowing he was locked up, he would definitely cause a scene. Thinking of this, a smug expression appeared on his face. He looked at the others in the cell and sneered. Do you want to bet with me? I will be released today, and the one who releases me will kneel and apologize. Chapter 234. Wang Yin looking for trouble, although Zheng Bin was executed. He was actually the luckiest person in the Zheng family, because he lived a few more days. After his death, the Zheng family was completely annihilated. This was done by all the families in the capital working together. Thus, all the turmoil was suppressed. This is a very terrifying thing. A first-rate family being erased from this world without causing a ripple is truly too frightening. At the same time, it made all the families in the capital aware of how powerful the Dongshin group was. With the Zheng family annihilated, they very likely were the ones pulling the strings behind the scenes. After all, they were the ones who informed everyone about Zheng Longfei's death. But how did they know? It is obvious that he was involved. If Zheng Longfei hadn't died, the Zheng family would never have been destroyed. With the Zheng family gone, no one dared to trouble the Wang family's company anymore. In order to cooperate better with the Wang family, the Dongshin group arranged for a general manager to be stationed in the capital. At the same time, Jiang Menghan and the others called Chen Dong back to inspect the new company. After all, Chen Dong is the big boss behind the scenes and cannot truly neglect the company. Chen Dong had been in the capital for a long time, so it was time to go back and take a look, and he immediately agreed to Jiang Menghan and the others. Chapter 235. Pang Bo, little handsome guy. Why is your temper so good? Wang Xiao, with her impressive figure, sat down next to Chen Dong, and a fragrant scent wafted over, making Chen Dong's heart sway. She teasingly smiled and asked Chen Dong, "There is no need to stoop to the level of that kind of person." Chen Dong responded with a faint smile. "Huh, I really can't tolerate it. I wanted to slap her twice, just now." Wang Xiao's expression changed, and her voice turned a bit cold. "Forget it. It's not worth being upset over such a person." Chen Dong laughed again. "Okay." Wang Xiao obediently nodded her head and said to Chen Dong, "Little handsome guy, since I helped you with such a big favor, you should pay the bill for me." A group of luxury store clerks holding the bill surrounded Chen Dong. There were both men and women among them. The men envied Chen Dong for having such a beautiful girlfriend, while the women wished their boyfriends could buy them so many bags. Chen Dong was very straightforward and immediately paid with his fingerprint. Meanwhile, on the other side, Wang Yin ran outside while wiping her tears. The more she thought about her encounter with Wang Xiao, the more wronged she felt. It wasn't just because Wang Xiao scolded her, but more importantly, Wang Xiao had exposed her vanity, making her feel inferior. Chapter 236. Odd thing, Chen Dong was instantly stunned. How could Jiang Menghan send such garbage to be the general manager? Was her brain kicked by a donkey? Upon returning to Haicheng, he must reprimand them properly. Wang Xiao was also shocked. She never expected that the person was actually the general manager sent by the Dongshin group to the capital. Since the Dongshin group had a cooperative relationship with the Wang family, she didn't want to make the other party too uncomfortable, so her expression softened a bit. But she still firmly refused. "Sorry, I already have a boyfriend. I will only go for coffee with my boyfriend." Pang Bo's expression changed immediately. He stared at Chen Dong, who was standing next to Wang Xiao, and said, Your boyfriend is this poor loser? Do you believe that I can find someone to break his arms and legs today? Wang Xiu's expression suddenly became a bit flustered, and she warned Pang Bo. You dare? Pang Bo sneered. Whether I dare or not depends on whether you will obediently listen. He had already walked over, and his greasy, fat hand was reaching out to grab Wang Xiu's delicate hand. Slap! Just at that moment, an unexpected scene occurred. Chen Dong, standing next to Wang Xiu, raised his hand and slapped him. A loud crack echoed on Pang Bo's face, and his head was violently tilted, leaving a bright red palm print on his face. Chapter 237. Pang Bo's Revenge No Time. Wang Xiu's response was still that simple, just 2 cold words. Pang Bo was stunned. His face twisted as he said, Miss Wang, have you thought about the consequences of rejecting me like this? Wang Xiu replied, What consequences could there be? Pang Bo said, It's very likely that the Dongsheng group will no longer cooperate with your Wang family. Wang Xiu laughed. That is impossible. Also, you better not cause trouble again, or you might not be able to keep your position as the general manager of Dongsheng Group in the capital. Ha ha! Hearing this, Pang Bo burst into laughter. Miss Wang, you're really not ordinary funny. If I weren't clear-headed, I would think you were the general manager sent by the Dongsheng Group to the capital, and I was just a small family person. You can't see the situation clearly, and you will definitely regret it. After saying this, Pang Bo turned and left. Dear, are we just going to let them go? Wang Yin asked loudly, unwilling to accept it. Let them go? Are you kidding? Tonight, they will kneel and apologize to us. Pang Bo's face was full of confidence. Dear, you are too amazing. Wang Yin praised. Chapter 238. Taking action. How could the cooperation between the Wang family and the Dongsheng Group be cancelled? Hadn't they been in close contact for over half a month? Did the Wang family suddenly offend the Dongsheng Group? Or was the Dongsheng Group just using the Wang family to understand the situation in the capital? And now that they had a good grasp, they decided to kick the Wang family out? That would be too unethical, right? Haha. If the cooperation between the Wang family and the Dongsheng Group is cancelled, our opportunity has arrived. In the hall, people started discussing, saying all sorts of things. But there was no comfort, because comforting them could easily offend the Dongsheng Group, and they didn't want to be targeted by the Dongsheng Group. They couldn't afford that consequence. Moreover, not only was there no comfort, but everyone was also avoiding the Wang Yi family. Suddenly, the Wang Yi family, along with Chen Dong, was isolated like an island in the sea. On stage, Pang Bo saw this scene and felt very pleased. He raised his hand to silence the crowd and laughed. Aren't you all curious? Why did the Dongsheng Group suddenly cancel its cooperation with the Wang family? Everyone immediately perked up their ears, curious to ask, what is the reason? President Pang, please tell us quickly. Chapter 239. Kneel and beg him. Wang Yi never expected that the person Pang Bo wanted to teach a lesson to was actually his daughter and Chen Dong. As for why there was a grudge between them, Wang Yi didn't need to think. It was just a matter between men. Now Pang Bo was taking revenge on the Wang family and Chen Dong for this. The Wang family was fine. They just faced the cancellation of cooperation and suppression. But for Chen Dong, Pang Bo actually wanted to kill him right here. Wang Yi definitely could not tolerate this. President Pang, what are you going to do? Wang Yi angrily asked Pang Bo as he looked at the black-clad bodyguards surrounding him. What am I going to do? Pang Bo sneered. Kill that bastard. He pointed at Chen Dong and shouted at Wang. The Wang family better not meddle. Otherwise, they'll end up like him. He's my daughter's friend. The Wang family cannot ignore it. Wang Yi's attitude was very firm. With his loud shout, the Wang family's bodyguards rushed in from outside. Seeing this, Pang Bo's eyes turned even colder, and he asked Wang Yi, do you really want to get involved in this mess? Have you thought about the consequences? Wang Yi coldly replied, no matter what the consequences are, I must take Chen Dong away today. Good. Pang Bo's smile grew more sinister. He looked at the rest of the guests at the banquet and shouted loudly, who is willing to join me in destroying the Wang family? Chapter 240. Shameless Pimbo expression instantly froze. President, are you kidding? Why should I kneel and apologize to the Wang family? I'm the person from Dongsheng Group. Pang Bo shouted loudly, finding it hard to understand. The people around him were also shocked. What is the relationship between the Wang family and Dongsheng Group? Why are the two presidents of Dongsheng Group so protective of them? Pang Bo is the chief person in charge of Dongsheng Group, sent to the imperial capital. How can he be forced to kneel and apologize to the Wang family? It's unbelievable, too unbelievable. This is simply too humiliating, the crowd murmured, feeling confused and angry about Jiang Menghan's actions. They felt she was going too far. After all, Pang Bo is also a member of Dongshin Group. The Wang family only has a cooperative relationship with Dongshin Group. Yet Jiang Menghan made Pang Bo kneel and apologize to the Wang family, which is indeed excessive. How can anyone work for Dongshin Group in the future with such cold-heartedness? Hearing the discussions around him, Pang Bo felt he had public support, and his confidence grew instantly. He continued, "President, where have I done wrong? You can scold me, but why deliberately humiliate me like this? A man's knees are worth gold. How can I kneel to others casually?" Chapter 241. Blame and Apology. Dear, are you okay? Wang Yin chased after him, pulling Pang Bo out from the stinking garbage heap. Concerned, "Bitch." Pang Bo, left with only half a life after the beating, saw Wang Yin and instantly became furious, raising his hand to slap her hard across the face. If it weren't for bringing Wang Yin to the banquet, he might have had a chance to argue his way out. However, because Wang Yin was present, he had no opportunity to defend himself, so he now hated her. Wang Yin was already a gold digger. How could she possibly have feelings for him? He had already fallen from power, yet dared to strike Wang Yin. Wasn't that just asking for trouble? As expected, Wang Yan's face immediately changed, and she shouted angrily at Pang Bo, "You old man, you dare hit me? I'll kill you." She picked up a trash can lid and smashed it hard on Pang Bo's head. "Ouch!" Pang Bo cried out in pain, yelling at Wang Yin, "You bitch! You don't take me to the hospital, and you dare to hit me? Once I'm well, I'll definitely find a man to kill you in bed." The more he cursed, the angrier Wang Yin became. She slapped him a few more times, took away his valuables, and left. Chapter 242. Li Ling and Yi Qingqing outside Haicheng Airport. Dozens of luxury cars gathered to welcome one person, the young master of the Li family, Li Ling. Li Ling walked out of the airport wearing sunglasses, looking very cold. He was holding a bag, and a middle-aged man in his 30s immediately came up to him. "Young master, let me carry that for you." "Sure." Li Ling handed the bag to him. On both sides, bodyguards dressed in black suits stood. When they saw Li Ling walking over, they all bent down and shouted in unison, "Good day, young master." Li Ling calmly walked through the crowd and got into a Rolls-Royce. The people around were all amazed. Who is he? Why such a grand entrance? The young master of the Li family in Haicheng, just returned from abroad. The Li family of Haicheng, one of the most powerful families in legend. No wonder he has such a big presence, now that he is back. Haicheng is probably going to stir up some trouble. The crowd discussed animatedly, and as the Li family's convoy left, they also dispersed voluntarily. Has anything happened in Haicheng lately? In the Rolls-Royce, Li Ling held a glass of red wine, tasting it while inquiring. "Young master, there are two matters," the middle-aged man said. "One is that Dongshin Group is rising in Haicheng. The other is that the Wang family has been exterminated." Chapter 243. Yi Qingqing's Plan for Men. The most painful thing in the world is accompanying women shopping, and the most painful of all is accompanying two women shopping. Chen Dong is currently the most miserable man in the world. After offending Jiang Menghan and Lin Yi in the imperial capital, he returned to Haicheng, only to be dragged by two beauties to go shopping. All expenses were paid by him. He followed behind the two beauties, carrying large and small bags. This scene was just seen by Yi Qingqing. The word scumbag immediately flashed in Yi Qingqing's mind. Bringing two girlfriends shopping at the same time. What else could he be but a scumbag? There are plenty of people like this in Haicheng. It's not worth lamenting. Yi Qingqing immediately thought of a way to have Li Ling actively propose to annul the engagement. At 5 in the afternoon, Jiang Menghan and Lin Yi finally finished their shopping. Chen Dong, dragging his exhausted body, stuffed the things they bought into a luxury car. He then shoved the two of them inside and waved goodbye in a tone that indicated he never wanted to see them again. Watching the car drive farther away, Chen Dong vowed never to accompany a girl shopping again. He then found a restaurant to eat. Chapter 244. Each with their own agenda. Yes. Everyone responded. Li Ling Nudda. Very satisfied with this result. He raised his wrist to check the time, wondering, "Yi Qingqing, when will you arrive?" Just then, someone beside him suddenly screamed, "Young master, look." Li Ling instantly looked puzzled and asked, "What to look at?" That person pointed across the street, where a couple was walking with a man supporting the woman, looking very intimate. Li Ling's subordinate had such a big reaction just because one of the couple was Yi Qingqing. How could Yi Qingqing be with another man? The flames of anger flared up in Li Ling. She didn't come to our date on time. It turns out she was rolling in the sheets with another man. That bitch. His subordinate immediately shouted, "Young master, do you want us to go over and call her?" And take care of that man? Li Ling sneered. Not yet. When Yi Qingqing comes, you all act like nothing happened. I want to ask her myself. I want to see how that bitch will argue in front of me. Yes. Young master. Everyone nodded in response. Chapter 245. Li Ling kidnaps Chen Dong. Dozens of men in black got out of the car, surrounding Chen Dong. One of them coldly said to Chen Dong, "Come with us." Chen Dong looked puzzled. "Where to? And who are you?" These were just two simple questions. But the other party was clearly already impatient. He raised his hand and slapped Chen Dong hard across the face. Chen Dong originally wanted to kick the man away, but doing so would expose his strength. Before he figured out what these people wanted to do, he couldn't reveal his power. So he took a step back and dodged the slap. The man used too much force and almost fell to the ground. When he steadied himself, a look of surprise clearly appeared on his face. Obviously, he hadn't expected Chen Dong to react so quickly. At that moment, he pulled out a weapon, aiming it at Chen Dong's head, and coldly shouted, "Either come with us or die." Chen Dong immediately pretended to show a hint of panic and said, No, I will go with you." As the person gave the command, two people immediately came over, one on the left and one on the right, grabbing Chen Dong's arms and pushing him into a luxury car. Chapter 246. The terrifying woman let go of the young master. A group of black-clad bodyguards shouted at Chen Dong. "Young master? Who's young master?" Chen Dong asked with a puzzled expression. "The Li family of Haicheng." The other party revealed Li Ling's identity, and a look of surprise immediately appeared on Chen Dong's face. He had heard of the Li family of Haicheng, one of the most powerful top families in Haicheng. However, neither he nor the Dongxing group had interacted with this family. Why would their young master target Chen Dong? What was the woman mentioned earlier all about? Chen Dong looked at Li Ling with confusion and said, "To be honest, I really don't understand why you want to deal with me." Li Ling's face twitched in pain, and he coldly replied, "Stop pretending. My fiancée is pregnant because of you. I will definitely kill you." Chen Dong was even more shocked. "Who is your fiancée? Don't talk nonsense, I still." Chen Dong almost revealed his humiliating identity. Li Ling coldly said, "Yi Qingqing, the woman who went shopping with you today. Are you still pretending to be confused?" Chen Dong frowned and thought, "There were two women shopping with me today, but neither of them is named Yi Qingqing." Chapter 247. Being used as a gun again, what happened to your hand? Yi Qingqing saw Li Ling's injured hand and showed a hint of surprise. Li Ling was the young master of the Li family in Haicheng and was quite powerful. Yet his hand was injured. Who did this? Or rather, who had the guts to hurt Li Ling? Li Ling looked at her with a cold smile. "You really don't know who did this?" Yi Qingqing shook her head. "If I knew, I wouldn't ask you." Li Ling laughed. "This afternoon, you were still showing off your affection together. How come now you don't know who he is? It seems he really didn't lie to me. You have no relationship with him." Hearing this, Yi Qingqing's face changed drastically. She knew who Li Ling was talking about. It was Chen Dong. If she had a relationship with Chen Dong, it was impossible not to know he had such strong power. Since she didn't know, it meant she really wasn't familiar with Chen Dong. The scene that Li Ling saw this afternoon was all acted out by her with Chen Dong. Now, Li Ling completely believed Chen Dong's words. How could he be so powerful? At the same time, Yi Qingqing thought in her heart, "He was just a random scumbag I found on the street." Chapter 248. The reason for not killing Chen Dong was sleeping on the soft big bed in the suite when a loud knocking on the door suddenly woke him up. "Who is it?" Chen Dong asked loudly. At that moment, the door was kicked open by someone. A young man entered with a group of experts. Seeing the scene while still in bed, Chen Dong immediately showed a hint of confusion. "Li Ling? What are you doing here?" Li Ling coldly smiled, found a chair to sit down, and when he saw the red wine on the table, he immediately poured himself a glass. He drank while saying to Chen Dong, "You really didn't lie to me. You have no relationship with her at all. We have all been played by her." Chen Dong nodded. "As long as you know. So, are you here to thank me?" If it were a thank you, it wouldn't have been possible to kick the door open. The other party's attitude was clearly looking for trouble, and Chen Dong didn't even notice this, making many people feel disdainful of him, thinking he was too stupid and should be easy to deal with. "I should indeed thank you." But Li Ling's tone suddenly turned cold, and a murderous aura filled the air. She said, "I'm not as good as you, so I want to prove that I'm better than you." Chapter 249. Settling accounts with Yi Qingqing because of what Xiahou Wu said. It directly related to his life and death. However, although he felt nervous, he wasn't too panicked, because the father and son indeed had some connections with Xiahou Wu. However, what Li Ling never expected happened. "I don't know him. We have no connections, Xiao Wu said on the other end of the phone. Chen Dong had the speakerphone on, and hearing this, Li Ling's face turned pale as paper. Chen Dong turned his head and looked at him with cold eyes, and in that instant, Li Ling was so scared that he trembled all over. He knew he was doomed, but he didn't understand why Xiao Wu would say at this time that he had no connections with him. Just then, Chen Dong coldly said into the phone, "Are you sure you have no connections? His name is Li Ling." Li Ling? That little brat? I thought you were talking about the entire Li family. Xiao Wu on the other end of the phone continued, "I do have some connections with Li Ling and his father, but I don't know anyone else from the Li family. Why are you asking me this?" Chen Dong smiled. "It's nothing, you can rest." He then hung up the phone. Looking back at Li Ling, he was almost exhausted. Life's ups and downs came too fast. Just a moment ago, he thought he was doomed, but unexpectedly, because Chen Dong asked that one question, his fate had completely changed. Chapter 250, Wronged in the Face of Absolute Strength. Any conspiracy seems so pale and powerless. So Yi Qingqing has somewhat resigned to her fate and directly asked Chen Dong what he wanted to do with her. Chen Dong walked over to her, sat down on her bed, and immediately smelled a faint fragrance, revealing a look of intoxication on his face. You wouldn't want. Yi Qingqing was really panicking. She pulled the quilt around her body, curling up into a ball, putting on a posture of refusing to submit at all costs. However, she was very clear in her heart. If Chen Dong really wanted to force her, the quilt in her hands would be torn apart in an instant. Since he could deal with Li Ling and his group, he could easily handle her too. Therefore, she had no ability to resist at all. Her eyes were already filled with despair, and she had already thought of the worst outcome. "I want to ask you a question." Unexpectedly, Chen Dong did not attack Yi Qingqing, but asked like this. Yi Qingqing immediately breathed a sigh of relief in her heart and hurriedly said, "What do you want to ask? We met for the first time today, right?" Chen Dong said, "Yes." Yi Qingqing nodded. Chapter 251, Disabling Yi Qingqing. When Yi Qingqing heard this shout, her face immediately changed. She went to the window and saw that outside, there were already people standing everywhere. She immediately turned back, complaining to Chen Dong. "Why didn't you be more careful when you came? You were discovered." With Chen Dong's strength, it would have been impossible to be discovered if he had deliberately hidden. And now, he was still discovered by the Yi family. That was because he thought of hiding it all. He came to find trouble with Yi Qingqing. Now that he knew Yi Qingqing had used Li Ling to deal with him was just a misunderstanding, there was no need for him to hold it against her anymore. Seeing Yi Qingqing's anxious face, he stood up and said lightly, "Don't worry, they won't find me." "You're not joking, are you?" Yi Qingqing asked worriedly. "I would never joke about this." Chen Dong smiled and turned to leave. As soon as he stepped out of the room, Yi Qingqing chased after him. However, in just a few seconds, Chen Dong's figure had completely vanished. Where did Chen Dong go? She didn't know, but she was certain of one thing. If Chen Dong was deliberately hiding, neither she nor the three old masters of the Yi family could find him. Chapter 252, The Bet. Why did you stop? The three old masters of the Yi family looked at the old servant with dissatisfaction and whispered. The old servant did not respond, only glanced up at the upper floor. "My good daughter, are you all right?" Yi Fan had already come to Yi Qingqing's side, asking softly. "Wow." Yi Qingqing burst into tears and threw herself into Yi Fan's arms, saying loudly, "Dad, if you had come a moment later, I would have been doomed." Yi Fan reached out and gently patted her back, smiling. All right, Dad is here. It's okay now. Leave the rest to Dad." Ye vink no dit havidi. Yi Fan then turned to the three old masters of the Yi family and coldly shouted, "Third uncle, what on earth is going on? You must give me an explanation tonight." The three old masters of the Yi family, upon hearing this, immediately became furious. "Yi Fan, your good daughter, clearly has a marriage contract with the Li family, yet she still secretly meets with a wild man." Yi Fan interrupted angrily, "Third uncle, don't talk nonsense and tarnish my daughter's reputation." The three old masters of the Yi family sneered. "That wild man is right in the villa. Is your daughter innocent? A search will reveal the truth." Yi Fan immediately turned to his daughter and asked, "Is this true?" Chapter 253, Do you dare talk to me about rules? The villa was not very big. It couldn't possibly hide someone, and they were all filled with confidence that they would find him soon. However, shortly after, an unexpected scene unfolded. "Third master, there's no one." A middle-aged woman rushed out anxiously. "What? How can there be no one?" The three old masters of the Yi family suddenly panicked. After all, he had just made a statement, and if they couldn't find anyone, he would have to cut off an arm. He immediately rushed over and shouted at the middle-aged woman, "Search more carefully, especially the basement, under the bed, and in the wardrobe." "Yes." The middle-aged woman responded and immediately returned to the villa. The three old masters of the Yi family then approached Gung Jingzhong and quietly asked, "Did anyone run out of the villa?" "No," Gung Jingzhong replied. "Are you sure?" The three old masters of the Yi family asked again. "Absolutely no one ran out," Gung Jingzhong said, "because I installed cameras outside. Even if people can't be seen, the cameras would capture them, and right now, there's not even a shadow. So really no one ran out." Hearing this, the three old masters of the Yi family finally felt relieved. Chapter 254. Don't dare to mess with Yi Qingqing Ah. The three old masters of the Yi family let out a piercing scream, causing everyone around to retreat in fear. Yi Fan was truly ruthless. According to the previous bet, he should have only broken one of the three old masters' arms. But now, he had directly broken both arms. Everyone's faces showed a hint of confusion. "You were only supposed to break one of my arms." As if sensing the doubts in everyone's hearts, Yi Fan coldly explained, "Now, I break both of your arms because, first, your wrongful accusations against my daughter. As her father, I must stand up for her. Second, you have never respected me, the head of the Yi family, so I must teach you a lesson. Third, you recklessly killed the captain of the Yi family's guard, Gung Jingzhong. If I don't punish you, you will definitely continue to kill recklessly in the future. So you understand why I broke both of your arms, right?" The three old masters of the Yi family, already old and now suffering such heavy injuries, were in so much pain that they were almost fainting, unable to hear what Yi Fan was saying. In fact, Yi Fan's words were not meant for him, but for those who supported him. Chapter 255. Jiang Menghan is harassed. Jiang Menghan had given Chen Dong a strict order. He must go to the company today. Chen Dong felt that he, as the boss, was too spineless, actually being coerced by an employee. However, he still needed to go. After all, that was his company. All right. I will definitely be at the company before 10. Chen Dong promised, and only then did the other side happily hang up the phone. "Is someone trying to kill you?" Yi Qingqing, standing beside him, asked curiously. "It's worse than being killed. It gives me a headache," Chen Dong replied. "What exactly is it?" Yi Qingqing asked with curiosity again. It was hard for her to believe that Chen Dong was being put in such a difficult position, considering how powerful he was. "The people in my company want me to review the business," Chen Dong said with a headache. As soon as he finished speaking, an incredulous expression appeared on Yi Qingqing's face. "Just this little matter gives you a headache? I'm really curious how your company is even running." Chen Dong smiled and said, "As long as there's money, it's fine." He could earn trillions every day from the system. Even a fool could run a company. Besides, he was at least a college student. Chapter 256. Do you dare talk to me about rules? Yi, you're actually the owner of Dongshin Group? Upon arriving at the headquarters of Dongshin Group, Yi Qingqing immediately shouted in surprise at Chen Dong. "What's wrong?" Chen Dong looked puzzled. "Nothing." Yi Qingqing shook her head, truly unable to believe that the owner behind Dongshin Group was actually Chen Dong. On the way, she had been curious about what Chen Dong's company was like. Who would have thought it was actually the recently famous Dongshin Group? She began to wonder about Chen Dong's identity and background. How could someone so powerful also be the owner of Dongshin Group? It was simply unbelievable. "I actually just own a small share." Chen Dong smiled again. He didn't want to reveal all his cards, so he quickly added this. "Owning a share is still impressive. Yet, Vink Pides." Jiang Menghan had arranged for someone to pick them up, so the two of them went directly to the top floor office. "Hello, President Chen, this is..." As soon as Jiang Menghan saw Yi Qingqing, a hint of hostility immediately surfaced in her eyes. Another delicate beauty. Chen Dong was really too charming. No wonder she had hinted at him several times, but he had ignored her. It turned out he had more choices. Chapter 257. Annulment of engagement. Li Ling forced a stiff smile on his face and said to Chen Dong, "Mr. Chen, how come you are here?" Chen Dong waved his hand, and he immediately jogged over. Chen Dong looked at the flowers he was holding and shook his head, saying, "Young Master Li, you are really impressive. Clearly, you have a beautiful fiancée, yet you still come to harass the employees in my company. Tell me, how should I deal with you?" Li Ling was stunned upon hearing this. Your company's employee? What does that mean? Dongshin Group is your company?" Chen Dong nodded and smiled. "I hold a small stake in Dongshin Group. I could be considered a boss." "All right, enough about that. We need to talk about how I should deal with you for harassing my employee." Li Ling was immediately terrified and began to tremble. The last time he called a peak inner strength expert from his family, along with 2 later stage inner strength experts and 5 mid-stage inner strength experts to trouble Chen Dong. As a result, Chen Dong defeated the 5 with a single move and then broke one of his arms. This left him with a deep impression of terror. So now, when Chen Dong asked him how to deal with him, he was so scared that he trembled all over. Chapter 258. The banquet held by the Dragon Group marriage alliances are meant to become stronger. If there is indeed a powerful family abroad willing to form a marriage alliance with the Li family, then abandoning the alliance with the Yi family would definitely be a wise choice. However, would the Yi family agree? What if they turned against them? The Li family had to consider this. Therefore, many people were hesitant to agree. However, after Li Ling's persuasion, telling everyone that he had already discussed with Yi Qingqing about peacefully dissolving the engagement, and that Yi Qingqing would persuade the Yi family members, the opposing voices quickly agreed. Li Ling successfully convinced them to dissolve the engagement with the Yi family. At the same time, Yi Qingqing also announced this matter at the family meeting. After her father Yi Fan publicly expressed support for his daughter's decision, the rest of the Yi family members immediately showed their support. If this had been before yesterday, these people would definitely not have agreed. They would have seized this opportunity to attack Yi Fan and even force him to give up his position as head of the family. However, after Yi Fan personally broke the arms of the 3rd elder of the Yi family last night, his prestige reached an unimaginable height. Thus, the decision he made was easily passed. Chapter 259. The price of offending the Li family. Li Ling was also very angry upon seeing this scene. He even wished he could directly go over and kill Chen Dong. However, he didn't have the guts because Chen Dong was truly too powerful. So he could only pretend not to see anything. Yi Qingqing has already broken off the engagement with me. Her matters have nothing to do with me. After saying this, Li Ling was about to walk into the hotel. Li Xiong immediately grabbed him. Brother, what's wrong? If it were the old you, that guy would have been thrown into the river long ago. Why do you seem like a different person now? Can you really endure something like this? Li Ling said coldly. Tonight's banquet is hosted by the Dragon Group. Do not cause trouble. Li Xiong sneered. Brother, so you were worried about this? Don't worry. I definitely won't cause trouble at the banquet. Li Ling's face was icy as he advised. What I mean is, don't get involved in this matter. Come with me into the hotel. Although he knew how powerful Chen Dong was, his brother did not. So he was genuinely worried that his brother would provoke Chen Dong without realizing it, which would lead to dire consequences. Therefore, he forcibly pulled his brother into the hotel. However, Li Xiong clearly was not going to give up so easily. He signaled to Li Long, who was standing to the side. Chapter 260. Forced to take action, however. The Li family really misunderstood. Chen Dong had no connection whatsoever with the Chen family in Haiqing. His entanglement with Yi Qingqing was not because he pursued her, but rather because she pursued him. The members of the Li family treated him this way without even understanding the truth, which was truly excessive. Nevertheless, Chen Dong decided to give him a chance. He said coldly, I don't want to fight with anyone tonight, so please leave voluntarily. Otherwise, the consequences are something you cannot bear. Ha! The group from the Li family all laughed upon hearing this. You waste, did you suddenly realize that acting cowardly is useless? So you immediately change tactics to start threatening us? With your kind of trash, you think you can threaten us? Don't you look in the mirror to see what a pathetic figure you are? You refuse to crawl through our legs, right? All right. First, I'll break your dog legs and see if you still refuse to crawl. Li Xiong and the others all turned fierce. They all believed that Chen Dong's sudden threat was a strategy. The purpose was to scare them, so they wouldn't dare to act against him. After all, just now, Chen Dong had shown cowardice, denied any relationship with the Chen family, and didn't admit that his entanglement with Yi Qingqing was to make the Li family let him go. Chapter 261. Electrocution of the second young master of the Li family. Not only was he a martial artist, but also a very powerful one. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to so quickly and easily be in his hands. Logically speaking, at this moment, he should have panicked. Yet, the reality was that after a brief panic, he immediately regained his composure, and a smile appeared on his face. I didn't expect you to be so powerful that you caught me so easily. But so what if you were a martial artist? I am a second young master of the Li family. Do you dare to touch me now? If you dare to touch a single hair on me, the Li family will immediately tear you to pieces. Upon hearing this, Chen Dong laughed. He had seen arrogance before, but he had never seen such rampant arrogance. He had already fallen into his hands, yet he still dared to be so reckless. He felt he would be doing a disservice to this second young master of the Li family if he didn't take action. Therefore, Chen Dong picked up an electric baton, turned it on, and with a flash of electricity, directly jabbed it into Li Xiong's body. The moment the current made contact with his body, a sharp sizzling sound was heard. Li Xiong's whole body began to convulse, and soon after, the smell of burnt flesh wafted through the air. Chen Dong released his hand, and Li Xiong immediately fell to the ground, but his body was still twitching. It took quite a while for him to recover. Chapter 262. Kneel and apologize at this moment. It was really too late to clear his relationship. Li Xiong roared again. I just said that not only will you die, but your whole family will die too. Brother, what are you still in a daze for? Hurry up and come over to kill him. Slap. Li Ling came over and slapped Li Xiong hard. But it was not directed at Chen Dong, but rather at Li Xiong's face. Li Xiong was instantly stunned, shouting angrily at his brother. Brother, why did you hit me? Li Ling ignored him and turned to the people who followed him. All of you, get the hell out of here. Those people all looked bewildered. Why did Li Ling tell them to leave? They could help if they stayed here, right? Had Li Ling suddenly lost his mind? Li Ling's mind was obviously not out of order. Chen Dong was too powerful. These people would not be able to help. So they had to leave. Because if they stayed here, how could Li Ling have the face to kneel down and apologize to Chen Dong? Therefore, it was necessary to drive all those people away. Seeing that they were not leaving, Li Ling became furious again. Did you not hear what I said? Get the hell out. Otherwise, I will kill you. After being scolded, those people finally hesitated no longer and quickly turned to leave. Chapter 263. The most dazzling guy tonight, Chen Dong, was called away by the Li family. And everyone thought he was doomed. Who would have thought that he miraculously returned unscathed, which left everyone around him baffled. Therefore, they all curiously asked Chen Dong, how are you still alive? Chen Dong immediately replied with a puzzled expression, why can't I be alive? The crowd was astonished. Did the Li family do anything to you? Chen Dong replied, no. Everyone was stunned. No? How is that possible? They didn't believe Chen Dong's words, as they knew very well what the Li family was capable of. So how could they possibly not have harmed him? Just as everyone wanted to continue questioning, Chen Dong had already walked to the side. At that moment, Yi Qingqing approached Chen Dong with 2 glasses of wine. Smiling, have a drink with me. She handed 1 glass to Chen Dong. This scene immediately attracted everyone's attention again. Many people cursed in their hearts, as Yi Qingqing was definitely the shining pearl of tonight's banquet, and many who tried to strike up a conversation with her were ignored. Chapter 264. Changing the rules. Yin Shi was holding this banquet under the banner of the Dragon Team. Therefore, everyone was curious about what his relationship with the Dragon Team was. Was he one of them? While the crowd was buzzing with speculation, Yin Shi stepped forward and smiled at everyone. Thank you all for attending my banquet. You must be curious about my relationship with the Dragon Team, right? And why I'm holding this banquet. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded. Mr. Yin, we are indeed very curious about your relationship with the Dragon Team. Also, what is the purpose of gathering us for this banquet? Yin Shi smiled again. What is my relationship with the Dragon Team? I won't reveal that just yet, but I can assure you that I am definitely not impersonating anyone from the Dragon Team. Otherwise, they would have come to settle scores with me long ago. After he said this, many people burst out laughing. They all felt that Yin Shi was somewhat humorous. Indeed, if Yin Shi had no connection with the Dragon Team, then gathering everyone under the pretense of being associated with them would be suicidal. The Dragon Team would have made him disappear from this world long ago. Chapter 265. The envoy. The question raised by this person was bolder than the one Chen Dong had raised, and upon hearing it, Yin Shi's expression changed immediately. The person loudly asked, May I ask, is the change of the rule that binds martial artists under the instruction of the Haiqing Dragon Team, or the Dragon Team headquarters? Yin Shi coldly replied, What difference does it make? The person answered, Of course, it makes a difference. If it is the instruction of the Dragon Team headquarters, then this rule has indeed changed. If it is only the instruction of the Haiqing Dragon Team, then the rule has not changed at all, because once the Dragon Team headquarters finds out, they will definitely correct it. If any martial artist believes you and does something foolish during this period, the Dragon Team headquarters will definitely punish them. Isn't that just setting them up for failure? This statement immediately caused an uproar. This person made a valid point. Whether the rule change was sanctioned by the Dragon Team headquarters or just the Haiqing Dragon Team was crucial. If it was sanctioned by the headquarters, then it had truly changed. Otherwise, it was a trap. Mr. Yin, please quickly answer us. Was your decision truly sanctioned by the Dragon Team headquarters? Chapter 266. Chen Dong becomes the envoy from the upper echelons of the Dragon Team was someone else, not Tang Yao, which sparked intense discussion among the crowd. Even Chen Dong was curious about who this someone else mentioned by Tang Yao was. Meanwhile, Yin Shi and his group clearly did not want to listen to any more of Tang Yao's nonsense. If they didn't quickly deal with Tang Yao, the situation here would spiral out of control. Therefore, he issued an order again, cut off her hands. Two members of the Haicheng Dragon Team immediately charged at Tang Yao with knives. At this moment, Tang Yao was pinned to the ground and unable to resist. She could only shout, "Aren't you going to come and save me?" The crowd looked puzzled. She had been shouting for a long time, but not a single shadow appeared. Could it be that she was just trying to scare Yin Shi and the others? At this moment, Chen Dong could no longer sit still. Regardless of whether that envoy appeared or not, he had to intervene to save Tang Yao. So he dashed forward. Just as the knives of the two Haicheng Dragon Team members were about to strike Tang Yao, Chen Dong kicked them both away in quick succession. Bang! Bang! The people in the hall heard two loud crashes and then saw the two members who attacked Tang Yao fly out and crash heavily against a wall. Chapter 267. Confrontation facing Tang Yao's question. Yin Xiao did not get angry. Instead, he turned to Yin Shi and asked sternly, "You reckless fool. What are you doing under my banner, engaging in such nefarious activities?" After he finished speaking, three words immediately sprang to Chen Dong's mind. So impressive. It was really impressive. With just a simple sentence, he cleared himself of any connection to Yin Shi. This was really quite shameless. However, what Chen Dong did not expect was that Yin Xiao and Yin Shi would have even more shameless actions. "Uncle, I didn't tea. I just gathered everyone to have some fun." Yin Shi immediately denied it. "You reckless fool." Yin Xiao immediately scolded him again. "How many times have I told you? Even though you are my nephew, you are not a member of the Dragon Team, so you have no right to issue orders using the Dragon Team's identity." "Uncle, I know I was wrong." Yin Shi quickly admitted his mistake. "Since you know you were wrong, then go home and reflect on it. Don't let me see you again." Yin Xiao scolded angrily. "Yes, uncle, I will definitely go home and reflect." Yanqi shouted. Then, under the incredulous gazes of the crowd, he turned and left. Everyone was dumbfounded by this scene. Chapter 268. Easily captured, Chen Dong watched as Yin Xiao placed his hand on the knife handle and coldly asked, "What are you going to do? Are you going to fight me?" Yin Xiao sneered. "I don't want to fight, but you are too arrogant." Chen Dong replied, "You first treated me like a fool, and you dare to say I'm arrogant?" Yin Xiao coldly said, "No need to say more. Either fight or get lost." Chen Dong laughed. "All right, you try to make a move." Yin Xiao was calculating in his mind. Why did Chen Dong have such confidence? He sensed again that both he and Chen Dong were at the initial stage of the transformation realm. Once they fought, he alone could match Chen Dong. Plus, he had a group of people with him. Those people would surround and attack Chen Dong while they fought, and Chen Dong would undoubtedly be defeated. Given this, why did Chen Dong still dare to fight him? Did Chen Dong have hidden allies? Who could it be? That woman? Impossible. Her strength is too weak. Then it must be someone else. However, here, aside from the prominent families of Haicheng, there are no other people. And those from the prominent families of Haicheng would absolutely not involve themselves in internal conflicts of the Dragon Group, which means Chen Dong is now truly a lonely man. Chapter 269. The situation is severe in a quiet courtyard in the imperial capital. Chen Dong curiously asked, "What is this place?" Tang Yao didn't answer, just let him inside. Soon, Chen Dong saw an old man with white hair and a youthful demeanor. Just as Chen Dong was wondering who this old man was, Tang Yao's face broke into a smile as she called out, "Grandpa." Chen Dong was slightly taken aback. The old man was actually Tang Yao's grandfather. Why did Tang Yao bring Chen Dong to meet her grandfather? At that moment, the old man's sharp gaze turned to Chen Dong. "You're the recently popular Chen Dong of the Dragon Group?" Chen Dong replied, "Old man, who are you? You know about the Dragon Group, and even know me?" The old man smiled. "I'm the Grand Elder of the Dragon Group." Chen Dong's expression changed slightly. The last time he met the higher-ups of the Dragon Group, they were just elders. He didn't expect there was a Grand Elder above them. Chen Dong immediately asked curiously, "Did you send Tang Yao to Haicheng to find me? Is the identity of the Dragon Group envoy also given to me by you?" The old man smiled. "Everything was my doing." He turned to Tang Yao, who was standing beside him. "Go make some tea. I want to have a good chat with Chen Dong." Yes. Tang Yao turned and left. Chapter 270. The fairy jumped. Chen Dong and Tang Hujuan had a pleasant conversation. However, after they finished talking, Tang Hujuan kicked Chen Dong out of the courtyard. This made Chen Dong very angry. Are you kidding? It's already late at night. Can't I stay here for one night? No. Tang Yao, who was standing beside him, firmly said, Grandpa likes peace and quiet. He never lets anyone stay overnight in his courtyard. Chen Dong helplessly said, Fine. Arrange for a helicopter to take me back to Haicheng. Tang Yao refused him again. No. The budget is limited. I can only bring you here, not take you back. Anger surged on Chen Dong's face. Then how do I go back? Do I have to pay my own way back? Tang Yao looked up at the sky and gave Chen Dong a delicate silver-white chin lift. This meant, you guessed it right, Chen Dong was almost driven to madness. However, he thought this was already infuriating enough, but unexpectedly, there was something even more irritating. That was, Tang Yao suddenly said to Chen Dong, Don't be so unhappy. Although you will have to pay for your ticket back tomorrow, I will still arrange accommodation for you tonight. Chen Dong's expression finally improved a little. But after Tang Yao drove him to the accommodation location, he was stunned again. Chapter 271. Is it 1 or 5? The first solution is to capture you and send you to the relevant authorities. You will at least be sentenced for 10 or 8 years, and your life will be ruined like that. A strong man sneered. Chen Dong immediately shook his head. That is too cruel. Let us find another way to solve this. Another strong man grinned. All right. The second solution is that you don't look like a rich person. Just compensate my sister 500,000 and it will be fine. Chen Dong, hearing the solution, was even more shocked and shook his head in refusal. This is extortion. I don't have that much money. Ha ha. Who is extorting you? Didn't my sister appear in your room? Don't talk nonsense. If you can't come up with the money, you'll just have to go to jail. The strong man threatened Chen Dong again. Going to jail? Then I'll go. I'm not afraid. Chen Dong shouted resolutely. Besides, I didn't do anything, and I believe the law will clear my name. On the contrary, you two, by extorting me like this, might end up going to jail. The two strong men were somewhat speechless by Chen Dong's words. They immediately raised the steel pipes in their hands and coldly said to Chen Dong, Do you think it's that simple to just go to jail? Chapter 272. Acting as the acting leader of the Haicheng Dragon Group, what does this mean? Chen Dong looked at Tang Hujuan and Tang Yao, curiously asking, Chen Dong, this is a test for you to see if you will misuse the power in your hands. Tang Yao said, Are you kidding? Do I look like someone who would misuse power? Chen Dong sneered. Perhaps you don't intend to, but subconsciously, sometimes you may feel that it's nothing. Tang Hujuan said, Especially in situations where the crime doesn't warrant death, and they are not innocent. If you use your power to eliminate them, no one will punish you. But if it happens many times over a long time, your subconscious will begin to think that this is natural. Then you may be consumed by power. After Tang Hujuan finished speaking, Chen Dong felt a little touched. He obtained the Black Dragon Order, possessing the power of life and death over these few people in front of him. They were playing tricks on him, robbing and extorting, and even wanted to harm him. Although they didn't deserve death, they were definitely not innocent. Using the power granted to him by the Black Dragon Order to eliminate them would not incur any punishment. However, this would create a misconception in Chen Dong's subconscious that it was natural for him to do such things. Over time, he would fall into the desire for power, unable to extricate himself, ultimately being consumed and unable to distinguish himself, leading to an excessive use of this power, suffering divine retribution, and ending up in a tragic fate. Chapter 273. Chen Dong's authority is provoked. This person clearly came not just to deliver the appointment letter. He is also going to temporarily take over the position of the Haicheng Dragon Group leader. He is none other than Chen Dong. The reason Chen Dong wears a mask and keeps himself so mysterious is mainly to hide his identity. The people he will deal with in the future are the strong from the aristocratic families. He really can't afford not to hide well. Hurry up and announce the appointment letter. Is Vice Leader LV Pengbin about to be promoted? Just as Chen Dong walked over, someone eagerly asked, Ha! The person being promoted will only be Team Leader Song Kongsheng. Don't overthink it. Someone immediately retorted. Chen Dong did not answer these people's questions. His gaze was assessing LV Pengbin and Song Kongsheng. One looked like a frail scholar, but had sharp eyes. Just by looking at him, one could tell he was definitely not to be trifled with. The other was tall and strong, with a rugged face and a scar on his cheek, making him look extremely fierce. Chen Dong sensed again Both of them were at the peak of their internal strength, about to break through with strength comparable. Their contributions were also similar, so it seemed somewhat inappropriate to appoint either of them as the leader. Moreover, when Tang Hujuan called him over, he hadn't communicated with these people in advance. Is it appropriate for the leader to be temporarily taken over by him? Chen Dong? Chapter 274. Two slaps in Zhou Li and Yang Fei's eyes. Chen Dong is just a useless connection. Of course, that's the nicer way to put it. The harsher way is that Chen Dong is a useless waste. So they all concluded in their hearts that Chen Dong absolutely wouldn't dare to accept their challenge. What qualifications does a waste have to command them? However, what these two never expected was that Chen Dong would readily accept their challenge. Furthermore, he asked them to come at him together. This immediately stunned both of them. Are you joking? You want us both to come at you? Do you know what will happen to you for daring to challenge us? Zhou Li and Yang Fei still looked down on Chen Dong. They both felt that Chen Dong must be crazy. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to make such an absurd decision. In the face of their doubts, Chen Dong merely revealed a faint cold smile. You two really talk too much. If you have the guts, then come at me. If not, just behave. Listening to you would be a disgrace for us. Because to us, you are really too weak. Since you insist on us teaching you a lesson, then we won't hold back. Chapter 275. Assassination of Chen Dong. Lu Pongbin and Song Kongsheng had just been worried that their capable subordinates would injure Chen Dong. Who would have thought that their subordinates would actually be defeated by Chen Dong? What was even more unbelievable was that Chen Dong had only used 2 slaps to defeat their capable subordinates. They truly could not believe that this scene was real. As if they were dreaming. He isn't a connected person. We underestimated him. His strength is at least at the late stage of internal strength. He might even be at the peak of internal strength, just like us. Lu Pongbin said nervously. It seems we must attend tomorrow's meeting. But why we never heard of such a powerful figure before? A look of confusion appeared on Song Kongsheng's face. Don't think too much. He has strength. So I will recognize him as the team leader. If not, he could just get lost. Lu Pongbin sneered. He was already planning in his mind that tomorrow he would personally test Chen Dong's strength. If Chen Dong was stronger than him, he would acknowledge Chen Dong as the team leader. If Chen Dong was not as strong as him, then he would still kick Chen Dong out. After saying this to Song Kongsheng, he got up and left. His people followed, leaving only Song Kongsheng and his subordinates behind. Chapter 276. Chen Dong captured the dagger plunged into Chen Dong's body, and he collapsed to the ground. The dragon team member had retreated to the side, a cold smile on his lips. The martial artist got up from the ground, also revealing a cold smile. Not long after, a dense sound of footsteps rang out from outside, and a large group of people rushed in, all with cold smiles on their faces. Team leader, what happened to you? Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out. Chen Dong recalled that it was one of the two who had challenged him earlier, Yang Fei, one of Song Kongsheng's subordinates. Chen Dong immediately asked angrily, Yang Fei, what are you trying to do? Yang Fei showed a hint of surprise on his face. Team leader, you are really impressive. Even after being poisoned, you can still talk. But you're also quite pathetic to be taken down so easily. You really don't qualify to be the leader of this dragon team. Chen Dong coldly asked. So you attacked me just to take this position? Even if you succeed, what then? The upper management of the dragon team will know, and none of you will escape. After hearing this, Yang Fei burst into laughter. You don't need to worry about that. Chapter 277. Discussing how to rescue when Song Kongsheng asked this question. He actually had no hope at all. Because he and Lu Pongbin were at about the same level, he couldn't find any information about Chen Dong in his database. Surely, there wouldn't be anything in Lu Pongbin's database either. Sure enough, everything went as he expected. Lu Pongbin hurriedly took out his phone, scanned Chen Dong's profile picture, and began searching in the database. After a long time, he shook his head and said to Song Kongsheng, I can't find anything. Strange. After hearing this, a hint of confusion appeared on Song Kongsheng's face. What is his identity? Why can't we find anything about him? How could someone with such a mysterious identity be captured so easily? Lu Pongbin said, Don't think too much. Hurry up and find a way to rescue him. I suggest we notify headquarters immediately. Song Kongsheng immediately stopped him. Absolutely not. If something happens to the team leader and we are safe, what will headquarters think? Lu Pongbin frowned and began to think. If something happened to the team leader and he and Song Kongsheng were safe, there could only be one explanation. They were in cahoots with the people who captured Chen Dong. At that time, The upper management of the dragon team would definitely come after them. Chapter 278. The Real Purpose. An hour later, Lu Pengbin and Song Kongcheng arrived at the abandoned factory in Dongcheng with their people. The place was desolate, overgrown with weeds. And even during the day, it felt somewhat eerie. Lu Pengbin immediately gave orders. Everyone be careful. Form groups of 3, search carefully, and don't split up. Yes. His trusted subordinates responded immediately. In contrast, Song Kongcheng and his group were quite relaxed because they knew better than anyone what was going on here. Thus, a group of people entered the factory. Soon, they discovered a person. The person was standing on a low wall, wearing a golden mask, and dressed exactly like Chen Dong. Even his physique was very similar to Chen Dong's. If Lu Pengbin's group hadn't already known that Chen Dong had been captured, they would have thought this person was Chen Dong. It was obvious that he was not Chen Dong, but was certainly the one who had captured him. You all came quite quickly, the person said with a hoarse and grating voice that made those who heard it very uncomfortable. Where's our team leader? Lu Pengbin immediately asked anxiously. He's fine for now, the person replied with a smile. What exactly is your purpose? Song Kongcheng also asked. Chapter 279. The elaborate plan. Even Lu Pengbin, as a fool, realized that he had fallen into a huge conspiracy. The mastermind behind the conspiracy was Song Kongcheng. The purpose of the conspiracy was to eliminate both him and Chen Dong. This way, Song Kongcheng could become the leader of the dragon team in Haicheng. The person he was about to kill, although not Chen Dong, was dressed and looked just like Chen Dong. The process of the killing had already been recorded. At that time, Song Kongcheng would present this video along with Chen Dong's corpse, and others would surely believe that the person had been killed by Lu Pengbin. This trick was truly vicious. Lu Pengbin began to curse. Song Kongcheng, do you think your conspiracy will succeed? Not to mention whether you can kill me. Even if you do kill me, how will you dispel the upper management's suspicions about you? They are not fools. If both the team leader and I are in trouble, they will definitely suspect you. Upon hearing this, Song Kongcheng immediately sneered coldly. Don't worry, the upper management won't suspect me. They will only suspect the aristocratic families. What do you mean by that? Lu Pengbin asked, his face full of confusion. It's very simple. Song Kongcheng sneered. You are not a mole planted by the upper management in Haicheng. You are just another pawn of the aristocratic families. Chapter 280. Killing spree. The man holding the spear was immediately frightened and took a step back, screaming loudly. What's wrong with you? Song Kongcheng turned his head and asked with a confused expression. He isn't unconscious. The man with the spear shouted loudly, pointing at Chen Dong. Not unconscious? How is that possible? A look of disbelief instantly appeared on Song Kongcheng's face. He had used poison on Chen Dong twice. Chen Dong should definitely be unconscious. How could he not be? Is this person out of his mind? Song Kongcheng immediately shouted in dissatisfaction. Can you kill him or not? If not, get out of the way. The man rubbed his hands together and tightened his grip on the spear. He constantly reassured himself in his mind that it was all an illusion. This person must have been poisoned and couldn't possibly have the strength to resist. This shot would definitely take him down. Whoosh! He immediately lunged forward with the spear, just as the tip was about to pierce Chen Dong's chest. Chen Dong extended a finger and effortlessly blocked the spear's attack. If the first time could be attributed to an illusion, then the second time was definitely real. The man was so scared that he dropped the spear on the ground and pointed at Chen Dong, shouting at Song Kongcheng. He really isn't unconscious. Chapter 281. Death descends. After losing an ear, Song Kongcheng let out a painful scream and fell to the ground. Chen Dong stood beside him with a sword, calmly asking, Who is the person colluding with you from abroad? Song Kongcheng shook his head, refusing to reveal the name. Chen Dong's expression immediately turned icy. He swung his sword, and 2 of Song Kongcheng's fingers were instantly severed. Song Kongcheng covered his bleeding hand and screamed loudly again. Chen Dong coldly said to him, If you still don't speak, I'll cut you into pieces. A trace of fear surged in Song Kongcheng's heart, because Chen Dong's voice was very calm, which meant he really might do it. So he immediately told Chen Dong, The person colluding with me from abroad is Cody. Cody? Who is that? Upon hearing the name, a look of confusion appeared on Chen Dong's face. On the other side, Lu Pengbin's expression changed completely. It's actually him. One of the top 10 masters of the White Eagle Nation at the peak of the transformation realm. Many strong members of the dragon group have died at his hands. Chen Dong turned back, somewhat astonished. Is he really that powerful? Chapter 282. brutal kill of Cody the palm striking towards Chen Dong seemed to gather the power of the entire universe. No matter how strong Chen Dong's head was, it would be shattered by a single strike. So at that moment, an unimaginable sense of terror surged in Chen Dong's heart. It felt as if death had truly arrived. His body, his soul, were being devoured. He was undoubtedly facing certain death. But just at that moment, an invincible sword intent suddenly surged within him. Is this the invincible sword technique I practiced? Chen Dong muttered to himself. This technique was given to him by the system and was the strongest technique in the transformation realm. The essence of this technique was singular. Invincibility. Invincible in hand. Invincible in heart. No matter how powerful the enemy, one must fight with an invincible heart. Chen Dong immediately tightened his grip on the long sword and slashed toward Cody's palm. How is this possible? Cody's face instantly showed a look of surprise at this scene. In this situation, how could Chen Dong still react under his assault? His momentum had completely suppressed Chen Dong. Chen Dong should be unable to move. Even if he could move, his speed couldn't possibly match Cody's. Chapter 283. Major changes. After a while, Long Tian finally got up from the ground, glanced at the lifeless Cody lying on the ground, who was now unrecognizable and without breath. Still not reassured, he kicked Cody a few times. When Cody showed no reaction, he finally felt relieved. At that moment, he approached Chen Dong and asked with concern, "Are you okay?" Chen Dong shook his head. "I'm fine." "How did you cut off one of Cody's hands?" Long Tian asked curiously. This secret was too astonishing. Cody was a peak master of the transformation realm, while Chen Dong was only at the mid-level of the transformation realm. Chen Dong actually managed to cut off one of Cody's hands. If this rumor spread, it would definitely shock the entire world. Before Long Tian arrived, if Chen Dong hadn't heavily injured Cody, Long Tian would never have been able to take him down. So Long Tian was very curious about how Chen Dong accomplished this. "Just luck." After thinking for a moment, Chen Dong replied, "He underestimated my strength and was overly careless, which gave me the opportunity. If I had to do it again, I definitely wouldn't be able to." Upon hearing this, Long Tian immediately frowned, clearly feeling that Chen Dong was lying. No matter how careless Cody was, he wouldn't let Chen Dong cut off one of his hands. There must be other reasons behind this, but since Chen Dong wouldn't say, Long Tian couldn't insist on questioning further and ultimately had to give up. Chapter 284. Requesting Chen Dong to be the Dragon Group's first elder. Chen Dong truly never imagined that so many things would happen in such a short period. When he was asked to go to the Dragon Group in Haicheng, he thought he would just temporarily hold the position of the group leader. But who would have thought it was to capture the traitor Song Kangsheng? During this time, with the support of the families, the White Eagle Nation launched a covert war against the Dragon Nation. The Dragon Nation's defenses were breached, and one of the top 10 masters of the White Eagle Nation, Cody, entered the Dragon Nation. Although Cody was ultimately killed and the White Eagle Nation paid a heavy price, the situation on the Dragon Nation side was also very grim. The first elder of the Dragon Group, Tang Huju, was severely injured and on the brink of death. He was even going to pass the position of the first elder to Chen Dong. This truly shocked Chen Dong because even within the Dragon Group, his strength had not reached the top level. Passing the elder position to him was nothing short of a joke. Therefore, Chen Dong had already decided that when he saw Tang Huju later, he would refuse directly. Cough, cough, cough. Tang Yao and Long Tian brought Chen Dong to meet Tang Huju, and from afar, they could hear Tang Huju's violent coughing. Chapter 285. 7 Absolute Medicine Formula. Why not? Chen Dong asked in surprise in his mind. Host, the system's items can only be used directly by you. If you want to save others, the system can only provide you with the formula, and then you must refine the pills yourself. The system explained in Chen Dong's mind. All right then. Chen Dong sighed helplessly in his mind. Give me the formula. Please wait a moment, host. Not long after, a ray of spiritual light appeared in Chen Dong's head. And within that spiritual light was the 7 Absolute Medicine Formula. Was he thinking about sitting there? Chen Dong had been sitting there for a long time, without moving, which made Long Tian curious and asked, I don't know. Tang Yao shook her head. It's useless. I am beyond saving. Don't waste your efforts. Tang Huju lay on the bed, still murmuring. Just then, Chen Dong, who had been sitting quietly in thought, suddenly let out a roar. Get me paper and a pen. Tang Yao was startled and quickly asked, What do you need paper and a pen for? Chen Dong replied, I have a way to save the old man. Tang Yao exclaimed, Is that true? What method? Chen Dong said, the 7 absolute medicine recipe. Have you heard of it? The pills made from it can heal the old man's injuries. Chapter 286. Chen Dong wants to go to the fact that Tang Huji was injured is absolutely confidential. Because if the aristocratic families found out, they would definitely cause chaos. At that time, the order of Long Country would collapse, and ordinary people would face a catastrophic disaster. So the Dragon Team cannot directly go to the Xianyao sect to demand those 3 precious medicinal materials, because the other party would deduce that Tang Huji must have been injured. However, without those 3 medicinal materials, there is no way to refine the 7 absolute pills to heal Tang Huji. So now Chen Dong and the others are in a dilemma. I will go to the Xianyao Valley personally to ask for the medicinal materials. That way they won't guess that Grandpa is injured. After thinking for a long time, Tang Yao made a dangerous decision. Long Tian immediately retorted, "No, the Xianyao sect is a hidden sect. Outsiders approaching them are likely to be directly killed. So you can't go," Tang Yao said. "I must go. This is the only way to save Grandpa." Long Tian wanted to object again, but at this moment, Tang Yao had already made up her mind. "To save Grandpa, even if it means death, I have to try," Tang Yao said resolutely. She wants to save not only her grandpa, but also the billions of ordinary people in Long Country. Without her grandpa leading the Dragon Team to protect them, they would soon become slaves to those aristocratic martial artists. Chapter 287. Not qualified to invite Chen Dong. Finding the Xianyao Valley hidden in the mountains is very difficult. However, there is a shortcut to quickly find them. That is, first find the peripheral personnel of the Xianyao sect in the small town. These people have 2 tasks in the town. One is to organize people to go into the mountains to find the Xianyao sect. The other is to collect news from the outside world and send it back to the Xianyao sect in a timely manner. Although the Xianyao sect is hidden, they're not completely cut off from the outside world. Otherwise, no matter how strong they are, they cannot survive. They will have some powerful figures come out to travel every once in a while. They look for talented individuals to bring back to the sect and cultivate them into powerful martial artists. The most famous known one is the young lady of the top family in the imperial capital, the Huangfu family, Huangfu Qian. With so many people in the small town, how can they find the peripheral personnel of the Xianyao sect? Tang Yao's face showed a troubled expression. If they had ample time, they could search slowly. But now they simply don't have that much time. Tang Huji can't hold on for many days, so they must quickly find the Xianyao sect. Don't panic. Just ask around in the town and you'll find out, Chen Dong said with a smile to Tang Yao. Chapter 288. Starting with 1 billion, where are you 2 from? In that spring-like small courtyard, Chen Dong and Tang Yao met the old man, who directly asked straightforwardly, "That's not important." Chen Dong smiled. "Can you take us to the Xianyao sect? If possible, can we set off now?" The old man was slightly taken aback, clearly not expecting Chen Dong to be so direct. "May I ask what you want to do at the Xianyao sect?" The old man immediately inquired curiously. "My junior apprentice practices medicine and recently needs 3 kinds of precious medicinal materials. I've heard that the Xianyao Valley, where the Xianyao sect is located, due to its special environment, cultivates many precious medicinal materials, including the 3 my junior apprentice needs. So I brought her along to boldly visit the Xianyao sect." Chen Dong smiled. There are indeed many precious medicinal materials there, but each one is worth at least 10 million, and it is impossible to give them away casually. The old man said lightly after taking a sip of tea, "I know, so I prepared a hefty sum, 10 billion for 1 medicinal material. Can I ask the senior to inform the Xianyao sect that I am sincerely purchasing?" Chen Dong smiled. Puffed. The old man sprayed out the tea he had just sipped. Chapter 289. The merchant you really bought my disciple with money. Looking at the bank card flying over, the old man showed a hint of sneer. Chen Dong not only bought his disciple with money, but also wanted to buy him. He clearly would not agree. Moreover, he would also give Chen Dong a little lesson to let him know that in this world, money does not mean you can do whatever you want. Therefore, he made up his mind, and the moment he received the bank card, he crushed it and then rushed over to give Chen Dong a few slaps. A proud smile appeared on his face, as if the bank card had already been shattered in his hand, and as if he had really rushed over and slapped Chen Dong a few times. However, at that moment, something he never expected happened. The bank card he had just caught in his hand suddenly burst with a powerful force. His hand holding the bank card began to tremble, and in no time, he felt his wrist joint about to dislocate. A look of horror appeared on his face. His sharp gaze turned to Chen Dong. and his heart was tumultuous like raging waves. Chen Dong looked so calm, and when he threw the bank card just now, it was so casual. Why was the bank card wrapped with such a powerful force? Chapter 290. Falling leaves hurt people. Although the old man informed the Xianyao sect's people about Chen Dong's situation, he did not tell the whole truth. For example, the process of his battle with Chen Dong. Although he ultimately admitted that he lost to Chen Dong, he did not tell the Xianyao sect's people that Chen Dong defeated him in one move. Instead, he told the Xianyao sect's people that he had fought with Chen Dong for 80 rounds. He struggled to defeat him. To be honest, among the known experts in Long Country, there are not many who can fight Chen Dong for 80 rounds. His words were truly boastful. Of course, he did not deliberately want to deceive the Xianyao sect's people. It was simply because at his age, losing to a younger generation was somewhat embarrassing. So he told a lie. He did not know that his lie almost got these disciples of the Xianyao sect in the woods killed. Fifth senior brother. You should be close to breaking through to the mid-stage of internal strength, right? Last time you fought with Old Bai, you only took more than 40 moves to defeat him. So you can easily defeat these two? In the woods, someone pointed at Chen Dong and Tang Yao, speaking to a young man dressed in a snow-white long robe. That person had a face full of arrogance and pride, sneering coldly. Defeating them is a piece of cake. Chapter 291. Only strength will earn respect. After Chen Dong broke two of Li Qingfeng's ribs, Li Qingfeng actually thanked Chen Dong. Did he have a problem with his brain? Obviously not. He thanked Chen Dong because he spared his life. The leaf that just flew over could have pierced his body directly. He was destined to die. But at the moment the leaf was about to hit him, Chen Dong neutralized the force. In the end, he only flew out and broke two ribs. But his life was saved, so he definitely wanted to thank Chen Dong. Eldest senior brother, are you okay? The hidden people all came out and surrounded Li Qingfeng, asking with concern, I'm Fine. Li Qingfeng shook his head in response. How could he be so powerful? He injured you with just a leaf? The others began to discuss loudly. I thought you would defeat him in 30 moves, but who would have thought he defeated you in just one move? Such strong power. Even regular elders can't achieve that. Elder Bai said he was defeated after 80 rounds. Could he be lying to us? While these people were discussing heatedly, Chen Dong caught a keen piece of information. Chapter 292. The face problem. Taking a helicopter to the Xiaoyao sect already felt bizarre to Chen Dong. Who would have thought that there would even be an internet cafe in the Xiaoyao sect? Even more exaggerated was that the entrance of the internet cafe had the words Forbidden Zone written on it. This really made Chen Dong curious. Is this really a hidden sect? Wandering in a mortal world, honing one's mind, it's tough and exhausting. So we moved to the internet after all. The internet is also a realm with good training effects. The elder of the Xiaoyao sect awkwardly explained to Chen Dong. I understand. The online world is more complex than the real world. Keeping up with the times is a good thing. Chen Dong said. The elder nodded, opened a computer, logged into online banking, retrieved an account, and said to Chen Dong, just transfer the money to this account. Chen Dong readily sent the account to Jiang Menghan and had her transfer 30 billion directly. The elder of the Xiaoyao sect thought that even if Chen Dong could produce this money, it would take a long time to gather it. So he opened another computer, entered the online world, and began his so-called online training. Chen Dong glanced at it and realized that the elder's so-called online training was just people arguing online. Chapter 293. Sword formation. Chen Dong smiled and said, Don't worry, I'm not that weak. I won't lose. He was serious. Right now, he could defeat an average late-stage internal strength warrior with all his might. He didn't believe that the disciples of the Xiaoyao sect could set up a sword formation that was stronger than late-stage internal strength warriors. So he was really confident that he could defeat the disciples of the Xiaoyao sect. His only concern was that after he won, the people from the Xiaoyao sect would come up with other tricks. The elder from the Xiaoyao sect walking in front heard Chen Dong's words and immediately showed a hint of mockery. He thought to himself, what an arrogant young man, truly unaware of his own limits. The sword formation of our Xiaoyao sect, even if set up by the weakest disciple, can easily defeat a mid-stage internal strength warrior. And this time, the ones setting up the sword formation are all elite disciples of our Xiaoyao sect. Among them is Yu Xiao, an existence of late-stage internal strength. So, even a peak internal strength warrior would undoubtedly be defeated against the sword formation set up by our Xiaoyao sect this time. Even an existence stepping into the transformation of strength would gain no advantage facing our sword formation this time. Chapter 294. Oscar-worthy performance, he couldn't win too quickly. At least he couldn't defeat the Xiaoyao sect sword formation in one move. Otherwise, the people from the Xiaoyao sect would definitely come up with more tricks. Chen Dong's time was very precious. He couldn't waste it here, so after this, he had to obtain those 3 types of medicinal materials. After some consideration, Chen Dong withdrew his overwhelming pressure. Great, I held on. Defeating him next won't be difficult. The elders of the Xiaoyao sect all became excited. They really thought it was their disciples who withstood Chen Dong's pressure. They had no idea that Chen Dong had let go of a vast ocean of water. They immediately shouted again. With one strong push, take him down. All the disciples of the Xiaoyao sect seemed to be inspired, shouting desperately, "Fourth senior brother, let this arrogant person know your power. Make him lie on the ground and unable to get up. Make him kneel and call you grandpa." Hearing these deafening shouts, Yu Zhao's face showed confusion. Did we really withstand his pressure? But I feel like this pressure suddenly disappeared. Chapter 295. Tang Huju's recovery. Chen Dong didn't care about the 30 billion at all. After all, he had a daily quota of 100 trillion. So 30 billion was just a drop in the bucket for him. He just hoped that Tang Huju would recover quickly. So he would have to become some grand elder and work himself to death. So Chen Dong immediately reminded Tang Yao, "Hurry up and refine the pills to save him." Okay, Tang Yao was proficient in medicine. Refining pills was easy for her. In just 2 days, she prepared a total of 18 pills and brought them to Tang Huju. "Grandpa, take this 7 absolute pill and see if it helps your injuries." Tang Huju nodded and took a pill into his mouth. At that moment, Tang Yao and Long Tian became nervous. After all, this was an ancient prescription that had been lost for 300 years. Its healing effects were only recorded in legends. No one knew if it would work. After Tang Huju swallowed the pill, Long Tian immediately asked, "Grand Elder, how do you feel?" Tang Huju shook his head. "Right now, I don't feel anything unusual in my body." His face was still pale, without a trace of color, indistinguishable from someone on the verge of death. Chapter 296. Tang Yao being harassed. "Young master, as soon as I get good news, I'll immediately go and bring her to drink with you," Huang Mao said with a confident smile as he walked over to Chen Dong and Tang Yao's table. Chen Dong and Tang Yao were enjoying their meal when suddenly a loud shout rang out. "Beauty, my young master has taken a liking to you. Go and drink a cup with him." Tang Yao immediately wrinkled her brow in disgust and coldly replied, "No time, get lost." Huang Mao's face changed, pointing at Tang Yao and yelling, "Beauty, don't miss the opportunity. Do you know who my young master is?" Chen Dong became interested upon hearing this. He was very curious about who was bold enough to harass the granddaughter of the #1 elder of the dragon group. So he immediately smiled and asked, "Who is your young master?" Huang Mao looked at Chen Dong coldly and disdainfully said, "Huang Fu Song. Have you heard of him?" Chen Dong shook his head. "Never heard of him." Huang Mao immediately cursed. "Country bumpkin, you haven't even heard of young master Huang Fu Song's name. You know, he is the most famous figure among the young people in the capital recently." Chen Dong became even more curious. "Is he really that impressive?" Huang Mao proudly said, "Of course." Chapter 297. Huang Fuqian's brother. Looking at the man lying on the ground, Chen Dong sneered and mocked, "With your pathetic strength, you think you can give me a lesson I'll regret for life? Are you still dreaming?" Bang! After saying this, Chen Dong kicked the man hard, sending him directly to Huang Fu Song's feet. This was a warning. Don't provoke him and Tang Yao again, or he wouldn't be so polite next time. The man climbed up in a sorry state, his face dark and his heart filled with extreme displeasure. He never expected that he would be kicked back like this. Just moments ago, he was boasting, and now he was slapped in the face. You can imagine how humiliating and upsetting it was for him. Just then, the blonde guy, still unaware of the danger, mocked him. "Jingu, weren't you very impressive? How come you got slapped in the face too? Kick back like this. With your trashy skills, you'll probably no longer qualify to hang out with young Master Huangfu." Slap. Jin Yong, who had pent-up anger, couldn't take such mockery and humiliation. He immediately turned back and slapped the blonde guy hard across the face, cursing, "Do you even have the right to laugh at me? Do you believe I can kill you right now?" Chapter 298. Sister beats brother. Junior sister, what's wrong? A guy on the left took off his headphones and curiously asked Huang Fuqian. His name was Xie Hongda, Huang Fuqian's second senior brother. "My brother was injured." Huang Fuqian handed over her phone. When Xie Hongda saw the photo of Huang Fu Song injured, he immediately began to curse. "Which bastard dared to hurt my junior sister's brother? Are they tired of living? A guy on the right also took off his headphones and yelled angrily, "My junior sister's brother is our brother. We absolutely cannot let that person go." His name was Wu Gaoga, Huang Fuqian's senior brother. Both Wu Gaoga and Xie Hongda were interested in Huang Fuqian. With her brother injured this time, their opportunity to show off had come. So they were both gearing up to help Huang Fuqian vent her anger. "Let's first go check the situation," Huang Fuqian said. "All right, we'll go with you right away." Xie Hongda and Wu Gaoga both smiled and said. The three of them immediately left the internet cafe and headed to the high-end restaurant. Chen Dong and Tang Yao were still eating normally. Huang Fusong, the blonde guy, and Jin Yong were in a miserable state, all kneeling on the side, bruised and battered, looking as pathetic as could be. Chapter 299. The woman young master Gu has his eyes on. All right, from now on we won't get close to young master Huangfu anymore. The blonde guy and Jin Yong shouted loudly. "Get lost." Huangfu Qian coldly uttered a single word, and the two immediately fled the scene. The onlookers were all dumbfounded at this scene. Chen Dong was no exception. He was also curious about what was going on. He had a conflict with Huang Fusong, and Huang Fusong's sister Huang Fuqian came, and logically, she should have come to cause trouble for Chen Dong. Who would have thought that Huang Fuqian would actually give her brother a severe lesson? Why'd she do that? The people present really couldn't understand. In fact, the reason she did this was not complicated at all. Firstly, the Huangfu family was only a second-tier family in the capital. Previously, Chen Dong didn't know about this family because he focused primarily on first-tier families, so it was normal for him not to have heard of a second-tier family. After Huang Fuqian returned from the Xiaoyao sect, many people from first-tier families already knew that she was a disciple of the Xiaoyao sect. Therefore, those first-tier families now dared not provoke the Huangfu family. Just like that, the Huangfu family's people got inflated egos, really thinking they had entered the ranks of first-tier families. As a result, many of them did a lot of outrageous things. Chapter 300. The plan to rescue the beauty young master Huangfu. This time is different from before. That woman is a freshly graduated college student, especially naive and easy to deceive. If you don't come, she'll become someone else's gift, and you'll definitely regret it. The blonde guy and Jin Yong continued to persuade him over the phone. After some struggle and hesitation, Huang Fusong decided to take a look. In case the situation was unfavorable, he could just go home. He couldn't always be so unlucky, encountering powerful martial artists and having to call his sister, only to end up getting taught a lesson. So he quickly met up with Jin Yong and the blonde guy. "Where's the beauty?" As soon as he saw the two, Huang Fusong couldn't wait to ask. "Young Master Huangfu, don't worry, we'll take you there right now." The blonde guy and Jin Yong smiled. "Good." Huang Fusong's face also showed a smile as he said to the two, "If she really is a beauty, I'll reward you with 100,000 yuan. The two immediately shouted in delight. "Young Master Huangfu, you're really too generous. Thank you." But they were cursing inwardly. "Only 100,000? You're treating us like beggars?" A second-tier family is still a second-tier family. Even if someone in the family joined the Xiaoyao sect for cultivation, they still can't hold a candle to first-tier families. They suppressed their discontent and still wore smiles as they took Huang Fusong to a cafe. Chapter 301. Gaining the pure beauty's favor, the store manager got slapped again and didn't dare to meddle anymore. The pure female clerk struggled and cried for help, but was still dragged out. The others saw this scene, all lowering their heads in silence, not daring to interfere. After all, there were too many of them, and they didn't want to attract trouble. Meanwhile, in the private room, Huang Fusong and the others were getting excited. "Young Master Huangfu, your moment to save someone has come," the blonde guy loudly reminded. "Right now is the pure female clerk's most desperate time. If you save her, she will definitely be grateful to you. Who knows, she might even offer herself to you tonight. If she willingly goes to bed with you, Miss Huangfu will have no reason to teach you a lesson," Jin Yong also said with a smile. Huang Fusong nodded and strode toward those thugs. He had the strength of the mid-stage outer strength, forcibly enhanced by the herbs brought back by his sister from the Xiaoyao sect. Facing martial artists of the same level, he was not a match. But dealing with dozens of thugs was still easy. "Stop!" As the pure female clerk was about to be dragged into the car by those thugs, Huang Fusong stepped forward and shouted loudly. The thugs turned to look at him, a hint of confusion on their faces. "What the hell are you doing meddling?" Chapter 302. Huang Fusong's strategy. After being scolded by Huang Fusong, Jin Yong and the blonde guy moved aside, not daring to speak. Huang Fusong then turned back and smiled at the pure beauty, saying, don't mind what they say. Today, I will definitely take you home. No matter what. I won't let those thugs hurt you. The pure beauty felt very touched upon hearing this. Her cheeks flushed with shyness. She softly replied, okay. Huang Fusang was immediately overjoyed. The pure beauty agreeing to let him take her home meant he had succeeded. However, to get the pure beauty to willingly go to bed with him, he still needed a little opportunity. That opportunity was the little thug's pursuit of the two of them. Huang Fusang was driving a luxury car to send a beautiful girl home when suddenly a few vans appeared behind them, tightly tailing them. Huang Fusang's face immediately turned tense. We are being followed. The pure beauty said nervously. Is it those people from earlier? Huang Fusang nodded. You can't go home now, otherwise. They'll find out where you live and will definitely block you in the future. The pure beauty panicked. What should I do now? Huang Fusang said, don't worry. I'll take you to a 5-star hotel to settle down. Such hotels have powerful backing. They won't dare to act recklessly. Chapter 303. It's actually a performance. As Huang Fusang spoke, he began to tremble even more violently. The pure beauty immediately helped him onto the bed. How are you feeling? I'll get you a glass of water. When she turned around to pour the water and came back, Huang Fusang had become dazed. He reached out and grabbed the pure beauty's hand, then cried out loudly, Mengwei, I'm really sorry for you. I should have died in that car accident with you that day. The pure beauty wanted to tell him that she wasn't Mengwei, but seeing him so heartbroken and nearly losing his mind, she couldn't bear to say it. At that moment, a strange thought emerged in her mind. How nice it would be if she were that Mengwei. Even if she wasn't, it would still be a good thing to temporarily take her place and ease his sadness. So, the pure beauty actively embraced Huang Fusang again, softly comforting him. Don't be sad. I'm Mengwei. I have returned. Huang Fusang was instantly shocked, staring blankly at the pure beauty and asking, Are you really Mengwei? You really came back? The pure beauty nodded. I didn't die that day. I was just seriously injured. I was afraid you'd be sad, so I hid. Chapter 304. To castrate Huang Fusang, Huang Fusang always thought that he had the pure beauty in the palm of his hand. Little did he know, he was actually the one being toyed with. From earlier until now, he had been like a fool, being manipulated and played with. He didn't notice at all. He was really too foolish. Now that he finally knew the truth, he couldn't tolerate it. So he roared to kill the pure beauty. He immediately lunged at the beauty on the bed, but as soon as he moved, pain shot through his injured foot. He immediately fell back to the ground, letting out a piercing scream. Ouch, it hurts so much. The beauty on the bed, smoking a cigarette, coldly watched this scene. Mocking, I told you you're a useless piece of trash, and you still won't admit it. Look at you now. You can't even stand up. A dog would be better than you. Upon hearing this, Huang Fusang's face showed unimaginable anger. He yelled back at the beauty. Even if I'm a dog, I still had my way with you. How does it feel to be taken by a dog? The beauty continued to smoke, her expression cold and indifferent. I'm not saying you're a dog. I'm saying you're worse than a dog. With your soft toothpick, you think you can make anyone feel anything? I really don't know where your confidence comes from. How much did you pay people to compliment you? Chapter 305. Guyu's purpose, don't touch my brother. Where are you? I'll come find you. Huang Fuqian asked coldly. Sure. Guyu laughed and told Huang Fuqian his address. Then the two hung up. Junior sister, what's wrong? Why do you look so bad? Xia Hongda and Wu Gaogan noticed that Huang Fuqian's expression was off and curiously asked, My brother is in trouble. Huang Fuqian replied, In trouble again? Chen Dong and Tang Yao showed curious expressions. They exchanged glances, meaning this time it had nothing to do with them. Xia Hongda and Wu Gaoga continued to ask curiously, Junior sister, what happened? Huang Fuqian said, I can't explain it clearly now. I must go save him immediately. Xia Hongda and Wu Gaoga said, We'll go with you. Huang Fuqian replied, Okay. Chen Dong looked at Tang Yao and asked with a smile, Do you have time? Tang Yao nodded, Yes. Chen Dong smiled. Then let's go watch the fun. Okay. Tang Yao nodded in agreement. The five of them immediately drove to the address provided by Gu Yu. It was a villa area, one of many properties owned by the Gu family. Chapter 306. Taking action, Huang Fuqian displayed powerful strength, which not only didn't make Gu Yu feel any panic, but instead excited him even more. Because he had already had enough of ordinary women, a beauty like Huang Fuqian, who had status, strength, looks, and figure, was exactly what he wanted now. It was like a strong drink. He wanted to gulp it down in the freezing cold. Huang Fuqian, however, was thinking completely differently. She was very surprised. She obviously didn't expect to rescue her brother so easily. What she needed to do next was, of course, to capture Guyu and destroy all the photos and videos he had. So, she quickly gave a glance to Xie Hongda and Wu Gaoga. The two understood and showed sinister smiles. They had wanted to take action against Guyu earlier. It was only because Huangfu Qian's brother was in Guyu's hands that they had to hold back. Now, the Huangfu Song had been rescued. They could act without restraint. Both of them were interested in Huangfu Qian and did not expect that Guyu actually wanted to sleep with her. Wasn't that touching their bottom line? So Guyu was asking for death. They wouldn't let him off today. Chapter 307. Despair is the Gu family bullying my Xianyao sect because there's no one here? As a senior elder, you attack your juniors. Don't you have any shame? The third elder of the Xianyao sect stepped forward and shouted, and a powerful aura erupted, causing the ground to shatter once again. This aura rushed toward the elder of the Gu family like a torrent. Do we need to go over the event again? Your Xianyao sect came to my doorstep, and my Gu family had no choice but to respond. The elder of the Gu family sneered, and then unleashed a powerful aura. Just like that, the two auras collided in the air. The ground instantly tore open a huge crack. This was the terrifying power of a transformation master. A direct strike could demolish the villa in an instant. The third elder of the Xianyao sect battled against the elder of the Gu family. One had claws like a dragon, tearing through the air in a fierce attack. The other's hand was like a sword, continuously striking down. Both were at the initial stage of transformation, and for a short time, neither could do anything to the other. On the other side, Huangfu Qian angrily glared at her brother, instantly scaring him into trembling all over. Sister, I was wrong. Huangfu Song apologized. Slap. Huangfu Qian raised her hand and slapped him hard across the face, then cursed loudly. It's all you're doing. My two senior brothers are injured because of you. Even the elder has been affected by your actions. I really want to slap you to death. Chapter 308. Leaving Tang Yao behind after some contemplation. Huangfu Qian finally came to a realization. She had fallen into Guyu's hands. It didn't matter whether she agreed or not, because when Guyu lost patience, he would definitely resort to force. So now, while she still had the chance to negotiate, she should seize the opportunity to do something beneficial for herself. Her senior brothers and the elders in her sect were injured because of her. She couldn't let them face danger again. So Huangfu Qian immediately said to Guyu, I can agree to your terms, but you must release the third elder, my two senior brothers, and my younger brother. You also need to destroy anything that could harm my younger brother. Guyu smiled and replied, I agree to all your demands. He beckoned with his finger and teased, Beautiful girl, come here. I've already prepared a big bed for you. Huangfu Qian held back her tears of humiliation and walked towards him. Junior sister, no. Wu Gaoga and Xie Hongda both shouted. He wouldn't dare to kill us. Don't obey him. Huangfu Qian turned back and said sorrowfully, Senior brother, I'm sorry. I've implicated you. Bang. The two of them slammed their fists on the ground, feeling utterly powerless at that moment. They couldn't even protect the girl they liked. Chapter 309. Surrounding Chen Dong, Guyu really didn't know the meaning of death. He thought he could control the people from the Xiaoyao sect, so he believed he could also control Chen Dong and Tang Yao. Therefore, he was going to make a move against them, which was truly ridiculous. However, Chen Dong at this moment still had no intention of directly confronting him. The reason was simple. Chen Dong and Tang Yao had come to watch the show. He didn't want to get involved in the matters between the Gu family and the Xiaoyao sect, but now that Guyu was aggressive, he had no choice but to respond. Chen Dong looked at Guyu coldly and said, This is your last warning. Both me and her are not people you can provoke. Don't seek death. The her that Chen Dong referred to was undoubtedly Tang Yao. Tang Yao's grandfather was the elder of the dragon group, a powerful being guarding the entire dragon country. Although he held a high position, he had never given Tang Yao any privileges. So Tang Yao was almost like an ordinary person. Guyu didn't know the extent of her background, so it was normal for him to want to capture her as a plaything. Chen Dong was genuinely giving a kind reminder. However, this time his warning, like the previous one, failed to persuade Guyu. On the contrary, it made Guyu even more irritable because he felt his identity was being provoked. Chapter 310. Unfathomable strength. Huangfu Qian hesitated in her heart, wondering whether to warn Chen Dong that he was about to be ambushed. If she warned him, she would definitely face Guyu's furious retaliation. If she didn't warn him, Chen Dong might very well be ambushed and taken out. Although Chen Dong's actions against the Gu family were not to help her, since he had already acted against the Gu family, he was now her ally. Only if Chen Dong defeated the Gu family members could she have a chance to escape Gu Yu's clutches. Her younger brother and the people in her sect might still be saved. So at this moment, she had to loudly remind Chen Dong. Just as she briefly contemplated and made the decision to shout out her warning, the elder from the Gu family noticed her intentions and unleashed a terrifying force towards her. Instantly, Huang Fuqian felt like she was suffocating and couldn't speak at all. Standing aside, Gu Yu also noticed Huang Fuqian's actions, and his face turned extremely ugly. Smack! He raised his hand and slapped Huang Fuqian hard across the face, then cursed. Bitch, you're gonna bed with me and still eating from both sides. Wait until I'm in bed. I'll definitely make you pay. Chapter 311. One move to defeat the elder Chen Dong and Tang Yao had originally just come to watch the excitement. They didn't want to get involved in the matters between the Gu family and the Xiaoyao sect. Who would have thought that Gu Yu, so oblivious to danger, would set his sights on Tang Yao? Chen Dong had repeatedly tried to kindly remind him, but instead of taking it seriously, Gu Yu wanted to take Chen Dong down. Now, seeing that he was no match for Chen Dong, he attempted to flee. But how could Chen Dong let him escape? Young Master Gu, where are you going? Chen Dong turned around, looking at Gu Yu, who was trying to leave, and asked with a cold smile. This is the Gu family. I can go wherever I want. Do I still need to inform you? Gu Yu replied with a sneer. Although this sounded like a response to Chen Dong, it was actually a threat. This is the Gu family. No matter how powerful you are, you should keep a low profile. Otherwise, do you really think you can oppose the entire Gu family by yourself? If you don't know what's good for you, you'll only end up dead. With his intelligence boosted by the system, Chen Dong clearly heard the threat in Gu Yu's words. However, he didn't take it seriously at all and even showed a hint of mockery on his face. Young Master Gu, it seems you haven't seen the situation clearly. Situation? What situation? You're causing a ruckus in my Gu family. Hurry up and get lost before I get angry, or you'll definitely suffer the consequences. Gu Yu shouted at Chen Dong, his tone fierce but lacking confidence. Chapter 312. Terrifying Chen Dong. With Chen Dong's incredibly sharp sword strike, the Gu family's transformation expert, the elder, fell to the ground, leaving everyone from the Gu family dumbfounded. That was their Gu family's transformation expert. How could he be defeated with just one move? When young Master Gu was young, the family arranged for the elder to protect him, so one could imagine how powerful the elder was. However, now, he couldn't even withstand a single attack. Who was this person? How could he be terrifying to such an extent? I even doubt that no one in the entire Gu family is his match. At this moment, many people from the Gu family felt despair. The pressure Chen Dong brought was simply overwhelming. The transformation expert couldn't even withstand one move and had his hand chopped off by Chen Dong. Who wouldn't be terrified? Who wouldn't be afraid? When Chen Dong's cold gaze turned back to Gu Yu was so scared that his whole body trembled. What do you want? Gu Yu asked Chen Dong coldly, his voice trembling. Chen Dong looked at him and smiled again. Shouldn't I be asking you what you want? Why do you want to keep both me and Tang Yao? With your capabilities, do you really think you can oppose us? Are you still dreaming? Chapter 313. Crazy revenge. After Chen Dong's second reminder, Huang Fuqian and the others finally came to their senses. They definitely wouldn't leave now. Gu Yu still had things that were detrimental to them, and they had to destroy them. They hadn't even settled the score with Gu Yu for his previous schemes against them, and if they left now, they would be at a huge disadvantage. And not only did they not leave, but they also persuaded Chen Dong to stay. The reason was simple. In case the Gu family sent more experts, having Chen Dong around would ensure their safety. Huang Fusong was the first to attack Gu Yu. With a sinister smile, he rushed in front of Gu Yu and roared, "You bastard! You're here for my sister. I'm going to ruin you today." Slap, slap, slap. He raised his hand and landed more than a dozen slaps hard on Gu Yu's face. "You dare to hit me?" Gu Yu let out an angry roar, spitting out a mouthful of blood. It was one thing to be beaten by Chen Dong. After all, Chen Dong was powerful and a martial artist of the transformation stage. But what was Huang Fusong? Just a young master from a second-rate family, daring to hit him. Gu Yu? Was this the end of the world? Gu Yu's eyes were fierce as he glared at Huang Fusong and shouted, "I will make you regret being born into this world." Chapter 314. A miserable ending. Although the yellow-haired guy felt something strange about the situation, he didn't dare to voice his opinion. The reason was simple. Jin Yong was a martial artist, and he was not. If he questioned Jin Yong's words again, Jin Yong would definitely take action against him. So he could only wait patiently like Jin Yong. Though he sensed something was off, he never imagined that Guyu was already in trouble. The person who sent the message calling them here was Huangfu Song, whom they had always looked down upon and thought of as a foolish pig. In the dark, Huangfu Song, along with Wu Gaogu and Xie Hongda, quietly approached the two. Jin Yong, yellow-haired guy, good evening. Huangfu Song shouted loudly when they were still 10 steps away from the two. Upon hearing this voice, Jin Yong and the yellow-haired guy both looked puzzled. Jin Yong shouted, "Am I hearing things? Did I just hear Huangfu Song calling me?" The yellow-haired guy also yelled, "I heard it too. This shouldn't be happening. He should be captured by young Master Gu right now." Just as the two were surprised, Huangfu Song had already walked up to them. They were startled as if they had seen a ghost. "Huangfu Song, how are you here?" Huangfu Song coldly smiled and said, "Why don't you two take a guess?" Chapter 3:15. Changing the truth of the matter, Gu Tong walked into the conference hall with a face full of killing intent. Everyone was frightened and stepped back from the murderous aura he radiated. They were all confused in their hearts, wondering what had happened to Gu Tong that made him so furious. "Bring him up." Just as they were puzzled, Gu Tong suddenly let out an angry roar. Soon after, someone outside carried in a stretcher. On the stretcher lay a person, completely wrapped in bandages, like a mummy, with only a pair of furious eyes visible. Everyone looked at the person on the stretcher, more confused. "Master, who is he? Is he related to today's meeting?" Gu Tong coldly said, "He is my son, Gu Yu." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone around was stunned. "What? He is actually Gu Yu? Master, are you joking? How did he end up like this?" Gu Yu was a half-step transformation stage expert. He had an elder protecting him. Who could hurt him like this? Where was the elder? Had he betrayed the Gu family? Gu Yu ending up like this was certainly his doing. The Gu family members began to discuss, finding it hard to believe what was happening before their eyes. Chapter 3:16. The Alliance of the Dark Knight organization. Gu Tong fell heavily to the ground, a look of unimaginable confusion on his face. "Ancestor, why did you hit me?" He covered his face, asking in surprise. Those around him also looked astonished. When the ancestor of the Gu family arrived, everyone thought he was there to lead the Gu family members to settle accounts with the Xiaoyao sect. Who would have thought that the first thing he did upon arrival was to slap Gu Tong away? It should be noted that Gu Tong was the family head. This was too disrespectful to Gu Tong, so the members of the Gu family were all curious as to why he did that. "Everyone get out." The ancestor of the Gu family suddenly issued an order. A powerful aura surged from him, and no one dared to utter a word of dissent. The people in the hall immediately left in droves. Even the injured Gu Yu was carried out. Only Gu Tong and the ancestor of the Gu family remained. Gu Tong curiously asked the ancestor, "Ancestor, what mistake did I make? Why did you hit me?" "Slap." The ancestor of the Gu family raised his hand and slapped Gu Tong again, sending him crashing against a wall. Chapter 3:17. An unreasonable woman. Could it be because the family had already learned from other channels that the Xiaoyao sect was simply an existence that the Gu family could not provoke? That's why such a decision was made. Reflecting on the earlier scene where the ancestor of the Gu family violently struck Gu Tong, the members of the Gu family were even more convinced of this idea. In fact, Gu Tong thought the same way. He believed the ancestor of the Gu family was afraid of the Xiaoyao sect, which is why he had him contact the Dark Knight organization to better cope with the Xiaoyao sect when the world situation changed drastically in the future. However, that was not the case at all. The ancestor of the Gu family was actually wary of the Dragon Team. Keeping the Gu family low-key was also to avoid attracting the attention of the Dragon Team. Only then could the risks of cooperating with the Dark Knight organization be minimized. Facing the inquiries from everyone, Gu Tong did not explain further and turned to leave. Although the members of the Gu family were puzzled, they all followed his instructions. The entire Gu family calmed down, and during this time, they basically became silent, as if they had disappeared from the world. Meanwhile, the Xiaoyao sect contacted the Dragon Team, expressing their willingness to emerge. To this, the Dragon Team did not stop them, because it was impossible to stop them. A hidden sect with a heritage of hundreds of years was about to emerge, and no one could stop it. Chapter 3:18. Solving it in 1 minute, everyone thought that under the pressure of the security guard, Chen Dong would immediately kneel down and apologize to the woman. The woman thought so too. She had already begun to contemplate how to humiliate Chen Dong when he apologized in order to vent her anger. However, the next scene shocked everyone. Not only did Chen Dong not kneel down, nor did he apologize. Instead, he questioned the security guard. "What did you say?" You want me to kneel down and apologize to this unreasonable woman? Have you been struck by lightning? The security guard instantly became furious and yelled at Chen Dong. You dare to insult me? He picked up the baton in his hand and swung it fiercely towards Chen Dong's head. This was a private hospital with a powerful owner behind it. The clients here were not ordinary customers, but all wealthy individuals. The safety of the wealthy was paramount. So the security guards hired were not elderly men, but strong young men. These strong young men had also undergone special training and were proficient in combat skills. In general, ordinary people are no match for several others. So when the crowd saw the security guard swing a baton toward Chen Dong's head, they all immediately thought that Chen Dong had no power to fight back and would soon be left bloodied. Chapter 319. The goddess Tang's boyfriend. Why doesn't the security guard notify the hospital owner to deal with Chen Dong now? Because Chen Dong is really too powerful, and they fear he might beat them up again. The others were also curious about what Chen Dong was doing at the hospital. Those who come to this hospital are either rich or noble. It seemed that Chen Dong couldn't possibly be here to spend money, just when they were filled with doubts. An unexpected scene unfolded. Look, the goddess Tang is here. Someone shouted. All eyes immediately turned in one direction. There, a graceful figure was walking toward the hospital entrance. She wore a snow-white long dress, her clothes fluttering like a fairy. It was Tang Yao. Tang Yao is the best doctor in the hospital and the goddess in the dreams of countless people. Many wealthy men wanted to pursue her, but all were rejected. There were also many who tried to use force against her, but those who did met with accidents. Over time, no one dared to take an interest in her anymore, because they seemed to understand one thing. Tang Yao truly seemed like a fairy sent from heaven, and she was genuinely protected by the heavens. Chapter 320. Chen Dong and Tang Yao's relationship. Cheng Jun had long wanted to make a move on Tang Yao, but he never had the opportunity. After graduation, they all went their separate ways, and he had even less chance. However, this class reunion gave him hope. He had prepared to get Tang Yao drunk at the reunion and then take advantage of her. However, Tang Yao's character was quiet. She rarely participated in such gatherings during school, or else Cheng Jun wouldn't have had no opportunity at all. So how could he persuade her to attend the reunion? After thinking for a long time, Cheng Jun thought of someone who might help him invite her. That person was Yang Lan. During school, Yang Lan was a gold digger. After graduation, she managed to mingle with the upper class by sleeping with some big shots. She had a decent relationship with Tang Yao. So Cheng Jun gave Yang Lan a Ferrari to persuade Tang Yao to attend the class reunion. After some coaxing, Tang Yao finally agreed. Today, Yang Lan drove to the hospital to find Tang Yao. She originally planned to pick up Tang Yao and take her directly to the restaurant for the reunion. Little did she expect to encounter Chen Dong. After being slapped by Chen Dong, she fled the hospital in embarrassment. Cheng Jun now knew and was extremely angry. Chapter 321. Cheng Jun's sudden change of attitude. Chen Dong's relationship with Tang Yao was unusual, which immediately made both Cheng Jun and Yang Lan anxious. Cheng Jun had already paid so much. If he couldn't get Tang Yao in a bed, wouldn't that be all for nothing? Yang Lan had received so many benefits from Cheng Jun, and if she couldn't help him get Tang Yao in a bed, he would definitely demand all of it back. At that time, she would have gained nothing. So at this moment, they had to get rid of the eyesore that was Chen Dong. Therefore, Yang Lan immediately sneered and mocked Chen Dong, saying, "So you came to the hospital to pick up Tang Yao?" Chen Dong glanced at her and coldly asked, "Yeah? What's it to you?" Yang Lan immediately mocked again. "Do you think you deserve Tang Yao?" During school, Tang Yao was the school beauty. Later on, wherever she worked, she became the goddess in everyone's dreams. There are countless wealthy men who want to pursue her. Any one of them is more qualified than you. So I sincerely advise you to keep your distance from Tang Yao. That way, you might live a little longer. Yang Lan truly lived up to her reputation as a gold digger, always mingling among various men. Chapter 322. The goddess has a boyfriend. Chen Dong was momentarily stunned by this remark. The one who should be careful should be him, right? Chen Dong smiled faintly. Hearing this, Tang Yao was first taken back, and then her face immediately showed a look of realization. Yes, the one who should be careful is not Chen Dong, but Cheng Jun, because Chen Dong is too powerful. In front of him, Cheng Jun is like an ant. If he doesn't behave and really tries to provoke Chen Dong, he will be seeking his own death. Unfortunately, Cheng Jun was unaware of this and was still meticulously planning how to deal with Chen Dong at the reunion. Soon, the car arrived at the hotel entrance. A crowd had already gathered there, all of them Tang Yao's college classmates. Many had brought their boyfriends or girlfriends. There were also some who were married, bringing their husbands or wives along with their children, making the single people envious. In short, the place was bustling. The reason these people hadn't entered the hotel yet was that two heavyweight figures had yet to arrive. One of them was definitely Chen Dong. He was a prominent figure during school. After graduation, with the support of his family, he was even more successful. Chapter 323. Class Reunion. These few people were also Tang Yao's classmates. However, during their school days, they were Chen Dong's lackeys. After graduation, they continued to follow Chen Dong. It is no exaggeration to say that whatever Chen Dong asked them to do, they would agree without hesitation. Therefore, Chen Dong arranged for them to deal with Chen Dong later. Chen Dong is attending our reunion for the first time, and he even stole our school beauty, so we must toast him well and wish him eternal happiness with the school beauty. Chen Dong said with a smile to everyone. All right. The crowd cheered. They all rolled up their sleeves, ready to deal with Chen Dong at the dinner table. After all, Chen Dong had stolen their goddess. Chen Dong definitely had to pay some price. However, even though these people were prepared to get Chen Dong drunk, they had no malice. In their hearts, they had already accepted reality. Getting Chen Dong drunk was another form of blessing. However, what they didn't know was that they were already being used by Chen Dong, because Chen Dong intended to use the drinking to set a trap for Chen Dong. A group of people entered the hotel, and Chen Dong booked the largest restaurant on the top floor. Over 100 people entered without feeling crowded at all. Chapter 324. Has Chen Dong become a ghost? Chen Dong's plan could be described as flawless and perfect, but he failed to consider two of the most important factors. These two crucial factors were the strength of Chen Dong and Tang Yao. On the rooftop, those sycophants of Chen Dong laughed and said to Chen Dong, let's help you over there to sit for a while. Sure. Chen Dong didn't think twice and with their assistance, walked over. That area was close to the edge of the rooftop. Did they want to throw Chen Dong off the building? That was obviously impossible. The rooftop had many safety features. There were tall glass walls built along the edge. Through the glass walls, one could admire the night view of the capital while also preventing anyone from falling off and getting hurt. Therefore, even at the edge, there would be no danger. If that was the case, why were they still assisting Chen Dong to go there? It was simply because there were some thrilling games. For example, a swing that could swing off the rooftop. Of course, such swings would also have perfect safety measures. However, Chen Dong's sycophants had already sabotaged those safety measures. After helping Chen Dong over, they immediately smiled and said, Chen Dong, do you want to play some exciting games to wake up from your drunkenness? Chapter 325. The mastermind behind the wind on the rooftop was strong, and Chen Dong's sycophants trembled in fear at Chen Dong's words. However, they still gritted their teeth and refused to tell Chen Dong that it was Chen Dong who instructed them to do these things. Firstly, it was because Chen Dong's family had a powerful influence. If they betrayed Chen Dong, he would definitely not let them go. Secondly, they were the kind of people who wouldn't shed tears until they saw the coffin. They simply did not believe that Chen Dong would dare to throw them off the building. In fact, some of them even began to provoke Chen Dong. Since you're fine, just hurry up and get lost. It's best if you leave the capital immediately and never come back. Otherwise, it won't be just us dealing with you. You will definitely die a miserable death. Chen Dong laughed at this provocation. As a special envoy of the dragon group, how could he die a miserable death? Were they joking with him? He immediately grabbed one person and tossed him out like a basketball. Bang! That person crashed hard against the glass wall, producing a loud noise. Ouch, that hurts! He screamed as he fell to the ground. He felt like all the bones in his body were broken. Chapter 326. Turning black and white. Accusing Baek Yonglan became nervous, but she still pretended to be calm. She feigned curiosity and asked Tang Yao, why aren't you drinking? I've already finished mine. Tang Yao said coldly, Yonglan, do you remember? When you first came to university and didn't have any living expenses, it was I who gave you half of my monthly allowance, so you wouldn't go hungry. At that time, my allowance wasn't much either after giving you half. I lived on steam buns for half a month. Upon hearing this, Yonglan's heart began to panic. A woman's intuition is very strong, so she sensed that Tang Yao might have really discovered something wrong with the alcohol. But how could that be? Chen Dong had always assured her that the drug was colorless and tasteless, and no one would notice. How did Tang Yao find out? Although she felt flustered and confused inside, she still pretended to be calm, smiling awkwardly at Tang Yao. I definitely remember these things. You were really too good to me back then. That's why I'm toasting you now. Hurry up and drink. She personally raised the glass and tried to force it into Tang Yao's mouth. At this moment, Tang Yao could no longer endure. Chapter 327. Regret. After Tang Yao finished speaking, Yanglan trembled all over. Because Tang Yao was not just scaring her. She was indeed using controlled substances, which is illegal. Tang Yao could report her for poisoning. Once reported, she would definitely be arrested. If Tang Yao hired a good lawyer, it would be certain that she would end up in prison. However, she was still young, and she didn't want to go to jail. She didn't want to waste her prime years in prison. Therefore, just a moment ago, when she was so arrogant and self-satisfied, she immediately turned into a state of panic, pleading with Tang Yao. Tang Yao, please don't report me. Let us talk things over. Tang Yao looked at her with a cold smile and asked, what is there to talk about? Are you going to continue drugging me? Or are you going to deny it after drugging me and even accuse me of framing you? As soon as these words were spoken, Yanglan was immediately left speechless. The people around were also dumbfounded by this scene. In this situation, even a fool could see that Tang Yao was not lying. Yanglan had indeed drugged her. Otherwise, Yanglan wouldn't be so afraid of Tang Yao reporting her. They had just wronged Tang Yao once again and were filled with guilt. At the same time, they were curious as to why a woman like Yanglan would drug Tang Yao. Chapter 328. Cheng Jun's bodyguard. As long as Yanglan was dealt with, Cheng Jun could rest easy. There were many ways to eliminate Yanglan without raising suspicion. For example, causing a car accident on the road. In short, it shouldn't be too easy. Two strong men in suits and sunglasses grabbed Yanglan by the arms and dragged her outside. They were Cheng Jun's bodyguards. As Yanglan was being dragged out, she used her last bit of strength to look back at Tang Yao. Her eyes were filled with guilt and regret. She was apologizing to Yanglan because she knew very well that once she left here, she would not be able to survive. Therefore, she hoped Yanglan could feel her apology and forgive her. However, in the end, she was still disappointed because Tang Yao didn't feel it at all. She didn't even look at her. She closed her eyes as if she had lost all her spirit and vitality, like a puppet, letting the two big men drag her away from there. The two men dragged Yanglan to the elevator door. Just then, the elevator door opened, and a very handsome young man walked out. He was none other than Chen Dong. Upon seeing the three, a look of confusion immediately appeared on Chen Dong's face, because he recognized that the bloodied person in the middle was Yanglan. Chapter 329. How low can a person's limit be, knowing that these two were Cheng Jun's bodyguards? Chen Dong would not show them any mercy, because Cheng Jun had plotted against Chen Dong, wanting to kill him. Chen Dong had come down to settle scores with Cheng Jun. These two men should have been thinking about how to apologize to Chen Dong and beg him to spare their lives. Instead, they dared to bring up Cheng Jun to threaten and insult Chen Dong. This was truly asking for death. Crack! Chen Dong did not waste any more words with these two, directly stepping down and breaking one of their leg bones. The man immediately let out a heart-wrenching scream of pain. His body rolled on the ground, cold sweat dripping from his forehead, a sight too horrific to bear. Yet his mouth remained stubborn as he shouted at Chen Dong, "How dare you break my leg? Young Master Chen Jun won't let you off." Crack! Chen Dong didn't waste any words and kicked down again, breaking the other leg's calf bone with one stomp. The man's screams sounded more like an animal's cry. He struggled a few times and fainted. Chen Dong then turned his icy gaze to the other person, who was already trembling in fear. Chapter 330. The bitter meat plan people around were discussing fervently. If Tang Yao left at this moment, it would indeed confirm that there was a rift with Cheng Jun. Therefore, Cheng Jun could not let her leave so easily. Besides, Cheng Jun was also unwilling. After putting in so much effort, it would be a wasted effort. Moreover, Tang Yao had begun to suspect him. It would be impossible to get close to Tang Yao again in the future. So he had to keep Tang Yao here and dispel her doubts about him. He immediately went to block Tang Yao and said coldly, "Tang Yao, I know you suspect me. That's why you want to leave in such a hurry. But I swear, this has nothing to do with me. I don't know who instigated Yanglan to do such a thing. I sincerely apologize on her behalf again." Tang Yao looked at him coldly, thinking, keep acting. Let's see what else you can come up with. However, the next moment, Cheng Jun's actions completely stunned Tang Yao. He suddenly picked up the small knife used for cutting steak on the table and stabbed it into his own palm with a thump. Blood gushed out, and this scene made many people around scream in shock. Chapter 331. Threatening Chen Dong. Hearing Chen Dong's words, Chen Jun was almost driven to madness. Was Chen Dong deliberately trying to sabotage him, asking him to stab himself a few more times? What kind of joke was this? If he really did it, his palm would be completely ruined. At the same time, Chen Jun keenly sensed that Tang Yao's gaze towards him had changed. It had gone from guilt to confusion and coldness. What did this mean? After Chen Dong arrived, Tang Yao began to doubt him again. This couldn't happen. If Tang Yao started to suspect him, then his bitter meat plan would have been in vain. He had genuinely stabbed himself twice. If all this was futile, wouldn't he really be a fool? So now, what should he do to regain Tang Yao's trust? Stabbing himself a few more times? Clearly not. That would only please Chen Dong and serve no further purpose. Continuing to explain? That also seemed impossible, as he had already resorted to a bitter meat scheme. If he continued to explain like before, it would only make his words seem more powerless. Those who had believed him might immediately choose to doubt him. So he was now truly in a dilemma. Chapter 332. Identification. Chen Dong directly ignored Chen Jun's threat and turned to Yang Lan with a smile. You can speak boldly. No one can stop you. Yang Lan nodded and turned to Tang Yao, apologizing. Tang Yao, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have been incited to harm you. This gathering was set up from the beginning to target you. That person not only wanted to get you into bed, but also wanted to directly harm your boyfriend. Chen Dong, I was his accomplice, and I repent for everything I did to help him. So I sincerely apologize to you again, hoping you can forgive me. Yang Lan was severely injured, but after saying this, she still struggled to get up to kneel before Tang Yao to apologize. But Tang Yao immediately stopped her and curiously asked, Who was behind you? The people around also perked up their ears. What Yang Lan said was undoubtedly shocking to them. They never imagined that this gathering was originally a trap aimed at Tang Yao. Not only did the other party want to scheme against Tang Yao, but they even targeted her boyfriend, Chen Dong. The person who initiated this gathering was none other than Chen Jun. So who was the real mastermind? Did it require guessing? Chapter 333. Interrogation. Although Chen Jun knew about the existence of martial artists, he didn't know much about them. He thought that with two martial artists attacking Chen Dong was surely doomed. Who would have thought the outcome would completely surprise him? Chen Dong kicked one after another, directly sending those two martial artists flying. The people around watched this scene, their faces filled with astonishment, although they didn't understand how powerful martial artists were. The aura those two exuded when they attacked made them feel as if they were watching heroes from a martial arts movie. They all began to worry for Chen Dong. Who would have thought that Chen Dong would kick one after another, sending the two flying? This scene truly amazed them. Chen Dong walked towards Chen Jun, and panic instantly appeared on Chen Jun's face. What do you want to do? Chen Jun asked in a panic. Chen Dong smiled and looked at him, saying, For the first time, I really want to kill someone. Guess who that person is? Chen Jun's face changed drastically. He wasn't a fool. It was obvious that the person Chen Dong wanted to kill was him. He glanced at the group of bodyguards standing behind him and immediately shouted in a panic. Don't do anything reckless. I still have so many subordinates. Be careful or I'll kill you. Chapter 334. Asking Olgua to take action. The father and son duo had done too many heinous things. There were always people looking for revenge on them. Therefore, they set up a code word. When encountering danger, they would use the code word to ask each other for help. Chen Jun's father's name was Chen Gong. When he heard Chen Jun say the code word on the phone, he panicked. He couldn't understand why his son, who was just attending a class reunion, had encountered danger. He calmly instructed a few words and then hung up the phone. Immediately, he called his butler, Li Cheng. What? Young master is in trouble? Head of the family. You're not joking, are you? Young master left today with two powerful martial artists. Li Cheng shouted loudly after hearing what Chen Gong said. He really couldn't believe it. How could something happen when Chen Jun had a group of bodyguards and two martial artists with him? He immediately speculated. Young master must have offended someone from a first-class family, right? There was no other explanation for how Chen Jun could get into trouble. Because they were already at the top of a second-class family. No one beneath a second-class family would dare to provoke them. Chapter 335. A group of malicious warriors in the hotel restaurant. Chen Jun calculated the time. His father was about to arrive. His attitude immediately became arrogant again. Chen Dong, Going against me will definitely be the biggest regret of your life. He sneered at Chen Dong. What does that mean? Chen Dong asked curiously. My dad is coming soon, and he definitely won't let you off. Chen Jun sneered again. Isn't your dad coming to confess to his crimes? Chen Dong asked curiously again. Ha ha ha. Chen Jun laughed loudly upon hearing this. You idiot. How stupid can you be? Do you actually believe my dad is here to admit guilt? To tell you the truth, he's here to kill you. Upon hearing this, Chen Dong seemed to suddenly realize and said calmly, Oh, I see. So you were lying to me. What is the price for lying to me? Do you know? What do you want to do? Panic appeared on Chen Jun's face. Don't do anything reckless. My dad is coming soon. If you dare to touch a hair on me, he won't let you off. Chen Dong shook his head. Who wants to touch your hair? His sharp gaze focused on Chen Jun's legs. Then he turned to the two warriors and said, Well, I want to break or his legs, break them for me. Chapter 336. Slaughter little beast. Even when death is imminent, you dare to be so arrogant and even challenge us first? Then I will fulfill your wish. Old Gu roared, and the warriors behind him immediately charged towards Chen Dong from both flanks. They unleashed various martial arts techniques. The restaurant immediately erupted with loud noises, like thunder. Many people were so frightened that they ran out of the restaurant. At the same time, the ground was shattered. The combined attack of these warriors was truly fierce. Even a few hundred ordinary people could not withstand their assault. Among them was Old Gu, who had inner strength, as he broke through from the middle. The force became even more ferocious. At least 1,000 ordinary people could not withstand their attack. They truly resembled a flood. And Chen Dong was about to be overwhelmed by them. Chen Gong and Chen Jun watched this scene with excitement on their faces. The person who opposed them was finally about to be taken down. Meanwhile, some of Tang Yao's classmates, a few of whom hadn't left, trembled in fear at the sight. At this moment, they began to question another thing in their hearts. A few of the boys, scared pale, wondered why Tang Yao showed no reaction at all. If they knew that in Tang Yao's eyes, that group of people was just ants. Go and die at Chen Dong's place. They wouldn't find it strange why Tang Yao had no reaction. Chapter 337. Not afraid of threats. Don't think this money is a lot. This is your life money. If you don't want it, then I'll leave. The young man named Wang Tong sneered. Chen Gong and Chen Jun hesitated upon hearing this. This amount of money was indeed too much, but compared to life, it was nothing. After all, if the money was gone, they could still earn more. If life was lost, then they would truly have nothing left. Therefore, after a moment of hesitation, the father and son agreed to Wang Tong's terms. Transfer the money to my account first, Wang Tong said coldly. Chen Gong could only continue to follow his instructions. He took out his phone, and after some operations, 10 billion yuan was successfully transferred to the account Wang Tong provided. A satisfied smile immediately appeared on Wang Tong's face. Beside him, Chen Jun urged, Young Master Wang, hurry up and take action. Teach that bastard a lesson. Chen Jun pointed at Chen Dong with a sinister smile. Just wait and see. In less than 3 minutes, he'll come over to kneel and apologize to you. Wang Tong said confidently. Is what you said true? Chen Gong and Chen Jun asked excitedly. I took 10 billion from you. If I can't even handle this little matter, how can I continue to survive in this capital city? So just watch. The person who opposes you will definitely kneel before you to repent. Wang Tong patted his chest and guaranteed. Chapter 338. Call Wang Yi. After Wang Tong finished speaking, not only Chen Dong felt impatient, but even Chen Gong and Chen Jun felt extremely impatient. Wang Tong could just directly notify the Wang family to come and kill Chen Dong. Why waste so much time talking? Young Master Wang, don't hesitate, since Chen Dong doesn't know what's good for him. Just call the Wang family to come and deal with him. Therefore, the two began to urge Wang Tong. They had no idea that Wang Tong was now in a difficult position. He was not Wang Yi's nephew at all. He had no connection to the Wang family. He was just a bodyguard recently hired by the Wang family. Because they shared the same surname, he pretended to be a member of the Wang family, flaunting and deceiving everywhere. He never expected to encounter such foolish people from the Chung family. They actually agreed to give him 10 billion to resolve the current situation. He had already planned that once this matter was over, he would flee far away. Otherwise, if the Wang family found out, he wouldn't have a good ending. However, what he never expected was that the Wang family's reputation, combined with the Dongsheng group, couldn't intimidate anyone. This was truly unbelievable. Who exactly was this young man? Chapter 339. Using tiger skin to make a flag, what happened here? Looking at the tragic scene, Wang Yi asked curiously. Hello, Mr. Wang, I'm Chen Dong. My company recently has a collaboration with yours. Chen Dong suddenly rushed over, handing over a business card to Wang Yi. Collaboration? Wang Yi looked at him, puzzled. He recalled in his mind that there was no one named Chen Dong among the recent collaborators. Just then, a secretary following him whispered, Mr. Wang, the collaboration is just a small project, so it wasn't reported to you. I see. Wang Yi nodded. He thought he was getting old and losing his memory. His memory was still quite good. He wouldn't forget those who had talked about collaboration with him. And the reason he couldn't remember Chen Dong was that the collaboration with the Wang family was just a minor project, not significant enough for Wang Yi to know. This immediately made Chen Dong extremely embarrassed. Wang Yi didn't even take the business card he offered. The reason was simple. He wasn't qualified. Xiao Dong, what exactly happened here? Wang Yi walked straight towards Chen Dong and asked. Everyone around was dumbfounded at this scene. Chapter 340. Wang Xiu's decision. Chen Dong and Tang Yao also left the hotel. On the way, Tang Yao curiously asked Chen Dong, what is your relationship with Mr. Wang's daughter? Chen Dong turned his head, looking at her with confusion. Why do you ask that? Tang Yao smiled faintly. Just curious. Chen Dong thought to himself. Her asking this definitely wasn't out of curiosity. Sure enough, Tang Yao's expression changed, and she said to Chen Dong, I can see the way he looks at you is quite different. As if a father-in-law is looking at his son-in-law. Chen Dong almost spat out his drink upon hearing this. How did Tang Yao suddenly become so gossipy? He had to explain, his daughter was my classmate many years ago. His family has encountered some troubles recently, and I helped solve them. That's why he looks at me differently. Tang Yao nodded and said, classmates many years ago, that must be first love. As for the troubles his family is facing. She rolled her eyes and stared at Chen Dong with a smile. You took out 100 billion to help them solve it. You really have guts. Chen Dong was taken aback and curiously asked, how do you know all this? Then he thought to himself, of course. Tang Yao is the daughter of a senior elder in the Dragon Group. Knowing Chen Dong's connection with the Dongxing Group makes it understandable that Dongxing Group would invest 100 billion to collaborate with the Wang family. Chapter 341. Xiu Dai. This is the decision that Wang Xiu pondered over all night yesterday. Chen Dong is too outstanding. She can only give herself to him to win his heart. Chen Dong was very excited. He finally shed that humiliating label. He and Wang Xiu were entangled for the entire day. He didn't answer the phone calls from Tang Yao. Wang Xiu's parents also called, but she didn't answer either. In their little world, it was just the two of them. Everything happening outside seemed irrelevant to them. Until the evening, Wang Xiu shyly said to Chen Dong, take me back to school. You're going back? Chen Dong was obviously surprised and somewhat reluctant. If I don't leave now, I might lose my life. Wang Xiu glared at Chen Dong. It was their first time doing that kind of thing, and she was the same. How could she withstand Chen Dong's teasing? They had already been entwined for the whole day. If they continued at night, she really might lose her life. That's why she asked Chen Dong to take her back to school. All right. Although Chen Dong was very unwilling, he agreed. When they walked out of the hotel, the staff were all gossiping. Miss and Mr. Chan stayed in the room upstairs all day today. What were they doing? Chapter 342. Something happened in Jiangzhou aristocratic families. Xiu Dai said, aristocratic families? Chen Dong was slightly startled. Although he had thought for a long time that the family behind Xiu Dai might be an aristocratic family, he was still surprised when Xiu Dai personally mentioned it. He couldn't understand why the aristocratic family behind Xiu Dai would want to collaborate with him. After all, to be called an aristocratic family, one must have a heritage of over 100 years. The foundation of an aristocratic family is very deep. With the current world situation becoming increasingly chaotic, the Dragon Group has to deal with the pressure from the outside world. This gives these aristocratic families the opportunity to stir up trouble. With their strength, they don't need to seek collaboration targets. So why would Xiu Dai come to find Chen Dong? Xiu Dai explained the reason to Chen Dong. The aristocratic families are eager to enter the world. With their strong strength, they indeed don't need to collaborate with others. But they have been hidden for too long and need time to adapt to this new world. Therefore, to shorten this adaptation time, they seek cooperation with various major forces. Otherwise, if they enter too late, all the good spots will be taken by others. Wouldn't that be a wasted trip? After stating the reason, Xiu Dai asked Chen Dong, are you willing to collaborate with the Qiu family? Chapter 343. Su Qingru is the mastermind behind? Chen Dong opened the car door and got out, only to be surrounded by a group of people holding sticks. Kneel down, they shouted at Chen Dong. Chen Dong definitely didn't kneel. He turned to the person who picked him up and asked, "What's going on?" The person sneered, "We originally want to take you outside the city to find a good feng shui spot. Who would have thought you insisted on getting out here? So we can only take you out here." Chen Dong was slightly startled upon hearing this. "You're going to take me out? Are you joking? Is this your idea or Su Qingru's?" The person looked at Chen Dong and sneered. "Does it matter? You're already a dead man. So stop wasting your energy asking questions." After saying this, he immediately signaled to the people surrounding Chen Dong. Those people understood and immediately moved toward Chen Dong. Various sticks came crashing down toward Chen Dong's head. Their attacks were fierce. It was clear they often did this kind of thing. Faced with such people, Chen Dong certainly wouldn't hold back. Smack! He raised his hand and slapped one of them. In an instant, the person was sent flying. Several others nearby were knocked down to the ground by the flying person. Chapter 344. The righteous help the dog-eating crowd. What are you doing? Just as Chen Dong arrived at the company entrance, he was stopped by the security guard. "Bro, I'm delivering takeout. This is the takeout ordered by your Su General." Chen Dong smiled. "Oh, just put on that table." The security guard pointed to a table next to the guard room designated for takeout. Just as Chen Dong was about to tell the security guard that it had to be delivered to Su Qingru's hands, the guard suddenly whispered in Chen Dong's ear, "Everyone is doomed, and you still have the mood to order takeout?" This immediately caught Chen Dong's attention. He promptly asked the security guard, "Bro, who is doomed?" The guard looked at him with a puzzled expression. "Why do you ask this?" Chen Dong smiled, just curious. He took out a pack of good cigarettes and handed one to the guard. The guard's attitude immediately changed. "The Bay Group wants to acquire our company. General Su disagrees. And both sides are at a stalemate. The Bay Group has lost patience and has sent people to the company to force General Su to sign. General Su is now in grave danger." After hearing this, Chen Dong's expression changed drastically. Wang Cheng didn't lie to him. There really is a Bay Group wanting to acquire his company. Chapter 345. Su Qingru will not compromise Chairman Chen. You are really amazing. After taking care of those two people, a group of female employees rushed over, surrounding Chen Dong and shouting loudly, "Chairman Chen, you're awesome." Male employees also rushed over, excitedly shouting at Chen Dong. Chen Dong was indeed amazing. He had taken down those two who had just knocked down a group of security guards in just a few seconds. Such terrifying combat power, combined with good looks and wealth. Who wouldn't he be moved? Which man wouldn't he admire him? It was normal for Chen Dong to be surrounded now. "You all go home and take a break. Come back to work when the company stabilizes." Chen Dong said to everyone. Everyone gets an extra 3 months of basic salary. After Chen Dong said this, the crowd erupted in cheers. "Chairman Chen, are you joking? Let's go home for vacation and it's fine. But you also give us 3 more months of basic salary?" Chen Dong nodded and said, "It's all true. The company is not peaceful right now. You all hurry back home." "Thank you, Chairman Chen." A group of people shouted, and Chen Dong truly became a god in their hearts. In the current company, paid leave is like a living Buddha. Who would have thought that Chen Dong would even give them an extra 3 months of basic salary? Chapter 346. An unpleasant attitude. This is my company, yet someone is asking why I am here. Isn't this ridiculous and funny? Chen Dong sneered. "Your company? I see you're looking for death." Immediately, bodyguards in black suits stepped forward, ready to teach Chen Dong a lesson. However, as they were about to act, a sharp and cold sound suddenly rang out in the air. Puffed, puffed. Then, a cracking sound came from their bodies, and when they looked down, they were horrified to find terrifying wounds appearing on their bodies. Blood flowed from the wounds, and these people were so frightened that they retreated in terror. It was as if they had forgotten the pain. They couldn't believe it. When did Chen Dong make his move? They had no sense of it at all, and they already had terrifying wounds on their bodies. Chen Dong's strength was truly terrifying. Bang, bang, bang. As the injured fell, the rest were scared back. When they looked at Chen Dong again, fear was evident in their eyes. Those who do not want to die, kneel over there and await punishment. Chen Dong pointed to an empty space and coldly said to them, "Gao, no matter how powerful you are just one person. We have more than a dozen people. We are not afraid of you." The group shouted angrily again. Chapter 347. The mastermind of the Hong family? The others were dumbfounded by this scene. They clearly did not expect Chen Dong to be so decisive, ruthless, and quick. In the blink of an eye, he had severely injured one of them. This was truly terrifying. You dare to hurt our people? Do you know who sent us? They shouted at Chen Dong. A curious expression immediately appeared on Chen Dong's face. Who sent you? This is truly what I want to know the most right now. So you better tell me quickly. The faces of those people immediately showed a look of difficulty. Chen Dong thought they would soon reveal their backing and threaten him. This was exactly what Chen Dong wanted, because he could then go find their backing to settle the score. How dare they set their sights on Chen Dong? Isn't that looking for death? However, those people did not reveal who their backing was. Instead, they threatened Chen Dong. All companies in Jiangzhou will be acquired. This is the trend, and no one can stop it. So you better not resist futilely. Otherwise, you will surely face dire consequences. After hearing this, Chen Dong was truly a bit stunned. Chapter 348. The Hong family also encountered trouble. Chen Dong originally wanted to pay a visit to the Hong family. Who would have thought that the Hong family would come to him? Chen Dong immediately made the decision to resolve them here. Not long after, the office door was pushed open again, and a group of people rushed in. The leading few were martial artists, and upon seeing them, Chen Dong found that they were indeed just as he thought. They were really from the Hong family, as it was Hong Tao leading these people. Chen Dong looked at Hong Tao with a cold expression. At this moment, Hong Tao also saw him, his face full of astonishment. He must be wondering how it could be so coincidental that Chen Dong appeared here. Didn't this disrupt his plans? He must be calculating how to explain himself to dispel Chen Dong's doubts. However, Chen Dong had already confirmed it was him. No matter how he explained, it would be useless. Today, he wouldn't be able to leave here intact. Chairman Chen, you have finally returned. The merchants of Jiangzhou are saved. Thank God. However, Hong Tao's first sentence left Chen Dong puzzled. What does this mean? Is he really happy that Chen Dong is back? That shouldn't be the case. Chen Dong's sudden return should make him feel scared. Chapter 349. A bunch of beasts. Although old Master Hong was seriously injured, he still showed no sign of compromise in the face of those people's threats. This directly angered them. They shouted at old Master Hong, "Old man, you really won't shed tears until you see the coffin. Jiangzhou has many stubborn old fools like you. Just try to chop off your head and send it to them." This time, they were not threatening Hong Xiao. Many people in Jiangzhou were watching the movement of the Hong family. As long as the Hong family did not compromise, they would persist in not compromising. Killing Hong Xiao and sending his head to those people would surely scare them into submission. In this way, they could quickly acquire all the companies in Jiangzhou at a low price. Just as the three were about to make a move, a striking figure suddenly walked in from outside, loudly shouting, "Don't harm my grandfather. The Hong family's assets are yours." This striking figure was none other than Hong Tao's sister, Hong Di. As soon as she said this, the three men in black were overjoyed. However, other important figures from the Hong family shouted in dissatisfaction. "Hong Dai, do you know what you were saying?" Chapter 350. Enraged, "Let go of my granddaughter." Hong Xiao coughed up blood anxiously and shouted loudly, "Old master, don't be agitated." The other members of the Hong family immediately persuaded him. "Hong Dai, serving those three is beneficial for our Hong family." Hong Xiao immediately turned his head, angrily looking at these people and shouting, "Are you still human? How can you say such things? You are nothing but a bunch of beasts." The Hong family members retorted, "Old master, where did we come from? Aren't we just doing this for the sake of the Hong family? If we don't let Hong Dai serve those three, they will surely act against us immediately. You are the first to be in danger. We saved you, and you still scold us. This is truly too ungrateful." Hong Xiao was almost driven to death by these words. These people, afraid of death, actively pushed Hong Dai into the fire pit, and now they even dare to argue like this. Do they really have no shame? Just then, something even more unbearable and infuriating happened to Hong Xiao. One of the Hong family members suddenly asked Hong Xiao, "Old master, where is your seal? You are in critical condition. If you accidentally die and your seal is taken away, that would be terrible." Chapter 351. Answering questions? Just one needed. The remaining two were directly stunned by this scene. They could never have dreamed that the person who came with them, at the mid-stage of internal energy, would be struck down with a single slap and lose combat capability. How strong can this person be? They are now a bit unable to imagine it. "Who are you?" The two of them immediately asked in shock. Chen Dong looked at them with cold eyes and said coldly, "I want to know who you are too. Although you are very strong, You are not qualified to know our identity. So it's best if you don't get involved in the affairs of the Hong family. Just leave immediately." After stabilizing their minds, the two of them once again spoke to Chen Dong with a condescending attitude. The strength that Chen Dong had just displayed was indeed very strong, scaring them. But when they thought of the power backing them, Chen Dong's strength really didn't seem enough. That's why they dared to continue speaking to Chen Dong in this manner. Chen Dong's eyes immediately narrowed, and a murderous intent appeared. "It seems you didn't hear what I just said." Chen Dong walked towards the two and said coldly, "What did you say?" The two were puzzled. Chapter 352. Acting weak to devour the strong in the end. That person could not withstand the brutal torture of Hong Tao and revealed his identity. He said he was from the Zhao family in Jiangzhou. Hong Tao immediately reported the information he had gathered to Chen Dong. Then, a look of confusion appeared on his face. "But I have never heard of any Zhao family in Jiangzhou. Moreover, they are surprisingly strong." He didn't know that the Zhao family was a prestigious family with a history of over 100 years. They were hidden too deeply. Even though the Hong family was the first family on the surface, they could not know of their existence. To avoid causing Hong Tao excessive worry, Chen Dong did not tell him about the prestigious families. He just said to Hong Tao, "I will have someone investigate. You don't need to worry about anything else." All right. Hong Tao quickly nodded in agreement, because he wouldn't dare to meddle. That mysterious and powerful Zhao family almost wiped out the Hong family with just 3 errand runners. So, to meddle in Zhao family's affairs would be like seeking death. Therefore, Chen Dong telling him not to meddle was why he agreed so quickly. "Master, it's good that you're okay. We were all so worried about you." Chapter 353. Teaching road rage a lesson, Chen Dong drove back to the Hong family. The Hong family lived in a luxurious villa built on the hillside. There was only one road up the mountain, and as Chen Dong drove normally, a sharp honk suddenly sounded behind him. Chen Dong frowned and immediately drove to the right to give way. The other party quickly overtook Chen Dong, but deliberately slowed down to block him. Chen Dong frowned again, feeling puzzled. What is going on? Is there road rage here too? Even if they don't know who I am, they should know what this car represents, right? The car Chen Dong was driving was Hong Tao's special vehicle. Only the Hong family lived here. That's why Chen Dong was puzzled about who was so bold as to show road rage towards Hong Tao's special vehicle. After all, Hong Tao was the head of the Hong family now. Was this person not afraid for their life? Meanwhile, in a luxury car trying to block Chen Dong, there were 3 people, and one of them worriedly said, "Senior brother, that car is worth tens of millions. The person in it must have an extraordinary identity. Likely an important figure from the Hong family. We shouldn't provoke him any further." The person next to him immediately retorted with a sneer. "Third junior brother, why are you so timid? Besides, are we provoking him? He is the one provoking us." Chapter 354. Practicing with 10 billion Hong Dai used to be a little troublemaker. Besides mixing with society, she would oppose her brother. She wouldn't rest until she made her brother suffer all day long. Later, influenced by Chen Dong, she stopped mixing with society, no longer opposed her brother, and returned to school to study hard. At this moment, seeing Chen Dong made her heart race, pounding like a little deer. "Brother Chen," she called out softly, "are you okay?" Chen Dong asked with concern. This made her even more nervous. Her cheeks turned red, and she lowered her head, softly saying, "Thank you for your concern, Brother Chen. I'm fine." "That's good." Chen Dong nodded and said to her, "Once this turmoil is over, you should go back to school and study hard." "Yes." Hong Dai nodded in agreement, but she felt very disappointed because she was thinking of inviting Chen Dong to hang out and then do something else. After Chen Dong rescued her from the 3 people from the Zhao family, she had already developed feelings for him. Who would have thought that Chen Dong would only tell her to go back and study hard? At that moment, she couldn't help but think, does Brother Chen prefer successful women with knowledge? Then I need to work hard in the future. Chapter 355. The Poisonous Red Pill Master Hong. The old man's illness is very serious. We need a quiet environment to discuss treatment methods. How about you take your people away first? Senior brother Duan Feng said to Hong Tao with a smile. Hong Tao thought for a moment and then said coldly, "As long as you can cure my grandfather, I will definitely reward you handsomely. Rest assured, Master Hong, we will do our best." Duan Feng guaranteed with a smile. Hong Tao left with his people. Senior brother, the old man's illness is too serious. Even a master can't do anything about it. Why don't you just tell Master Hong? Third junior brother Duan Li asked in confusion. Tell him. Second junior brother Duan Lang sneered. Will he still treat us so politely? Will he still give each of us a 30 million limited edition sports car? Will he still pay us high treatment fees? So, third junior brother, don't be so naive if we tell him that the old man is beyond saving. We will be kicked out immediately. We can't expect to get any of these benefits. After he finished speaking, senior brother Duan Feng added, also, the most important point is that if we can't cure the old man, Hong Tao will definitely slander us everywhere. At that time, it won't just ruin our reputation. Even a master's reputation will be damaged. Chapter 356. The Cunning 3. If old Master Hong takes this pill, it will be impossible for anyone to save him. However, at that moment, an astonished voice suddenly rang out from outside. Is there someone here who can refine the 7 absolute pills? The owner of this surprise voice was none other than Chen Dong. Hong Dai came to check on her grandfather's improving condition, and Chen Dong came along with her. Originally, Chen Dong did not want to meet those 3 people because they had clashed when he arrived at the Hong family. Now, those people were treating old Master Hong, and Chen Dong didn't want to provoke them again. However, upon hearing them discussing the 7 absolute pills in the ward, Chen Dong's curiosity was immediately piqued, because he had refined it before and knew how difficult it was to make. He never expected that someone here had actually managed to refine it. Therefore, he wanted to come in and take a look. Although he had clashed with those 3 people, they hadn't seen clearly that it was Chen Dong when he was in the car. So, as long as Chen Dong does not actively expose himself, those 3 will remain in the dark. With that, Chen Dong and Hong Dai walked in from outside. Show me the 7 absolute pills you refined, Chen Dong said. Hong Tao hesitated for a moment and handed over the one he had in hand. Chapter 357. Tang Yao turns out to be a divine Dr. Mr. Chen. You didn't lie to me? The friend you know is really named Tang Yao? Hong Tao asked, somewhat excited. Yes, her name is Tang Yao. What's the matter? Chen Dong replied with a puzzled expression. Why was Hong Tao so excited at the mention of Tang Yao's name? At this moment, Hong Tao curiously inquired. Is she working at the Kongmei Hospital in the imperial capital? Chen Dong nodded and said, yes, she works there. Hong Tao continued. Kongmei Hospital is a private hospital. All the patients there are either rich or noble. Your friend has excellent medical skills. Even the owner behind the hospital has to pay attention to her. Chen Dong nodded. There are indeed such rumors, but I haven't really seen it. Why do you know so much about this? Hong Tao immediately replied excitedly. That's right. She is the most low-key divine Dr. Tang stationed in the imperial capital. What? She's a divine doctor? How come I didn't know? A hint of surprise appeared on Chen Dong's face. He only knew that Tang Yao had excellent medical skills, but he didn't expect her to be a divine doctor. This really surprised Chen Dong. Hong Tao complained beside him. Mr. Chen, why didn't you tell me earlier that your friend is a divine doctor? That way, I wouldn't have to hire someone else. Chapter 358. Cannot admit Duan Feng and the other 2 were genuinely anxious. After finding out that they couldn't deceive Hong Tao with a changed prescription, they immediately looked for other excuses. Since we have already invited divine Dr. Tang to treat the old master, we shouldn't embarrass ourselves here any longer. Farewell. After saying this, the 3 turned to leave. At this moment, how could Hong Tao let them go? The more they wanted to leave, the less he could let them, because this indicated that the pills they refined had serious problems. Gentlemen, we have only contacted divine Dr. Tang, but she hasn't come here in person, so we still need your assistance. Hong Tao smiled at the 3. All right, don't decline. The consultation fee will definitely not be less. Someone treat the 3 esteemed doctors well. A group of people rushed in from outside, surrounding Duan Feng and the other 2. With this, the 3 truly had no way to escape. They could only hope that Tang Yao wouldn't notice any problems with the prescription through the video. However, this was clearly impossible. As a divine doctor, if she couldn't even see such a small problem, wouldn't her title be too much of a joke? Chapter 359. True colors revealed the 3 were now completely panicked. Eating so many red pills at once would definitely lead to a fatal overdose, because the potency of the red pills was indeed too strong. In order to deceive the Hong family, these 3 had deliberately increased the potency. Therefore, they absolutely dare not eat them. But if they didn't eat, it would imply they had suspicions. Chen Dong's move was truly too insidious. However, this strategy was indeed too clever for dealing with these 3 scoundrels. Hong Tao seemed inspired and immediately shouted at the 3. Mr. Chen is right. Whoever eats all these red pills, I will believe you and that you didn't deceive the Hong family or our old master. The three showed expressions like they were constipated. The eldest brother, Duan Feng, laughed and said, Master Hong, although these pills can't save the severely injured old Master Hong, they are still miraculous for treating general injuries. It would be a waste to just eat them like this. So please, Master Hong, keep them for future needs. The second brother, Duan Lang, followed suit. These pills are made from precious medicinal materials. Wasting them like this would be a great loss. So it's better to keep them. Chapter 360. Zhao family exploits a bug. Hong Tao really wanted to kill these three and feed them to the dogs. However, reason told him that he couldn't do that. The reason was simple. All three were disciples of Divine Dr. Shui. Divine Dr. Shui, relying on his excellent medical skills, had befriended countless big shots. If he rashly killed his three disciples, he would definitely not let it go easily. At that time, if he asked those big shots for help, the Hong family would be in trouble. Therefore, no matter how much Hong Tao hated these three, he ultimately had to spare their lives. Take these three bastards' red pills and send them back to Divine Dr. Shui. By the way, remind Divine Dr. Shui that when teaching his disciples, he should not only teach medical skills, but also how to be a person. Hong Tao ordered several bodyguards. Yes, master. The bodyguards immediately responded. Then they carried the half-dead three away from there. In the evening, the 7 absolute pills were delivered to the Hong family. Hong Tao immediately had Old Master Hong take them. Before long, the effects were apparent. Old Master Hong, who had been in a coma with a pale face and weak breath, showed signs of color in his cheeks less than half an hour after taking the 7 absolute pills. Chapter 361. Zhao family comes calling. Boom. Chen Dong forgot what he had just said about not getting angry. He slammed the table into pieces with a single slap. Wasn't the Zhao family too shameless? They actually fantasized about Su Qingru being their maid, not only to serve them, but also to sleep with them. Were their daydreams too vivid? Chen Dong angrily cursed. Not only Su Qingru, but many beauties in Jiangzhou had also become their targets. Su Tong continued, for example, the 3 goddesses of Jiangzhou University, Qin Xiuxuan, Lan Yuhan, Ouyang Phoenix, and the campus Belle Zhang Jingmei from Jiangzhou Art Academy. All these beauties have been targeted by them. Once they completely control Jiangzhou, they will be forced to become their maids. Hee hee. After listening to Su Tong, a cold smile appeared on Chen Dong's lips as if he were about to kill. No matter if it was Qin Xiuxuan, Lan Yuhan, Ouyang Phoenix, or Zhang Jingmei, they all had intricate connections with Chen Dong. Now, they were all targeted by the Zhao family. If Chen Dong didn't eliminate the Zhao family, it would really be a disservice to them for courting death. He immediately coldly smiled at Su Tong and said, send a message to gather all the experts from the Dragon team in Jiangzhou and nearby cities. Prepare to eradicate the Zhao family. Chapter 362. Wanting Hong family women to accompany them for drinks, Hong Tao warmly invited the people from the Zhao family to sit down, then informed them where the previous 3 had gone. After our Hong family agreed on the acquisition, we invited them to the club to relax. Who would have thought they would actually fall in love with the place? They have been lingering there and refusing to leave. The Hong family has no choice. Now that you are here, you can persuade them to go home. Hong Tao Sumai. The Zhao family members were all shocked after hearing what he said. What are you joking about? As warriors of the Zhao family, the resilience of our martial hearts is something you can't even imagine. How could we possibly be infatuated with a place like that? An elder of the Zhao family shouted angrily, smashing a nearby table with a single slap. Hong Tao was immediately startled. The opponent was at the peak of inner strength, and if he were to strike, a single slap could take his life. He took a deep breath, took a long time to stabilize his mind, and then continued to deceive the Zhao family members. It's precisely because we cultivate martial arts every day and live in hardship that we can't resist such temptations. It's also my fault for bringing them to such a place. Here, I must apologize to you all. Chapter 363. Disabling a Zhao family member, let go of my sister. Hong Tao shouted angrily, rushing to stop them. However, he was no match for these people. Slap. A Zhao family member raised his hand and slapped Hong Tao hard across the face. Instantly, Hong Tao was knocked to the ground, blood pouring from his mouth and nose. The Zhao family member didn't let up. Instead, he raised his foot and stomped down hard toward Hong Tao. If that foot landed, Hong Tao would definitely break a few bones. Stop. At this critical moment, Hong Dai let out an angry roar. Don't hurt my brother. The Zhao family member paused and turned to Hong Dai with a smile. We won't hurt him, but you have to obediently drink with us. After saying this, he reached out and rubbed his finger on Hong Dai's face. Hong Dai felt a wave of disgust. But to save her brother, she had to grit her teeth and endure. As long as you don't hurt my brother, I'll drink with you, Hong Dai said through gritted teeth, humiliated. Very good. The Zhao family members laughed and dragged her to the table, forcing her to drink. She couldn't drink anymore, but they continued to force her. She felt extremely uncomfortable, and her cheeks quickly turned bright red. Chapter 364. Using Zhao family warriors as tools in the blink of an eye, Chen Dong disabled a Zhao family member. And the rest of the Zhao family members didn't react at all. By the time they reacted, the Zhao family member was already lying on the ground, one of his hands completely ruined, beyond the help of even a divine doctor. The remaining Zhao family members were immediately furious, roaring at Chen Dong. You little beast. Dare you hurt a member of the Zhao family? Chen Dong turned to look at the person who was scolding him. It was a middle-aged man in his 40s, with prominent temples and a strong aura, clearly a powerful figure in inner strength. Chen Dong looked at him and coldly asked, Who are you calling a little beast? The Zhao family middle-aged man sneered. I'm cursing you, what's wrong with that? You dare to disable a hand of the Zhao family. I will break all your bones and let your whole family die a terrible death. He roared at Chen Dong with a ferocious expression, and his words were definitely not a joke. He meant every word. The Zhao family was known for being ruthless and brutal. Over 100 years ago, this was the reason they accumulated countless enemies, forcing them to hide from the world. Unexpectedly, after more than a century, they still hadn't changed their evil habits. Chapter 365. High and mighty, even when death approaches, be careful. Hong Tao saw this scene and shouted anxiously. The elder of the Zhao family attacked with the speed of an eagle, incredibly fierce. Just the aura he emitted made Hong Tao feel as if he was suffocating. Chen Dong was facing his direct attack. One could imagine what kind of danger Chen Dong was in at that moment. Just when Hong Tao thought that something unfortunate was about to happen to Chen Dong, an unexpected scene unfolded. At the moment the elder's palm was about to grab Chen Dong's face, a cold light suddenly appeared in the air, followed by a spray of blood. The elder let out a piercing scream, his body starting to retreat continuously. What happened? Hong Tao was puzzled, and when he looked closely at the scene before him, he was completely stunned. The elder at some point had one of his hands chopped off by Chen Dong, the very hand that was attacking Chen Dong. What had just happened was so fast. It all occurred in the blink of an eye. Not only did Hong Tao not see it clearly, even the elder himself didn't see it clearly. Otherwise, his hand would never have been so easily severed by Chen Dong. Chapter 366. Declaring war in Jiangzhou, in a luxurious villa area. The Zhao family occupied this place through forceful means. Today, in addition to sending people to the Hong family, they also gathered all family members to discuss the Zhao family's next steps for comprehensive development in Jiangzhou. Over 50% of companies in Jiangzhou agreed to sell their businesses to our Zhao family at a low price. The remaining 50% were watching the Hong family's movements. If the Hong family completely surrendered, then they would definitely follow suit immediately. In the conference hall, a middle-aged man stood up and briefly informed everyone of the current situation. As soon as he finished speaking, someone immediately shouted, "The Hong family really has no respect. Even now, they still refuse to obediently sell their company to us at a low price. Do they really want to see their family destroyed?" Zhao Feng and the other two didn't know what was going on. They went to the Hong family a few days ago, and now there's not a word from them. Could they have been taken out by the Hong family? What a joke. Does the Hong family have that kind of strength? Besides, even if they did, the Hong family wouldn't dare to touch our people, unless they wanted their entire family to be wiped out. Chapter 367. The Hong family is too weak. Chen Dong's plan succeeded. The Zhao family members had gone missing twice at the Hong family. The Hong family's provocation was clearly a declaration of war. They finally couldn't hold back any longer and decided to wipe out the Hong family. This way, Chen Dong could capture them all in one fell swoop. The Hong family's villa was built against the mountains, with many platforms specifically designed for sightseeing. At this moment, Chen Dong and Hong Tao were at the highest platform looking at the scenery. There were even telescopes installed there, allowing them to see far into the distance. At this time, Chen Dong and Hong Tao saw through the telescope that on a road below the mountain, dozens of cars were lined up like a dragon. heading towards the Hong family. It was obvious that these were members of the Zhao family. Although the Hong family had sent invitations to all the major families in Jiangzhou, those people were not foolish. They knew this was not a banquet, but the decisive battle between the Hong family and the Zhao family. If they came here and were attacked by both families, wouldn't that mean certain death? So not a single one came. This has become a very peculiar phenomenon. Those invited by the Hong family did not come, while those who were not invited all showed up in droves. Chapter 368. Chen Dong. Who can infuriate people? Ants are not qualified to have an equal conversation with people. So Zhao Jin coldly issued an order. Bring him to me and make him kneel to speak. Yes. Someone immediately walked towards Hong Tao. You trash. How dare you go against the Zhao family? Where do you get your courage from? The person from the Zhao family sneered at Hong Tao. Are you very curious? Do you really want to know? Hong Tao asked. Hurry up and say it. If you waste more time, watch out, or I'll slap you. The Zhao family member grinned menacingly. Slap me? You're not qualified. Hong Tao shook his head. The Zhao family member's expression instantly turned even colder. Just as he finished saying not qualified, he raised his hand and slapped Hong Tao hard across the face. Hong Tao was only at the late stage of external strength, while this Zhao family member had already entered the internal strength stage. Therefore, Hong Tao had no ability to resist against him. Just as Hong Tao was about to be knocked to the ground by this slap, suddenly a blinding cold light flashed. The hand of the person hitting Hong Tao fell to the ground. He immediately let out an unimaginable, piercing scream. The other Zhao family members around were dumbfounded upon witnessing this scene. Chapter 369. The Zhao family's ambush. Zhao Hongba was about to die. Killed by Chen Dong out of anger. Chen Dong was really going too far. After chopping off Zhao Hongba's fingers, he mocked. I was afraid your fingers would poke me to death, so I chopped them off. After chopping off one of Zhao Hongba's legs, he taunted, I'm stronger than you. So chopping off one of your legs isn't too much, right? Zhao Hongba had never experienced such humiliation, losing his combat ability and collapsing to the ground. He roared at Chen Dong, give me a quick death. The Zhao family will definitely avenge me and tear you to pieces. Chen Dong shook his head and said, You've cursed me as a beast time and again, yet you want me to give you a quick death? Are you still dreaming? Crack, crack, crack. As Chen Dong struck again, he swiftly swung his sword 3 times. Zhao Hongba's remaining leg and both hands are all chopped off by Chen Dong. He was directly turned into a human stick, lying on the ground, bleeding to death. The other Zhao family members, witnessing this scene, were all terrified and retreated in fear. At that moment, they realized how powerful and terrifying Chen Dong's strength was. Zhao Hongba had just stepped into the transformation stage and could be considered one of the top 5 experts of the Zhao family. Yet he was so easily killed by Chen Dong. How strong could Chen Dong's strength truly be? Chapter 370. Chen Dong is injured. There are still transformation stage martial artists in the Zhao family. This was Chen Dong's first reaction. Attacks from those not in the transformation stage wouldn't make Chen Dong feel threatened. But something was off. The information provided to him by the Jiangzhou Dragon team stated that the Zhao family only had 1 transformation stage martial artist. Where did this second transformation stage martial artist come from? Could it be that the Dragon team was deceiving Chen Dong? They didn't have the guts to do that. In this situation, there was only one explanation. Hidden families often have trump cards. The Zhao family's trump card is this second transformation stage martial artist. His strength is even above Zhao Jin's. He is the one who is truly meant to ambush Chen Dong in the Zhao family's plan. The earlier attacks from the Zhao family martial artists were merely a ruse. The goal was to draw Chen Dong's attention. At this moment, Chen Dong's focus was entirely on them and Zhao Jin. The hidden transformation stage martial artist now had the perfect opportunity to ambush Chen Dong. Just like that, Chen Dong sensed an unprecedented danger. Because the opponent's strength had also reached the late stage of internal strength, he was still ambushing Chen Dong, who had discovered where he was. This time, Chen Dong was truly in grave danger. Ha ha! Zhao Jin laughed loudly. Little beast, do you really think you can contend with the Zhao family all by yourself? Godi. Chapter 371. Do you have any last words? Little beast, I originally wanted to spare your life, to teach you how to be a good person, but you didn't cherish it and even dared to kill Zhao family members? I can only send you on your way. The old ancestor of the Zhao family sneered and shouted at Chen Dong. As soon as he finished speaking, several Zhao family members charged at Chen Dong. Chen Dong was too powerful. Even while heavily injured, he could still kill internal strength peak martial artists. So they didn't dare to be careless at all. The three half-transformation stage experts of the Zhao family attacked together, followed by a group of Zhao family members. With such a formation, Chen Dong would undoubtedly find it difficult to resist and would certainly die. However, at the moment these people charged forward, something they never expected happened. Heavily injured, Chen Dong suddenly slashed out with a sword. The sword energy sliced through the air like a full moon. All those who got close to Chen Dong were instantly bisected, and blood splattered like a torrential rain, dyeing the air red, including the three half-transformation stage martial artists. They were all killed by Chen Dong's sword. The Zhao family ancestor, the Zhao family head, and other Zhao family martial artists, upon witnessing this scene, all screamed in shock. How is this possible? He is already heavily injured. Why can he still unleash such a terrifyingly powerful attack? Chapter 372. Chen Dong prefers to speak with his fists. You alone cannot kill all the martial artists of the Zhao family. If we die, those martial artists will lose control and then go on a rampage in Jiangzhou. The Hong family will also suffer constant attacks from them. Have you thought about what the consequences will be? So you should let us go. The Zhao family ancestor was very clever. He knew that begging for mercy at this time was futile, so he switched to threats. Once these important figures of the Zhao family were eliminated, all the Zhao family martial artists would lose control. At that time, those martial artists would surely wreak havoc throughout Jiangzhou. The Hong family would also face their frenzied retaliation. If Chen Dong were alone, he might indeed be somewhat wary of this. However, unfortunately, Chen Dong was not alone. He had the powerful dragon team behind him. Members of the dragon team from several nearby areas had been dispatched here. No matter how many Zhao family martial artists there were, they couldn't escape. Therefore, Chen Dong coldly smiled at the Zhao family ancestor and said, "You might be disappointed. While you're here fighting me, your Zhao family martial artists have already been wiped out. You're talking nonsense. Do you know how many people my Zhao family has? Do you know how many outsiders serve my Zhao family? You think you can wipe out all the martial artists of my Zhao family? Are you still dreaming?" The Zhao family ancestor clearly did not believe Chen Dong's words, which was why he shouted at Chen Dong in such a loud voice to mock him. Chapter 373. Investigating the identity of the dragon team's envoy, the Zhao family ancestor was once again stunned after hearing Chen Dong's words. He really never imagined that Chen Dong's background was so terrifying. Chen Dong turned out to be the heir of the #1 elder of the dragon group. From what he said, he didn't even want to be the #1 elder of the dragon group because he felt it was too exhausting. This is simply speechless. Does he know what the identity of the #1 elder of the dragon group means? It can be imagined how powerful Chen Dong's strength is and how terrifying his talent is. Otherwise, he wouldn't have become the heir of the #1 elder of the dragon group at such a young age. Now, you wouldn't be questioning whether I have the right to add this law, would you? Chen Dong coldly asked the ancestor of the Zhao family. It was obvious that the ancestor of the Zhao family had no right to question. As the #1 elder of the dragon group, Chen Dong didn't even need to find an excuse to kill him. He could just take him out directly, and now, he even found an excuse for him. This was truly a leniency outside the law. If others knew all of this, they would definitely find it amusing. However, the Zhao family members couldn't laugh at all because they knew they were doomed. But the ancestor of the Zhao family was still making his last desperate struggle. Chapter 374. Qin Xiuxuan's incident. Who exactly is that dragon group envoy? The entire intelligence network of the world has started to act to find out his identity. However, they might not even think that he is just an ordinary student from Jiangzhou University. After helping the Hong family resolve all their troubles, Chen Dong returned to Jiangzhou University for classes. He is a model student, after all. He had to skip classes before out of necessity. But now that he has the time, he must come back to report. "Dongzi, where have you been? Why haven't we heard anything from you during this time?" The people in Chen Dong's dormitory immediately questioned him. "The school arranged an internship for me. Damn it, it's exhausting." Chen Dong complained. "No way." The three of them were surprised. Internships are usually done together. Why did they only let you go alone? You say it's tiring. Did they arrange you to work on the assembly line? Chen Dong nodded. Not only on the assembly line, but also standing while working. How can I not say it's tiring? Besides, such a grueling internship. How dare they arrange people to go together? Aren't they afraid of a rebellion? So I became the lucky one. It's driving me crazy. The other three in Chen Dong's dormitory immediately stood up for him. "Dongzi, this is too much. Which bastard arranged for you to go? Let us put him in a sack and beat him up. Chapter 375. The pit. No wonder she insisted on live streaming even when she had a cold. It turns out it was to make up the time. Chen Dong suddenly realized. Then he frowned and asked, didn't Qin Xiaoshuan read the contract before signing? Can she fulfill these terms? Doesn't she have any idea? Isn't she being too careless? Jiang Tian sneered. She must have read the contract when she signed it. She must have estimated in her mind that under normal circumstances, she could easily fulfill these terms. Chen Dong immediately asked curiously, is there something abnormal? Jiang Tian nodded yes. Chen Dong asked curiously, what? Jiang Tian replied, traffic restrictions. Traffic restrictions? Chen Dong frowned again in confusion. Why would Duji Company spend 30 million to sign her and then limit her traffic? Are the people at Duji Company brain dead? Jiang Tian sneered. They're definitely not brain dead. There are 2 reasons for doing this. Chen Dong asked curiously, what are the 2 reasons? Jiang Tian said, one is to force Qin Xiaoshuan to leave on her own. And if she leaves on her own, it's a breach of contract. The breach of contract fee is 10 times the signing fee, meaning if Qin Xiaoshuan leaves voluntarily, she will have to pay 300 million. Chapter 376. Borrowing money. Want to find a place to chat? After getting rid of Sister Lien, Chen Dong smiled at Qin Xiaoshuan. Qin Xiaoshuan nodded, and the 2 went to a nearby cafe. The female streamers saw them leave and showed shocked expressions. Who is this guy? Is he Qin Xiaoshuan's boyfriend? I've never heard that she has a boyfriend. Haha, her boyfriend has caused a big mess this time. He offended Sister Lien and will have to leave Jiangzhou in disgrace. While these people were gloating over Qin Xiaoshuan's misfortune, she had already arrived at a nearby cafe with Chen Dong. You're not short on money. Why are you starting a live stream again? Chen Dong looked curiously at Qin Xiaoshuan, who was sitting opposite him, and asked, you even signed with such a terrible company. I feel like you sold yourself. Qin Xiaoshuan lowered her voice. Chen Dong, can you lend me some money? As soon as these words came out, it made Chen Dong extremely awkward, because just a moment ago, Chen Dong was saying that Qin Xiaoshuan was not short on money. Yet in an instant, Qin Xiaoshuan actually asked him to borrow money. What exactly happened to Qin Xiaoshuan? Why is she in such dire need of money? Chen Dong immediately asked curiously, what do you need to borrow money for? Qin Xiaoshuan said, my dad offended someone, the company is being suppressed, the stock has plummeted, and he is buried in debt. Even our house has been mortgaged. Chapter 377. Slapping the face. Little bastard, do you still remember me? A cold, eerie laugh sounded beside them. Chen Dong turned his head to see that the middle-aged woman who had thrown the bottle at him, and Qin Xiaoshuan was standing there. Next to the middle-aged woman stood a tall man with a shaved head and a big gold chain, clearly a big thug. Chen Dong's expression turned cold as he asked, so it's you? Why did you hurt someone with a bottle? The middle-aged woman was instantly furious upon hearing this. Little bastard, are you pretending to be confused? You actually dare to hit me just now? Today, I'm going to make you kneel and beg for mercy. Chen Dong looked at her and said to him, you're not qualified. Hurry up and get lost. Otherwise, I'll slap you again. Ha ha. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged woman burst into laughter. Honey, this guy says he is going to slap me. What do you think we should do? The middle-aged woman turned to the bald man. He immediately sneered. Don't worry, my dear. I'll make him kneel and beg for mercy in no time. The middle-aged woman nodded with a fierce expression and grinned. And make him lick my shoes clean and apologize to me. Chapter 378. Terminating the contract. 10 minutes may not seem long, but it's not short either. It passed in a blink of an eye. The cafe was very quiet because the capture team Chen Dong mentioned did not appear. The bald man and his gang immediately burst into laughter. Kid, the 10 minutes are up. Where are the people coming to capture us? We told you, little bastard, we have someone backing us. We have connections. Why don't you believe it? Now you're in despair, right? Your life and death are already in our hands. Whether you can survive tonight depends on our mood. Now kneel down and apologize, or else you won't be able to leave the cafe alive. Chen Dong sat there motionless, as if he hadn't heard their shouts at all. This directly provoked those people. Damn it, at this point, how dare you act all high and mighty? You little bastard, I'll teach you a lesson first. I'll break both your hands and see if you dare to be arrogant again. A thug with a metal baseball bat was about to strike Chen Dong. Bang! However, at that moment, a bullet flew in from outside. By the time people heard the sound, the thug's arm had already been shot. Chapter 379. The contest of the rich. Mr. Zhang, what's wrong? A seductive woman approached curiously. Brother Lien failed, and Qin Xiaoshuan actually has a boyfriend, and her boyfriend wants to terminate her contract with the company. Mr. Zhang said angrily. What? Qin Xiaoshuan actually has a boyfriend? Isn't she supposed to be very pure? Where did this boyfriend come from? The seductive woman exclaimed in surprise. And he wants to terminate the contract? What a joke. How dare they? Mr. Zhang couldn't let them have their way. Mr. Zhang sneered and nodded. You're right. They want to terminate the contract with me? They'd better pay $3 billion in damages first. Then, the already furious Mr. Zhang immediately pushed the seductive woman onto the bed, ready to deal with her. Beep, beep, beep. At that moment, his phone suddenly rang. He picked it up and saw that it was Brother Lien wanting to video call him. He was furious and directly hung up, refusing to answer. However, the calls kept coming. He couldn't take it anymore and had to answer the phone. Are you crazy? Why do you keep calling me? Who are you? Mr. Zhang thought the person on the other end was Brother Lien, but to his surprise, it was a strange, handsome face. Chapter 380 is behind the scenes. The Fighting Chicken Company spends a huge amount on public relations every month. However, the head of the public relations department told Mr. Zhang that all the accounts maintained by those portal websites have been banned. Mr. Zhang couldn't believe it. So he threatened the supervisor that if he couldn't give him a reasonable explanation, the supervisor would go to jail. Mr. Zhang, just look at the news yourself. The supervisor said no more and directly told Mr. Zhang to look at the news. Mr. Zhang looked confused and opened his phone again. This time, the news from the portal website shocked him. Shocking. A certain supervisor from the Bobo website arrested for manipulating online public opinion. Shocking. A certain supervisor from the Hohu website arrested for manipulating online public opinion. Shocking. A certain supervisor from the Baba website arrested for manipulating online public opinion. The eye-catching headlines made Mr. Zhang feel like they were piercing his eyes. How could this be so coincidental? Just as he was about to use these portal websites to manipulate public opinion, all the supervisors from these websites have been arrested for manipulating public opinion. Is this why all the accounts maintained by his company were banned? Chapter 381. Compensation of $1 billion. Whose call is it? Brother Lien returned, and Chen Dong asked curiously. Brother Lien originally wanted to hide it. However, as soon as she met Chen Dong's sharp gaze, she instantly lost the courage to lie. Thud! She directly knelt on the ground and shouted at Chen Dong. I didn't intend to betray you. Mr. Zhang called me and asked where you were. I didn't dare not say. Chen Dong said. So it's just a small matter, it's okay. Is he coming here? Brother Lien nodded. He said he would come soon, and he said he wasn't here to cause trouble. I feel like he is lying, so you should leave quickly. Chen Dong shook his head and smiled. A damn Mr. Zhang, there's no way he can make me run away. Qin Xiaoshuan, who was beside them, said with some worry. Chen Dong, this Mr. Zhang is indeed not simple. Otherwise, he wouldn't dare to make so many unfair contracts to threaten the streamers. So, we should avoid him for now. Chen Dong smiled and said, no need. If I don't help you solve this tonight, I won't be able to sleep well. Hearing this, Qin Xiaoshuan's heart warmed. Chen Dong was helping her, and she felt very touched. Chapter 382. Martial arts tournament. The school beauty is indeed different, her waist delicate like a willow. Chen Dong felt like he was about to lose half his life. He originally wanted to stay in Jiangzhou a bit longer. It was really because he loved learning, not because he wanted to go to a hotel with Qin Xiaoshuan. However, Tang Hujuan suddenly called from the capital, asking him to return to the Dragon Group headquarters for an important discussion. Thus, Chen Dong had to return to the capital immediately, still the same quiet little courtyard. As soon as Chen Dong entered, he saw Tang Hujuan practicing. His injuries had mostly healed, and his breath was strong and ample. In the courtyard, thunderous sounds occasionally echoed, showing how strong Tang Hujuan's power was. He had definitely surpassed the transformation stage. Even now, Chen Dong could be defeated in one move. Great Elder, why did you call me back to the capital in such a hurry? Chen Dong asked directly. Besides Tang Hujuan, there was another important figure from the Dragon Group, Long Tian. After Chen Dong asked this question, Long Tian immediately placed a document in front of Chen Dong. Chen Dong casually glanced at it, and the first 4 words made him gasp in surprise. Martial arts tournament? Are you kidding? Something from a martial arts novel exists in reality too? Chapter 383. Arrogant young master. Do this young master dare to be so arrogant, obviously coming from a powerful family. Everyone kept their distance, wondering who would be the unlucky one to have their room taken away by them. Chen Dong glanced twice, but didn't intervene. because he would get involved in matters between warriors. Soon, screams echoed from the luxurious suite on the top floor. Who are you? Why should we get out? The warrior inside the suite argued. We booked this luxurious suite first. Unexpectedly, they were targeted by this young Master Du. He coldly looked at the warrior arguing with him in the suite. Slap. He slapped the warrior hard. Why? Just because I'm stronger than you. Young Master Du shouted angrily. You have 1 minute to get out, or I'll kill you. The beaten warrior had lost his temper. The reason was simple. Young Master Du could slap him, which meant his strength was definitely greater. If he didn't leave, he might really be in trouble. The Du family had already taken several suites. The hotel's warriors dared not express their anger, because they were really powerful. Chapter 384. Chen Dong must be low-key boom. A loud bang was heard as Chen Dong directly kicked Du Feng away with a whip kick. Du Feng crashed into a pillar, spitting blood, and those around him clearly heard the sound of his bones shattering. They all felt a chill down their spines. By the time Du Feng landed on the ground, he had already lost consciousness. Everyone around was dumbfounded. This is too terrifying and powerful, right? One kick incapacitated a master of internal energy. His strength has probably already reached the late stage of internal energy. Could he be another strongman from a prominent family? No one expected that the seemingly ordinary Chen Dong would have such formidable combat power. With just one move, he had disabled a master of internal energy. This can truly only be described as terrifying. You bastard, you dare to hurt someone from the Zheng family. Seeing this scene, young Master Du immediately let out an enraged roar. They had always bullied others, and never thought that today someone would incapacitate a master of internal energy from the Zheng family with one kick. He definitely couldn't tolerate it. He shouted at Chen Dong again. You kneel down and repent to me immediately, and I will only kill you. Otherwise, your backers, your whole family will die. Chapter 385. Opportunity. The one who asked this question was none other than Chen Dong. He was very disappointed with the members of the Dragon Team before him. The Dragon Team had always been a place where strength mattered. If you lack strength, even if you were the son of the #1 elder of the Dragon Team, you would still be beaten to a pulp. When Chen Dong went to Haicheng as a special envoy of the Dragon Team, he was treated this way before revealing his strength. Who would have thought that today here? These members of the Dragon Team would actually back down in the face of the powerful Du family. They knew that it was problematic for the Du family to take that girl away, but they didn't dare to confront such people. They really weren't qualified to enter the Dragon Team. Who are you? The members of the Dragon Team looked at Chen Dong with confused expressions. It was the first time they had encountered someone who dared to question them like this, so they were very curious about Chen Dong's identity. Don't worry about who I am. First, think about your responsibilities. A group of martial artists capturing a weak girl. This is clearly a problem. You actually pretend you didn't see it. Do you still deserve to call yourselves members of the Dragon Team? Chen Dong questioned sternly. As soon as these words came out, not only were the members of the Dragon Team stunned, but everyone around was also taken aback. Chapter 386. Sweeping a large area. Young Master Du was raised in the palm of his hand since childhood. Asking him like this was obviously embarrassing him. Even the Dragon Team members shouldn't do that. So, he immediately coldly shouted, What does it have to do with you? Get the hell out of here. The people from the Du family immediately panicked. Cursing the Dragon Team members to their faces was obviously a foolish act, because this meant that the Du family was going to be enemies with the Dragon Team. Clearly, the Du family didn't have that kind of strength. So now, they had to back down and apologize. I'm sorry. One of the Du family members immediately explained to the Dragon Team members, My young master drank too much today and accidentally offended you. Please don't hold it against us. The rest of the Du family members had already pulled young Master Du aside to prevent him from causing more trouble due to his impulsiveness. This woman is also a misunderstanding. We thought she was being sold, but since she isn't, we will compensate her. That Du family member pointed at the waitress and laughed. In his eyes, he had already apologized so sincerely and promised to compensate the girl. The Dragon Team shouldn't hold it against them, right? Who would have thought that the Dragon Team's attitude was very firm? Chapter 387. Young Master Du is captured. Boom. The fist and palm collided, and the ground cracked open a huge fissure. Everyone thought that Chen Dong's palm would be directly shattered by young Master Du's fist. Because young Master Du's attack was truly fierce, even from a distance, one could feel that terrifying pressure. However, The result was completely unexpected. Not only was Chen Dong's palm unharmed, but he easily caught young Master Du's fist. Everyone present was shocked to see this. The Du family members exclaimed, "How is this possible?" Young Master Du's previous attack had already reached the peak of internal energy. How could he block it so easily? Could he have already entered the transformation stage? That was even more impossible, because he looked younger than young Master Du. The Du family members were completely confused. "Let go of me!" Young Master Du glared at Chen Dong and shouted loudly. Chen Dong held onto his fist. He wanted to break free with all his might. But no matter how hard he tried, Chen Dong's hand remained unmoved. He had no choice but to speak up, asking Chen Dong to let him go. However, would Chen Dong let go? Of course not. Slap. Chen Dong raised his other hand and fiercely slapped young Master Du across the face. Chapter 388. The malicious plan. The entire building shook. Dust from the ceiling fell down. This Du family martial artist was truly too strong. Even Li Hao was no match for him. His actions were clearly intended to intimidate the Dragon Team. First, scare the Dragon Team members. And then the rest of the Du family would come out to smooth things over. In this way, the Dragon Team might really be made to submit. However, unfortunately for the Du family, they didn't know that a special envoy from the Dragon Team had already arrived. With the support of the Dragon Team's special envoy, the Du family wanting to make the Wild City Dragon Team submit, it was simply impossible. Li Hao sneered quietly, watching these people act. Everything was just as he had guessed. The shouting from that Du family member grew louder and louder, looking like it was about to spiral out of control. The elder from the Du family immediately stood up and scolded loudly. "Du Ming, do not be rude." The loud person from the Du family, named Du Ming, immediately quieted down at the elder's reprimand, but still glared fiercely at the Dragon Team members. Clearly, this was a threat and a warning. If the Dragon Team members did not cooperate with the Du family, they would all be in danger. Chapter 389. Uncovering the Conspiracy. It's on fire. At night, Chen Dong was sleeping soundly when he suddenly heard a commotion. He immediately sat up in bed, a look of confusion on his face. The Dragon Team base is heavily guarded. How could it suddenly catch fire? Could it be that the Du family came to set fire? The more Chen Dong thought about it, the more he felt it was the case. During the day, the Du family members had threatened the Dragon Team to release people. Since the Dragon Team did not comply, they came at night to create chaos to rescue Du Tao, which made perfect sense. A mocking cold smile appeared on Chen Dong's lips. "You want to rescue someone right under my nose? You're not capable of that yet." He immediately rushed out of his residence. At this moment, he was still somewhat worried. The members of the Dragon Team were no match for the Du family's people. If the Du family went crazy, the Dragon Team could suffer heavy casualties, so he must hurry to provide support. However, at that moment, a person rushed over to him. Chen Dong focused and saw that the person was none other than Li Hao, the leader of the Dragon Team here. "What's going on?" Chen Dong asked. "The fire has been controlled, and the arsonist has been repelled." Liu Rubia. Wasn't it the Du family's people who set the fire? Chen Dong asked with a puzzled expression. Chapter 390. Kill one, leave one. Both of them showed fear on their faces. The reputation of Chen Dong, the special envoy of the Dragon Team, was indeed earned through killing. The Zhao family of Jiangzhou was eliminated by him. The two had just conspired here to get rid of the people from the Dragon Team, and Chen Dong heard them. How could they not be afraid? After a long while, they finally regained their composure and awkwardly smiled at Chen Dong, saying, "Your Excellency, you misunderstood. We were just talking nonsense. Even if we had 100 guts, we wouldn't dare to attack the people from the Dragon Team." Upon hearing this, Chen Dong immediately laughed and asked, "Then why were you talking nonsense? It can't be that you just dislike the people from the Dragon Team for no reason, right? There must be some reason behind it. Now you can tell me." The expressions on the two's faces suddenly became extremely awkward. They initially thought that, after a few words of explanation, Chen Dong would not hold it against them, because they believed that meeting Chen Dong here was merely a coincidence. Who would have thought that Chen Dong would not let it go and would press for answers, leaving them unsure of how to respond? After thinking for a long time, they finally came up with an answer. "We are from a prominent family, and we have just entered the world. We are not quite adapted to the current order of Long Country and feel that the Dragon Team is too controlling, so we complain a bit." Chapter 391. The Du family's plea. "Old Du, I really have to thank you for stepping in to save us last night. Otherwise, the Dragon Team base would have truly turned into ruins." Li Hao, the leader of the Dragon Team in the Wilderness City, smiled as he pointed to the charred marks remaining around the living room while addressing the elder of the Du family. It's just a small effort. You don't have to be so polite, Leader Li. The elder of the Du family replied with a smile. Old Du said last night that there is evidence proving Du Xiao's innocence. I wonder if this is true? Can we take a look at it now? Li Hao asked with a smile again. This is definitely true. If there were no evidence, how could the young master dare to disturb Leader Li? The elder of the Du family laughed. He turned to look at Du Ming, who was standing next to him, and immediately took out his phone to play a video. In the video, a young woman was speaking. She was the same woman that Du Tao had tried to kidnap and insult a few days ago. What she said essentially indicated that she knew Du Xiao was wealthy, so she deliberately framed him in order to extort more money. Li Hao looked at the young woman's flickering eyes in the video and immediately thought that she must have been threatened to say such things. This immediately made him realize a very serious matter. Chapter 392. To come or not to come, the Du family's warrior was escorted to the holding cell. Along the way, the Dragon team members were very cautious. Because the opponent was too powerful at the peak of internal strength, they could easily kill them. However, not long after, they discovered something strange. The Du family's warrior was even more cautious than they were. It seemed as if he was extremely worried that the Dragon team would not lock him up. What was going on? The Dragon team members racked their brains, but could only think that it must be because Chen Dong was too powerful, scaring him into submission. Chen Dong and the Dragon team members had already begun discussing how to deal with the Du family's warrior that night. Li Hao said to Chen Dong, "Fortunately, the Du family members were restrained earlier. Otherwise, we would definitely be dead." Their eyes were truly terrifying when they left. Therefore, we can conclude that they will definitely attack us tonight. Zhang Kuei also added, "Now the word is out all over Wilderness City that the Dragon team base was infiltrated and set on fire by foreign warriors last night. It doesn't take a genius to know that these rumors must have been spread by the Du family. Almost everyone in Wilderness City believes it, and tonight, if the Du family takes us all out, the people will definitely believe it was foreign warriors who did it." Chapter 393. There are many ways to die. The Du family members have arrived. Chen Dong said coldly. "Where? I didn't notice." Zhang Kuei asked with a puzzled expression. "If you had noticed, the position of special envoy of the Dragon team should have been given to you." Li Hao mocked from the side. This immediately made Zhang Kuei feel a bit embarrassed. Then, both of them respectfully said to Chen Dong, "Your Excellency, please give the order." Chen Dong coldly said, "Act according to the original plan. At your command." The two immediately left the secret room, outside the base. All the people from the Du family in Wilderness City had arrived. The elder of the Du family stood at the front of the crowd, looking at the Dragon team base that still had signs of burning and showed a puzzled expression. It's so quiet. Not even a guard. He felt a faint sense of unease in his heart. "Du Biao, you take people to seal off the perimeter of the base. Don't let anyone escape." At this moment, the impulsive Du Ming had already given the order. A young man stepped forward and immediately said respectfully, "Yes." Then he took people to seal off the perimeter of the base. The people inside the base would be dealt with by the elder and Du Ming. They just needed to take care of anyone trying to escape from the base. Chapter 394. Easily captured, would Chen Dong let them go? That was clearly impossible. At this moment, Chen Dong was watching the video with the Dragon team members. Earlier, he did not appear, but let the Dragon team members handle it, just to uncover the real purpose of the Du family coming here. At that time, the Du family was so pleased with themselves that they had no defenses, and thus revealed their true purpose for coming here. They even mentioned the incident of impersonating foreign warriors to set fire to the Dragon team base last night. They did not know that Li Hao had secretly arranged for someone to shoot the video. This was evidence of their crime. With this evidence, Chen Dong could execute them openly. Good, good. Chen Dong nodded in approval after watching the video, then looked at the two from the Du family. "Will you surrender willingly, or should I take action myself?" "Your Excellency, we really did not mean to offend. It was just because Du Tao was captured that we lost our minds and did such foolish things. Please spare us." The elder of the Du family was still pleading desperately. Meanwhile, Du Ming's face had already shown a defiant expression. "What bullshit Dragon team, special envoy? Do you dare to fight me?" he suddenly shouted. "If I go all out, you may not be able to stop me." Chapter 395. Underlying Currents Heavens. The Dragon Group is actually going to publicly execute the martial artists of the Du family? Is this news true or false? Of course it's true. The martial artists of the Du family have already been captured. What exactly did they do? Why is the Dragon Group doing this? I heard that they burned down the Dragon Group's base and wanted to kill all the members there. Are they joking? The people who burned the Dragon Group's base were not foreign martial artists. The Du family even helped drive those people away. This is all a performance by the Du family. They pretended to be foreign martial artists and spread rumors to make people truly believe that it was the foreign martial artists who did it. This time, the Dragon Group in the wasteland was really in danger. If it weren't for the timely arrival of the Dragon Group's special envoy, they would have really been wiped out. That Dragon Group special envoy is so powerful that even the Du family's martial artists are no match for him. Haha, how many special envoys does the Dragon Group have? It must be the one who eliminated a family in Jiangzhou. So it's him? He actually came to the wasteland? The Du family has really hit bad luck this time. The Du family's misfortune is all because of their young master. If he hadn't caused trouble, these people wouldn't have come to rescue him, and they wouldn't have ended up with total annihilation. Chapter 396. Chen Dong under scrutiny, let me go. Do you know who I am? If you keep me locked up like this, I'll kill all of you. In the secret prison of the Dragon Group's base in the wasteland, Du Tao started to make a scene again. As a young master of the Du family, he was used to a life of luxury and couldn't adapt to being imprisoned. The guard was extremely annoyed by his shouting and came over to warn him. If you keep this up, we'll kill you too. Du Tao was stunned and curiously asked, what do you mean by that? He still didn't know that the other members of the Du family had already been taken out. The reason they hadn't told him was that it was too cruel, but now it seemed they couldn't keep it from him any longer. The guard sneered. The Du family members have all been killed. If you don't behave, you'll end up like them. What? My Du family members have all been killed? Are you kidding me? Du Tao clearly didn't believe it and shouted again. Do you know that my Du family sent a strong person in the transformation stage this time? Who could kill him? The guard had anticipated that he wouldn't believe it, so he took out a video of the execution of the Du family members. Watching the content of the video, Du Tao finally believed it and shouted, who ordered the killing of them? Chapter 397. A slap that sends him flying. Brother Chen, where have you been these past few days? Why did you suddenly disappear? In the evening, Xiahou Wu found Chen Dong to drink. A few days ago, Chen Dong suddenly went missing, and he was very curious about where Chen Dong had gone. So during this drinking session, he asked Chen Dong again. Chen Dong certainly wouldn't tell him that he was a special envoy of the Dragon Group, and that he had gone to deal with the Du family. He could only smile and say to Xiahou Wu, brother, I had some family matters to attend to a few days ago. Oh. Xiahou Wu nodded and said with a look of regret, you really missed a great show. Chen Dong pretended not to know and asked, what great show? Xiahou Wu said, the people of the Du family were arrogant and were all beheaded by the Dragon Group's special envoy. It was so thrilling. Now, after this warning, the families have all become obedient. Chen Dong laughed. So that's what it was. I heard about it long ago. The killing of those Du family members was indeed well-deserved. They were just too arrogant. Do you remember when we first arrived? We encountered members of their family robbing someone else's suite. Chapter 398. Kneel and apologize. If the Gu family hadn't come to threaten Chen Dong, he would have been happy to play along with them. Just like in the previous duel, they could have fought for over 100 rounds before barely winning. That way, even if the Gu family lost, it wouldn't be too embarrassing. However, they directly threatened Chen Dong, demanding that he only be allowed to lose and not win, and that he had to lose convincingly without letting anyone see that his loss was fake. This was really too much. That's why Chen Dong couldn't stand it and slapped Gu Kong off the stage. Everyone watching this scene was stunned. How could this guy be so strong? That was a young martial artist from the Gu family. His strength was already close to the late stage of internal strength. He had fought for at least 100 rounds against such opponents before. How could he solve it with just one slap this time? Did this kid hide his strength? If so, then his identity is not that simple. Chen Dong's slap that sent Gu Kong flying off the stage was indeed satisfying, but he also exposed his strength. Soon after, he might also expose his identity. It seemed he had a bit of a cost-benefit issue, but this was definitely not possible. When Gu Kong threatened him earlier, he had secretly prepared his phone to record. Chapter 399. Xiahou Wu versus Long Xingwang. Chen Dong felt embarrassed. He felt embarrassed to ask Gu Kong to kneel. If Gu Kong could speak now, he would definitely shout, I have never seen such a shameless person. The spitting blood Gu Kong had already been carried away. At this time, an elder from the Gu family also stood up to apologize to Chen Dong. Little brother, you have to believe that the martial arts competition hosted by the Gu family is absolutely fair and just. Everything just now was Gu Kong acting on his own. The Gu family doesn't want to argue anymore. We will give you 10 million as compensation. What do you think? Good. Chen Dong agreed without a second thought. It would be foolish to turn down money. However, after receiving the money, Chen Dong still smiled and said, I still want to withdraw from the competition. This time, the Gu family elder almost spat out blood from anger. Gu Kong apologized and knelt down. He also came to apologize and offered 10 million as compensation. Chen Dong actually wanted to withdraw from the martial arts competition. What does this mean? Is he deliberately trying to play the Gu family? The elder's face immediately darkened. Little brother, even though the Gu family was in the wrong first, they have also made proper remedies. If you continue like this, it really is a bit too much. Chen Dong smiled. Elder, don't misunderstand. My decision to withdraw from a martial art competition has nothing to do with what just happened. Chapter 400, A Satisfying Revenge Boom. Long Xingwang's palms struck the martial god armor, and the entire arena shook. Xiahou Wu was hit and spat out blood. Everyone thought he was about to lose, but unexpectedly, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. I know that under normal circumstances, I can't possibly defeat you, because my talent is not as good as yours. And the cultivation method I practice is also not as good as yours. Plus, I'm not as ruthless as you. If I want to win against you, I can only exploit your character's weaknesses. What are the character traits of Long Xingwang? Arrogant and self-important, looking down on everyone. He has never regarded Xiahou Wu as a threat. When Xiahou Wu showed signs of defeat, his character became even more pronounced. Therefore, when he unleashed this palm strike, he didn't consider at all what would happen if it couldn't severely injure Xiahou Wu. At this moment, he believed that this palm strike could completely incapacitate Xiahou Wu. He had no idea that over the years, Xiahou Wu had developed an extremely powerful defensive technique. Even if his palm strike hit with full force, it would at most make Xiahou Wu spit blood. To make Xiahou Wu lose his combat ability directly, that was impossible. And without losing his combat ability, the injured Xiahou Wu was ready to counterattack. Chapter 401. Chen Dong is quite remarkable. Thank you, Brother Chen, for the reminder just now. Otherwise, I might have died in the ring. Xiahou Wu walked down from the stage, beaming with pride. After many years, he finally avenged his great grievance. All thanks to Chen Dong. If it hadn't been for Chen Dong's reminder, he definitely wouldn't have reacted in time. The person lying on the ring could have very well been him. Chen Dong smiled lightly. It's just a small matter. No need to be so polite. Xiahou Wu shook his head. To you, it's a small matter. To me, it's a matter of life and death. I must thank you properly. Let's go drink. He pulled Chen Dong along without giving him a chance to refuse and left the place. Everyone watched them leave, still unable to come to their senses. This kid is really impressive. He has offended the Gu family and the Long family. Once he leaves this desolate city, he definitely won't survive. Someone sighed like this. Shi Lu frowned and said to his granddaughter, this kid is not simple. His granddaughter, Shi Ling, shook her head. What's so complicated about it? He's just a reckless man. First, he offends the Gu family, then the Long family. If he has no one to back him, he's really doomed. Shi Lu shook his head. What do you know? Just now, even I didn't react in time, but he was the first to react and reminded Xiahou Wu. That's simply a bit uncanny. Chapter 402, The Long Family's Revenge. Xiahou Wu is taken away. The Long family's people approached with murderous intent, and the passers-by were all scared away. In the restaurant, many customers were frightened away, and even the owner didn't dare to breathe loudly. They walked directly to Chen Dong's table and shouted at Xiahou Wu, you bastard, your attack was too ruthless. Long Xiao is going to be crippled by you. Xiahou Wu's expression was cold as he said, if Long Xingwang had won, my fate would have been even worse. So he deserves it. How dare you say that? I'll cripple you right now. One of the Long family's men was furious and immediately attempted to attack Long Xingwang. However, at that moment, an old man stepped forward and blocked him. This is not the place to fight, the old man said coldly. Turning to Xiahou Wu, he sneered. Come with us. Grandpa doesn't have time. Xiahou Wu directly refused. The old man placed a hand on his shoulder, and suddenly a terrifying force surged in. Xiahou Wu's shoulder immediately made cracking sounds. Although he was very strong and a leader among the younger generation, he was still completely outmatched by the older generation of martial artists. The old man coldly smiled again. Come with us. Xiahou Wu felt his whole body go numb, unable to move, and could only allow the old man to take him away from there. Chapter 403. The Gu family's conspiracy. Don't worry, I won't do anything stupid. Chen Dong smiled. This is my phone number. If you run into trouble, just call me. Ling gave her phone number to Chen Dong. Chen Dong looked at her, feeling a bit touched. Thank you, he said lightly and turned to leave. Watching his back, Ling still felt uneasy and immediately followed him out. However, Chen Dong suddenly disappeared. What's going on? Ling was filled with questions. The strength Chen Dong displayed now was only the late stage of internal energy. Ling's strength was at the peak of internal energy. Now, the peak internal energy Ling couldn't catch up with the late internal energy Chen Dong. No matter how you looked at it, this was full of mystery. Grandpa said he was quite remarkable, and it turned out to be true. Ling thought to herself. She needed to hurry back and tell her grandfather what had happened here. The Shi family was very low-key, living in a small hotel. The public facilities in the desolate city were too backward. In some places, the streetlights didn't even work. Generally, people would feel fearful walking in such darkness. Ling, as a martial artist, would not be afraid. But at this moment, she didn't know why. Her heart suddenly tightened. Chapter 404, Scolding and Intimidation Greetings, Special Envoy. The Long family members all knelt on the ground, respectfully bowing to Chen Dong. Chen Dong looked at them with a cold expression, a murderous aura rising, and asked in a cold voice, "Who was just insulting me?" One of the Long family members immediately panicked and shouted, "Special Envoy, I didn't know it was you. That's why I spoke disrespectfully. Please forgive me." Upon hearing this, Chen Dong directly laughed. If it were an ordinary martial artist who insulted you without knowing your identity and then apologized like this, would you forgive him? Chen Dong asked with a smile. The Long family member who insulted Chen Dong instantly turned pale. No need to ask, the Long family would definitely not forgive. Therefore, Chen Dong would not forgive the person from the Long family either. Slap, slap. The Long family member immediately began to slap himself, his hands flying like they were free of charge against his own face. Soon, his entire cheek was swollen. After a while, blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. In the end, even his teeth were knocked out. He still didn't dare to stop, because if he stopped, he might lose his life. Finally, after he knocked out 5 or 6 teeth, Chen Dong coldly said a word. Chapter 405, The Consequences of Not Giving Face. Elder, look. Someone from the Long family pointed in a direction. The elder of the Long family immediately saw a towering figure. He was wearing a dragon mask, and under the moonlight, he exuded an extraordinary aura. It was none other than the Long group's special envoy. He really appeared here. However, the Long family elder had no perception of it all. The gap in strength between the two was indeed that great. A hint of fear arose in the Long family elder's heart. The Long family members told the Long family elder everything that had just happened, then anxiously shouted, "Elder, let's hurry and leave here. Otherwise, if the special envoy gets angry, we won't be able to leave." The Long family elder immediately frowned. Leave? He clearly felt a bit unwilling. Even if it was the Long group's special envoy, they shouldn't be able to leave so easily, right? Otherwise, where would the Long family's face go? Therefore, he walked towards Chen Dong with a smile and said, "Greetings, special envoy." Chen Dong looked at him with a cold expression and inquired, "Do you have any other business?" The elder of the Long family chuckled coldly and said, "The envoy does not know. This person injured the martial artist of my Long family. We want to take him away to set an example. So I hope the envoy can make it convenient for us." Chapter 406, Taken away by the Gu family. Brother Chun, stop talking. Xiao Wu came over to stop Chen Dong. Although these Long family members were intimidated by the envoy of the Long group and dared not act recklessly, if Chen Dong's words pushed them too far and they attacked him, it would be a disaster. "Brother, are you okay?" Chen Dong walked over, curious, and asked, "Did you do this to the Long family people?" Xiao Wu shook his head with a bitter smile. "How could I have that ability?" Chen Dong immediately asked curiously, "If it wasn't you, then who is it? Did they do this to themselves?" The Long family members nearly spat blood in anger upon hearing this. If Chen Dong couldn't speak properly, he should just shut his mouth. How can anyone break their own hands? Isn't that a problem with their brain? All the Long family members looked at Chen Dong with angry faces. Some were on the verge of losing control and wanted to make a move. But when they turned to see their elder's miserable appearance, they instantly lost their temper. It was the envoy of the Long group who saved me. Xiao Wu told Chen Dong what had just happened. "Brother, you are really lucky. I didn't expect to encounter the envoy of the Long group here." Chen Dong sighed with a smile. Chapter 407, The plan to kill the envoy of the Long group. My second uncle is here. My third uncle is here. I am saved. This is really great. The young martial artists of the major families shouted excitedly. The older martial artists from their families had come to kill, and the Gu family members would not escape death. At that moment, a figure descended from the sky, blocking those people. What do you want? The figure shouted loudly. If you dare to take another step forward, I will kill all the young martial artists from your family. Immediately, the elder martial artists who rushed up stopped in their tracks. Gu Tong, what do you want to do? If you dare to touch my family members, I will definitely tear your Gu family to pieces. Let my people go right now. The person blocking them was none other than Gu Tong, the head of the Gu family. Everyone, please remain calm. The Gu family truly has no ill intentions. We invited everyone here in this way to discuss something. Gu Tong added, What is it? The elder martial artists of the major families asked anxiously. First, they captured their young martial artists, then lured them here, only to say they had no ill intentions. Just to discuss something? Even a 3-year-old child wouldn't believe what Gu Tong said. The younger generation of martial artists also became curious. Was the Gu family finally going to reveal the true reason? Even Chen Dong perked up his ears. Chapter 408. The trump card that can kill Chen Dong once someone starts, it will be easier to handle. As the Long family expressed their intent to kill Chen Dong, other families also began to voice their support. In an instant, the air was filled with curses. It seemed that the envoy of the Long group had truly earned the wrath of the heavens. The Gu family members, seeing this scene, naturally wore smiles on their faces. However, what they could never have imagined was that the envoy of the Long group they were plotting against, Chen Dong, was also here listening closely to all their plans. At this moment, the expression on Chen Dong's face was truly indescribable. He couldn't believe that the Gu family members were so bold, plotting such a scheme against him. If he hadn't heard it with his own ears, he would have certainly scolded others for spreading rumors. Now, he really wanted to rush up and take down the Gu family members. Then shout loudly, Who dares to come and kill me? Chen Dong. He could guarantee that the members of the major families would immediately calm down. They wouldn't follow the Gu family into making foolish moves. However, he did not do so. The reason was simple. First, he could not expose his identity. Second, since the Gu family dared to plot such a scheme to kill him, they must have some kind of backing. But what could their backing be? Chapter 409. Instant kill of Zhao Su Gu Tong. Who are these people? Someone asked in shock. The few people standing beside Gu Tong were all very powerful. Among them, one had already reached the peak of the transformation stage. It was he who had just used his aura to suppress everyone, causing fear to surge in their hearts. So now everyone present was curious about their identities. Ha ha ha. Gu Tong laughed and said to everyone, To be honest, they're the helpers I invited. With them, plus so many of us. Can we not kill that damned envoy of the Long group? Everyone was shocked upon hearing this. Gu Tong, where did you find so many experts? They don't seem like martial artists from domestic families. Gu Tong, stop playing dumb and quickly reveal their identities. Hearing these urging words, Gu Tong completely stopped hiding and informed everyone, All right, let you all know who they really are. Have you heard of the Dark Knight organization from overseas? They're all top experts from the Dark Knight organization. What? Gu Tong, you actually colluded with the people from the Dark Knight organization? Are you crazy? Someone immediately shouted in anger after hearing what Gu Tong said. Chapter 410. The envoy of the Long group is Chen Dong. What happened? It seems someone is fighting. Who is it? The battle between Chen Dong and Zhao Su was very short. It almost ended the moment the lights came on. However, the surrounding people were experts, so they still noticed. They quickly looked towards the place where the sound of battle came from and instantly saw an unbelievable scene. Among the Gu family's group of martial artists, there was suddenly an additional person. He was tall, wearing a dragon-shaped mask, and was holding someone in his hand. When they saw who the person was, everyone was stunned again because it was none other than the previously arrogant elder of the Dark Knight organization, Zhao Su. Zhao Su actually had the strength of the peak of the transformation stage. How could he be captured? He was not simply captured. His neck had already been broken. Who was this person who broke his neck? He wore a dragon-shaped mask. Could it be that he was the envoy of the Long group? In an instant, everyone present fell into panic. Clearly, they had never expected the envoy of the Long group to suddenly appear here. Even less did they expect the envoy's strength to be so terrifying. Just a few seconds had passed from the moment the lights shattered to when they were turned back on. Chapter 411. The ancestor of the Gu family. How could Chen Dong know what level the opponent was at? The reason was simple. If it was the transformation stage, he could directly kill him. and if it was the Qi gathering stage, he would be injured. If the opponent merely repelled him, then it must be that the opponent was only at the half-step Qi gathering stage. But who was this person? Just as Chen Dong was confused, a member of the Gu family suddenly shouted loudly, "Bow to the ancestor." The old man turned out to be the ancestor of the Gu family? Chen Dong was slightly taken aback. The Gu family had gone to great lengths to kill him. First, they colluded with the Dark Knight organization, then attempted to control major families, and finally, they even brought their family's ancestor into the fray. The Gu family had calculated everything, but they never anticipated that Chen Dong would be personally brought here by them and hear all their plans. This ancestor of the Gu family was clearly their last trump card and their most powerful one. He wouldn't reveal himself easily. He would only appear when the Gu family united with others to besiege Chen Dong. This inadvertently gave Chen Dong an opportunity. Chen Dong had already taken out another trump card, the elder Zhao Su from the Dark Knight organization, which was why he appeared. It was evident that he was now at his wit's end. Of course, he didn't know this yet and was still fiercely taunting Chen Dong. What nonsense, Dragon Group envoy. In my eyes, you are not even worth a fart. Chapter 412. The destruction of the Gu family. The reason was simple. Chen Dong was fishing. If he defeated the ancestor of the Gu family right away, wouldn't everyone else just run away? So, Chen Dong could only pretend to be at a disadvantage to lure the Gu family and the Dark Knight organization to attack him. This way, he could take advantage of the situation to catch them all in one net. You little bastard, die. The first to rush over was the head of the Gu family, Gu Tong. He wielded a long knife and slashed directly at Chen Dong's head. At this moment, Chen Dong was still engaged in battle with the ancestor of the Gu family and couldn't react at all. If nothing unexpected happened, his head would be split in half in an instant. But just then, an unexpected event occurred. Chen Dong suddenly exerted force, and the ancestor of the Gu family, who was battling him, was immediately shaken back. The expression on the ancestor's face changed to one of surprise. From the beginning until now, he had been continuously pushing Chen Dong back. How could Chen Dong suddenly unleash such terrifying power that actually pushed him back? Just at that moment of confusion, something that infuriated him happened. Chen Dong seized the moment and turned to slash at Gu Tong, the head of the Gu family. Chapter 413. Reward in the billions of Li. Chen Dong shouted, but no one dared to lift their heads. The reason was simple. These people had colluded with the Gu family, and now they definitely needed to ask for Chen Dong's forgiveness. Envoy, we were just misled by the Gu family and almost colluded with them against you. Please forgive us. Chen Dong smiled faintly and said, but you didn't ultimately collude, did you? I'm glad you were able to hold your ground. Therefore, I want to hold it against you. After hearing this, the members of the major families let out a sigh of relief. They didn't expect that Chen Dong actually had good news to share with them. Not only will I not hold it against you, but I will also reward you, because if it weren't for your intervention, the Gu family would have certainly escaped with many warriors. These people would pose a serious threat to the order of Dragon Country. Therefore, you all have contributed. Everyone present was stunned. Envoy, are you joking? You really want to reward us? Someone asked in shock. Chen Dong nodded. They immediately gasped in disbelief, because they truly could not believe that all of this was real. Just moments ago, their only hope was that Chen Dong would not pursue the matter of their collusion with the Gu family. Chapter 414. Gu Xiao Shiling stared wide-eyed at Chen Dong, her face showing disbelief. Are you joking with me? Or are you serious? She curiously asked. Chen Dong smiled. Guess. Before Shiling could guess, he had already turned and left. In a daze, he disappeared from her sight. Shiling wanted to chase after him, but he had already vanished. Who on earth is he? Shiling stood there, like a statue, deep in thought. What are you thinking? A voice suddenly came from behind, startling her. Grandpa. She turned around to see her grandfather. She immediately told him what had just happened. Do you still think he is an ordinary warrior? Shiling's grandfather asked with a smile. Shiling immediately fell silent. She didn't know how to respond. After a while, she once again voiced her inner speculation. Grandpa. He can't really be the envoy of the Dragon Group, can he? Her grandfather turned his head, gazing at the bright moon in the sky, and said in a deep voice, regardless of whether he is or not, don't make wild guesses, lest it brings disaster to the family. Understand. Shiling nodded. Chapter 415. Chen Dong is so arrogant. Guyu had long set his sights on Wang Xiao, just because the Wang family collaborated with the Dongshin Group, which was a pillar for the Wang family, made him cautious. Otherwise, he might have directly attacked Wang Xiao. He He always like this. Back then, he was very low-key. It was only because the previous young master of the Gu family, Gu Yu, was crippled by Chen Dong, and he suddenly became the young master of the Gu family, that his heart swelled, making him so arrogant. Seeing Wang Xiu sitting with another man, he was instantly furious. He pointed at Chen Dong and shouted, "Go grab that man over here. I want him to regret being born into this world." Yes. Immediately, two burly henchmen walked toward Chen Dong. The onlookers all cast gloating looks at Chen Dong. They were all thinking, this kid is finished. He has messed with Gu Xiao's woman, and no one can save him now. Didn't he checked the details before pursuing Wang Xiu? Now that trouble has come, it's too late to regret. The last person who offended Gu Xiao is still in a hospital, right? This guy is just in time to keep him company. Chapter 416. Playing dumb? Shocked. Everyone in the cafeteria was in dead silence. Did I just see it wrong? Did he really slap Gu Xiao? What kind of joke is this? Does he know the consequences of hitting Gu Xiao? This guy is doomed. No one can save him. Just as everyone was discussing in shock, Gu Xiao was also holding his face, looking at Chen Dong in disbelief and shouting, "You dare hit me? Do you know who I am?" Slap. Chen Dong raised his hand and slapped him again. "Who the hell are you? So arrogant? I'm hitting you, so what?" Chen Dong asked, raising his hand again and slapping Gu Xiao hard on the face. Slap. Gu Hao had already received 3 slaps in a row. His face was already swollen. He reached out to cover his face, looking at Chen Dong with an expression of disbelief. How could someone dare to hit him like this? Wasn't that too arrogant? Didn't they understand how powerful his identity was? "I am Gu Hao. Have you heard of the Gu family?" Even first-class families in the imperial capital would have to lower their heads in front of the Gu family. And yet this guy dared to hit me? He almost mentioned that his family had been a prestigious family for hundreds of years. However, he certainly couldn't say that, because his family was about to do something significant and needed to keep a low profile. Chapter 417. Charges reporting to the elder, the 4 great families of Zhao, Qian. "Son, and we have come to seek an audience." A black-clad butler walked into the luxurious villa of the Gu family and said to an old man sitting on the sofa, "Let them wait a moment." The elder replied coldly, "Yes." The black-clad butler immediately left the hall. Those 4 great families are subordinate families of the Gu family. Although they are subordinate families, they're all first-class families. The reason this elder of the Gu family called them was to help Gu Hao take revenge. Originally, with the strength of the Gu family, there was no need for those people to take action. It was just that the Gu family's masters had all gone to the wild city to do something significant. Hence, they had to ask for their help. But why didn't this elder of the Gu family meet them immediately? The reason was simple. He was still hesitating. He turned to Gu Hao, who was sitting on the sofa beside him, and advised, "The Wang family's backing is the Dongshen group, which is very mysterious and powerful. The family head instructed before leaving to keep a low profile during this period. So, it's better to reconsider taking action against the Wang family." Upon hearing this, Gu Hao immediately showed a dissatisfied expression. "Sixth uncle, look at my face, it's swollen like this. Do you know who did it? That wild man of Wang Xiu." Chapter 418. Execution. The elder of the Gu family is indeed quite sinister. The Gu family's conspiracy to betray the country has been exposed. The entire clan will be executed. And he is no exception, but he is unwilling, so he is still thinking of struggling to the last breath. The people around still do not know what has happened. This can be used by him. Therefore, he lied to the people around him, saying that Chen Dong's identity as a special envoy was fake. Chen Dong even killed his son. What would the people around think upon hearing these 2 pieces of information? Impersonating a special envoy of the Dragon Group is looking for death. Killing him could earn merit with the Dragon Group. At the same time, helping the elder of the Gu family take revenge for his son would also bring benefits within the Gu family. So, who could resist such 2 benefits laid out before them? Thus, they rushed toward Chen Dong. Chen Dong looked at these foolish people and did not make any arguments because those who colluded with the Gu family also had to be executed. Otherwise, it would not deter those families in Longwo with ulterior motives. So, Chen Dong acted without hesitation. Swish! He drew the longing soft sword wrapped around his waist. And immediately a silver-white ribbon appeared in the air. In an instant, the few people at the front were bisected by the sword energy. Chapter 419. The old monster of the Gu family. What happened? Gu Hao, who was lying on the sofa dreaming sweetly, suddenly saw the elder of the Gu family rush in from outside, looking panicked and terrified. He immediately asked curiously, Sixth uncle, why is it so chaotic outside? The elder rushed over, grabbed him, and shouted, "Run." Sixth uncle, what exactly happened? Gu Hao still looked puzzled. This was the first time he had seen his sixth uncle so flustered. The people from the dragon group are attacking. The elder explained, the family's conspiracy has been exposed, and if we don't run now, it will be too late. Gu Hao looked astonished. What conspiracy does the family have? The elder did not explain much to him, but took him into a secret passage. Gu Hao's face immediately showed astonishment again. Sixth uncle, I've been in the Gu family for so many years. Why didn't I know we had such a secret passage? The elder sneered. There are many things you don't know. No matter what you see later, do not speak. Okay, sixth uncle. Although Gu Hao was a playboy and not very useful, he knew that the situation was very urgent now. Whether he could survive depended entirely on his sixth uncle. Chapter 420. Battle with the ancestor of the Gu family, Chen Dong exerted all his strength and finally broke free. He did not hesitate for a moment and immediately turned to run. Seeing this scene, Gu Hao panicked. Ancestor, he ran away. Quickly, kill him. Shut up. A cold shout suddenly rang out beside him. The ancestor has his own measure. You are not allowed to speak more. Good. Gu Hao quickly nodded. He has now realized the situation. The Gu family might really be finished. This young master of the Gu family would no longer amount to anything. So from now on, he would have to behave himself like before. You little beast, you actually managed to escape? This is truly beyond my expectations. In the darkness, the voice of the ancestor of the Gu family sounded surprised. Although he did not directly attack Chen Dong, the distance was far enough, but after all, it was an attack at the level of the Gongqi realm. Those below the Gongqi realm could not resist at all, yet Chen Dong managed to escape successfully. This was truly shocking and surprising. You too, hurry up and go abroad. In the darkness, the ancestor of the Gu family solemnly told Gu Hao and the other two, Ancestor, with your Gongqi realm cultivation, can't you make the dragon group compromise? The elder of the Gu family asked in surprise. Chapter 421. Set up. Trapped. Guanshan Hai, if the ancestor of the Gu family could still take action, he would definitely not sit idly by while Gu Hao and the others were taken down by Chen Dong. But now, since he did not take action, it indicated that he had really reached his limit and could not act anymore. Then Chen Dong could go in and take him down. Chen Dong found a flashlight and entered the darkness of the underground space. He was also curious about why the ancestor of the Gu family could not leave this place. Soon, he reached the end, and under the smooth stone wall, he saw an incredibly terrifying scene. A skin and bones person, like a dry corpse, was sitting cross-legged on a piece of snow-white jade. He looked at Chen Dong with hollow eyes, his gaze like ghost fire, flickering with eerie light. Even though Chen Dong had reached the peak of the transformation realm and believed he had seen many big scenes, seeing this scene still sent a chill from his feet straight to the top of his head, making him unable to help but shiver. Old fossil, are you human or ghost? Chen Dong asked. You little beast, I have been wise throughout my life, but I never expected to fall into your hands. The dry corpse spoke, cursing Chen Dong through gritted teeth. However, as soon as he finished speaking, he gasped violently. Chapter 422. Chen Dong slays the ancestor of the Gu family. Guanshan Hai said coldly. There are no silver needles here. How can I use silver needles to seal the acupoints? The ancestor of the Gu family sneered. Using qi instead of needles. With your strength, you can easily do it. All right. Guanshan Hai no longer hesitated. For Chen Dong's life, he condensed his qi into needle-like forms and pierced them into the major acupoints in his body. In an instant, he collapsed to the ground, unable to move. The ancestor of the Gu family was not at ease and threw an iron chain over to test him. Guanshan Hai immediately showed an expression of dissatisfaction. I'm not as sinister as you. You should hurry and escape. Otherwise, when I recover, I will definitely kill you. Ha ha. The ancestor of the Gu family revealed a mad smile. Kill me? Do you think that's possible? Now you have fallen into my hands. It should be me who kills you. He shook the iron chain, ready to smash Guanshan Hai to death. Guanshan Hai immediately shouted angrily. Why are you not keeping your word? You promised to just escape. Why do you still want to kill me? Ha ha. The ancestor of the Gu family continued to laugh crazily. You are really a fool. Since you already guessed it earlier, I wouldn't let you go. How could you still follow what I said? Is there anyone more foolish than you in this world? Chapter 423. The origin of the natural array. The underground cave was also a large space, dimly lit. Chen Dong saw countless corpses bound by iron chains hanging in the air. A cold breath hit him, and he shivered, curiously asking Guan Shanhai, "Elder, what is going on with these corpses?" Guan Shanhai replied, "The ancestor of the Gu family is nearing his end. Even if he stays in the eye of the array, he cannot continue to live. So, he captured these people to suck their blood essence to prolong his life." Chen Dong nodded. "I understand. They had captured too many people, which must have attracted the attention of the Dragon Team. The Dragon Team would eventually trace it back to them, and at that time, they would definitely face destruction. That is why they dared to cooperate with the Foreign Night Organization." Guan Shanhai looked at Chen Dong in surprise. These secrets were what he planned to tell Chen Dong next. Who would have thought that Chen Dong would guess them himself? His IQ and reasoning ability were quite impressive. Previously, Chen Dong was curious why the Gu family, which was doing well, would collaborate with foreign organizations. They were a family with a legacy of hundreds of years, and even with the Dragon Team's regulations, they could still live quite comfortably. Chapter 424. The legendary beings the Dragon Team had 3 warriors at the Qi realm. In order to eliminate the Night Organization, one of them participated in the battle. In addition, there were also 10 Transformation Realm warriors and over 100 internal and external energy warriors. This powerful force could destroy 99 of the countries in the world. Eliminating the Night Organization was as easy as pie. However, as soon as Chen Dong and Guan Shanhai returned to the Dragon Team base, they received unfortunate news. The troops sent to eliminate the Night Organization were completely wiped out. How could this be? Chen Dong and Guan Shanhai shouted in astonishment. Even if the Night Organization has the support of the ugly country, even if the ugly country got the news in advance and sent all their experts to support the Night Organization, it's impossible for our people to be completely wiped out. Therefore, there must be a problem here. Tang Huju shook his head. "Old Guan, don't think about it. There is no problem here." This is the video sent back by Old Dao before he died. Old Dao is the 3rd strong one of the Dragon Team at the Qi realm. If even he is dead, then it means that the Dragon Team's personnel really were completely wiped out. But still, the question remained, how could this be? The Dragon Team sent such a powerful force. Even if the so-called first strong country, the ugly country, sent all their experts, it was impossible for them to be completely wiped out. Chapter 425. The choice of the Du family. A day later, the news of the Dragon Team's troops being completely wiped out spread. All major families were already aware of it. The Dragon Team did not intend to hide this matter, as it was impossible to conceal. It was too sensational. At the same time, the threatening invitation letter written by Chen Dong was also delivered to the hands of each major family. Although this method was good and could quickly let the Dragon Team know the positions of the major families, there was still a very tricky problem. That is, if there are too many families standing on the opposite side of the Dragon Team, truly wanting to eliminate all those families will inevitably cause turmoil in the order of Long Country. The consequences at that time would be unimaginable. Therefore, Tang Huju, Guan Shanhai, and the others were all in a headache. Things are man-made. Long Country has stood for thousands of years. What storms have they not experienced? What is meant to come will come. Being anxious is of no use. Everyone should go back and prepare well, so they don't really panic at that time. In the end, Tang Huju comforted everyone like this. The people of the Dragon Team then left one after another to prepare. Chen Dong, stay for a moment. Just as Chen Dong was about to leave, Tang Huju called out to him. Elder, is there something else? Chen Dong asked. Chapter 426. The Mad Komodo Shiro. After the 3 ancestors of the Du family were invited out, Du Pan immediately felt confident. He took a group of experts from the Du family to meet those uninvited guests. However, when he arrived there and saw those people, he was directly stunned. He thought they were from the Dragon Team, but to his surprise, they were not at all. These uninvited guests who came to stir trouble were all wearing long robes printed with cherry blossoms, and they had slightly curved long knives hanging at their waists. This outfit was unique to the warriors of the Wokaku. They were actually all from Wokaku. Upon closer inspection, Du Pan was shocked again. Komodo Shiro. How could it be you? The leader of this group of uninvited guests was none other than Komodo Shiro, the 2nd son of the Komodo family. He had a goatee, was about 30 years old, short and plump, with a face full of flesh. He looked at Du Pan and smiled. Du family head, it's been 5 years. I hope you've been well. Du Pan exclaimed in shock. How did you appear here? How did you enter Long Country? Not only Du Pan, but the other members of the Du family were also astonished. It was extremely difficult for foreign warriors to enter Long Country. Yet now, a group from the Komodo family not only entered Long Country, but also came to the Du family in the imperial capital. Chapter 427. Chen Dong goes missing. Komodo Shiro revealed all the plans, and the Du family brothers were truly shocked. Because the plan was too insane. Wokaku actually sent 70 of its experts to infiltrate Long Country to seek cooperation with the Du family. This powerful force could destroy the Du family in an instant. Moreover, allying with the Du family, given the current situation, even the Dragon team could not eliminate them in a short time. Other families witnessing this scene would surely follow suit. At that time, if all families formed an alliance, the threat of the Dragon team to them would absolutely vanish. The Dragon team would then be left helpless, simply watching these families grow stronger. In the future, Long Country would be ruled by the families of warriors. The two brothers of the Du family suddenly became excited as they thought deeper, especially Du Pan, who blurted out, "If what you said is true, the Du family can cooperate with you. That's great." A smile appeared on Gong Ben's face. His plan was about to succeed. If he handled this matter well, he could truly gain the right of inheritance in the Gong family. It's important to know that in the country of Wachikan, the hierarchy is strict. Even if the eldest son is alive, the second son has no inheritance rights, even if he is an idiot. Chapter 428. The girl in distress. Chen Dong is undoubtedly one of the top experts in the Dragon Kingdom right now. However, he still felt he wasn't strong enough, because he currently could not cope with the crisis posed by foreign martial artists. Especially after the Dragon Group's army sent to eliminate the Dark Knight organization was completely wiped out, and the appearance of legendary creatures made Chen Dong's sense of crisis even stronger. Therefore, Chen Dong must quickly improve his strength. Otherwise, when foreign martial artists come to kill him, he would only have one way to die. Chen Dong sought help from the system. He asked the system in his mind, "System, is there any way for me to break through immediately?" The system replied in his mind, "Host, there is no quick way to start from the transformation stage." Chen Dong already knew this. Below the transformation stage, there are quick methods. As long as a certain amount of sincerity value is given, Chen Dong can break through directly. However, when it comes to the transformation stage, Chen Dong must practice on his own. Although his intelligence and comprehension were greatly enhanced by the system, combined with the system's other assistants, he could cultivate very quickly. At most, within a year and a half, Chen Dong would definitely be able to enter the Essence Chi realm. However, for him now, that was still too slow. Chapter 429. Saving people. Two muscular men grabbed the girl's arms and dragged her towards the van. The girl, feeling desperate and helpless, shouted, "Help me, help me." Upon seeing this, people around immediately shouted angrily, "What are you doing? Let her go now. Don't meddle, or I'll kill you." One of the muscular men took out an electric baton, turned it on, and it immediately crackled with electricity, making people feel a bit of a chill. The few people were immediately scared into silence. The Dragon Group members clenched their fists at this scene. They wanted to rush in to save the girl, but they had a mission and couldn't leave. Once they acted, they could be exposed. So now, they had no idea what to do. Seeing the girl about to be pulled into the van, the muscular man threatened, "If you don't behave, I'll zap you." The girl was so scared she didn't dare to speak anymore, tears streaming down her face like beads on a broken string. Sigh. The world is really going downhill. This is the imperial capital. How dare these people kidnap an innocent girl in broad daylight? People around lamented, just as the girl was about to be dragged into the van. Chapter 430. Take me to see Su-san found it. A Dragon Group member respectfully handed a mobile phone to Chen Dong. The information about the third master was now all on the phone. After Chen Dong opened it and read it, a look of confusion appeared on his face. Su-san used to be involved in underground gambling. How did he suddenly start kidnapping girls for that kind of business? The Dragon Group member respectfully replied, "I don't know, but I can be sure that he only started this business in the past few days. Otherwise, there wouldn't be a blank space regarding this aspect in his information." Chen Dong nodded. No matter when he started this business, he must be eliminated. The Dragon Group members immediately expressed their excitement. "We are willing to follow the special envoy to eliminate Su-san's criminal gang." Chen Dong shook his head. "You have a more important task, which is to continue monitoring the Du family." Understood. Everyone looked a bit disappointed. Monitoring the Du family was obviously a very boring task. That's why they wanted to follow Chen Dong. They all admired Chen Dong, because Chen Dong was really too powerful. No matter where he went, whether it was Jiangzhou or the Wasteland City, he would stir up a storm. Chapter 431. Easily resolving hundreds of people. Chen Dong's sharp gaze even through the screen, made Susan feel a bit of fear. However, Susan quickly calmed down. The reason was simple. Chen Dong was alone. Meanwhile, he could easily summon 100 or 80 people here, because this was his base. Biaozi, call all the brothers, and treat him well. Susan coldly issued the order. The muscular man immediately responded, yes, third master. Chen Dong quietly waited on the sofa in the first floor hall. The people next to him were all curiously looking at him. Who is this guy? He seems to have quite the background. Is he here to play a few rounds? He is someone Biaozi personally brought back. I just saw Biaozi treat him with great respect. Could he be a big client? We should serve him well. Someone immediately brought a cup of tea to Chen Dong, smiling. Sir, please have some tea. Thank you. Chen Dong took the tea and leisurely took a sip. The person next to him flattered. Sir, what do you like to play? I can take you. Chen Dong Dao. No need. The person's expression immediately froze. Chapter 432. The mastermind behind Who Is It? Susan looked surprised at the door as a person wearing a dragon mask walked in, and in an instant, he was shocked again. Why you? How did you come here? He turned to Biaozi and angrily asked, You useless fool. Didn't you handle him? Third master. He is too powerful. My brothers are no match for him. Biaozi said helplessly. Powerful my ass. I have over 100 people. Susan started to roar again. He couldn't believe that his 100 or so little brothers were taken down by Chen Dong alone. Unless Chen Dong is... He didn't know about the existence of martial artists. He only knew that there are some people who are extremely powerful. Because he had encountered them before, yes, it was the people from the Du family. At that time, when the Du family had just settled in this area, he led dozens of little brothers to extort them. But unexpectedly, only one person from the Du family made a move and took down all of his dozens of people. Since then, he believed that there are indeed people in this world who are more powerful than those in movies. If Chen Dong could do that too, it would mean he is of the same caliber as the Du family. Such people are clearly not something Susan could provoke, so Susan's attitude immediately changed. Chapter 433. Chen Dong was also startled. Susan, what the hell are you playing at? Du Xiao brought people and directly stormed into Susan's office on the top floor, angrily questioning Susan. However, just after asking this question, Du Xiao's expression changed again. Because he saw Susan's face twisted from being hit, he immediately asked in confusion, What happened to your face? Susan didn't speak, but turned his head to look in a direction. There, a person wearing a dragon-shaped mask was leisurely tasting red wine. The moment they saw him, Du Xiao and the other two warriors from the Du family were instantly dumbfounded. Dragon-shaped mask, Dragon Group's envoy? They were all terrified and stepped back in fear. How could the Dragon Group's envoy be here? Susan, you bastard, you set us up? The three of them were still quite self-aware. In Jiangzhou, the Dragon Group's envoy had wiped out a family called the Zhao family. In the wilderness city, the Dragon Group's envoy had killed all the warriors the Du family sent there. They also exterminated the Gu family and the warriors from the Dark Knight organization who infiltrated Longhua. Such a formidable record could be etched in history books throughout the ages. And the three of them had just barely entered the internal strength stage. Confronting Chen Dong directly would only lead to death. Chapter 434. Chen Dong's plan. This person was a small leader under Susan. He followed Susan's orders to capture some female students. He had already succeeded in catching several, and at this moment, he returned to show off and take credit. Little did he know that in the office, he saw the most terrifying scene of his life. Two bloodied people were kneeling on the ground, with a large pool of blood nearby, as if left by a person who had exploded. His boss, Susan, was also slumped on the ground not far away, not daring to breathe. After a long time, he finally came to his senses and asked in panic, Third Master, what exactly happened here? Kneel down. Susan only replied with two simple words. He was instantly at a loss. Third Master, who should I kneel to? The man asked in confusion. Susan, not knowing where he got the courage, actually stood up from the ground, walked to this person, and slapped him hard across the face. Don't you have any sense? Who's still sitting at a time like this? Of course you should kneel. Susan cursed angrily. The man touched his head, still confused. Third Master, who exactly is he? Slap. Susan slapped him hard across the face again. Chapter 435. Duma's persuasion: how to capture Susan and the Du family's people without letting the Du family suspect that the Dragon Group has already targeted them. Ordinary people really wouldn't think of a win-win solution. Chen Dong easily thought of it. His method was quite simple. He would have Du Xiao call back to the Du family, telling them that a girl was missing, and the dragon group had already suspected Susan. To avoid exposing the Du family, they took the initiative to capture Susan and then release those girls. This way, when the dragon group arrived, they would naturally become the heroes who saved those girls. The dragon group would commend them. The Du family would also leave a good impression on the dragon group. In this way, the dragon group would never suspect that the Du family had actually colluded with foreign warriors. The Du family could then rest easy. However, although this was good news, it posed another dilemma for the Du family. That is, the warriors from the Wokoku would definitely not let it go if they didn't capture girls for them to play with. At that time, they would definitely target the women of the Du family. What should the Du family do then? Turn against them? Obviously not. Once they acted, they would likely expose themselves. Chapter 436. The crossbow drawn when they arrived there. They saw an incredibly horrifying scene. Their companion Inuyasha was hanging upside down from a tree, already castrated, blood flowing down and dyeing his upper body red. They immediately rushed over, angrily asking, Inuyasha-kan, who did this? Inuyasha-kan had already fainted, and they shook him hard, finally waking him up. The Du family's Inuyasha-kan weakly said, What? Du family people? Why did they do this to you? The warriors from Wokoku angrily asked. Because a few days ago, I teased a woman from their family. Inuyasha-kan weakly replied, Baka, didn't you fail to succeed? You even apologized at the time. And the head of the Du family said he wouldn't pursue it. How could they secretly send someone to castrate you? This is too much. We must seek justice from the head of the Du family. The warriors from Wokoku angrily shouted. They lowered Inuyasha-kan, found a wooden board, and carried him to seek accountability from the head of the Du family. At this time, the head of the Du family, Dupan, and his brother Duma were in a secret room discussing important matters with the leader of the Wokoku operation, Miyamoto Ko. Chapter 437. Adding Fuel to the Fire Ko. What happened? A silver-haired old man asked Miyamoto Ko. Grandpa, Inuyasha-kan was castrated by a warrior from the Du family, and I'm helping him seek justice. Miyamoto Ko replied. The silver-haired old man's face instantly changed. Useless. He raised his hand and slapped Miyamoto Ko hard across the face. Hey! Miyamoto Ko shouted, bending down and lowering his head, not daring to offer any defense. Because he was the leader and Wokoku's warriors had followed him to the Du family, yet someone had been castrated. If this got back to Wokoku, they would all become a laughingstock. So from this perspective, he was indeed too useless. After scolding Miyamoto Ko, the silver-haired old man immediately turned his gloomy face to an elder from the Du family. Dujin, you need to give me an explanation. The elder's name was Dujin, and he was Dupan's grandfather. He had already inquired about the general circumstances of the matter from Dupan. Hearing the silver-haired old man's questioning, he immediately coldly said, This cannot all be blamed on the warriors of the Du family. If he hadn't behaved improperly before, harassing the women of my Du family, how could he have ended up like this? Upon hearing this response, the warriors from Wokoku were all enraged. Chapter 438. Exposing identities. There are so many people in the Du family. It's normal that the second master hasn't seen me. That person smiled. The Du family indeed has many people, but there are only a few around the ancestor. So who exactly are you? Duma glared at that person and sternly asked. Dupan, standing aside, reacted and anxiously said, Brother, does he have an identity problem? It's not just a problem. It's that simple. Duma sneered. The person who castrated the Wokoku warrior during the day has not been found yet. He must be related to this person, right? Brother, do you mean that he did it? He's framing our Du family? Dupan asked in surprise. What exactly is going on? I don't know, but we can capture him and interrogate him. As long as we pry open his mouth, we can know the truth of everything. Good. Dupan immediately nodded in agreement with his brother's words, then turned to that person and angrily shouted, Kid, you're quite bold. You dare to come to the Du family to stir up trouble? How many heads do you have? Wait, I'll let you enjoy the Du family's torture. You will be overwhelmed with desire to the point of wanting to die, and, at that moment, even the incident of you wetting the bed as a child will come to light. Chapter 439. War begins, blood flows like rivers. The strength of the Dark Guards is extremely formidable, with the weakest being at the mid-stage of internal energy. The strongest has already reached the late stage of transformation. They guard the two brothers closely, leaving no room for error. Regardless of who attempts to assassinate the two brothers, they ultimately meet their end at the hands of the Dark Guards. However, today, in the small courtyard where the two brothers reside, an unexpected scene unfolded. Du Pan issued the order, and the dark guards charged at Chen Dong. The two brothers thought that Chen Dong would be utterly defenseless and would be slain by the dark guards in an instant. Little did they expect that indeed. In just a moment, someone was killed. But that person was not Chen Dong. It was the dark guard who was their protector. Chen Dong suddenly drew a long sword, the sharp blade flashing with a disconcerting light. No matter who rushed towards Chen Dong, he simply slashed down with his sword, and that person's head would sever from their neck. The two brothers could only hear a terrifying cracking sound. Before long, the ground was littered with corpses, including that of the dark guard at the late stage of transformation. He was their uncle, and the two brothers felt a flicker of familial bond. Seeing him die so tragically, they immediately began to wail. "You bastard, you killed my uncle. I will slaughter you." Dupont Roald, Xiaojing Dua Shendong. Chapter 440, Miyamoto Koji's Malicious Plan. The old man from the Du family was truly stunned. The warrior from the Wokaku was far stronger than him, and after a few more exchanges, he might be killed. Who would have thought that, at this critical moment, the opponent's head would suddenly explode? Who helped me? The old man from the Du family looked around, searching for the person who had come to his aid. However, the battlefield was too chaotic. He found nothing. He could only guess that a master from the Du family had intervened during their battle to help him. With the death of that Wokaku warrior, a significant breach appeared in the Wokaku's defense. The old man from the Du family charged in and instantly killed several people. By the time the Wokaku experts reacted, they had already suffered heavy losses and were enraged, shouting, "Baka, I will kill every last one of you from the Du family." Hearing this, the Du family members also cursed back. "Don't even think about it. Today is your day of death. The Du family will be your burial ground. No one will leave here alive." With Chen Dong secretly balancing the situation, the Du family's strength had become comparable to that of the Wokaku. Coupled with the sheer number of Du family members, the Wokaku warriors were already being overwhelmed. Chapter 441, A Surprise Attack Takes Down One. The Wokaku sent a total of 7 warriors at the half-step Ganchi realm, while the Du family only had 3. Sending 5 to kill those 3 should guarantee success. The silver-haired old man and Miyamoto Koji had good thoughts, but they did not know one thing. Chen Dong had been hiding in the shadows, balancing their strengths. Chen Dong would not simply watch as they took out the Du family's half-step Ganchi warriors. He would strike from the shadows, taking down a few, thoroughly balancing the strength between the Du family and the Wokaku, leading to mutual destruction. Only then would it be easy to eliminate them. Thus, Chen Dong took action. As the 5 went to find the Du family's half-step Ganchi warriors, Chen Dong set his sights on one of them, ready to strike. However, at that moment, that person suddenly sensed something and shouted loudly, "Who goes there?" Chen Dong was slightly startled. No wonder he was a half-step Ganchi warrior. Chen Dong had thought that the opponent would not notice him. Little did he expect that he would still be detected when he was about to act. However, even if he was aware, it wouldn't change much, because the gap in strength between the two was too great. Although Chen Dong was also at the half-step Ganchi realm, he was stronger than others at the same level and could fight against someone half a realm higher. Chapter 442, Du family warriors are counterattacked. Du Pan, the head of the Du family, always carried his token, which would only leave him under one circumstance: his death. Now that the token appeared here, does it mean he is dead? And who killed him? The 3 half-step Ganchi warriors of the Du family rapidly contemplated these questions. The Wokaku's half-step Ganchi warrior had suddenly appeared here and had just attacked one of them, claiming it was a spar. But anyone with a functioning brain could tell something was off. Coupled with the events of the day and the disappearance of the servants in the courtyard, all signs indicated that the Du family was indeed in trouble. For the Du family to be in trouble, there is only one possibility. The warriors from Wokaku attacked the Du family. These bastards suddenly ambushed us, killed Du Pan, and then came here to kill us. How sinister. The 3 Du family warriors cursed inwardly, but maintained their composure. As for how this token ended up here, the 3 speculated that someone from the Du family must have sensed the Wokaku's conspiracy and brought the token here to warn them. And the reason that person did not show themselves was surely out of fear of being killed by the Wokaku warriors. Chapter 443, Chen Dong becomes the ancestor of the Du family. "Baka, you bastard! How dare you ambush me? Who exactly are you?" The Wokaku half-step Ganchi warrior crouched on the ground, holding his waist, glaring at the attacker and asking, "Do you really think the Du family has no one? You dare to cause a ruckus here. The attacker coldly replied. The surrounding people looked at him with suspicion. Are you from the Du family? He nodded and said, who would have thought that after just 30 years, no one would know me anymore? The expressions of those around him turned strange, because this person was undoubtedly Chen Dong. He did not wear a mask or disguise. He appeared in front of these people in his true form. How young he was. In his early 20s, yet he claimed that after 30 years, no one knew him. Anyone hearing this would find it quite odd. The Du family members could only speculate. Rumor has it that reaching the pinnacle of cultivation can reverse aging and maintain eternal youth. So, is that why he looks so young? He helps us. Could he also be an ancestor of the Du family? Perhaps he had not shown himself for 30 years, which is why no one knew him. This is truly wonderful. The most reclusive ancestor has come out. Wokaka people, what do you have to fight against us? Today, the Du family will be your burial ground. Chapter 444, Some Harsh Truths. Chen Dong's leniency towards the silver-haired old man was not due to mercy, but because he aimed to eliminate everyone. Just think about it. If he showed too much strength and defeated the silver-haired old man in a few moves, what would the Wokaka warriors think upon witnessing this? They would surely consider how to escape. At that point, even if Chen Dong had immense skill, he would be unable to eliminate those who fled. By fighting the old man to a standstill, it provided hope to everyone. The Du family would think that under Chen Dong's leadership, they would definitely be able to wipe out all the warriors of the Japanese chicken country. The people of the Japanese chicken country would also think that this old master of the Du family is nothing special. He only fought to a draw with the ancestor of our Gon family from the Japanese chicken country. Once our other masters from the Japanese chicken country arrive, he won't be able to escape death. So the final victory must belong to us, the Japanese chicken country. Both sides are currently imagining scenarios that are very favorable to themselves. Therefore, they are even less likely to back down. They will definitely fight to the end, ultimately leading to the annihilation of their entire army, leaving none alive. What a vicious plot. Gongbin Xiaolang sighed in his heart again. Who exactly is the opponent? Why use such a vicious scheme against us? Chapter 445. The destruction of the Du family. Chen Dong's thunderous words rendered the Du family members speechless. Indeed, they are traitors. What do traitors have to say that others' methods against them are vicious? From the moment they took this step, they should have anticipated such an outcome. The warriors of the Japanese chicken country had already turned and started to flee. Chen Dong coldly watched them, picked up a stone, and flicked it with his fingertip, instantly piercing the head of the warrior from the Japanese chicken country who was running at the front. He collapsed to the ground, dead on the spot. The other warriors from the Japanese chicken country were dumbfounded at this scene. This power is too formidable. They simply cannot escape. Recalling Chen Dong's earlier words, only surrender can save their lives. They immediately knelt down. Don't kill us, we surrender. Chen Dong nodded and looked at the warriors of the Du family. Will you surrender or die? The warriors of the Du family hesitated. They clenched their fists, eager to fight Chen Dong to the death, because Chen Dong had directly led to the destruction of the Du family. However, thinking of Chen Dong's terrifying strength, their tightly clenched hands immediately relaxed. Just as they were about to utter the words of surrender, a blood-soaked figure appeared before them. Chapter 446. Tang Hujuan is forced to compromise for Tang Hujuan and his group. The Du family is now a den of dragons and tigers. Chen Dong has infiltrated alone, and now the phone is unreachable. Anyone would guess that something might have happened to him. That's why Tang Hujuan is so worried. He shouted loudly, "We must hurry to the Du family to save him. This kid is the hope of the Dragon Country's future. He absolutely must not come to harm." "Old Tang, calm down," Guan Shanhai quickly advised from his side. Chen Dong may be perfectly fine right now. The phone being unreachable is just him trying to conceal himself better. Think about it. If something had really happened to him, the Du family would have long ago sent someone to negotiate terms. Also, with his strength, even if he's not a match for those people, they couldn't possibly keep him there. Elder Guan's words made sense. Long Tian chimed in. We should first observe the situation before deciding whether to act. Otherwise, if we act rashly, we might disrupt Chen Dong's plan. Under the strong persuasion of Guan Shanhai and Long Tian, Tang Hujuan finally calmed down. However, he still made a decision. Wait just one day. Tomorrow night, if we still can't contact Chen Dong, we'll go directly to the Du family. Chapter 447. Let's negotiate at the Du family. Tang Hujuan finally received good news after several days. Chen Dong, is safe and sound. He immediately pressed the answer button, and Chen Dong's voice came through. Elder, have the families arrived? How is the negotiation going? A surge of anger instantly welled up in Tang Hujuan's heart, making his face turn very ugly. But in an instant, he suppressed his anger and said to Chen Dong, "It hasn't gone very smoothly. How about you? If you're in danger, hurry and withdraw. You absolutely cannot take any risks right now." Chen Dong replied, "Elder, I'm fine here. You don't need to worry." "You said it's not going smoothly. What's not going smoothly?" Tang Hujuan briefly explained the negotiation with the families to Chen Dong, and the veins on Chen Dong's forehead immediately bulged. Asking them to send people to fight is giving them face. How dare they push their luck? Chen Dong was furious. These families really need to be taught a lesson. He immediately said to Tang Hujuan, "Elder, please invite them to the Du family for negotiations." "Go to the Du family? Are you serious?" A hint of surprise appeared on Tang Hujuan's face. If Chen Dong dares to invite those families to the Du family, it means he has already dealt with the Du family. Chapter 448. We are voluntary. The Du family has none, but the Japanese chicken country does. They dispatched over 70% of their top combat power to infiltrate Dragon Country. The 7 leaders are all at the half-step Ganshi realm. Not far in front of Chen Dong is something covered with a cloth. Everyone is curious about what is under the cloth. After Chen Dong finished speaking, he personally uncovered the cloth. In an instant, 10 bloody heads were displayed before everyone. The crowd was startled at first, then their faces showed shock. Du Liangkai, Du Yongxiang, Du Qingxuang. They kept shouting the names of the 3 people. And these 3 are the 3 ancestors of the Du family, all at the half-step Ganshi realm. But now, only 3 heads are displayed here. What does this indicate? They have truly been eliminated. Just now, when Chen Dong told them about this, they didn't believe it. The half-step Ganshi realm. How powerful is that? How could they be killed just like that? Yet now, with the heads right here, they had no choice but to face the reality. Were the other 7 heads displayed alongside the heads of the 3 ancestors of the Du family? Could they really be masters from the Japanese chicken country? Chapter 449. The 4 characters that can exorcise evil under the threat of death. The major families acted extremely quickly. In just one day, they gathered their most elite warriors at the Dragon Group. Among them, there were even some old monsters who had been in seclusion for over a decade, all pulled out to join the battle. There was no choice. If they didn't exert themselves, the Dragon Group envoy would really come to visit their families. At that time, they might discover foreign artifacts, which could imply collusion with foreign warriors. If that happened, they could end up with the same fate as the Du family. When the Dragon Group arranged accommodations for these people, they were very considerate, directly placing them in a villa. Of course, that villa was the Du family's villa. That's right. It was the villa where people had just died. Although it was cleaned very well, everyone who stayed here was still anxious and uneasy. Every midnight, it felt like there were vengeful spirits drifting outside. Some even heard screams, "Give me back my life." The weaker cultivators couldn't take it anymore and shouted, "It was the Dragon Group envoy who killed you. If you have the ability, go find him and get your life back. Why are you shouting at us?" As soon as these words were spoken, all the wronged souls fell silent. Chapter 450. The Qi Realm warriors of the Monkey Kingdom. The reputation of the Dragon Kingdom's special envoy has long shocked both domestic and foreign audiences, even to the point of stopping children's cries. Therefore, the people present panicked upon hearing that the Dragon Team's envoy had come to kill. They gathered in front of the speaker, curiously asking, "Where did you hear this news? Is it reliable? You're so young. Are you also a Qi Realm warrior? Which country are you from? I haven't seen you before." While some were inquiring about the Dragon Team envoy's movements, others were curious about this person's identity. He was indeed too young and didn't look like a Qi Realm warrior. Moreover, he seemed genuinely unfamiliar. He had hardly been seen before. Absolutely reliable. The person replied with excitement, "They will surround this place tonight, and we will all be doomed." Many people already showed fear on their faces, and some even began to backtrack. Seeing this, Aper was extremely angry. If this bastard continued speaking, the morale of the troops would really collapse. He immediately pointed at the person and shouted, "Ha! The Dragon Team actually sent a spy like you to disturb the morale. How despicable." "What? He's a spy?" The surrounding people immediately showed shocked expressions. If he is a spy, then everything he said earlier was a lie to us. Chapter 451. Let's eliminate Aper together. The opponent's powerful sword aura made Aper feel that he was indeed no match. That's why Aper changed his attitude and wanted to talk to the other party. Fuck my ass. However, the other party's response was just 3 words of insults. His attacks showed no signs of stopping. Taking advantage of Aper's hesitation, they became even more ferocious. Poof! A shocking scene occurred again. Aper was actually struck and lost a hand in that instant. Ah! Aper immediately screamed in pain. You bastard, you dare to cut off my hand? Aper no longer had the demeanor of a Chi realm warrior. He covered his severed hand and angrily cursed at the person. Huh! The person smirked coldly and mocked Aper. You just wanted my life. What is wrong with me cutting off your hand? Aper angrily retorted. How can I be the same as you? I am a Chi realm warrior from the Ugly Kingdom. You are just a warrior from the Monkey Kingdom. You dare to cut off my hand? Your entire country will be destroyed. Hearing this, the person immediately sneered. Is this your sense of superiority? Besides that, what else do you have? Chapter 452. It turns out to be Chen Dong. The crowd had no choice but to either kill Aper or die themselves. Clearly, they didn't want to die, so they had no choice but to kill Aper. That bastard Aper really deserved to die. Just now, everyone had faced the pressure of being killed, yet still refused to agree to kill him. Who would have thought he would take this opportunity to escape? Not caring about the lives of others at all. Such a bastard was already hated by everyone, and at this moment, they would definitely not side with him anymore. Therefore, everyone turned to the Chi realm warrior from the Monkey Kingdom and said, We agree to kill Aper. At that moment, Aper truly felt as if his heart had turned to ashes. So many people wanted to kill him. He was definitely doomed, but he still held onto the last glimmer of hope and threatened everyone. I am a Chi realm warrior from the Ugly Kingdom. The Ugly Kingdom is the world's #1 superpower. If you dare to kill me, your country will be destroyed. Having already spoken about killing him, there is no point in letting him go, because, given the chance, he would definitely retaliate. So today he must die. Just as everyone was about to take action, the Chi realm warrior from the Monkey Kingdom suddenly shouted, Wait, you changed your mind? Aper's eyes lit up as he looked at the Chi realm warrior from the Monkey Kingdom, happily saying, I knew you wouldn't dare to kill me, because you can't afford the consequences of killing me. Chapter 453. All the small country warriors were eliminated. These bastards actually betrayed the Ugly Kingdom. I will kill them all. The commander of the Ugly Kingdom slammed his palm on the table and roared angrily. Commander, calm down. They still don't know that we are aware of their collusion with the Dragon Team. You must not act impulsively and alert the enemy. The advisor beside him advised. You have a point. We indeed need to stay calm at this moment and think of a way to eliminate them all. Otherwise, if they become internal collaborators and join the Dragon Team in attacking us from both inside and outside, we will be in danger. The commander of the Ugly Kingdom started to feel a headache. There were only about 10 minutes left. How could they eliminate all those people? The advisor immediately suggested, Sir, call them to attend a combat meeting. That way, we can eliminate them during the meeting. The commander worriedly asked, If we suddenly gather them for a combat meeting, won't they suspect anything? The advisor replied, Absolutely not. Because at this critical moment, to prevent us from becoming suspicious, they will definitely cooperate with us. The commander nodded. Then give the order immediately. The advisor said, All right. Not long after, the warriors from the small countries all received orders to attend the combat meeting. Chapter 454. The Ugly Kingdom helps again, haha. The commanders of all the countries burst into laughter. They had seen instigations before, but never one that insulted people's intelligence so much. The Dragon Team envoy actually told them that this operation was not about them teaming up with the Ugly Kingdom to eliminate the Dragon Kingdom, but rather, the Ugly Kingdom was teaming up with the Dragon Kingdom to eliminate them. Even the most exaggerated movies wouldn't dare to portray such a plot. So they definitely didn't believe what Chen Dong said and laughed there. Someone even mocked, Dragon Team envoy, you better leave quickly. Once the Ugly Kingdom warriors arrive, you won't escape death. Chen Dong did not leave. Instead, he smiled and said to these people, I already guessed that you wouldn't believe what I said. So, I decided to show you something. What is it? The crowd looked puzzled. Chen Dong leisurely took out his phone and played the video of the Ugly Kingdom warriors eliminating the small country warriors. In an instant in the banquet hall, the commanders of the small countries were all dumbfounded. Soon, shock turned into anger turned into confusion, and confusion turned into disbelief. They all looked at Chen Dong. What on earth is going on? Chen Dong calmly said, What is going on? Can't you see it? The Ugly Kingdom has already attacked the warriors from your respective countries. And the next step is your country's military. And then you. Chapter 455. Being too outstanding is not good. The intense explosion made the entire building shake. Dust was flying everywhere. The commander of the ugly kingdom roared. Who is shelling us? He wondered. Could it be that the Dragon Kingdom suddenly launched an attack? This shouldn't be the case. There is still some distance from the Dragon Kingdom. If they were attacking, my ugly kingdom's troops would definitely have detected it. If that's the case, then who is attacking? At the moment when the commander of the ugly country was filled with doubt, the staff finally had the answer. It was those dozen small countries that were shelling us. Have they gone mad? Dare to do such a thing? Don't they fear being annihilated? The commander of the ugly country found it hard to believe the intelligence just received from the staff. Those dozen small countries are their dogs. Yet they had the audacity to attack them? He would believe it, even if he was killed. Perhaps they sensed that we were going to take action against them. So they launched a sneak attack first. The staff speculated. Impossible. The commander of the ugly country frowned again, saying, didn't we kill all the martial artists from their countries? Not a single one was left alive. So how did the intelligence leak out? Everyone immediately furrowed their brows, unable to understand where the problem lay. Chapter 456. The Unambitious Person Kid. You have good luck with women. Just a few steps. And so many beauties are asking for your WeChat. Do you have any experience? Share a bit with us. Several people sneered at Chen Dong. It was clear they were deliberately looking for trouble. Chen Dong remained calm and smiled at them. The experience is simple. First, you need to have money. Second, you need to have power. Third, you need to be able to fight. And fourth, you need to look good. As long as you meet any of the above conditions, beauties will come looking for you. Of course, if you meet all of them, you'll be like me, and a bunch of beauties will come asking for your WeChat just after a few steps. Upon hearing this, the group immediately sneered sarcastically. So you mean, not only do you have money, you're handsome, you have power, and you're very capable? Chen Dong smiled lightly. Pretty much. Damn, I've never seen someone so shameless. A sports student with a dark face and over 185 meters tall sneered at Chen Dong. That beauty in the black skirt just added you as a friend, right? Give me her account. Chen Dong laughed. Are you chasing her? That is a bit embarrassing. Isn't it? You even have to ask someone else for her account. Chapter 457. Provoked the wrong person, brother. Hurry and escape. Otherwise, there won't be any chance later. Suddenly, someone beside Chen Dong said, What do you mean? Chen Dong asked, puzzled. The person was stunned, looking at Chen Dong in disbelief. Do you really not know, or are you pretending not to know? Chen Dong shook his head. I really don't know. The person immediately said, Ding Bo is Yi Hu's brother. Yi Hu is the captain of the school's security team. He is also a fellow villager of the principal. He is a well-known thug in Jiangzhou. You've beaten up his nephew like this. Do you think he will let you go? So now, while he isn't arrived, you should hurry and escape. After hearing this, Chen Dong nodded. So that is how it is. He was about to continue saying, There is nothing to worry about. But at that moment, Ding Bo had already spoken first, interrupting what Chen Dong was about to say. He looked at Chen Dong with a cold smile and said proudly, Now you know how powerful I am, right? Don't want to die later? Kneel down and apologize to me now. Chen Dong's expression immediately turned to shock. Were those 2 slaps just now not hard enough? This bastard actually dared to provoke him? Just when everyone thought Chen Dong was going to kneel and apologize to Ding Bo. Chapter 458. It can't end like this. Where are you two going? Looking at the 2 retreating, Chen Dong asked with a smile. Big brother, this is a misunderstanding. The 2 said awkwardly to Chen Dong. Misunderstanding? Chen Dong narrowed his eyes, a murderous aura emerging. I almost got beaten to death by you, and you dare to tell me this is a misunderstanding? Are you joking with me? The 2 immediately trembled in fear. For heaven's sake, when did Chen Dong almost get beaten to death? Just now, he was like a god of war descending. 7 or 8 people in less than 5 seconds. Only 2 were still standing. That is because these 2 were slow to charge. Otherwise, they would also be lying on the ground. What do you want? The 2 asked Chen Dong in panic. Now I'm giving you 2 choices. Chen Dong smiled. One is that I make a move against you. The other is, Chen Dong's cold gaze turned to Yi Hu. At that moment, Yi Hu was still in shock. He clearly never expected that the people he brought would be down to just 2 standing and talking in less than 5 seconds. Is Chen Dong's strength really that terrifying? Chapter 459. It turns out he is a big shot. What is his name? Xiao Hui said with an impatient expression. I can only record it for you first. It can only be handled when the principal returns. Thank you, the 2 said gratefully, but suddenly showed a troubled expression, as they realized they didn't even know Chen Dong's name. Are you kidding? You don't even know his name? Are you deliberately wasting my time? Chiu Hui's face showed dissatisfaction. Secretary Chiu, don't be angry. I took a photo of him. Take a look. Can you find him through the photo? Ding Bo immediately took out the secretly taken photo of Chen Dong. The moment Chiu Hui saw it, she was instantly dumbfounded. Are you sure this is the person? Chiu Hui asked. It's him. The two said proudly. Secretary Chiu, hurry and check who he is. When the principal returns, directly expel him. Hee hee. Chiu Hui immediately laughed mockingly. You want to expel him? Do you know who he is? The two's expressions changed instantly. Does this guy have other powerful identities? This is impossible. They knew all the influential figures in the school. There was no character like this one who opposed them today. Chapter 460, who donated 10 billion being too outstanding is really not a good thing. Chen Dong is just like that now. A crowd surrounded him, worshipping him and asking him to teach them how to pursue beauties. Chen Dong was so annoyed by their noise that he wanted to drive them away. But it was of no use. He had to go to the dormitory to avoid the wind. But to his surprise, these people stubbornly followed him to the dormitory. Chen Dong was ultimately forced to go to class. He didn't believe these people could follow him to class. Report. As Chen Dong walked in from outside, he immediately attracted a crowd's attention. Chow finally came to class. I thought he was expelled. Nonsense. My brother is excellent in both character and studies. How could he be expelled? Dongzi, come sit here. I save you a spot. Jiang Tian, Xiao Bo, and Yang Chong, Chen Dong's best buddies, waved desperately at him. Chen Dong immediately walked over, and just as he sat down, a sarcastic voice rang in his ears. Chen, why haven't you been to class for so long? Did something happen at home? Chen Dong turned his head to see that the sarcastic person was none other than the class monitor, Kong Tao. Chen Dong smiled lightly. Thank you for your concern. My family is doing well. Chapter 461. Beating up Kong Tao. Previously, someone donated 10 billion, creating a sensation. But who was that person? Nobody knows. I never expected that the person he had just wronged and punished was Chen Dong. He immediately looked at Chiu Hui in shock and said, Secretary Chiu, is there a mistake? Where did he get so much money? He doesn't have that much money, but his brother does. His brother is a wealthy businessman overseas. If you still don't believe me, I can bring him in to confirm. No need. He quickly waved his hand. If he came, he would really be embarrassed. Chiu Hui had no reason to lie about such things. Moreover, if Chen Dong had no status at all, how could a secretary pay so much attention to him? So everything must be true. It was said that he should pay more attention to this Chen Dong, and instead of doing that, you punished him and even wronged him. What do you want to do? Intentionally make him uncomfortable? Next time when his brother comes to ask, how will you answer? Your brother is doing well, but he is often wronged and punished. Have you thought about what consequences that will bring? How will you face his brother? What you did this time is really too much. Chapter 462, Pit. Sky Pit. Everyone in the classroom was stunned. The teacher actually apologized to Chen Dong? It was simply unbelievable. Under normal circumstances, even if they were wrong, they wouldn't admit it because it would damage their authority. And now, it was not just a simple apology. There was a hint of flattery in the tone. This made everyone even more curious as to why the teacher would be so humble towards Chen Dong. Chen Dong said nothing and returned to his seat. Yang Chong and the others immediately gave him a thumbs up. Dongzi, awesome. Chen Dong nodded. Kong Tao, who was listening from the back, looked at him with anger, thinking, I will definitely make you regret provoking me. As soon as class was over, he rushed out of the classroom to the academic affairs office to report the teacher for hitting him in class. However, when he got there, he was dumbfounded. There was a notice posted on the blackboard. The content basically stated, Student Kong Tao, insulting teachers and bullying classmates, serious punishment. Is this a joke? Gong Tao Sao Tet Angli. He checked the name several times, confirmed his student number, and finally confirmed that the person on the notice was indeed him. He couldn't understand how this could happen. Chapter 463. Fake Wine. Yang Chong and the others had made it very clear, yet Chen Dong still wanted to go. If someone like him wasn't being taken advantage of, Kong Tao would feel sorry for himself. So he immediately smiled and said, Chen Dong, 6 o'clock tonight, don't miss it. Chen Dong smiled and said, okay. Kong Tao smiled and turned to leave. Yang Chong and the others came over to persuade him, but Chen Dong had already made up his mind, and they could only give up. This matter quickly spread, and the neighboring class knew about it, all laughing at Chen Dong for being a fool. Knowing there was a sky pit, yet still wanted to jump in, It was really too stupid. Chen Dong didn't care about these rumors at all. He was quietly waiting for 6 o'clock when the good show would begin. At the Fulian restaurant, the manager received a call from Kong Tao and began preparing the ingredients. A new staff member, feeling a bit sorry, complained to the manager. The red wine bought from the wholesale market costs dozens of dollars a bottle. But with a Roman vineyard label, it sells for tens of thousands. Isn't that too much? And this caviar, made from seaweed, isn't worth anything. It's all fake. Slap. Before he could finish his words, the manager raised his hand and slapped him hard across the face. Chapter 464. 1 million Kong Tao was exposed for the second time, and everyone looked at him in anger. However, he showed no signs of panic and coldly questioned Yang Chong. Who doesn't know you're Chen Dong's close buddy? Helping Chen Dong lie at this time is very normal, right? Yang Chong was furious upon hearing this. Kong Tao, what nonsense are you talking about? I just exposed you. How am I helping Chen Dong lie? Do you dare to say that the red wine worth tens of thousands of dollars has this taste? Yang Chong became more agitated, and it looked like he was about to fight. Kong Tao sneered coldly and shouted at him. Yang Chong, this isn't school. This is my home. Do you dare to fight me here? Suddenly, the door to the private room was pushed open, and several tall and strong men rushed in. They stood directly behind Kong Tao, looking fierce at Yang Chong, ready to fight at any moment. The people nearby became flustered and immediately advised. Kong Tao, we are all classmates. Don't really fight. Kong Tao turned and coldly said, as long as others don't bully me, I definitely won't make a move. Everyone immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Some began to persuade Yang Chong. Yang Chong, you're in the wrong. Hurry and apologize to the class monitor. A real man doesn't suffer a loss in front of his eyes. Chapter 465. Looking for Chen Dong, are you the one causing trouble? Kong Tao's second uncle, named Wang He, who held a vice position in a relevant department, looked at Chen Dong with disdain and asked. No. Chen Dong shook his head and said, I'm here to eat, and I got taken advantage of. Ha! Kong Tao's second uncle immediately sneered. You seem very dishonest. Handcuff him. Chen Dong's face showed a hint of anger. Why are you handcuffing me without even asking about the situation? Is there need to ask? Were these people on the ground not injured by you? Wang He coldly questioned. I didn't hurt them, but they attacked first. Chen Dong explained. If you were eating well here, why would you fight? Wang He sneered again. You must have caused trouble for them to act. Moreover, they only wanted to stop you, not to hurt you. As a result, you struck without mercy and hurt them like this. You must bear full responsibility. Chen Dong was almost amused. How could there be such unreasonable people? It seems today they must catch me. He smiled and asked, since we are classmates, I don't want to be too harsh. As long as you pay for the meal, compensate for some medical expenses, and apologize, then this matter will be settled. Chapter 466. Really big shot, there is no other Chen Dong in the hotel, so the one they're looking for is this person in the private room. In an instant, everyone in the private room was dumbfounded. Why would people from the relevant departments come to find Chen Dong? Isn't he just a poor loser? Is there some other misunderstanding? There's no need to think. There's no other misunderstanding. They're here for me. Chen Dong suddenly said calmly, looking at the waiter. He coldly said, go tell them I'm in the private room. Okay. The waiter turned and left. The people in the private room all had very complicated feelings. The situation changed too quickly for them to adapt. One moment, it was Chen Dong about to be arrested. The next moment, a group of big shots came to find Chen Dong. What was their purpose? To help Chen Dong solve the current trouble? Just wanted to have a chat with Chen Dong? No matter who it is. The fact that so many big figures seek him out indicates that his identity is not simple, not the poor loser everyone imagines. Wang He became worried. He holds a deputy position in the relevant department and has a very high level of vigilance. He recalled that Chen Dong had mentioned General Hong during their conversation earlier. Could it be that Chen Dong was really talking to the head of the Hong family, Hong Tao? Chapter 467. An unforgettable meal. Kong Tao had his face swollen and was thrown to the ground, handcuffed, and he no longer dared to speak. You beast, bastard. Son of a bitch, you've ruined me. Wang He shouted at Kong Tao. He had worked hard all his life to finally become a deputy. Who would have thought that because of Kong Tao, all his efforts would go to waste? He even had the thought of killing Kong Tao. Second uncle, don't be so angry. You've benefited a lot from our family. Otherwise, how could you help me like this? Kong Tao truly did not understand the dangers of society. He actually said this out loud. People from the relevant department immediately became curious. How much benefit did your family give him? A few million a year, I guess. Kong Tao blurted out without thinking. Wang Yi was completely panicked. Bastard, shut your mouth. Stop talking nonsense. Wang Yi shouted again. Every word Kong Tao said was solid evidence. He probably wouldn't get out of this later. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. He broke through the heavy obstacles, kicked Kong Tao to the ground, and beat him up again. The people from the relevant department couldn't pull him away. It was as if Wang He had turned into a mad bull. On the other side, Chen Dong was thanking the people from the relevant department. Chapter 468. A Madman Shan group is one of the top 10 groups in the ugly country. Jiang Menghan chose to cooperate with them to expand the business of Dongshan Group overseas. For this, both parties conducted nearly a month of hard negotiations and finally reached a cooperation project worth 500 billion. Jiang Menghan valued this greatly, because if this cooperation succeeded, Dongshan Group's business would truly expand overseas. This would be of enormous benefit to the future development of Dongshan Group. Therefore, Jiang Menghan personally took a plane to the ugly country to sign the formal contract with Doug Shan, the president of the Shan Group, in a high-end cafe in the distorted city of the ugly country. After some communication over details, both parties wrote their names on the contract. The stone that had been hanging in Jiang Menghan's heart finally fell. She proactively extended her fair little hand, smiling at Doug Shan, saying, Mr. Shan, I'm very happy to cooperate with you. From now on, the development of my company in the ugly country will rely on your support. Doug San, who was in his 50s with graying hair, smiled back and extended his hand, saying, Miss Jiang, I'm also very happy to cooperate with you. I hope you can support my Group S development in Long Country. Chapter 469. Dongshan Group under pressure. Jack did not stop her, just staring at her back continued. Are you planning to return to Long Country? To be honest, if I were to force you to stay, you wouldn't even be able to leave this cafe. But I want to do that because it's pointless. I've already said, you are a unique lady, and I want to approach you in another way. Do you believe that in a week at most, you will do dong lai cheo shanchong? Ha ha ha. Jack's words were becoming increasingly excessive, as if he had completely turned into a madman. At this moment, not to mention Jiang Menghan, everyone in Dongshan Group felt a chilling fear. Did he bring people to chase us? Jiang Menghan asked Lin Yi, who was sitting beside her, as they left the cafe on their way to the airport. No, Lin Yi replied. Once we return to Long Country, he won't be able to do anything to us. There are just too many madmen in this ugly America. I really don't want to come back again. Sigh. I wasted a whole month for nothing. If the boss finds out, he will definitely scold me again. Jiang Menghan sighed again. How could he have the face to scold you? He doesn't care about anything. Whose company is this anyway, his or yours? Lin Yi defended her. If someone should be scolded, it should be you scolding him. Chapter 470. Jiang Menghan decides to sacrifice herself. Chen Dong's words changed Jiang Menghan's fate, and he trusted her so much. Jiang Menghan was also a very strong-willed woman. That's why she didn't want to disappoint Chen Dong. Therefore, she was unwilling to tell Chen Dong about these terrible things at this moment. She wanted to solve it herself. But there was only one way to resolve the current crisis, and that was to agree to all of Moses Jack's demands. Did she really have to sacrifice herself for this? Jiang Menghan struggled, twisted, and hesitated in her heart. She really didn't know what to do. In Haicheng, in a luxurious villa, a man in his 40s respectfully delivered a glass of red wine and some delicious snacks to a pale-faced foreign man. Who would have thought that he was Zhang Changsheng, the president of the CC Group worth over $1 trillion? The foreign man being served by Zhang Changsheng was none other than Moses Jack. Young master, it's just a woman. Why do you have to make it so complicated? Just tie her up. Zhang Changsheng suddenly asked with some confusion. Moses Jack laughed while drinking red wine and eating delicacies, saying, what is the point of using force? What I need is for her to obey from the bottom of her heart. This way, the freshness can last a little longer, and I can play longer. Chapter 471. Overestimating Moses Jack. Why can't Chen Dong's phone get through? Because he was on a confidential mission for the Dragon Team. A day earlier, while still enjoying the blissful time at school, Chen Dong was suddenly called back to the Dragon Team headquarters. Tang Hujuan personally delivered a document to him. Moses Jack, the young master of the Moses family, came to Haichun with a martial artist at the half-step Ganchi realm. The general content of the information was like this. After reading it, Chen Dong was somewhat surprised. Is the Moses family really that powerful? They casually brought a martial artist at the half-step Ganchi realm? This almost made Chen Dong think that martial artists at this level were everywhere. The Moses family is one of the most mysterious families in the ugly country and also one of the actual power holders in the ugly country. The current rulers of the ugly country are merely their puppets, and there are rumors that they are descendants of those mythical beings. Tang Hujuan said seriously, "What is his purpose for coming to Long Country this time? You need to investigate clearly. The Moses family has a huge industry in Long Country. If it were usual, this young master of the Moses family would come to Long Country in the form of a business visit. As long as he didn't cause trouble, it wouldn't attract the attention of the Dragon team." Chapter 472. Chen Dong can't stand it anymore. He came to Long Country not for any earth-shattering conspiracy, nor to discuss any business, but simply to bully a woman. The suppressed anger in Chen Dong's heart completely erupted. With a flick of his finger, a surge of energy flew out, instantly penetrating the palm of the tall female, who was about to strike Jiang Menghan. Her hand was raised in the air when suddenly a large hole appeared, blood gushing out, and she screamed in pain. "There's an assassin!" Zhang Changsheng shouted angrily. "Come here!" With a shout, a group of black-clad bodyguards rushed into the villa. They looked around with serious expressions, but didn't see even a shadow of the assassin. Zhang Changsheng couldn't help but curse, hiding her head and tail. "What kind of skill is that? If you have the guts, come out." Whoosh! A strange wind suddenly appeared behind him. Then, a chilling sensation surged up his spine. This was the threat of impending death. He was immediately filled with dread. Turning around, he saw a person wearing a dragon-shaped mask had appeared behind him without him noticing. "Are you human or ghost?" Zhang Changxing shouted, hiding her head and tail. The masked person repeated these 4 words, and with a loud slap, struck Zhang Changsheng hard across the face. Chapter 473. Once you make a move, you can only die. Because that was the young master of the Moses family. The Moses family is one of the actual controllers behind the ugly country. Even the leader of the ugly country must be as obedient as a lapdog when facing him. However, here, Chen Dong showed no concern and slapped Moses Jack hard across the face. Was it just Moses Jack being hit? Of course not. It was the entire face of the Moses family being slapped. If the Moses family knew about this, they would surely go mad with anger. As Moses Jack's bodyguard, he failed to protect Moses Jack, resulting in Moses Jack being hit, causing the entire Moses family to lose face. The Moses family would never let him off the hook. Therefore, a strong killing intent surged within him. He wanted to eliminate Chen Dong and wash away the humiliation suffered by the Moses family with Chen Dong's blood. This was his only chance of survival. "Are you my opponent? Dare to make a move, and you'll die immediately," Chen Dong said disdainfully without even looking back. This greatly wounded the bodyguard's self-esteem. Even if Chen Dong was stronger than him, he shouldn't belittle him like this, completely disregarding him, not even glancing at him. "Dragon Group Envoy, I heard you're very strong. Today I'll test that." Moses Jack's bodyguard charged forward, a powerful aura roaring from within him. Chapter 474. Capturing Moses Alec. Boom! With a loud crash, Chen Dong was hit. Zhang Changsheng immediately let out an unimaginable maniacal laugh. "I've taken down the Dragon Group Envoy. Ha 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 ha." Moses Jack's face also showed surprise. Is this bastard really dead? Jiang Minghan's face revealed worry. Although she didn't know that the Dragon Group Envoy was Chen Dong. The envoy had suddenly appeared to save her. So at this moment, she kept murmuring in her heart, "You mustn't be in trouble. You mustn't be in trouble." However, this seemed impossible. After all, Chen Dong had been hit by a bullet. How could he possibly be unscathed? Just as Zhang Changxing was about to call someone to collect Chen Dong's corpse, an unexpected scene unfolded. Clang, clang, clang. This was the sound of bullet casings hitting the ground. These bullet casings had fallen from a hand, and that hand belonged to Chen Dong. He was unscathed, and the bullet casings on the ground were completely twisted and deformed. Seeing this scene, Zhang Changsheng was immediately terrified and stepped back, his face filled with fear. He shouted loudly, "How is this possible?" All the bullets hit Chen Dong, but he caught them with his hand. Chapter 475. A Sinister Plan. Everyone immediately turned to look at the speaker, who was none other than the leader of the ugly country, Bales. Who would have thought that the leader of the world's #1 superpower would have to sit at the very end here? Speaking required caution. If this got out, it would definitely cause a stir worldwide. Why can't we go to war? Sharp, aggressive gazes shot at Bales, making him tremble all over. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and hurriedly explained. "Last time we invaded Dragon Country, we lost hundreds of thousands of troops. Those small countries that used to be our lackeys have all turned to the dragon country now. So if we go to war now, we will undoubtedly lose. The situation was indeed exactly as Chen Dong had predicted. The ugly country now dared not start a large-scale war. They had lost too badly last time. Not only did they lose a master-level martial artist, but they also lost the dozen or so small countries that had always been under their control. Going to war with the dragon country now would be pure suicide. That's why Bales raised his objections. The members of the Moses family furrowed their brows. If they didn't go to war, how could they destroy the dragon country, dismantle the dragon group, and rescue their young master? Chapter 476, Negotiation. Moses Alec's ability to guess Chen Dong's thoughts truly surprised Chen Dong. Maintaining a calm demeanor, he pointed to the sofa beside him and said, "Please, have a seat." Moses Jack sat down, picked up a glass of red wine, and smiled at Chen Dong. "Envoy, I believe you are quite clear about my intentions. The Moses family hopes that the dragon country will release Moses Jack, because this concerns the Moses family's dignity. The Moses family will absolutely not tolerate their young master facing judgment in another country." After saying this strong statement, Moses Alec's attitude shifted, and he spoke very gently. Of course, the Moses family won't just take him away. They will fully compensate for the losses he caused to the dragon country. So, envoy, please name your price. Chen Dong was shocked again after hearing his words. This combination of soft and hard tactics is something that ordinary people really can't resist. However, who is Chen Dong? He had already defeated a master-level martial artist from the ugly country. Did a negotiator from the Moses family think he could make him back down? That was simply a joke. I'm truly sorry, but he has violated the laws of the dragon country and must face judgment. Chen Dong also said firmly, "Of course, the dragon country will respect his rights. You can hire him a good lawyer." Chapter 477, Alec on the Edge of Madness. Moses Alec's original plan was truly perfect, using financial warfare to threaten the dragon country into releasing him. The dragon country, unable to withstand the pressure, would think that the Moses family wouldn't wage war against them anymore after releasing him. Little did they know, this was the Moses family's conspiracy. They intended to use this psychology to launch an attack on the dragon country. At that time, the dragon country would be completely unprepared and under a surprise attack. It could really collapse. However, what Moses Alec never dreamed of was that his flawless plan would fail right from the start. Chen Dong simply would not accept his threats. Release him? Dream on. Chen Dong lost all interest in negotiating and turned to leave. At first, Alec still held a glimmer of hope, thinking Chen Dong would definitely come back to beg him. After waiting for several hours without seeing Chen Dong, he realized that Chen Dong had truly left. He stayed there alone, feeling like a fool, and was infuriated that the Foreign Affairs Department hadn't even prepared a meal for him. In the end, he returned to the ugly country in embarrassment. It was still the same old castle, with a few young people sitting together, all wearing expressions of discontent. If Alec completed this mission, he would become the next family heir. Chapter 478. The intent to kill Moses. Frank coldly watched these people perform, and after they had spoken enough, he said in a cold voice, "Everyone, it seems you have misunderstood something. What we need to discuss now is how to launch a financial war against the dragon country, not whether we should launch a financial war against the dragon country." Upon hearing this, everyone present was stunned. Frank was determined to support his son to take the position. They absolutely could not back down, otherwise, their descendants would forever lose their chance. Head of the family, we all feel that the timing for launching a financial war against the dragon country is not mature. Everyone opposed unanimously. Hearing this, Moses Frank sneered again. When will the timing be mature? When the dragon country's economy catches up with the ugly country. By then, trying to act against the dragon country would probably be impossible. The head of the family need not worry. The dragon country's economy will take at least 5 more years to catch up with the ugly country, and during this time, we have plenty of opportunities to strike them. A fat man in his 50s stood up and said. His name was Moses Tlin, and although he was also an important figure in the Moses family, his bloodline was already quite distant from Moses Frank's line. Chapter 479. Ultimately unable to escape death, the Tlin building was brightly lit. Moses Tlin and Moses Bell waited until evening but did not see anyone coming to kill them. The two couldn't help but feel puzzled. Could it be that we were overthinking? The head of the family never intended to eliminate us? Impossible. His gaze at that time was too terrifying. He definitely had the intent to kill. If that's the case, why hasn't anyone come yet? Perhaps he has already guessed that we are on guard, and it's not suitable for him to kill us now, so no one has been sent. That makes sense. But we still need to be careful not to be ambushed. Right, right? It seems there won't be any action tonight. Let's prepare and go to sleep. After discussing, both decided to go to sleep. Before sleeping, they decided to have a massage. Two hot and provocatively dressed beauties walked in. They lay on the bed, and the beauty's fingers began to gently caress them. When they touched the spine, the beauty's expressions suddenly turned cold. Their fingers tightly joined together like sharp knives, directly stabbing toward the spine. Once pierced, if they grasped the spine and pulled lightly, it could result in death. Chapter 480. The head of the family's position is unstable. Moses Tlin and Moses Bell were both killed. In the castle's conference room, members of the Moses family gathered together, already aware that the two had been killed. After all, they were important figures in the Moses family, each with their own terrifying intelligence network. Frank is truly insane, even killing his own family members. Isn't he afraid of being punished by the Elder Council? Someone angrily shouted. He really isn't afraid. Because who has evidence that he did it? Someone sneered. Most people were suddenly rendered speechless and felt a chill run down their spines. Everyone knew it was Frank who killed them, but no one could produce evidence. This was undoubtedly the most terrifying person in the world. Of course, there were some who were not afraid of death and shouted, "He is so cruel. He is not worthy of being the head of the family. I propose we abolish him. Are you seeking death?" Someone nearby reminded. Haha, today he could kill Moses Tlin and Moses Bell. Tomorrow he could kill you and me. So the only way for us to survive is to abolish his position as head of the family, shouted the fearless one again. That's right. We jointly applied to the Elder Council to abolish his position as head of the family. Once one fearless person spoke up, another quickly followed. They all shouted to abolish Frank's position as head of the family. The conference room became chaotic. Chapter 481. The meeting targeting Chen Dong. Moses Tlin. Are you two really okay? Moses Tlin looked at Moses Tlin and Moses Bell, his face full of shock. Do you really wish for us to be in trouble? The two coldly sneered and ignored him. Instead, they turned to Moses Frank. Head of the family, we were confused yesterday and did not understand your deeper meaning. So we oppose your opinion. Please forgive us. From now on, we will absolutely support you. Anyone else who dares to oppose you is going against us, and we will not let them go. These two had been the most vehement in opposing Moses Frank yesterday. Yet today, they had unexpectedly become his most steadfast supporters. This is the brilliance of saving people. Moses Frank smiled and nodded. Then his expression turned cold again as he looked at Moses Tlu and the others. Do you realize your guilt? Please spare us, head of the family. The few immediately knelt in fear. According to family rules, you have slandered and discredited the head of the family and should be punished severely. The few trembled in fear. They never dreamed that this was a trap set by Moses Frank. First, he deliberately leaked the news of the two being killed, then pretended to argue with them, escalating the matter. Chapter 482. Chen Dong bets his life the speaker's face was ashen. On the way here, he had always thought that the Dragon team members were a bunch of brutes, and a few words from him could make Chen Dong lose face. Who would have thought that indeed a few words could make someone lose face? But it was not Chen Dong. It was himself. Fortunately, at this moment, the speaker general spoke up. Otherwise, he would have been even more embarrassed. The theme of today's meeting is how to respond to the country's financial attacks. Let us not discuss anything else. The speaker general said coldly. All the major speakers and members responded, yes. Now we have only 3 options. The finance minister said, the first is to fight to the death. However, this is not optimistic, as the country's economy has already surpassed ours. They have also united with more than a dozen developed countries, with an economic total 3 times ours, and are secretly supported by those ancient families that are wealthy enough to rival nations. Therefore, fighting to the death will undoubtedly lead to our defeat. Upon hearing this, many people's hearts were immediately overshadowed by a layer of gloom. The second option is to negotiate for peace. The finance minister continued. However, this option is still not optimistic, as the country has already made many excessive demands, such as prohibiting the development of high-end industries, reducing trade surpluses, and requiring a large purchase of their national debt. Chapter 483. Is Chen Dong a spy? I wouldn't dare to bet with you. If you die, the Dragon team will definitely come looking for me. That Ouyang speaker said sarcastically. Don't worry, the Dragon team will definitely not trouble you, because I won't die. Chen Dong's determined gaze swept over the crowd, and he spoke loudly, because we will definitely win this financial war. All right, since you are so confident, I will take this bet with you. The chairman, Ouyang, sneered. He then suggested to the Speaker of the Assembly that Chen Dong be appointed as the leader of this financial war. The Speaker initially disagreed, as Chen Dong was from the Dragon Group and was not suitable for this position. He regarded the bet between Chen Dong and Chairman Ouyang as nonsense and did not take it seriously at all. However, the people from the financial department did not dare to take charge, for a simple reason. This financial war was bound to be a loss. They did not want to bear the blame. When they came to the meeting, they were thinking of ways to have the Speaker replace Chen Dong. Before they could come up with a reason, Chen Dong stepped forward, and they were truly delighted. They immediately handed over command to Chen Dong. Thus, Chen Dong became the leader of this financial war. The meeting was finally adjourned after 2 hours. Chapter 484. Trillions entering the market. Old buddy. Can that young man really do it? I heard that at the most critical moment of the showdown, he was actually sleeping in the lounge. In the office, complaints about Chen Dong were pouring in like snowflakes, prompting them to summon Tang Huju for a personal inquiry. Don't worry, both he and I have made a military vow. If we don't win this financial war, you can chop off both our heads. Tang Huju said nonchalantly. Here, he showed no signs of the Dragon Group's authority. On the contrary, he seemed a bit like a rogue. After all, the one who called him was, when the time comes, chopping off your heads will be useless. Moreover, it will cause greater losses for Dragon Country. He mocked. Tang Huju ignored it. His expression suddenly became serious as he asked, Old Tang, give me a rundown. What kind of strategies does that young man have? How much chance does he really have? Tang Huju shook his head. I don't know. You don't trust me? He asked, a bit irritated. Tang Huju immediately became serious. I truly don't know. This guy is very mysterious. A few months ago, who would have thought that Dragon Country still had such a powerful warrior? Chapter 485. The desperate gambler Chen Dong perfectly exemplified what it means to use one force to overcome 10. He didn't understand any tricks or operations. He just knew how to throw money. Every day, with an amount of 1 trillion, the Moses family was initially delighted. So much money given to them. Awarding Chen Dong a 2-ton medal would be an understatement. At least it should be a 10-ton medal. However, a few days later, they began to cry. With so much money flooding into the stock market, there was no sign of funds decreasing. Even God couldn't withstand it. So as the operator for the Moses family, Alec was genuinely panicking this time. He was shouting hoarsely, urging those developed countries to hold firm. But how could they withstand Chen Dong's money, which surged in like a flood? They were almost on the brink of collapse. Seeing his son flailing over such a trivial matter, Moses Frank was genuinely disappointed. But after all, he was the most promising among his many sons. So no matter what, he had to help him rise to power this time. He originally did not intend to intervene, but now it was really necessary. Alec, calm down. Dragon Country investing so much money is a good thing for us. Moses Frank reminded his son. Chapter 486. The secretary who came to gather intelligence. Hello, everyone. Tao Qian greeted everyone warmly as soon as he arrived. Secretary Tao, how come you have the time to come here? Everyone showed confusion on their faces, seeing that you were about to achieve victory. Chairman Ouyang specifically asked me to come congratulate you. Tao Qian explained with a smile. Immediately, smiles appeared on everyone's faces. Thank you, Chairman Ouyang. Thank you, Secretary Tao. They expressed their gratitude. This was originally a war that seemed impossible to win, yet you created a miracle. How did you do it? Tao Qian asked curiously with a smile. We really don't know. Everyone shook their heads, awkwardly. A flicker of dissatisfaction flashed in Tao Qian's eyes. Your confidentiality work is too good, right? Do I even need to be on guard against you? Tao Qian said half-jokingly, with a hint of displeasure. Secretary Tao, you misunderstood. We really don't know anything because the entire process was handled by the special envoy alone. We were just here to watch the show, the people around said with wry smiles. This immediately surprised Tao Qian. You're not joking? The special envoy operated alone? Is he busy enough? Even if he is a genius, his body can't handle it. Tao Qian asked in astonishment. Chapter 487. Killing Tao Qian. Chairman, what do you mean by physical means? Tao Qian asked with a puzzled expression. You go to the dungeon and find a prisoner, have him identify Chen Dong's spy from the ugly country, and then take people to arrest him, Chairman Ouyang instructed. Tao Qian immediately showed a troubled expression. This might be difficult, right? What if he comes after me later? Chairman Ouyang said, don't worry. If he comes after you, I will help you settle it. What I want to do is not to take him down, but to make him rest for a few days and not manage the financial war. Understood. Tao Qian revealed a sinister smile. As long as he is not allowed to manage the financial war, he will not be able to influence the outcome. This is the physical means. Although it's a bit crude, the effect is obviously better. Go quickly. Chairman Ouyang instructed. Yes. Tao Qian respectfully replied. Secretary Tao, why are you here again? And with so many people? Are they all here to congratulate us? In the financial war operations room, the financiers from Dragon Country saw Tao Qian returning with a crowd and immediately inquired with confusion. I'm sorry, this time I'm not here to congratulate everyone. Tao Qian said seriously to everyone. Just now, a heavyweight prisoner in the dungeon confessed. He is the economic spy sent by the ugly country to Dragon Country.